Jello.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. These days, we all like to have lunch or dinner at a good restaurant once in a while. And in good restaurants everywhere, you'll find that you can enjoy genuine Jello for dessert just as you do at home. For instance, we have just had a very complimentary letter from the nationally famous Child's Restaurants, which we think will interest you. It says, quote, "You will be pleased to know that as a result of tests made in the Child's Research Laboratory, Jello was selected for use in all our flavored gelatin desserts. We find that Jello has a superior flavor, and for this reason it is the only gelatin dessert served in Child's Restaurants. It is our aim to serve our patrons the highest quality in every line, and that we feel in gelatin desserts means genuine Jello." Signed, L.G. Dutton, Vice President, the Child's Company. We're mighty pleased and proud to receive this letter, and remember, whether you order Jello in a restaurant or from your own grocer, always be sure you get genuine Jello.
Arrived in New York okay, but the train trip was terrible as there was nothing but trunks and suitcases in my car. She must have gotten in the baggage car by mistake. New York City is just the same as
What are you reading, Jack?
Oh, it's a letter from Mary. Gosh, it seems lonesome tonight without her, doesn't it, Don?
Oh, it sure does.
You know, I kind of miss her, too. The program doesn't seem the same without Mary.
Not so loud, Phil. She's probably listening in. There's no use spoiling her.
What does she say in her letter, Jack?
Well, it's a little personal, Don. You know, she wouldn't want me to read it to everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Dear Jack, Don, Phil, Kenny, and everybody. Arrived in New York. Oh, I read that, yeah. She says, I got in Chicago on time and stopped there for 3 hours between trains. Believe me, it's no fun standing between trains. You get cinders all over you. She certainly takes things literally, doesn't she? Enjoyed the ride to New York. The train had a streamline, and so did that salesman I met. But don't worry, I can take care of myself, and anyway, he got off at Cleveland.
That's good.
She's right in form there.
When I arrived at Grand Central Station, a great big man rushed up, threw his arms around me, and kissed me. Was I disappointed when I found out it was my uncle? I am stopping at the Hotel Lombardi, which is just 1,500 miles up the street from the Miami Biltmore. I hope she doesn't try to go in swimming. And Mama, Papa, and Brother Hillard came in from Plainfield, and we went to Aunt Rose's new wedding last night. Papa was going to wear his full dress suit with the tails, but when he took it out of the closet, he found that the moths had eaten it into a tuxedo. Well,
Not bad.
yeah. This afternoon, while passing Radio City, I ran into Fred Allen. He spoke about you, and believe me, that's no way to talk in front of a lady. I was going to slap his face, but he was chewing tobacco, so I thought twice. Anyway, he invited me to lunch, but made me pay my own check. I couldn't do anything about it, though, as he claimed his invitation wasn't in writing. Same old Allen.
Oh, he's not that tight.
He's not, eh? Listen, fellas. Have you ever played poker with Allen?
No.
Well, if you ever do, watch out. He plays a very conservative game. Come here a minute. When he opens the pot, you can throw away 4 kings.
No kidding.
Really, I'm not kidding. Not only that, he cheats, too. I remember one time I caught him sending out 3 white chips to be dyed.
Oh, Jack. Jack, you're exaggerating.
Well, maybe it was only 2 chips. I don't know.
Well, go ahead, Jack, with Mary's letter.
Okay. I am writing this letter in the lobby of the hotel, and the swellest-looking fellow is sitting opposite me. He just smiled, which explains this blot. She's probably kidding. That nice man just smiled again, so we'll close wishing good luck to you and me. Yours faithfully, Mary. Hey, that was cute, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hello, fellers.
Hi, Getty.
Say, Jack, I got a surprise for you.
What is it?
Well, I knew Mary wasn't going to be here, so I brought my girl Lena to help out with the program.
Well, that's very nice of you, Kenny. We need help. Oh, there she is. Hello, Lena. How are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Isn't she clever, Jack?
Yeah, well,
Oh, that's only part of it. Now, here's a joke we made up. This'll kill you. Go ahead, Lena, ask him.
Is this going to be funny?
We think so. Go ahead, Lena.
All right. What's the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Well, the question is clever. Go ahead, Lena. What is the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Mary Livingston is a girl, and the Queen Mary is a boat.
What's funny about that, Kenny?
Gee, don't you get it? Mary isn't a boat.
Oh, am I surprised? I must tell her to keep out of water.
Yeah. Now, Lena, do that laugh like Mary does. And, Jack, you ask her what she's laughing at.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lena. Laugh like Mary. Now ask her, Jack.
All right. What are you laughing at, Lena?
You, who wouldn't?
Ain't she a panic?
Yeah, panic meaning disaster. Yeah, thanks, Kenny. And now Phil Harris will play...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. We got one more.
Oh.
Give it to him, Lena.
Mr. Benny, if I gained 50 pounds, what would I be?
I don't know. What would you be, Lena?
Fatter.
Wow!
You get it, Jack? Lena fatter?
Yeah, just like your head up. Play a fella. Mary, come home. All is forgiven. Baby, played by the orchestra and directed by Phil Harris, who came back from the Santa Anita racetrack yesterday as fast as he could walk. Say, Phil, your orchestra sounds a little softer than usual tonight. What happened?
Well, Jack, I bet my trombone player on Seabiscuit and lost.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Huh?
Doggone it, every horse I bet on loses by a nose.
Well, you'll either have to get hotter tips or longer horses.
Yeah.
One or the other. Like that, huh? Well, they must have lost two out there. I can see that.
Say, Jack, how did you make out in the handicap?
Not so good, Phil. Unfortunately, the horse I bet on just got over the flu and was afraid of crowds.
Yeah.
But Phil, when it comes to gambling, I'm a pretty good sport, and I don't mind when my horse lags behind. But when he walks over to the rail and takes a bite of my hot dog, that's going a little too far. You think so?
So you learned your lesson, eh?
Yes, sir. The next horse I bet on will have to have a diesel engine in him.
Say, what are you fellas talking about?
Oh, nothing much, Don.
Is it important?
No.
Well, Jello is. Ladies and gentlemen, when you are considering a tempting dessert to top off your meal, decide on Jello, because it has that new extra-rich fresh fruit flavor, and it tastes twice as good as ever before. Hooray for Rosemont!
Yes, with the big red letters on the jockey. Say, what is this, a racetrack or a program? Oh, come in.
Hello, Jick Barney.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Well, pardon the interruption, Pooksy, but I'm a detective.
A detective, eh?
You said it. A bloodhound with a dialect.
Well, what do you want?
I'm under the impression that you lost a violin. Is this correct?
A vial, yes. Did you find it?
Did you offer a reward?
Yes.
Then I found it. Here you are.
Well. Hey, fellas, look. My violin. What do you know? Say, it sure is my violin, all right. Say, you know, fellas, I knew I'd get it back tonight. Virtue triumphs.
Then you're going to play the bee, eh?
Am I? Listen, fellas, this is the night of nights. Not only will I redeem myself in the eyes of my listeners, but I'll make Fred Allen hang his head so low he'll have to get an extra shoe for his nose. And it won't be any size 2 either.
Oh, his nose isn't that long, Jack.
It's long enough to reach clear to Hollywood and to my affairs.
Listen, Jack, why don't you forget the bee and play something popular?
Well, what song would you like to hear?
Pennies from Herring.
Herring? That's heaven.
You're telling me. Well, Mr. Benny, to put it bluntly, how's about a compensation?
Oh, yes, the reward. Here you are, my good man. A nice, new, green, crisp, crinkly $1 bill.
Adjectives he gives me.
Oh, you don't want it, eh?
Don't jump at conclusions.
Well, it's all you're going to get, $1. Here.
Thank you. I'll put it in my wallet.
That's a nice wallet. I thought it was your chest. Well, goodbye, Mr. Say, what's your name?
That I can tell you.
Why not?
There's a reward for me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. What a chiseler. Fred Allen is right.
Well, boys, it cost me $1 to get my violin back, but it was worth every penny of it. Oh, Kenny, how about singing your song while I get all set for my number?
Okay, Jack. Are you really going to play the bee?
Am I going to play the bee? Did Columbus turn back in the middle of the Atlantic?
I don't know.
Did Washington hesitate before crossing the Delaware?
I don't know.
Did Admiral Dewey retreat at Manila?
3 strikes, I'm out.
Then sing, Kenny. I'm going to play the bee.
Lovely night, we sit here making foolish conversation. Instead of being bright, let's be ourselves tonight and take advantage of the situation. So beautiful here among the shadows, beautiful lady, open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it. Can't you get into the swing of it, lady? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do? The night is young and I'm in love with you.
「 Kenny Baker singing The Night is Young and You're So Beautiful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The moment when I will erase all verbal stains and oral blemishes from the once illustrious name of Jack Benny. Of course, after concluding my selection to be Mr. Allen, who even thinks that wrestling is crooked, will no doubt accuse me of trickery. To nip such a possibility in the bud, I will pass through our studio audience, and you folks can observe for yourselves that I have only a violin in one hand and a bow in the other.
Attaboy, Jack.
Quiet, I wouldn't trust you either. I further wish to state that there is nothing hidden up my sleeve and no accomplices, either mechanical or human, in this auditorium. Now for my first solo, come in.
Hello, Buck.
Oh, hi, Andy. Hey, you got here just in time.
Yep, and when I heard that you got your fiddle back, I ran up here as fast as I could.
Well, that was nice of you.
Say, Buck, I was sure surprised when I heard Mary went to New York.
Yeah, she left last week for a short vacation.
Doggone it, I'm sorry I missed her. I wanted to kiss her goodbye.
Well, Andy, you can kiss her when she gets back.
Yeah, she'll be rested up then and can take it.
One thing I like about you, Andy, you don't brag. You know?
What's that?
That's Kenny's girl, Lena. I know you thought it was the radiator. Lena, you know Andy Devine.
Oh, sure, the man that talks like Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, that's pretty good. Huh?
Well, we're doing all right. We're both in pictures.
Yeah. Well, Andy, I'm glad you came up to the studio tonight. You know, you're going to hear me play the bee and make out a fool out of that town hall Sandman. And you know what the Sandman does.
Yeah.
Did you hear him last Wednesday when he said a buzzard brought me instead of a stork?
A buzzard?
Yeah.
Oh, doggone it, I thought he said blizzard. Now I gotta get mad all over again.
Why don't I get funny lines like that?
Why don't I get any lines?
Please, fellows. Well, the time is growing short. My fingers are just itching to wander over those violin strings, so let's get going. Andy, you sit right down in front and enjoy yourself.
Okay, Buck, can I applaud now in case I fall asleep?
No, I'll have to take that chance, Andy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before going into my number, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the man who will share my glory tonight. My accompanist, that eminent pianist, Rachmaninoff T. Smith. Take a bow, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And my price is still $10.
Oh. I tried to get him for 8, folks, but he's got me in a spot. Well, hand me that violin, Kenny.
Here you are, Jack.
I'll even take that line.
Say, what's the matter with you, Phil?
Well, I want to be an actor.
Well, you're on the wrong program.
With my talent, yes.
Well... Well, it's pretty good for an old violin, isn't it?
So you're really going to play the bee this time, eh, Jack?
John, I can't get out of it. I'm raring to go. Come on, introduce me, and remember that Jello isn't playing this number. Wait till I tune up. Just...
Sounds pretty good from here. Is all right? Okay, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
If you please, Professor. right, fellas. It was nothing at all. Well, what now, Mr. Allen? Play, Phil. I did. You were in a tough spot. That was Panamania from Swing High, Swing Low, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good, Phil, very good. Not a classic, perhaps, but quite well done.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
When are you going to play the B?
I just played it.
Yeah, but you clipped its wings.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, when you came to the hard part, you switched to Plenty of Money and You.
Well, there was a detour sign on my music. And furthermore, Phil, you've been acting a bit uppity lately. Are you dissatisfied with your job here? Are you unhappy in our little group? I mean, are you seeking greener pastures?
No. Greener money.
Oh. Well, let me tell you something, Phil. Oh, excuse me a minute. There's the phone. Keep the argument going, Kenny.
Now, listen, Phil, who do you think I am?
Now, never mind, Kenny. I'll pick up the argument later. Never mind. Don't bother. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, Mary. How are you, honey? It's Mary, fellas. You did? Well, I was glad you liked it. I played it the best I could. Of course, right in the middle of the number, I found out one of my strings was dental floss. Which was all right. I just had dinner. Are you having a good time in New York? Well, I do, too, but I don't see how I can get away from here. Well, anyway, Mary, have a good time and come back soon. Yeah. Yeah, everybody sends their love. Yes, I will. Yeah. Yeah, goodbye, dear. Goodbye. Hello? What's that, operator? Yes, I'll accept the charges. Yes. You know, fellas, gee, it must be nice in New York right now. Gee, after talking to Mary, I'd love to go there for a couple of weeks.
So would I.
Me, too.
You know, Buck, I've never been to New York.
Well, don't cry, Andy. You haven't?
No.
Well, that last one was a laugh, wasn't it? Well, Andy, you get a big kick out of it. No, really, you would. You'd love it. You know, you could take a subway and see the whole town. You know. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. You know, Wait a minute, I got an idea. Listen, get away from the microphone, fellas. I don't want Mary to hear this. You know what I'd like to do? Now, wait a minute. Stuff up. Get away from the mic. I'd like to surprise Mary, hop on a train, and join her in New York.
New York?
Quiet! John, stuff up those microphones.
Okay, Jack.
Now, wait a minute. Can everybody make the trip?
I can.
It's okay with me,
How about you, Phil?
Well, I'll have to join you later.
Shall I take my trailer along?
No, Andy, they have hotels in New York. 2 of them. Now, wait a minute. Listen, we'll arrange this right away. I'll call up the station now and make our reservation. And, Don, while I'm ordering the tickets, you make a lot of noise about Jello or anything, but make it loud. I don't want Mary to hear this.
Right, Jack, right.
Go ahead. Hello? Operator, get me the... Go ahead, Don.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to tell you about Jello, the fastest-selling gelatin dessert on the market.
Hello, ticket
today.
office?
It is first in favor because it's first in flavor, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So be sure to ask for Jello by name.
Yes,
look for the
tickets.
big red letters on the box.
What? No, not 6 delicious flavors, 6 tickets. No, the name is not Raspberry, it's Jack Berry. Jack Benny. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Oh, boy, I could just see the look on Mary's face when we pop in on her. I can hardly wait. I'm going right home now and pack. Are you going to take your trunk, Kenny?
No, my trunk's been to New York.
Well, then don't bother. Oh, boy, just imagine that. 2 weeks in New York. Broadway.
Times Square.
Columbus Circle.
Tin Pan Alley.
42nd Street.
Grant's Tube.
Playing field.
Everybody loves parties, and here's a party dessert that you can serve every day. It looks mighty festive, and it's no trouble to prepare because it's another delicious dessert that's made with Jello. It's called Strawberry Snow, and this is how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water. Then chill until cold and syrupy and place in a bowl of ice or ice water. Add 1 egg white and whip with a rotary egg beater until fluffy. Mold or pile in sherbet glasses and chill. It's a feast for the eye, a treat for the taste, with tempting true fruit flavor to please everybody. So give everyday dinners a party touch. Have strawberry snow for dessert one night this week, but be sure you make it with the real thing. Genuine Jello with the extra rich, fresh fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
This is the last number of the 22nd program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. The detective on the program was played by Pat C. Flick, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers.
Say, Jack, why can't we leave for New York right now?
No, we'll have to wait till Tuesday night because I'm dropping in on Ben Burney's program first.
Well, why are you still whispering?
I want to surprise Ben, too. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. The tune was Plenty of Money in Yours from the Gold Diggers of 1937. The Night is Young and You Are So Beautiful from Casa Manana. And I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm from Irving Berlin's score of On the Avenue. This program has come to you from Hollywood, California, through the facilities of the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. This program comes to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. The orchestra opens a program with Plenty of Money and You from the Gold Diggers of 1937. Some of our most pleasant hours are spent around the family dinner table. It's really grand to get together with mother, father, and all the rest to talk things over and enjoy good food. And those times are even more pleasant when dessert is a gleaming dish of delicious Jello. Young and old, everybody enjoys Jello's fresh fruit taste. It's appetizing, refreshing, really satisfying, too. No wonder Jello is the most popular gelatin dessert in the entire world today. For only in genuine Jello do you get Jello's extra rich fruit flavor. So why not brighten up your family table by serving Jello for dessert soon? It's easy to make, good to look at, and delightful to taste. Accept no substitutes. Ask your grocer for the one and only genuine Jello. Plenty of Money in You, played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who made the bee public insect number one, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and believe me, folks, I'm sure glad to be back in New York for a couple of weeks.
Well, Jack, if you like it so well here, why didn't you come sooner?
I couldn't, Don, not until I had vindicated myself and my violin teacher.
Oh,
Now that I've played the bee, I can walk down Broadway with head high, unashamed.
Oh, Jack, I thought you did a great job. Did you bring your violin with you?
No, I sent it to Honolulu for a rest.
For a rest?
Yeah. If you'd been missing for days and then had the bee played on you, you'd want a rest, too.
Well, all I did was hear it, and I could stand a vacation.
One more crack like that, and you'll get it. Anyway, Don, let's not engage in any low banter tonight. After all, we're broadcasting from the Waldorf Astoria.
Yes, indeed. This is a pretty high-class place, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Quite swanky.
Swanky? Mm-hmm. Well, I had a shave before they let me in the barber shop. Yes, sir. You know, Don, I think their prices here are quite well balanced. I didn't pay a cent more for having my suit pressed than I did for my suit. Really. You're stopping here, aren't you, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack. I have a lovely room on the 22nd floor.
Well, when you go to your room tonight, be sure and use the middle elevator.
The middle elevator? Why?
That one has the best floor show. Oh. I tell you, Don, the service here is deluxe-y. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the entire personnel of the Waldorf Astoria, may I extend a cordial greeting and invite you to avail yourself of every possible facility here.
Well, thank you. Are you the managing director?
No, I'm vice president in charge of removing dishes.
A busboy.
Yes, in the vernacular. Here's my card.
Your card, thank you. Well, that's odd. A round card.
It's also a butterplate. Goodbye.
Oh. Gentlemanly fellow, wasn't he?
Yes, rather.
Yes.
Hello, Jack. Is this the place?
Oh, hello, Mary. Well, Mary. Glad to see you. That was quite a reception you got, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there's one man in the second row who wasn't applauding.
Where?
Right over there.
Well, oh, no wonder, Mary. The poor fellow has one arm in a sling.
Well, it wouldn't hurt him to slap his face for a friend.
That's right. Well, Mary, we sure missed you last week, didn't we, Don?
Well, I'll say we did.
Oh, hello, Don. I didn't see you.
How are you, Mary?
Gee, you've changed. Look, Jack, he's lost his double chin.
Quiet, it's in his collar. Say, Mary, you've been in New York all alone for a week. What have you been doing?
Plenty, and I wasn't alone.
Oh.
You remember the fellow I wrote you about that I met on the train?
Oh, you mean that salesman?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me in your letter he got off at Cleveland.
Just to mail that letter. He got right on again.
Oh. So he's the guy that's been taking you out, huh?
Yeah. I saw all the good shows. And, oh, Jack, there's one show that you shouldn't miss.
Really?
It's called, gee, I can't think of the name of it.
Was it Stage Door?
No.
Red Hot and Blue?
No, that's funny. I saw the name stamped right on the towel in my hotel.
The name stamped on the towel in your hotel?
I got it. You can't take it with you.
Oh, sure. There's nothing like drying yourself with a good show.
Say, Jack.
Yes?
Where's Phil Harris?
Phil Harris, darn it. I left him in Hollywood. I forgot my pajamas, too.
Oh, Jack, Phil asked me to tell you that he'll join us just as soon as he's through making that picture.
Oh, yes. Don, come here a minute, will you? This Abe Lyman who's leading the orchestra, what kind of a guy is he? Personally, I mean.
Well, Jack, he's really an awfully nice fellow. You like him, I'm sure. Abe, you know Jack Benny, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Jack?
Fine, Abe. Funny, you and I have never worked together before, have we?
No, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity.
Well, thanks. Seems to be quite a regular fellow, Don. Now, Abe, this being your first appearance with me, I'd like to start you off on the right foot. You don't mind, do you? Well, I just want it understood that I'm head man here, and whatever I say goes. Do you understand? And, furthermore, I want this settled right now so we won't have any trouble in the future. Is that clear?
Are you through?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you something. You might beat Buck Benny, but don't try to ride me.
Well, he got it right this show, anyway. Oh, a fresh guy, huh?
Better look out, Jack.
Why?
I saw him direct the opening number with a blackjack.
Oh. Well, don't worry, Mary. I'm a pretty tough guy myself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I can handle you and Fred Allen.
Well, no wonder. We're both anemic. Say, Don, come here a minute. I thought you told me Lyman was a nice guy.
Well, he is, Jack, but this is his first time working with you, and naturally he's just a little nervous and excited. You can't blame him.
Oh, is that it? Well, I guess maybe I was a little hasty and inconsiderate. After all, I can appreciate his state of mind. Tell him to play, Don.
Play, Mr. Lyman.
These orchestra leaders are so sensitive. On Park Avenue from On the Avenue, played by the orchestra and directed by Abe Lyman, the Phil Harris of the East. And very good, Abe.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Abe, you don't mind if I describe you to our radio audience, do you? After all, a little word picture wouldn't be amiss.
No, go right ahead, but just be careful what you say, that's all.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not start that all over again. This is my program, and I'll say anything I want to.
You'll sound awfully funny with my fist in your mouth.
Are you going to stand for that, Jack?
I ain't sitting down, honey.
You will in a minute, Toots.
Oh.
Why don't you let me describe him, Jack?
All right, Mary. I'm a fine boss. I wish Vaudeville would come back. Go ahead.
Well, in describing Abe Lyman, I would say that he's good-looking, rather tall, dark, and extremely romantic.
Now, how do you know he's romantic?
I haven't been to New York a week for nothing. Hi, Abe.
Hiya, babe.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. I thought you told me you went out with a salesman.
That's Abe, all right.
Oh, I see.
Speaking of Mr. Lyman, let me tell you about Jello. It tastes twice as good as ever before and has those 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lemon.
Hey, that's a no kidding. Very clever now. That was good. Imagine if Phil was here and you had to say orange, lemon, and Harris. That wouldn't fit, you know.
Hello, Jack and Mary. How are you, darling?
Hello, Kenny.
How are you, Kenny?
Back to New York, huh? Kenny, we're all glad to see you. How do you like being back in New York?
Great. I'm having a swell time.
That's good.
I've seen a lot of places I missed last year. I went to Central Park, the Bronx Zoo, and the aquarium. And...
The aquarium, eh? I bet you like that.
Nah, there was nothing but fish.
Well, that's the trouble with those places, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're... yeah. Well, I'm glad you're having such a good time, Kenny. Did you go to Radio City?
No, New York is good enough for me.
That's right. There's no use jacking all over the country. I don't blame you.
Say, Jack, last night I went to Madison Square Garden to see the races.
Oh, the races, Did you like it?
Yeah, but the jockeys went around so fast the horses looked like bicycles.
Well, they were bicycles. Isn't that awful, Mary?
I'm saving my answer for our last program.
This may be it. You can't tell. Well, Kenny, what are you going to sing on your first broadcast from New York?
I'm going to sing When the Poppies Bloom Again.
Well, I'm sure we'll like that. Oh, by the way, I want you to meet Abe Lyman, our temporary maestro. But watch out, Kenny. He's a little nervous tonight. You know, be careful. Say, Abe, this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Hello, Kenny. Hello. Say, Mr. Lyman, when you play my number, just do it the way it's written, will you?
Kenny.
It's my own arrangement, and I don't like it played any other way. Do you get me?
Kenny, be careful.
Look who's bawling me out. Listen, Lyman, what Jack says goes double for me.
Attaboy, Kenny. I'm right with you.
You stay out of this, Jack, unless you want your ears pleated.
Can this be the man who plays those dreamy waltzes on the radio? Go ahead and sing, Kenny.
Your ears wouldn't look good pleated, Jack.
I don't think so.
Everything to you and me, but love undying still keeps me sighing. My heart is crying for you alone. When the poppies bloom again, I'll remember beside the river Seine, where we kissed adieu. When you told me not to cry, held me tenderly, but that kiss was our goodbye. You were gone from me. My lonely footsteps stray where you must ever stay. I place a sweet bouquet, my token of love. Darling, till we meet again, I'll be the poppies bloom again, I'll remember you.
I call stopping the show. I may not stop it myself, Kenny, but I'll slow it up a whole lot. That was Kenny Baker singing When the Poppies Bloom Again, accompanied by the Gas House Gang. That was beautiful, Kenny. You were so at ease.
Sure, I'm not afraid of Lyman.
Well, I'm not either, but I don't want any roughhouse at the Waldorf.
With you on the bottom.
Now, listen. This is our first program in New York, and I'm just trying to keep things orderly, that's all. Outside of that, I'm not afraid of anyone.
You're not, eh?
No.
Then you've either got a loud cheaper.
You got a what? Oh, take that joke again. Come here, that's a good joke. Let's take the joke. Outside of that, I'm not afraid of anyone. Go ahead.
You're not, eh?
No.
Then you've either got a loud heart or a cheap watch.
That's it. That's the one. See? I didn't want you to miss it. That was funny. Say, Don, speaking of hearts, what time is it? I mean, speaking of watches.
About 8:45.
It is, I wished he'd get here.
Who?
Well, listen, Don. When I played the bee last Sunday night, I didn't completely vindicate myself. There's one small point yet to be settled.
What is that, Jack?
Well, I asked Stuart Cannon, that little boy who originally played the bee and caused all my trouble with Alan, to come up here tonight, and I'm going to find out if he's really 10 years old.
Let's find out how to play the bee, too.
I played it all right. But I have my doubts about Alan's statement. If that child is over 10, and I think he is, then Mr. Allen has deceived his listeners, thereby misinforming over 400 people around the country. Anyway, I'm going to find out the truth. Hey, maybe that's him, huh? Come in. Hello? Hey, fellas, look! Look who's here!
Hello, stranger.
Well, Slapperman! Slapperman, I'm sure glad to see you.
Well, the feeling is neutral.
Thank you.
Jack, so soon when I found out you was in New York, I rushed right down from Boston to see you.
From Boston, eh? Well, that was nice of you, Slap.
I am my out of breath. I should have taken the train.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in. Oh, Slap, you remember Kenny Baker and Don Wilson, don't you?
Why, certainly. Hello, Kenny boy.
Hello, Slappy.
Oh, how are you, Slapsy? It's nice to see you.
Well, Donny boy, are you still making the Jello?
Oh, sure. And Slap. Slap, here's Mary.
My goodness, May, you're a sight for chopped ice. You know, I'd ask you for a little kiss, but my wife is listening in.
Come on, maybe it'll sound like that.
Hey, Slap.
Leave me alone. I'm delirious.
How was it, Mary?
I don't know. It was standing on my feet.
Oh. Slap, tell me something about yourself. What are you doing these days?
Well, Jack, I'm in the hotel business.
The hotel business?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What's the name of your hotel?
Clapperman's Little Gypsy Tea Room. And, you know, Jack, it's a special attraction. My wife tells fortunes. My wife tells fortunes. My wife tells fortunes.
Oh, can she read tea leaves?
Yes, if they're not in English.
Well, tell me, Slap, how big a hotel have you?
25 rooms, and so clean you can eat in them.
Oh, how about sleeping in them?
That I wouldn't recommend.
25 rooms, eh? Have you got an elevator?
I had one, but it got stuck, so I made another room out of it.
Well, that was clever.
Say, Jack, why don't you and Mary come over tonight? We got dancing and music.
Oh, an orchestra, too, eh? Who's playing there?
Fred Herring and his Oriental Canadians. My, what musicians. Strictly swing time, boys.
Say, that reminds me, Slap, do you know Abe Lyman?
Do I know Abe Lyman? Hello, Abe, boy.
Hello, Slap. Is my suit ready?
Hey, it's quiet. You'll have it tomorrow, positively.
Oh, a tailor, too, huh? Say, Slap, you certainly branched out since I last saw you. Hotel, tea room, tailor. You're certainly in a lot of businesses.
Hold on to your watch, Jack. You might have a pawn shop.
A pawn shop, huh?
What do you think hangs from my sign? 3 oranges?
Well, you certainly don't believe in putting all your eggs in one business, do you?
Well, Jack, it certainly was a pleasure to see you.
Thanks, Slap. Come up and see us again, won't you?
Why, certainly. Well, goodbye, everybody. I got work to do around here.
Work to do? You mean you work here at the Waldorf Astoria, too?
Sure, I'm the house detective, so take it easy. Goodbye.
It was sure good to see old Schlepperman again. He's certainly in a lot of businesses, isn't he, Mary?
I bet he's in 2 more by now.
I'll take that bet. I'm also a bookmaker.
What a guy. Hey, Don, did that little boy come in yet?
No, not yet, Jack.
Oh, well, play something, Abe. If Schlepperman is in your band, I'll die. Gee, I wish that kid would get here. Popular tunes played from the bandwagon, played by Abe Lyman and his ex-Californians. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we, Don, did that little boy get here yet?
Well, not yet, but, Jack, did you hear that 5-year-old girl play the B on the piano last Wednesday night?
You mean on Alan's program?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you something, Don. That girl might be 5, but I could swear I heard that piano playing after she walked away from it. The way Alan has been dragging those kids up to his program is disgraceful. I think. First, a 10-year-old boy plays the B on a violin, then a 5-year-old girl plays it on a piano. I suppose next week we'll hear it played on a raffle.
But, Jack, I thought it was funny when Alan said you were so out of wind you couldn't even blow out a match.
Well, he has me there. I'll admit that I don't compare with Mr. Allen when it comes to blowing. Yes, sir, I stayed away all night thinking of that gag.
You could have gone to sleep and snored a better one.
Yeah. Well, anyway, tonight I'll find out the correct age of that alleged 10-year-old boy. Say, I hope that's him now. Come in.
Is Mr. Benny here?
Yes, come in. Are you Stuart Cannon, the little boy that played the B?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm awfully glad you came up tonight, Stuart.
What did you want to see me about, Mr. Benny?
Well, it's a,
If it's about the violin, I don't give lessons.
No, Stuart. Look, no, Stuart. I merely sent for you to ask a few questions. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just answer correctly and regard me as your friend.
I'm scared.
Scared, Stuart? Why?
Mr. Allen said you were the boogeyman.
Now, Stuart, that's silly. That's silly. Do I look like the boogeyman?
Yeah.
Now listen to me, Stuart. I'm here to prove something tonight. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want the proof. You know what happens to little boys who tell lies?
No.
Well, you want to go to heaven, don't you?
Not yet.
Now, listen to me, Stuart.
I listened to you last Sunday, and I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going home.
Grab him, fella. Don't let him get away.
Oh, we got him, Jack.
He looks suspicious to me. Search him, boys.
Look, Jack, he's got marbles and a trout and some fish hooks.
And here's a slingshot.
A slingshot, eh? Disarm them, then. Now, listen here, Stuart.
Gee, you're silly.
Now, that's not the point. I don't want to get tough unless I have to.
And then I won't be with Abe Lyman.
Quiet. Stuart, truthfully, how old are you?
10 years old.
I mean your exact age.
10 years old.
10 years old, eh? Where were you on the night of January 7th, 1927?
Home.
Home, eh? And what were you doing home?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You've been very well coached, Mr. Cannon. When was your birthday?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You don't remember your birthday, and yet you're positive you're 10 years old. But now, young man. What are you laughing at, Mary?
I don't remember.
Now, Stuart, how old were you when you first took violin lessons?
Wouldn't you like to know?
That's a lie. Take them, Don. I don't seem to be getting anywhere.
All right, Jack. Now, Stuart, how old were you when you first started eating Jello?
2 years.
And how many delicious flavors has Jello?
6.
And how much better is it than ever before?
Twice as good.
There, you see, Jack, there's nothing wrong with this boy. You take him.
Now, listen, Stuart. Listen to me. On the night of December 30th, 1936, you came into Fred Allen's program and played the B, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And on the night of February 3rd, 1937, at the insistence of the same Mr. Allen, you repeated that performance.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Allen claims that you're only 10 years old.
But I am only 10 years old.
Yet you testified not less than 3 minutes ago that on January 7th, 1927, you were home.
Yes, sir.
Yet you don't remember what you were doing.
So what?
Then what's the first thing you do remember?
The stock market crash. I lost my shirt.
Oh, you lost your shirt, eh?
Yes, you know what that means to a baby.
Yeah, quiet. Now listen to me, Stuart. You'll remember what happened on January 7th, 1927. You'll remember what happened in 1929. You remember what happened on the nights of December 30th and February 3rd on Mr. Allen's program. And yet you don't remember your age. You're older than 10 Cannon. Now, come on. Come clean.
All right, Cactus Face, I'll tell.
That's better. How old are you, Stuart Cannon?
10 years and 4 months.
I thought so. Well, that not only exposes Fred Allen, but proves that this boy had 4 extra months to practice the bees. You're excused, Mr. Cannon. I rest my case.
Pop, you're intimidating the witness.
Cleverman, what are you butting in for?
I'm also a lawyer.
Play line.
Spring can't be very far off now, but whether the winds of March blow hot or cold, here's a way to add a bright springtime touch to your menus. Serve this new Jello dessert soon. It's called Prune Perfection, and it's delicious to taste, lovely to look at, and mighty easy to make. Just dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, then fold in 1 cup of finely cut up cooked prunes. Mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. You'll enjoy this clever combination of flavors, the richness of the prunes pepped up with Jello's fresh strawberry flavor. All of Jello's 6 delicious flavors come from fresh, ripe fruit skillfully blended. So why not put Jello on your shopping list for tomorrow and serve Prune Perfection for dessert tomorrow night? But be sure you get genuine Jello with that extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
The last number of the 23rd program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. I want to tell you how glad I was to see Schlepperman again, and I'd like you to meet him in person, Mr. Sam Hearn.
Thank you, Jack.
And little Stuart Cannon, who played the bee, which kept us going for weeks.
Thank you.
Isn't he cute, Mary?
Yeah. Gee, I wish he was a couple of months older.
Good night, folks.
Jello.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Jello program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with You from the Great Ziegfeld. They say that time is money, and if you want to save both time and money, serve Jello for dessert. Jello is easy to make, easy to take, a good-looking, good-tasting, inexpensive dessert that you can make in just a jiffy. Your whole family will go for Jello's refreshing true fruit taste. And remember that genuine Jello brings you that extra rich fruit flavor that comes from fresh, ripe fruit. So brighten up your dinner table some night soon. Serve a great gleaming dish of colorful Jello. It looks so attractive, it tastes so good, and costs so little. Ask your grocer for Jello tomorrow. But be sure you get the real thing, except no substitutes. Insist on the one and only genuine Jello. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a fellow who is a big man in Hollywood, a giant in Waukegan, but just another actor in New York, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from the grand ballroom of the Hotel Pierre. And listen, Don, I'm not such a small guy in New York either.
Well, then, Jack, how come they won't even let you broadcast from the NBC studios? First, you're at the Waldorf Astoria, now the Pierre.
Well, it's because NBC is crowded, that's why.
Well, how long are you going to stay in New York, anyway?
Until we run out of hotels. I've been hanging around so many ballrooms, I feel like a chandelier. Of course, there's a certain amount of class and prestige broadcasting from a place like this. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the management of the Hotel Pierre, I bid you welcome and trust that the broadcasting facilities here are satisfactory.
They certainly are.
Now, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call upon me.
Well, thank you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, don't mingle with the guests.
That's what I get for slumming on the avenue. Anyway, Don, it's still a distinction to be able to do our program from here. Not every entertainer would be granted that privilege, particularly one that I know of.
And who's that, Jack?
Well, I don't want to mention any names, but I don't see how Harry Von Zell can laugh at him every Wednesday night.
Oh, Von Zell, that announcer.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what product do they sell anyway?
Nothing you can put sliced bananas on.
Oh, by the way, Jack, did you hear Alan call you a bully last Wednesday? Benny the bully, Benny the bully.
Well, it's better than being a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat.
How do you know?
Oh, Don, he's an awful baby. Imagine a grown man taking ether when he gets a manicure. Anyway, I don't want Alan's name mentioned anymore on this program. From now on, if you have to refer to him, just call him Boo. That's good enough for me. Boo.
Boo, Alan, that's a silly name.
Well, it fits the character.
Hiya, Don. Hello, Jack.
Oh, all right. Where have you been?
I was out with Boo in Portland Hoffa.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, I should think you'd select your company a little more carefully. Of course, Portland's all right, but I'd watch out for Boo.
You know, Jack, he asked me if you really played the Boo on your violin.
That's the B, and don't overdo it. Anyway, let's change the subject.
All right. Jello is not only economical, but it's easy to make. And remember, it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Yeah, now let's change the subject again.
Surely. Jack, where's Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, he had to go to Hollywood to finish his picture, but he'll be back again next week, Don.
You know, Jack, I just got the cutest telegram from Kenny.
Oh, then he must have arrived there. What does he say?
He says, wait a minute, here it is.
Oh.
Arrived home safely, weather excellent, trip pleasant, bus comfortable.
Oh, he motored back. I see.
Scenery was beautiful in Pennsylvania, especially when we passed through Bootown.
Bootown?
He means Allentown.
Oh, I see. He must have read my thoughts. Go on, Mary.
Right now, I'm listening to the program, and I certainly miss me.
Oh.
You would never know Hollywood. It has changed a lot in 2 weeks. I can't even find my house, and the Paramount Studio has changed its name to Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch? Where's that wire from, Mary?
St. Louis.
I thought so. What a dope. Imagine getting off at St. Louis. Read on, Mary.
P.S.
P.S. and a telegram.
I just found out that I'm in St. Louis instead of Hollywood. Boy, are they mixed up.
Well, that serves me right for letting him take that trip alone.
Say, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Abe. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure, Lyman. What is it?
Listen, Jack. I heard some pretty bad reports about me on last Sunday's program.
You did? Why, I thought you were great, didn't you, Don?
Why, certainly you were swell, Abe.
Oh, I don't mean my music, but my friends all seem to think that you made me sound like a pretty tough guy.
But, Abe, we were only kidding.
Well, I'm sensitive.
Oh.
Gee, Jack, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a mug or a tough egg or anything. I'm considered a gentleman.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Abe, really.
Well, don't do it again or I'll kick your teeth out.
Oh, you will?
Are you going to take that from him, Jack?
Well, I'd fix him, but I don't want to be known as a bully.
Especially without teeth.
That's gratitude for you. Say, Don, why do I always have trouble with orchestra leaders? What have I done to deserve those constant threats of violence? Am I a magnet that attracts the brutality in my throat? A football to be kicked around from pillar to goalpost? Why must I be eternally ducking behind a microphone?
I don't know. Why?
While I'm thinking of an answer, the orchestra will play I Got Rhythm. Play, Lyman. I wish Freddie Bartholomew had an orchestra. I'd tell him something. Rhythm from Girl Crazy, played by Abe Lyman and his musical muscle men. I don't know, Abe, how can your musician be so tough and play so sweetly?
I feed him raw meat and cream puffs.
Oh, I see.
And anyhow,
Now, listen, Abe, I don't want to argue about anything. I'm too tired. I was up all night doing some last-minute work on my income tax.
Income tax?
Yeah.
Why, Don and I saw you at the Stork Club last night with a blonde.
Well, she was helping me.
The way she ate, you could put her down as a dependent.
Mary, blondes aren't deductible.
You know, Jack, I'm glad I live in California where there's no income tax.
Why, Mary, the federal tax applies to California the same as any other state.
That's funny. I never paid one.
You didn't? Well, didn't you get any letters from the government?
Yeah. See, I thought it was fan mail. I sent him a picture.
Well, you better file a tax report right away or you'll be doing a guest appearance on the Leavenworth Hour. That's pretty good, wasn't it? Huh?
I like it.
You better get after it, though, Mary, really.
Fine romance with no cheesecake.
Hey.
Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Seth. How are you?
Well, I feel like $1 million, and on that I don't have to pay tax.
Well, Schlapp, I really didn't expect you tonight.
Jack, so soon when I heard Kenny Baker wasn't coming up here, I came up to offer my services to give you an audition.
Oh, really? So, are you a singer?
That's me, Bing Schlapperman. And the Yodelers and Yonkers, you know.
So you're a singer. Well, that's news to me. Whose band did you sing with?
Goyle Lombardo.
Goyle?
What a snappy band of rhythm boys. Wow.
Oh, the Lombardo. Say, listen, I've listened to them a lot of times, but I never heard your voice.
Oh, do they play loud?
Well, Schlapp, tell me, what kind of songs do you sing?
Mostly sentimental. At home on the ranch, shoes and saddles. And there's an old swimming pool in the parlor.
Swimming pool? That's
spinning wheel, you dope.
Hey, Jake.
What?
Jake, what's the matter with that Lyman?
Oh, you know how temperamental musicians are, especially band leaders.
Lyman, our band leader. A brush you should have on the end of that stick.
Slap, you said it.
Pipe down, Schlepperman.
Look what's talking. Look at him. He works 2 weeks and already he's a foreman.
Don't worry about him. Well, Schlepperman, it was very nice of you to offer your services, but I've already asked Mary to sing a number.
Oh, I don't want to sing tonight.
Oh, come on, Mary. I'll tell you what. If you'll sing a chorus, I will, too. You're not offended, are you, Slep?
Why, certainly not.
I'm sorry you made the trip for nothing.
Who made it for nothing? I sold 9 suits in the lobby. A fine romance with past pockets and a sweet
Sit down, Slep. Mary's going to sing. Come on, Mary. Would you folks like to hear? No kidding. Would you folks like to hear Mary sing? Would you like to hear her sing a song? There you are, you see? Now you'll have to go through with it, Mary. Hit it, Abe.
Your wings, baby, you're flying so high you do for a fall. Your attitude saves me, I'm almost afraid. You drive me crazy, I must be taking the haze. La-dee-dee. You do the darndest thing, baby, but oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. Let your folks like that. Mary, that was swell. Really swell. And you weren't nervous or anything. No, and now it's your turn, Jack.
All right. Now, I'll sing my chorus, and I dedicate it to Don Wilson. Come on, boys. You say the darndest thing, Wilson, but oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. Ha-cha-cha. You're always out to sell Jello in winter, spring, or summer, or fall. Good, isn't it? You always say strawberry. You always say raz. You always say cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. You nearly drive me nuts, Wilson. But oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. What's that noise out there? What is that? What is that? Hey, what's going on in here? I heard that disturbance outside. Now, whoever's manipulating that foghorn in here has got to cut it out. Well, as I live and regret that there are no locks on studio doors. If it isn't Boo Allen. Now, listen, Allen, what's the idea of breaking in here in the middle of my singing? Singing? Yes. Now, listen, Betty. I didn't mind it when you scraped that overnight bag 2 weeks ago and called that playing the bee. Yeah. But when you stand here tonight and set that whooping cough to music and call that singing, you're going too far. Oh, you didn't like it, huh? Like it? Why, you make Andy Devine sound like Lawrence Tibbett. Now, look here, Alan. I don't care what you say about my singing or my violin playing on your own program. But when you come up here, be careful. After all, I've got listeners. Keep your family out of this. Now, listen. My family likes my singing and my violin playing, too. Your violin playing? Yeah. You're using the verb loosely, Mr. Benson. Why, if I was a horse
if I was a pony even, and found out that my tail... found out that any part of my tail was being used in your violin bow, I'd hang my head in my oat bag from then on.
Well, you listen to me, you Wednesday night hawk. Another crack like that, and Town Hall will be looking for a new janitor.
Why, you fugitive from a Ripley cartoon? I ought to bend your nose around until if you want to smell anything, you'll have to curb it. You lay a hand on me. You lay a hand on me. Anything we'll say accidentally will be better than the script. On me, Benny, and you'll be hollering strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and health.
Oh, listen to that smile of beauty. Keep this up, Alan, and I'll ask Don Wilson to fall on you. When a Wilson falls on you, you know what that means. Huh?
Oh, boy, pressed ham.
That a girl, Mary, that's a honey.
Quiet, coward.
Coward? Yes, coward, and she doesn't mean that English entertainer, Noel, either.
Now, Alan, I'm up here attending to my own business. There's no place to settle our private affairs. How did you get in here without a pass?
I made one at the door, man, on your neck.
Oh, I am, eh?
Gentlemen, don't fight here, please. Why don't you go over to the Medicine Square Garden?
You keep out of this, you little squirt. From now on, your wife will be having both ends of the herring.
Well, goodbye, Jackie boy. Take it easy.
There goes Schlepperman. I wish you'd follow him out.
Listen, cowboy, why didn't you stay out in Hollywood where you don't belong?
Because I heard you were coming out there to make a picture, that's why. You ought to do very well, Mr. Allen, now that Boris Karloff is in England.
Well, I saw your last picture, Lionel Benny.
Yes?
Until you made a picture, nobody knew what a lull looked like on celluloid. And maybe you didn't start bank night, but you've certainly kept it going.
Oh, yeah? Well, 3 states are waiting for your picture to be released. They're going to use it instead of capital punishment. Wow! I'm back at him, that's right, didn't I?
That's telling him, Jack.
Who's that pallbearer?
Stick 'em, Lyman.
And look what's going to make a picture. Fred Allen, the great lover. I suppose Gable and Taylor are losing a lot of sleep right now.
Not if they're listening to this broadcast.
What a witty retort. Where are you going to live in Hollywood, Mr. Allen? At the ostrich farm?
I may.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
He'll show those birds how to lay eggs.
Mary, that was marvelous. I'm going to kiss you for that.
Then I take it back.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, she'd rather kiss an ostrich, and so would I.
Well, Alan, this gone a little too far. I didn't mind a little mudslinging now and then, but when you make those kind of remarks, it means fight where I come from.
You mean your blood would boil if you had any?
Yeah. And I got just enough to resent that. Mr. Allen, I come from the West. I'm a hard-boiling, two-fisted he-man. And you step out in the hallway. I'm ready to settle this little affair man to man. You're here! Yes, sir.
This will be the last number of the last program on any Jello series.
Next week, the Jello program starring Mary Livingston.
Come on, Alan. You want to go through with this?
I didn't come up here to get your autograph.
Now, listen, Alan. I'll give you just one more chance to apologize.
Apologize? Why, I'll knock you flatter than the first 8 minutes of this program.
Hold on there, Alan. Who touches a hair on Jack's gray head has to find it first.
Who said that?
Barbara Livingston.
Never mind that. Come on, Alan. Let us away. Play, Lyman. Sorry, now I sold my rowing machine.
That was Hallelujah from Hit the Deck, played by the orchestra with Abe Lyman at the baton, and Benny and Alan at each other's throats out in the hallway.
And the winner will tell his version on his own program next Wednesday night.
Oh, now, I don't know about that. Jack can certainly take care of himself.
It's Alan he has to worry about.
Gee, I hope nothing's happened to either one of them, especially Jack.
Well, they're both pretty husky, although Jack did look just a little bit worried.
Oh, Jack doesn't care whether he wins or not. He's got a due bill on a hospital. Here they come now.
Gosh, Freddie, those were the days, weren't they?
You're a card, Jackie. Remember that time in Toledo when you walked into the magician's dressing room and stole his pigeons?
Do I? Say, they tasted pretty good, didn't they, Fred?
The bones I got did, certainly did, yeah.
Say, Freddie, you remember the guy in the show with us who used to take in washing on the side? You know, the guy that did our laundry?
Say, what's Ben Burney doing now?
He's got a band, you know, Ben Burney and All the Suds. Say, we didn't make much money in those days, Freddie, but we did get a lot of laughs.
We certainly did, until we walked on the stage.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Freddie.
What happened to the fight?
What fight? Say, Freddie, remember that time in South Bend, Indiana, when you were going with 40?
Hey, no kidding, fellas. What happened to that fight?
Why, Don, we were never serious about that.
Then how did you get that black eye?
Oh, this. Well, I was writing a letter.
Yes, I accidentally dotted his eye, Mary.
Now, wait a minute, Freddie. I slapped you more than you did me. Look at your wrist. It's all red.
Well, I made you say uncle, unquote, when I pulled your hair.
Uncle isn't the word, unquote, but let it go.
Say, Fred, here's a package you dropped on your way out to the hall.
Oh, yes, that's a box of candy I was going to give Jack.
Oh, Freddie.
Candy, can I have a piece?
Sure, but take the square ones, Mary. The round ones have got cement in them.
I see. And by the way, Fred, when you get home with that box of flowers I sent you, it's still ticking. Just put it in water.
I will, and thanks for the tip, Jack.
Oh, gee, this candy is swell. Have a piece, Jack?
Say, this is good chocolate. Wonderful flavor. What's it filled with, Freddie?
Ipana.
Oh. Well, I was going to brush my teeth anyway. I might as well eat it.
Well, Jack, I've got to go now. I've got a lot of work to do on my own program.
Okay, Fred. Well, thanks for your kind visit and apology.
What apology?
Never mind. Let's not start that again. Before you go, Fred, I want to tell you that I didn't mind one thing you said about me during our feud.
You didn't? Why not, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you. You said the darndest thing, Freddie, but you were so doggone cute with it all. You said the meanest things, you're wacky, you're riding high, but you're due for a fall. I owe you some words. You said I was bloodless. You said I was tight. You insulted my fiddling. A rootin' tootin' hootin' tootin' ha-cha-cha. We said the darndest things, palsy, but oh, we were so doggone cute with it all. And now we're friends. Fred, I didn't know you could sing that good.
Thanks, Jack. Well, I've got to leave you now. And, oh, by the way, Mr. Lyman.
Yes, Fred?
Now, listen, Tuffy. You lay off on my pal, Jack Benny. That's a hint. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So long, Fred. So long. Well, play, Lyman, and watch your step. You heard what Alan said.
Why, you little sawed-off punk, I'll take you and tear
Fred!
you from limb
Fred!
to limb.
Freddie! Freddie!
St. Patrick's Day is only 3 days away, so you better begin now to get together your shamrocks and Irish colors. And here's a Jello dessert that has the touch of color in keeping with the occasion, called Emerald Fruit Cup. You make it this way. Just dissolve 1 package of lime Jello in 1 pint of hot water and then pour into a shallow pan. Chill until firm, and then cut the Jello into cubes. Arrange the cubes of lime Jello in sherbet glasses, alternating with grapefruit sections. Serve plain or for a distinctive touch, pour over each portion 3 or 4 tablespoons full of ginger ale. Refreshing lime Jello with juicy grapefruit. It's a grand combination to start a dinner with, and equally delicious as dessert. Serve emerald fruit cup for your St. Patrick's Day dinner, but be sure you make it with genuine lime Jello. For lime Jello, like all of Jello's 6 delicious flavors, has that extra rich fruit taste. Ask for Jello by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from New York City. And, Mary, I want to tell you your song was swell.
Thanks. Say, Jack, are you really glad that you made up with Fred Allen?
Certainly I am.
Why?
Well, now I won't have to listen to his program to hear what he's saying about me. Good night, folks.
Here's a special announcement for our Canadian listeners. All Jello sold in Canada is made in Canada.
Select some fine romances from Springtime, written by Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. You've often seen the hallmark on gold or silver, but perhaps you never knew why it is there. It's there as a symbol that the article which bears the mark is genuine. In the same way, the name Jello on the package is your assurance that the product in that package is genuine Jello. And so the reason I keep emphasizing those big red letters is this. Jello is a gelatin dessert. The name Jello is a trademark belonging to General Foods. When you see the big red letters on the box, you know you're getting genuine Jello made by General Foods. So if you hear any other flavored gelatin dessert referred to as Jello, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is only one Jello, and only Jello brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. That's why Jello is the most popular gelatin dessert in the entire world today. So be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jello. Came to New York for a rest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny.
Well, hello again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo!
Oh, Jack, stop carrying on so. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself.
I'm not, eh? Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated.
I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything.
I don't, eh? Last night I had a gin fuzz.
That's fizz.
Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache?
Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad that you're going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Don. After all, how long can I keep up this mad pace?
Imagine you setting a mad pace. Have you attended any teas?
What's that?
Have you attended any teas?
Afternoon or strip? Anyway, that was good, wasn't it? All right, Jack. All right, I thought that was good.
Right.
Anyway, I'm really just all in. Oh, hello, Abe. Hello, Squirt. Squirt? If you've been hanging around with me lately, you'd find out what kind of a guy I am.
Oh, you're not so wild.
No, that's what you think. Only yesterday I was thrown out of Schrapp.
You were?
Yes, sir, and I would have reported that bouncer if I knew her name. And I'm not kidding.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Toot, toot.
It's written in here, toot, toot. I forgot.
Where'd you get that horn?
I wish I knew. Say, Kenny, do you notice anything different about me tonight? Huh? Oh, really?
No, why?
Well, Can't you see those dark rings under my eyes? Huh?
Gee, I thought it was mascara.
Well, it
Hey, Jack, give me that horn, will you?
is. Oh, no. This horn and a chicken sandwich cost me $14. Say, Kenny, we missed you last Sunday when you had to go back to Hollywood. How did your picture turn out?
Oh, swell, Jack. You know, Phil Harris is in it, too. And, oh, boy, the girls at the studio hanging around him.
Oh, taking my place, huh?
Nah, these are young girls.
Oh. Say, Kenny, who has the love interest in your picture?
I have. And there's one place where I sing a love song to the leading lady right under her balcony.
Yeah?
And when I finish, she smiles and throws the rolls at me, and then she comes running down the steps.
Yeah, and then what happened?
That's when Phil Harris takes her over.
Well, that's not very fair. Don't you feel badly?
No, I got a rose out of it.
Well, when I get back to Hollywood, he'll have some real competition. I've learned plenty here on the gay white way.
Hello, you little desperado.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary?
Take that horn away before he plays the bee on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I've just worn to a frazzle from this constant hurly-burly and excitement. I gotta go someplace where I can be alone for a couple of hours.
Why don't you find out where your last picture's playing?
Yeah, well, don't be so funny. You know, I've got to go out on a party again tonight. Parties and nightclubs. I tell you, I'm getting to be the best-known rounder on Broadway.
Go on. You couldn't get a ringside table at the Automat.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
No kidding, Mary. I really think that Jack has turned out to be a pretty wild sort of a guy.
Oh, yeah? He went to Minsky's the other night and fainted during the opening chorus.
Well, it was hot in there.
Was it? Wow!
Kenny, now let's drop all this talk. I'm on the ragged edge now. And, hey, play something soothing, will you, so I can sort of pull myself together?
Okay. Say, Jack, when you go out tonight, you want to try something that'll pick you right up?
Sure, eh? What is it?
A striker's cocktail.
Well, I bet this is a piece of a gag coming. I can see that. A striker's cocktail, what's that?
One drink and you sit down.
Oh, no, not me. I can hold my own.
Why, you even stagger from an alcohol rub.
Is that so?
Better be careful, Jack. You keep this up and you'll look as bad as Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Lyman. You're talking about my pal. You say one word against Allen, I'll have him knock your block off. And I'm the guy that can tell him. Freddie and I may have had our little spat, but underneath it all, there's a spark of loyal friendship that can never be extinguished. Play, Lyman. Keep Me Warm, played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And incidentally, folks, Mr. Lyman is making his farewell appearance on this program tonight because we are going to Hollywood next week, among other reasons.
Meaning what?
Meaning nothing, and put your coat back on.
What's the matter, Jack? You afraid?
Afraid? Wait till he gets that letter I'm going to send him from California.
Hear that, Abe? Jack's going to write you a nasty letter.
The laugh's on him. I can't read.
You said it, especially music. How was that, Mary? I can sing faster than Lyman.
Who can't?
I can't.
Well, I don't want to start any brawls up here tonight because it so happens we have a very distinguished guest with us.
Oh, Jack.
It's not you, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, a very dear friend of mine is visiting in New York and has accepted my invitation to attend this broadcast. We grew up together, went to the same school, and he is now the chief executive of my hometown. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and a pleasure to present His Honor, Mayor Mansell Talcott of Waukegan, Illinois.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I really didn't want to impose on you, Mayor, but knowing you were in town, I couldn't resist taking advantage of it.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Well, Bitey, that's his nickname, folks. You don't mind, do you, Bitey?
No. We all had nicknames in those days. Remember yours?
Mine? Oh, yeah. Let's see now. What was it the kids used to call me? Tuffy. That's right, Tuffy Benny. Did you hear that, Mary? I was quite a scrapper in those days.
Time marches on.
Yeah, never mind. Well, Bitey, tell me something about home. How's Julius Finnegan, Stub Wilbur, Ollie Eimerman, and the rest of the gang?
They're doing fine, Jack, and they're all proud of you.
Oh, well, say, you remember Vivian Thompson and Hazel Clark? And say, Bitey, how's my Aunt Josephine?
Oh, fine. She's still on the fire department.
Yes. Good old Aunt Joe. I can still see her sliding down that brass pole, you know. Bitey, I'll bet the town has changed a lot since I've been there.
Sure has, Jack. You remember the blue suits that used to hang in the window in your father's store?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's a gray one there now.
Probably the same suit. I told Dad to buy an awning, yes. Well, Bitey, now that you're here, I do want to congratulate you on the success of your political career.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I bet when we were kids and went to school together, you never dreamed that you'd become mayor. You got about the lowest marks in the class, didn't you?
No, next to the lowest.
Oh. I thought we were tied.
Not quite. Say, Jack, on your way back to Hollywood, you're going to stop off at Waukegan for a day, aren't you?
I certainly am. Yes, sir.
That's fine, because we're planning a celebration for you. Jack Benny Day in Waukegan.
Well, thanks, Bitey. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, we're not going to make a formal affair or present you with a loving cup or the key to the city.
Well, I'm glad you're omitting that ceremony.
However, I called a meeting of the local merchants, and as a token of our esteem, we decided to call off all of your old debts.
Well, thanks, but I imagine they're outlawed by now anyway. Now, Bitey, before you leave, I'd like to have you meet the members of our cast. I know they're eager to meet you. First, Mary Livingston. Mary, this is His Honor, Mayor Talcott of Waukegan.
How do you do, Mayor Talcott?
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, is that a real mustache?
Yes, it is. Quiet.
Gee, there's not much of it, is there?
Mary. Now, Bitey, I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader. Not that it'll improve your social standing. Anyway, this is Abe Lyman.
How do you do, Mr. Lyman? Glad to know you, Your Majesty.
Hey, that's Your Honor.
Go on, Your Honor, as a judge. I ought to know.
There, you see what I'm up against? And this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Well, hello, Kenny. How's that wonderful voice?
If you listen in every week, you'd know.
Kenny! Now, come here, Don, and don't embarrass me by asking the mayor if he likes Jello. Bitey, this is Don Wilson.
I'm very glad to meet you, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor?
That's better. At least Don got the title right.
Yeah, but we got the laugh.
Yeah, go away. Well, Bitey, it's about time for Lyman to play a number, so how about you and I sitting down and having a little chat? Or you and me, rather. Which is correct, Abe? You and I or you and me?
You and him. Don't drag me into this.
Play, Lyman. Come on, Bitey.
Right with you, Jack.
orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, in honor of my boyhood friend, Mayor Mansell Talcott, and also to revive memories of our youth, we will go back through the years and reenact a day in our lives when I was just a kid helping my father in his department store in Waukegan. Bidey, would you like to help us out and be a kid again for a few minutes?
I sure would, Jack. It'll be fun.
You will have some stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this little sketch about my dad's store, I will play the part of my own father. And I've engaged little Junior O'Day to play the part of Jack Benny the child, as I am too modest to repeat the many clever things I said when I was a kid. Gee, I was bright. Well, let's get started. Mary, would you like to be a customer in my father's store?
Not at his prices.
I'll give you a discount. Kenny, while we're fixing up the store and moving in the merchandise, you can sing your song. Huh?
All right, Jack, but don't be too noisy.
We won't. Sing, Kenny. Come on, fellas, give me a hand on this, will you? From Kenny's picture, The King and the Chorus Girl. And, Kenny, I want to tell you that week's vacation did you a lot of good. I mean, your voice sounds sweeter and more melodious than ever.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back about 25 years to the thriving little town of Waukegan. The scene is the Benny's department store, more widely known as the Emporium, on South Genesee Street. Now, remember, folks, I play the part of my father. Let's go. Curtain. Music. Hello? Waukegan Emporium. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Penchel. Yeah, a birthday present for your husband? Well, we just got in something new, a nightshirt with pants. They call them pyjamas. No, you don't need suspenders. Yes, I'll send them over as soon as the horse gets up. Goodbye. Jackie.
Yes, Pop?
Go in the back room and practice your violin. I'm not spending 50 cents a lesson for nothing.
Oh, I don't want to.
You're going to learn to play the violin if it takes a week. Now go in there and practice the B. It'll come in handy 25 years from now.
Then what's the rush?
What's the rush? That little Freddie Allen is talking already. Now get in there and practice.
Oh, all right.
And don't practice too loud. I got to make a living. Certainly an unbusy day.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, little Mary Thompson, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just window shopping.
Window shopping? Why don't you do it outside?
Why don't you wash your windows?
Well, it's dangerous. Last time I done it, the glass warped. Say, how's that suit I sold your father?
The coat and pants are fine, but the vest drags on the ground.
Well, just tell him to tuck the vest in his trousers.
He did, but his foot got caught in the pocket.
And you can't blame the suit if he's clumsy. Close that door, Jackie. You know, Mary, someday that kid of mine will be a great violinist.
Well, right now he's lousy.
Avy, get away from that door. Stop hanging on my sign. People will think this is a pet shop. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. What can I do for you?
I have a complaint to make, Mr. Benny.
You have?
Yes, I washed that tablecloth you sold me, and now it's a scar.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wash it again, and you got a handkerchief.
Mary. There's your little boy, Donald. How old is he now?
19 months.
Well, what a cute little rascal. My, what a healthy-looking youngster. How much does he weigh?
210 pounds.
210 pounds. Well.
And look, he's got 6 delicious chins.
Darned as he ain't. Well, does he talk yet, Mrs. Wilson?
Does he? Darling, say something for Mr. Benny.
Glub, glub.
Oh.
Now, come on, Donald. You can do better than that.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, aubrey, lemon,
come on, baby.
Lime.
Now, isn't that just too de-foo? Huh? Isn't that cute?
I wish his rattle was heavier so I could sock him.
Well, just wheel him under the chandelier. It looks shaky.
Well, I guess I better take him home.
Yes, goodbye, Mrs. Wilson.
Bye.
Jackie, not so loud. Good morning, boys.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, where's Jackie?
He's in the back room practicing.
Can he come out and play ball with us?
No, he can't, Mansell. All you think of is playing ball. How do you ever expect to become mayor of this town?
Don't worry, I'll make it.
Well, you can have my vote now if you'll buy a suit.
That's fine. I'll be able to put the city hall in my vest.
Don't be so fussy.
Oh, please, Mr. Benny. Won't you let Jackie come out and play ball with us?
I said no.
Oh, gee, we need his violin for a bat.
Well, he can't play baseball with you. He might hurt his hand, jeopardize his musical career.
He's got 2 strikes on him already.
Oh, yeah? He'll make good. What was that? Who threw that stone through the window?
I did. This is my last week anyway.
That's Abe Lyman again. Well, run along, all of you kids, and stay out of here. More trouble with those children. You think I was running a playground. Oh, how do you do, sir? Anything for you?
Yes. What's the price of that suit you have on display outside?
Where?
Right out there in that dummy.
Oh, Jackie?
Yes, Pop?
Go out and tell Uncle Julius to move around once in a while. Anything else, sir?
Yes. How much is Uncle Julius?
Get out of here.
23 skidoo.
This is... Well, that was good in those days. A fine score. It's been 3 weeks since I heard the cash register ring.
And the good old summertime, I'm going up until Hello, Spencer.
Well, Mr. Schlepperman, the traveling salesman. Say, did you hear that applause? You think it was your hometown?
It will be if I don't get my expense check.
Well, Schlepp, what line are you handling this year?
Mr. Benny, have I got a slinky line of suit? Nifty with a capital miss.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's complaining about that last lot of suits you sold me.
What's the complaint, honey child?
Well, the coat and pants are all right, but the vests are too long.
What vests? Those are overcoats.
Overcoats, and where are the vests?
In the side pocket. Why don't you look around?
Well, can't use any suits, but summer's coming on. What have you got in men's bathing suits?
Now you're talking. I got here some bathing suits that will make you head swim, I'm telling you.
Men's bathing suits, eh?
Yeah, here they are. The latest creations in Paris.
Oh, imported. Well, they look pretty good. Hey, these are only the tops. Where are the trunks?
They missed the boat.
Well, maybe I can sell them during high tide. Gotta wait for that one. Pretty good.
Mr. Benny, I'll put you down for a couple of dozen. Anything else I can show you out there?
No, Slip, I guess that's about all. Oh.
What's that?
That's my little boy, Jackie, practicing. He's going to be a great violinist someday. Don't you think so?
You should live so long. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry I gave him an order. Jackie, it's time to close up and get home to dinner.
Okay, Pop.
Blow out the lights, son, and let's go. In the good old summertime, in the good old...
Hey, that song is pretty popular, isn't it, Daddy?
#1 on the hit parade.
It is?
Yep, it passed Pony Boy last week. Well, come along, son. Let's close up and go home. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Oh, Daddy, look. There's still a customer in the store.
Well, lock him in. We'll get him tomorrow. In the good old summertime.
Officially, this is the first day of spring, and wherever you are, here's a some spring to your menus. It's called Tropical Dessert, made with tangy, sunshiny lemon Jello, and it's easy to make, too. You just dissolve 1 package of lemon Jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 4 figs and 8 dates chopped fine, and 1 banana thinly sliced. Mold and serve either plain or with whipped cream. It's gay to look at and downright delicious to taste. Why not plan to serve this tempting springtime dessert soon? But be sure you make it with genuine Jello, for Jello has that extra rich fruit flavor from fresh, ripe fruit. So ask your grocer for Jello by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
The last number of the 25th program of the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Well, Abe, I want to thank you for your swell cooperation, tell you how much everybody's enjoyed your work on this program. And I'm going to tell everybody on the coast that you're not as tough as we made you out to be.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm pretty...
Quiet. Well, Slep, it's been nice seeing you again, and I hope you come out to California.
Well, you never can tell, Jackie boy. I got a trailer.
Well, when you get a car, pull it out. And, Bitey, I want to thank you, too, and congratulate you, not only your political success in Waukegan, but on your dramatic triumph.
Thanks, Jack. And by the way, don't forget to forward all of my fan mail to Waukegan.
Yeah, what street address?
They know me there.
Oh. Well, folks, looks as though we'll have to leave you now.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
Is Mayor Talcott married?
Why, certainly.
Oh, then I'll go out with Lyman tonight.
Yeah, good night, folks.
I've got my love to keep me warm with some On the Avenue. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with All's Fair in Love and War from the Gold Diggers of 1937. When you go to the theater or the movies, you always expect the entertainment to reach a thrilling climax, and the same thing is true of a dinner. So if you want your dinner to wind up on a really exciting note, by all means serve Jello for dessert. A gay, colorful mold of it in any of Jello's 6 delicious flavors. Jello is truly delicious and full of the refreshing flavor of fresh, ripe fruit. Jello always brings a touch of color and joy to the end of any meal. So order genuine Jello from your grocer tomorrow, and you'll be sure of that extra rich fruit flavor
which makes Jello the most popular gelatin dessert in the world. But accept no substitute. Get the real thing, genuine Jello. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Hollywood fashion plate whose pockets bulge from his tailor's bills, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your Beau Brummel speaking. Now listen, Don, this new spring suit of mine is paid for. And you'll have to admit that I do look pretty nifty, don't I?
At the risk of losing my job, no.
Now, wait a minute. It's a pretty swell suit. I've been looking in the mirror all afternoon, and we ought to know. Say, Don, that's a snappy spring outfit you're wearing. Tailor-made, isn't it?
Yes. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it was made for the Ritz brothers.
Well, one thing, Jack, it's individual. There's not another one in the whole country like it.
Well, naturally, there's no cloth left. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
All right.
Get a load of that. Oh, come here. Okay.
All right, Jack, I'm right here, yeah.
Get a load of that sport coat Phil Harris is wearing. You know?
It is loud, isn't it?
Loud? It's the first time I ever saw a sunset with a belt in the back. Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
Look, Phil, I don't like to be bossy, but I wish you'd dress more conservatively, especially for this program. After all, you're not a toreador.
What about that coat you've got on?
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, it looks like your tailor took a crazy quilt and put buttons on it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I like this coat, and I bought it.
Well, if you ever get tired of it, you can grind it up into chili.
Oh, still trying to get your watch back, eh? Well, it won't work, old fellow. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, look at you, all dressed up. Wow.
Yeah, how do I look?
You look like you were thrown out of the Easter parade.
Is that so?
That's an old suit, isn't it?
It is not, and anyway, it's how you wear it. You don't see any holes in this suit, do you?
A moth with any pride wouldn't go near it.
Atta girl, Mary.
Atta girl, Mary. Now, listen, fellas, you can kid all you want to, but if you want to know the truth, I'm considered the best-dressed man in Hollywood.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, who was that?
Adolph Monju.
Oh. What's he laughing about? I bought this suit from his gardener. You know what kills me? When a fellow tries to... Oh. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
I'm Mary Livingston.
I know. Just sign here.
A little fresh there, buddy.
There you are.
Thanks, miss. Get a load of that suit.
Wise guy. Who's the letter from, Mary?
From my mother. I'll read it.
Oh, your mother again. Why doesn't she get her own program?
She says...
Well, just forget about it. We haven't got time.
Hey, Jack, here comes Kenny all dressed up. Boy, I'll bet he knows it's spring, too.
I'll give you 2 to 1 he don't.
Well, look at him, all dolled up in sport clothes. Hello, Kenny.
Ain't I something?
Yes, but I can't put my finger on it. Where'd you get that outfit, Kenny?
Oh, from a little tailor around my neighborhood. Pretty coat, isn't it?
Oh, it looks more like a vest to me.
Gosh, did those sleeves fall off again?
Turn around there. Let me look at you, Kenny. Nice material. But look, isn't that coat awfully long?
Well, the pants aren't finished yet.
Oh.
Don't let him kid you, Kenny. You look all right. Those are new shoes you got on, too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they hurt like the dickens.
Well, they'll stretch.
Say, do you think they'd feel better if I took the shoe trees out?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Kenny? It will.
Say, Jack,
What?
you ought to hear this letter from my mother. Gee, she's cute.
Well, as long as she's cute, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Newark, New Jersey, April 8th.
Newark? I thought your folks lived in Plainfield.
There was a cyclone.
Oh.
Dear daughter Mary, I was happy to get your letter and glad to know that you are well. I was so excited when I talked to you on the phone last Sunday that I forgot to turn off the gas range. How do you get oatmeal off a ceiling?
Tell her to stand on her head when she mops the floor.
We had a lovely Easter, except for one thing. Your brother Hillard mixed the egg dyes in your father's derby. And when your father put his hat on, was his face red? Also blue, green, and yellow.
Nice family you've got there.
But everything turned out all right as he went to a masquerade that night dressed as a rainbow.
Well, that was quick thinking. Yowza.
We had a lot of fun on April Fool's Day, too. Everybody was here for dinner, and we sewed your Uncle Herman's knife and fork to the tablecloth.
Well, must have been funny.
It would have been some joke if Uncle Herman didn't eat with his hands.
That's fine. Doesn't he ever use his knife and fork?
Only to comb his hair.
Oh.
The dinner was strictly formal. Everybody kept their shoes on.
I hate those ritzy affairs.
Right in the middle of the meal, a funny thing happened. The cat jumped on the table and knocked over Papa's bottle of gin. Papa got so mad he gave the cat a milky fin.
Milky fin? Isn't that awful?
Did I tell you that your grandpa came to visit us last week, and he acts the same as ever?
Oh.
Last night we caught him starching his beard so he could use it for a shoehorn.
All right, find out if he sleeps with a shoehorn over the quilt or under the quilt.
No other news except that your cousin Rita and her husband aren't getting along. They're always fighting.
That's too bad.
This morning they borrowed our axe to make twin beds. No more news or ink. So we'll close with love to you, Jack, John, Kenny, Phil, Strawberry, Raspberry, Cherry, Orange, Lemon, and Lime, and the millions of people who eat it every day. Yours truly, Mrs. Livingston.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, here's some more, Jack. P.S. There was another cyclone, and we're back home.
Well, there's only one thing that can top that. Sing, Kenny.
That sound like lovers' sighs. Two hearts in tune, two shining eyes, lighting my way to paradise.
was Moonlight and Shadows from the Jungle Princess, sung by Kenny Baker in his own inimitable way. And very good, Kenny.
Oh, you always say I sing good.
Well, you do, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't have to rub it in.
Isn't Kenny fast on the repartee tonight, Mary? Huh?
He's got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Yeah.
I see, Mary, you're keen.
Keep that up, Kenny, and someday you'll be starching your beard. You know? I ruined that gag myself there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we haven't done a play in some time, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our original hair-raising melodrama, that panorama of surging emotions, that symphony of the great outdoors, entitled... See who that is, Mary.
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Jack, Benny, of all people, what are you doing here?
Stuff up the microphones, fellas. Well, Gracie, this is a surprise.
Well, not to me. Georgie Porgy sent me over here to give you an important message. He knows he can trust me on account of I'm unreliable.
Well, why didn't he come himself?
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Well, he had to stay there so you'd know where the message came from.
Oh.
You see, if he came over here, he wouldn't have had to send me with a message.
Oh.
But the message is to you, and you're here. So,
yeah.
it would be very silly for me to go somewhere else with a message for you. Or would it?
Well, I think that...
Oh, hello, Mary. Did you have a good time in New York? Gee, what a cute hat. Do you like it? Oh, it's beautiful and so original. Just like mine. I must have made it yourself. They are alike, only mine's got something under it. Well, mine is just plain. I like simple things. Have you seen George?
No, Gracie. What's the message he sent to me?
The message?
Yeah.
The
Jack,
message.
do you think that about him...
Oh, well, here's Georgie Porgy now. Give me a kiss.
Hey, wait a minute.
Gracie, that's Don Wilson.
Oh, it is not. Don Wilson is a box of Jello.
Don Wilson is our announcer, and anyway, he's twice as big as George.
Well, who cares? I'm not going to lift him. Oh, and Jack, who's this cute little boy?
That's Kenny Baker, our tenor. Say hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Gee, you're cute. I'll bet you're smart, too.
Am I? I got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Oh, snails with rheumatism. Oh, that must be delicious.
See what you started, Mary? How can a snail get rheumatism?
Sleeping in a shell with the window open. I don't get it.
That we know. Now, look, Gracie, we have a program to do. Have you thought of the message yet?
What message?
The message that George sent.
Oh, you can give it to me later.
Now, look, you told me that...
I give up.
Look, Gracie, it doesn't have anything to do with your starting a new program on the air tomorrow night, does it?
No, this is something important.
Well, isn't that important? You and George are going on the air for Grape Nuts.
We get money.
Quiet, Mary. They'll want it, too. Say, Phil, find out if this is still the Jello program, will you?
It certainly is, with those 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and tomato juice.
Now, look, Gracie, if you'll just sit down now and be quiet, we'll go on with the play I was about to announce.
Well, don't mind me. Oh, Harris's laugh. Oh, Philby. Philby.
Phil, come down off the piano.
Oh, no, not me.
Come on, Philby. Let's go over in the tuba where we can be alone.
Yeah, do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present an old favorite.
Why?
Because one that I know... That's right. One that I know you'll all be waiting to hear. Another thrilling episode of that rip-snorting drama of the West, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Oh, boy!
Gracie.
Don't mind me. I won't be any trouble.
No, I know that. Now, in our play this evening, Mary Livingston will again be Daisy Carson, my sweetheart. Don and Kenny will be my deputy sheriff, and if Phil Harris will come down off the piano, he can be Pappy.
What'll I be, Jack?
You can be quiet.
Is it much of a part?
I hope so. Now, immediately after the next number, folks, we will take you to the little cow town of Rump State, Texas. Where we find... Come in.
Hello, Jack. Is Gracie here?
Yes, George. Gracie is here, and I wish you'd keep her in your own yard.
Well, I sent her over here to give you some tickets for our broadcast tomorrow night. Where is she?
Well, here I am, Georgie Porgy. Put me down, Phil.
Look, Gracie, what did you do with those tickets I gave you to give Jack?
Well, I put them in your pocket.
Well, then it's lucky I came.
Oh, so that's the message you had for me, Gracie.
Well, yeah. Why didn't you think of it before?
I don't know. I must be slipping.
Well, it's time you woke up.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. Hello, George.
Well, I see things are just as crazy on this program.
Well, thanks, George. Thanks for those tickets. Nice dovetailing. And look, we're going to start... we're going to start our play right after the next number. Would you mind keeping an eye on Gracie? You know, keep her under control.
Oh, you're nuts, too, huh?
Well, do the best you can. Play, Phil.
Say, Georgie, hasn't Phil Harris got the waviest hair?
Yes, beautiful.
Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present our latest episode of Buck Benny Rides Again, or Ready, Willing, and Lame. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County.
Gracie, put that drum back in the orchestra.
Oh, is the drummer too?
Yes. Starting out. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County, where we find Buck Benny busy opening his morning mail. Curtain. Music. Doggone these wooden envelopes. Hey, deputies.
Yes, Sheriff.
Come here and help me open this letter.
Why, Buck, you're prying off the top of your desk.
Darn if I ain't. I'm getting into more trouble since I lost my glasses. This morning I put the bridle on the wrong end of my horse.
Say, Sheriff,
Yeah?
you got your pants on backwards, too.
Thanks. I've been looking for my hip pockets all morning. Say, Wilson, any news on Cactus Face?
Nope, ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
Well, it's been going on long enough. We got to get that critter. Dead or alive.
Oh, isn't he wonderful, George?
Quiet, Gracie.
You know, boys, Cactus Face has stolen every cow in these here parts. Fine state of affairs. Not a cow left in the county.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'll be a cow for you. Moo!
Quiet.
Come on, Moon.
Come on. Gracie, we're in the sheriff's office. We're in jail.
Oh, yeah? Then where's my daddy?
Now, Gracie, please.
Well, my daddy's in jail more than your daddy, isn't he?
Hey, Gracie, go ahead, Jay.
Now, listen, deputies. Getting Cactus Face alive may be dangerous, so be on your guard and stick close together. Meanwhile, I'm going out and investigate.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Thanks, men. Wish I had my glasses, though. I'm blind as a bat. Well, boys, if you need me, I'll be over at Daisy Carson's. So long. Doggone it, I thought there was a door there.
There is now.
Well, a little ventilation won't hurt none. So long, boys. So long.
Oh, wait, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. Lock her up, men.
Okay.
Steady there, partner. Daisy Carson's house and step on it. Here! Here! Buck Benny rides again! Whoa, partner, whoa! Two men on a horse. I wonder if this is still Daisy's house. Haven't been in here in over 6 weeks.
Come in. Gracie, that's my line. And why did I say it? That's fine. You steal my part and then you want a reason. Well, that's because I haven't got a reason. You're telling me. Let's split it, Gracie. I'll say come and you say in. All right?
I wish somebody would say it. It's raining out here.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and nearsighted.
Well, gal, ain't seen you for some time. You sure look pretty. Lost a little weight, ain't you?
That's the whole tree. I'm over here.
Well, Daisy, it's spring. And you know that old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to the thoughts of love. So I'm going to ask you once more to marry me. Will you, gal?
What did I say last time, Buck?
You said no.
Well, add positively.
Yeah, when you say that, you're a tearing at my heartstrings. I know I ain't much. And I ain't good at fancy words. Like them now city fellas. Underneath this old red shirt beats a heart of gold.
Oh, what acting. Isn't he wonderful, Mary? No. Ain't that the truth?
Thought we locked her up in a cell.
Oh, George, he's thinking of my brother. Oh. My brother's name is Sal. Of course, we only call him Sal for short. His whole name is Imbecile.
Oh, Imbecile, yeah. Is that the one who's living?
No, he's the one who sings tenor.
Oh, the tall one, yeah. The one who looks like a steamed clam.
Yeah, the pretty one.
Yeah, the one with the face.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, wait a minute. Save that for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah? Whose program is this? Is it your program or my program?
It's my program.
Well, then don't act like it's your program.
Gracie, please, go ahead, Jay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, deputies, Daisy. What's your pappy doing these days? I hear he's cut down on his drinking.
Yep, he's only using one arm now.
Oh. How'd that brandy he was making turn out?
Something went wrong with it and it hardened in the bottles.
Too bad. A total loss, eh?
Nope, Pappy just breaks the glass and eats it watermelon style.
Mighty practical idea.
Say, Daisy.
Daisy? Oh, what's your name, Mary or Daisy?
Gracie.
Oh, that's silly. Gracie's my name.
I was saying...
I like Mary better than Daisy, don't you, Gracie? Well, some daisies I like Mary, and some daisies I don't.
Oh, George! Gracie!
Excusing, Watson, Renaud.
Quiet! Daisy, where's your pappy?
He was papering the room here this morning, and that's the last I saw of him.
Gosh, that is new wallpaper, isn't it? Well, wait a minute. What's that big lump on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck.
Hello, Frank.
Mind moving, little Buck? I got to put some paper right there where you're standing.
Pappy, you're not going to paper the floor, are you?
Shucks, honey, I thought it was the ceiling.
George, that's Bill Harris. Isn't he cute?
No.
I am too.
Them darn Easterners are ruining our play.
What was you saying, Buck?
I was saying you did a mighty good job papering. Looks fine.
Doggone it, Daisy, I got bad news for you. I got to tear down all this paper I put up.
But, Pappy, it looks swell.
Can't help it, honey. I lost my job.
I'll help you find it, Frank.
Okay, look for a lump with a kick in her, Buck.
I always look for a lump after a kick.
There's the phone, Daisy.
Rip off the paper and answer it.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Funny, can't hear a thing.
Thanks, Buck. You found my job.
Here's the phone. Hello. Just a moment. For you, Buck.
Thanks. Hello? Hello, Deputy. What's that? You did? I'll be right with you. So long.
What's up, Buck?
My boy just located a hideout of Cactus Face Elmer. They're waiting for me down by the creek, and I'm heading that way. So long, gal.
So long, Buck.
Come on, partner. Yeah.
Giddy up, partner. Giddy up.
Gracie.
Giddy up, partner.
Giddy up, partner.
Gracie. Come on, partner. Look, Gracie rides again. Yippee.
It's my own fault for starting this. Play, Phil.
Everybody would like to think of new and exciting dinners 7 days a week, and no mistake. Of course, there's a limit to the number of kinds of meat or fish you can serve, but when you're thinking of dessert, there's no end to the number of ways in which you can serve Jello. And here's a new Jello dessert that's bound to make a big hit, orange and date cup. Just dissolve 1 package of orange Jello in 1 pint of hot water and then chill. Arrange 2/3 of a cup of cut-up oranges and 2/3 of a cup of chopped dates in sherbet glasses. When the Jello is slightly thickened, pour it over the fruit and chill until firm. It's refreshing and zestful, while the whole family will certainly enjoy it. So try orange and date cups soon to add that springtime touch to your menus. Order Jello tomorrow from your dealer, but be sure you get the real thing, genuine Jello. Look for the big red letters on the box.
The last number of the 28th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank George Burns and Gracie Allen for dropping in on us this evening. Also, to wish them lots of luck on their new series of broadcasts from Grape Nuts over the same network starting tomorrow night. See your local paper for announcement of time. And I hope to see all of my Los Angeles friends at the annual radio editor show at the Shrine Auditorium next Saturday night.
Oh, Jack.
What? What's funny about that?
We laughed when Gracie did it.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Jello.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I Double Dare You. Although Christmas is 6 days away, we want to say our Merry Christmas now. We hope you'll have a swell holiday, lots of fun, and plenty of good things to eat. And here's a suggestion for these holiday nights when you're all so very, very busy. Serve Jello for dessert. It's quick and easy to prepare, and it's light and delicious to eat. Just the right dessert for the holiday meals. A glowing mold of colorful Jello will tempt every appetite. For Jello is so gay and cheerful to look at, with colors that match the holiday spirit. And Jello is perfectly grand to taste. It's crammed with extra rich fruit flavor. A true fruit goodness that simply cannot be topped. Only Jello brings you this extra rich fruit flavor, so don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was our Double Dare You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the only adult in the world who wrote a letter to Santa Claus, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I would never have told you about writing that letter if I thought you were going to publicize it. I only wrote to Santa Claus for sentimental reasons, that's all.
Sentimental reasons?
Yes, I've been corresponding with him for years, and I'm not going to break it off now. I merely asked him where that sled was he promised me 35 years ago.
Oh, but Jack, you're too old for that sort of thing.
Listen, Don, this is the time of year when we should all be kids. It's the only way to enjoy the holiday season.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. So you're acting like a kid these days, huh?
Am I? Why, this morning I wouldn't eat my spinach till the cook gave me a nickel. And you know what I did right after breakfast?
What?
I went out and played marbles with the kids.
That?
Adolf Manju. And, Don, you know how kids are. We even got into a big fight.
Oh, you and Adolf. Oh, now what were you fighting about?
Well, he said he had bigger bags under his eyes than I had. And you know, Don, that's a lie.
Imagine you two children fighting like that. Didn't anyone try to stop you?
Well, yes, his mother came out and was going to give us a spanking, but she had too much respect for our gray hair. Yeah, by the way, Don, not meaning to change the subject, I mean, I won't be seeing you again till after Christmas, so I thought I brought you a little present, a little remembrance, and I hope you like it.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
I know, Don, but here you are.
Gee, thanks, Jack. That's awfully sweet of you. What is it?
Oh, nothing much. Just a little novelty I picked up. It's a combination electric razor and shoe brush.
Oh, that is a novelty.
I'll say it is. You can shave and get a shine at the same time.
So you can?
Yeah, of course, you'll have to hang your shoes on your ears. It's a cute gadget, isn't it?
Oh, I can hardly wait to try it. But, Jack, this really makes me feel awfully cheap. Well, I was so busy this week that I forgot to get something for you.
Oh, what?
Oh, I'm really frightfully sorry, Jack, but it just slipped my mind.
Oh, that's all right, Don. Say it could happen to anybody. You just forgot, that's all.
Yes, I'm afraid I did. You won't hold that against me, will you?
No. If you walk in here some Sunday night and find another announcer, this had nothing to do with it, believe me. Oh, Phil. Hey, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
I don't suppose I'll be seeing you either until next Sunday, so I brought you a little something as a Yuletide remembrance. I hope you like it.
Oh, Jack.
Here you are, kid, and Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Jack. That's awfully nice of you. What is it?
Well, Phil, I know how fussy you always are about your appearance, so I bought you something for your hair.
If it's a ribbon, you can keep it.
It's not a ribbon. It's a new hair tonic and dressing. Sort of a scalp mayonnaise.
That's fine. I'll have to comb my hair with a salad fork.
That's the idea, Phil. Here you are, kid, and Merry Christmas.
Same to you, old boy. But Jack, you're giving me this lovely gift makes me feel like a heel.
Why, Phil?
Well, I intended to get something for you, but I kept putting it off, and I didn't get you a thing.
You didn't? Well, that's one on me. Well, don't worry about it, Phil.
No kidding, Jack. I feel rotten about it.
Oh, forget it, kid. After all, it's the thought that counts, and I know you were thinking of me.
Yes, I was.
That's all that matters.
Anyway, Jack, I'll make up for it. Next Christmas, I'll buy you a real present.
If you're here, Phil. If you're here. Anyway, it's more fun to give than to receive. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing?
I'm playing Santa Claus on a one-way street. Well, Mary, I see you're wearing that little charm bracelet I sent you yesterday. Do you like it?
Oh, Jack, it's simply gorgeous. Hey, Phil, down. Look what Jack gave me.
Say, Mary, that's beautiful.
Boy, that's all right.
And look what it says on the inside. Genuine 14-karat gold-plated.
That's a misprint or I've been robbed.
What are those charms there, Mary?
Well, here's a little mermaid, and here's a little fish, a little frog, a seahorse, a crab, a lobster.
How do you like it, Mary?
Fine, only I'll have to keep it underwater. And, oh, Jack, here's a charm I can't make out. What is it?
That's the price tag. Take it off.
Let's see that tag, Mary.
Never mind that. I paid $198 for that bracelet.
If you did, the decimal point's in the wrong place.
Sentiment toward you, and a happy Christmas, Mary.
Thanks. You know, Jack, I hate to say this, and I suppose I'm the only one.
Here I go again, folks.
But I didn't buy anything for you. I thought of everything. I was going to get you some gloves, but I didn't know what size you are.
Well, that's natural. That's natural.
And then I was going to get you some handkerchiefs, but I didn't know the size of your nose.
Well, that could happen, too, yes.
And then I was going to get you a box of cigars.
But you didn't know the size of my mouth. I know.
That's right. See, I'm so ashamed of myself.
Oh, don't feel that way, Mary. And listen, fellas, I didn't give you these presents expecting anything in return. So don't worry your pretty little heads about it. And now, folks, we, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Once a year I come to you and bring you greetings, good and true.
Well.
And now that my good deed is through, I'll say farewell and nuts to you. Goodbye.
You know, Mary, I'd like to hang that guy on my Christmas tree. Play, Phil. She's tall, she's tan, she's terrific from the Cotton Club Parade, played by the man who thinks of me every Christmas and his orchestra. And say, Phil, before I forget it, I brought a little present for the boys in your band. I didn't want to forget them either. Here it is, a pint of good old California wine.
A pint for each of them?
No, for one bottle for the whole gang.
Okay, put a nipple on it and I'll serve it.
Oh, just pass it around. They can handle it.
Say, Phil, I got presents for the boys, too.
Well, thanks, Mary.
What have you got for them, Mary?
Well, I knit little sweaters for all their instruments.
Oh, isn't that cute? There's nothing like a turtleneck saxophone. But what did you get for the boys?
The boys?
Yeah.
Oh, I knitted them socks, but they turned out to be mittens.
Oh, that's fine. Imagine them putting mittens on their feet. What are you laughing at?
When they wave at me, they'll fall down.
Well, anyway, Mary, your intentions were good, and that's what really counts. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Season's greetings.
Same to you, Kenny.
You know, Jack, this being so near Christmas, I was thinking of you all week.
You were?
Yeah, what did you buy me?
Oh, that was subtle. Well, Kenny, I've given everyone else a present, and I just got in. I got one for you, too. Here it is.
What is it?
It's a musical collar button. No, really, no, it is. A musical, every time it rolls under the dresser, it plays Here Am I.
From the picture of the same name.
Yes. I hope you like it, Kenny.
Gee, I can't wait till I lose it.
Well, don't you dare. It cost me a lot of money. Huh?
Well, thanks, Jack. And, I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel like
a heel, I know. Listen, Kenny, you didn't have to get me anything. You don't have to worry about that. Say, what did you get for your girl?
A traveling bag. She asked me to get her one.
A traveling bag? What does she want with that?
She's going to elope with some guy.
Why, Kenny, do you know what elope means?
No.
It means she's going to run away and get married.
What's she running for?
What's she running for? Did you hear that, Mary?
No, I'm going to listen to Don. Go ahead, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, as long as you're running, run to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of Jello. It is tempting, economical, and easy to make. Oh, thanks, Mary.
It was a pleasure, Don.
Oh, I enjoyed it tremendously, too. So unexpected, Don. You're just a whiz. And now, going from the 6 delicious flavors to our sketch, tonight we will present the... Come in.
Package for Jack Benny.
Oh, a package. It must be for my father. He's the only one who thinks of me, anyway. Right here, boy. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a nickel for you.
Thanks, Diamond Jim.
Fresh guy. Gee, I wonder what's in this package. Huh?
Why don't you look at the card?
The card? Oh, yes. Well, I'll be...
Read it, Jack.
Oh, gee. To our pal Jack, Merry Christmas from Don, Phil, Mary, Kenny, Andy, and Schlepperman. Say, what is this, anyway?
Surprise! Surprise!
Oh, hey, this is a surprise. Huh?
Open it, Jack. You'll love it.
Gee, you kind of took me unawares there. For a minute I thought that...
Come on, Jack, open it.
Okay. I didn't expect this, fellas. Oh, my goodness.
It's a Lollapalooza, huh, Jack?
Gosh.
Pretty snappy, eh?
Oh, I can hardly talk. Gee, fellas, what a present. Twin waffle iron. And electric, too. Oh, fellas, you shouldn't have done it.
Do you like it, Jack?
Oh, boy, now I'll never have to wait for that extra waffle. Oh, John, I'm so happy I could cook.
We knew you'd like it.
Like it? I adore it. But if I put on weight, fellas, it'll be your fault. Gee, this is a swell gift. Sing, Kenny. Mary, how do you whip up a strawberry waffle batter? Do you know?
Well, you take my strawberry.
It seems our love affair is ended. Goodbye must mean there's someone new. Though my heartache cannot be mended, dear, I ask only this of you. Once in a while, will you try to give one little thought to me? Though someone else may be nearer your heart. Once in a while, will you dream of the moments I shared with you? Moments before we two drifted apart. In love's smoldering ember, one spark may remain. If love still can remember, the spark may burn again. I know that I'll be contented
sung by Kenny Baker. And very good, Kenny. I'm not saying that just because you chipped in to buy my gift, either. And say, Kenny, I'll give a big waffle party next week, and you're all invited.
You know, I never ate one. What's a waffle, Jack?
Well, Kenny, a waffle is a sort of a... Well, it's a cross between a pancake and a doily. Is that clear, Kenny?
Yeah.
And now, folks, as this holiday season is dedicated for the most part to the happiness of little children, our play tonight is for the kiddies of America. So this evening we are going to present our version of that famous fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood. Now, I'll play the part of Old Man Hood. Mary will be my daughter, Red, and Kenny will be my son, Robin. Robin Hood. Are you laughing, kiddies?
If they are, it's at something else.
Mary. Now, let's see. Don and Phil. Oh, yes, Don Wilson will be a tree in the woods. And, Phil Harris will be a wood chopper who cuts down Wilson.
Take it easy, Phil. You know how ticklish I am.
Let's see. Well, Phil will use a dull act. It's all right. Now, let's see. We got our play almost cast. Oh, my goodness, I forgot the most important part of all, the wolf. Now, who'll be the wolf?
Say, Jack, I'll take a fling at it.
No, Phil, you're more the rat type. I know what. I'll be the wolf myself. I'll play two parts. Oh! Did that sound like a wolf, Mary?
Sounded more like a toothache.
All right, I'll be a wolf with a toothache. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, who's going to be the grandmother?
I won't tell. That's a surprise. So now, folks, we're going to present Little Red Riding Hood, or Mr. Wolf Goes to Town. The scene opens in the farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Riding Hood, where we find the elderly couple busy decorating their Christmas tree. Curtain. Music. Well, Ma, that tree is shaping up mighty pretty.
I hope the children will like it.
Oh, they will. Ow! Doggone it, Ma, I wish you put your glasses on. That's the third time you try to pin that star on my nose.
I can't help it. It looks like a branch.
Well, that ain't exactly a freckle you're inhaling through. Now, let's see. We only have one more thing to hang up on the top of the tree. Hold this ladder while I get up there. Hold it steady now.
I got her, Pa.
It sure looks pretty. Ain't been so high since last New Year's Eve. Hold steady there, Ma.
I'm a-holding.
Consarn it.
You fell down, Pa.
Oh, did I? You must be psychic. All your fault, Ma. Why didn't you hold the ladder?
I did, and I'm still holding it.
That's the floor lamp. I told you to put your glasses on. Doggone, if this wasn't our anniversary, I'd slug you.
If you want to make the next one, you better not.
Now, listen, Ma, don't you threaten me, or you'll be looking at Santa Claus through a piece of beefsteak. Come in.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma.
Hello, son. What's the idea of rapping on the door? Why didn't you walk right in?
I thought you and Ma might be necking.
Oh, we're too old for that.
Speak for yourself, you anemic Casanova.
Pipe down, Ma, or I'll put termites in your bustle. Well, son, are you through with your chores?
Yep.
Did you milk the cow?
Sure did. I creamed her, too.
Some farmer. Where's your sister, Red?
She's outside.
Where's your sister, Red?
She's outside making a snowman.
Doggone that girl. I wish she'd come in. The wolves are thicker than thieves around here. Hello, Red.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Hello, Dolores.
Dolores?
That's the cat.
Oh. I never knew her name.
We were worried about you, Red.
Yes, out there all alone with all those wolves. Any of them come close to you?
How do you think I got this fur coat?
That's good-looking fur. It feels nice and silky.
Ow.
Ow.
Guess I didn't kill him enough. Have you heard from Grandma today?
Grandma? No, she's been sick in bed with a cold. I wonder how she's coming along.
Why don't you call her up and find out?
Think I will. Where's the phone?
On the Christmas tree.
Darn it. Oh, yes. Operator, get me broken down 8400. Hope he's better.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. Oh, hello, Grandma. How you feeling?
I feel terrible, son. How are you?
Your cold seems to be getting worse. Got any chills?
This ain't the rumba I'm doing.
Grandma, you just stay in bed and take care of yourself. I'll send Red over with some hot soup for you.
Okay, have her bring some cigars, too.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
What kind of soup we got, Ma?
Turtle, here it is.
Turtle? Is that mock or green?
Looks like mud to me.
It is. Now, Red, you get your basket and take those victuals over to your grandma.
Yes, and be careful going through the woods. Okay, so long, Pa, so long, Ma. Goodbye, Dolores, Joe, and Pete.
Joe and Pete?
Dolores had kittens.
Dinged if she didn't, and right in my hat, too. Now, be careful, Red. Remember, don't talk to any wolves.
I wouldn't speak to anything less than a silver fox.
I know that. Goodbye, daughter.
Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a night. Listen to that wind howl. And listen to the snowfall. Gee, it's fun walking through the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It's getting dark. Who's that I see looking in yon bush?
It's me, kiddies. I'm a wolf now. Ow! Hello, little girl.
Hello, are you a wolf?
I ain't Renfrew of the Mounted. Where are you going, my little chickadee?
I'm going to my grandmother's with a basket of food.
Food, eh? What's in there?
Hot roast beef, strawberry pie, and coconut custard.
What, no hopple?
That's 10 cents extra.
Oh. Anything else in the basket?
Well?
Attention, kiddies. Little Red Riding Hood's basket also contains several packages of Jello.
Oh, a talking tree.
Each of which can be identified by the big red letters on the box. So remember, children, when you're taking a basket of food to your grandmother's, always include a packet of Jello. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Hey, what are you howling for?
I'm hungry, Don. Now, Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, Red, where are you?
You ran away. Ha, ha, ha.
Curses, foiled again. Snarl, snarl. I know what I'll do. I'll take a shortcut through the woods and beat her over to her grandmother. And when I get there, I'll eat her up. Are you shivering, kiddies? This must be the place. And now to get in.
Who's there?
It's Little Red Riding Hood.
Gosh, you've got a cold, too. Come in.
Hello, Grandma.
Oh, you're not Little Red Riding Hood. You're a wolf.
Yes, I'm a wolf, and I'm going to eat you up. Yum, 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 yum. Now, hold still. It'll be over in a minute.
Shall I take my shoes off?
No. I like shoes and everything. Here you go. I just ate Grandma, kitty. Darn those shoes. That must be Little Red Riding Hood now. Oh, that's quick. I know what I'll do. I'll put on this nightcap and get under the covers. That'll fool her. I'll talk just like Grandma. She'll never recognize me.
Come in, Red! Hello, Grandma. I brought you a basket of food. Hot soup and eggs.
Goody, goody. But first I want to talk to you. Come over here by the bed, my dear. That's it.
Why, Grandma, you look so strange I hardly know you. Oh, Grandma, what big eyes you have.
The better to see you with, my dear.
And, oh, Grandma, what a long nose you have.
The better to win races with, my dear.
And, oh, Grandma, what rotten jokes you have.
Never mind that. When are you going to get to teeth?
Right now. Oh, Grandma, what big teeth you have.
The better to eat you with, my dear.
You're a wolf. Where's my Grandma?
I swallowed her and you're next.
Help! Help! Oh, what's up her? What's up her?
I'm coming, baby.
Curses, foiled again.
Quick, shoot the wolf. Shoot him. Shoot him.
Shoot him nothing. I'm going to take my axe and chop him right in two. Don't do...
whether there's snow in the air or flowers in the front yard, here's a grand December dessert. It's Jello plum pudding, the best holiday plum pudding you ever tasted. You can make it with lemon or cherry Jello, whichever you prefer. Combine 1 package of Jello with half a teaspoon of cinnamon, a quarter teaspoon of cloves, and a dash of salt. Add 1 pint of hot water and chill until the Jello is dissolved. Fill until slightly thickened, then fold in 3/4 cup each of finely cut raisins, cooked prunes, and nut meat. Add 1/4 cup of citron. Mold and serve with whipped cream or a regular pudding sauce. And you have a prize-winning Christmas pudding. It's far less expensive than most plum puddings. It's light and easy to digest, and it's very easy to make. A firm, rich mold of Jello filled with all the spicy things that make a plum pudding so delicious. So make a Jello plum pudding for the holidays, and be sure you use genuine Jello.
This is the last number of the 12th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Jack, I hear you're going to visit Fred Allen on his program Wednesday night. Is that right?
Yes, I am, Mary. I've got a business deal on with him.
What's it about, Jack?
Oh, you'll find out.
Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
I ain't talking. La, 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 la.
This mystery will be continued next Wednesday.
Good night, folks.
The tune I want to hear up next is from Love on Toast. Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I Double Dare You. There's a play that recently opened in New York City called Hooray for What? Well, here's one answer to that question. It's Jello, and you'll all cheer for Jello because it's one of the grandest dishes you can serve. It's quick, it's inexpensive, it's delicious. And you can vary it in all sorts of ways to keep your menus different and interesting. Try Jello with sliced bananas or canned fruits. Decorate it with chopped nuts and whipped cream. Or make little tart shells and fill them with Jello. Oh, you'll think of dozens and dozens of variations because Jello's 6 delicious flavors lend themselves perfectly to all sorts of marvelous combinations. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Just be sure you get genuine Jello. For only Jello brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. I Double Dare You, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that human dynamo, that bundle of energy who is always bubbling over with pep and vitality, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was an awfully nice send-off you gave me, although you picked the wrong night for it. I was never so tired in my life.
Well, I see, Jack. Then you're not bubbling over as usual.
Bubbling over? Don, tonight I'm not even capable of a small drool. I'm just completely worn out.
Well, you were all right last week, Jack. What happened since then?
It's that new picture I'm going to make, the rehearsing, the test, the costume. And on top of that, I'm having trouble getting the right makeup.
Gee whiz, they ought to know how to make you up by this time.
Well, they ought to, but they don't. You should see my screen test. I got a little dimple in my chin, and it photographs like the Grand Canyon. Not only that, my eyes look like Minneapolis and St. Paul. Yeah, I look like I'm working for Rand McNally.
Well, I just can't understand that, Jack.
Neither can I. I've got the same makeup man that Fred McMurray has.
Now, Jack, Fred McMurray is younger and a naturally handsome type.
Well, what do you think I am? You know, Paramount isn't signing any gargoyles to long-term contracts. You know that.
Well, then maybe it is the fault of the makeup man.
I don't know, but you know what burns me up, Don? He dashes into McMurray's dressing room, puts a little powder on his face, and Fred is all set.
Oh.
Then when he comes over to make me up, he takes off his coat, opens his bag, and pulls out a blueprint. I'll admit that I'm not an Adonis, but I have led a good conservative life.
Oh, I'm sure you have, Jack.
Don, you've never seen me carousing around, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, here's what kills me. That guy McMurray goes to the Trocadero one night, the Coconut Grove the next night, then the Clover Club. He stays up night after night, and I show it. Anyway, I'll be glad when I get started on my picture and it's over with.
Who's going to be your leading lady, Jack?
Oh, hello, Mary. I didn't see you. What did you say?
I said, who's going to be your leading lady?
I told you last week. It's Francisca Gall, that new Viennese star. You remember I went over to her house to rehearse last Sunday night.
Oh, yes, I remember. She invited Phil Harris, too.
Yes, Curly Locks had to come along. Phil spent the whole evening teaching her how to do the Big Apple, and I sat there like a worm. Every time I make a picture, Phil falls in love with my leading lady.
Why don't you play opposite Rex, the Wonder Horse?
Thanks, Mary. I'd look fine with a horse on my lap. What part would I play, a jockey?
No, a milk wagon.
Oh, quiet. And don't give me any more suggestions. Well, here comes Cupid's little ambassador now.
Hello, Jack, old boy. How's the Waukegan wallflower?
Fine, thank you. How's my kinky-headed leech?
Oh, just dandy. I never felt better in your life.
Well, stay out of my life. You certainly fixed up my rehearsal last Sunday night. I was there to work with Miss Gall, and you stand around distracting her attention.
Well, I was just trying to be sociable.
And then you had to suggest that I go out and buy some ice cream.
What about it?
Well, the least you could have done was eat it when I brought it back.
Go on. I didn't want any ice cream.
Oh, you didn't? Then what did you send me? Oh, I get it. You wanted to be alone with Miss Gall. I see. I thought there was something fishy about that ice cream.
What flavor was it, Barracuda?
I can't figure out how I could have been so gullible. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's eating you?
Termites. I got a wooden head. Kenny, I always thought that you were dumb, but I'm really a sap. For plain, ordinary stupidity, I've got you back off the map.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Now listen, Kenny, I've got a date with a girl. Phil comes along. They want some ice cream, and I go out for it. Top that.
All right. I had a date with a girl. Another fellow came along. Nobody wanted ice cream, and I still went out for it. Top that.
Well.
Get this. I had a date with a fellow once. His girlfriend came along and hit me in the face with a banana split.
I don't think that's so funny.
Well, I laughed.
Yeah, and the banana split.
Why, Kenny, that's a nifty.
Yeah, I wish I could think of one like that every week.
Well, go ahead and sing before you have a brain storm.
Banana split.
Wasn't that awful, Mary?
Yeah, it's a good thing he can sing.
Yeah.
There's a someone for everyone. If you turn at the proper time and place, you will greet love and meet love face to face. There's a someone for everyone. Fate was kind, oh so very kind to me. All at once, a thrill I'd never known. And there was I, looking at you. Sweet someone, I can't resist you. Sweet someone, oh, I've missed you. Where have you been all these nights, all these days? Where was that smile that is driving me crazy? I'm glad I found you. I'm building my world around you. For heaven sent you and meant you to be a sweet, adorable someone for no one but me.
That was Sweet Someone from Love and Hisses, sung by our wit and humorist, Penny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what are you laughing at?
Sliced banana. Banana split.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Kenny. As we announced last Sunday, tonight we are going to present the outstanding achievement of the Benny Guild. Our own dramatic version of Samuel Goldwyn's screen triumph, The Hurricane, or I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. For the benefit of those who haven't seen the picture, the locale of our play is the little island of Manakura in the South Sea, which is just halfway between Tahiti and Bismarck, North Dakota. I will play the part of Governor DeLodge, as mean a man as ever ate a popsicle at a hanging. Mary Livingston will play the part of Germaine, my wife.
I will not.
You will, too. Now, Don Wilson will be the captain, and Phil Harris will be the doctor.
Why can't I be Phil's wife?
Because he hasn't got a wife. Now, Penny will
Then why can't I be Don's wife?
Look, Don hasn't got a wife either. He's just got a boat.
Well, why can't I be Don's boat?
Mary, you're going to be my wife. If it'll make you any happier, I'll put a sail on you. Now, Penny Baker will be one of the natives, tall, dark, and barefooted.
Barefooted? Won't I catch cold?
You won't catch cold. You're in the South Sea.
Oh, then I'll drown.
Look, Penny, you're on an island. How can you drown on an island?
Don't worry, I'll find a way.
I hope so. Anyway, you're a native, and that settles it. Now, in our version of this play...
a native yet.
Now, in our version of this play, we will endeavor to give you a vivid portrayal of how it feels to be hit on the head with a hurricane. Now, this play will go on... pardon me, folks. Hello?
Hiya, Buck!
Well, Andy! Hey, we expected you up here tonight. I thought you were going to be in our play.
I was going to, but Ma saw the picture and thought I was too delicate for it.
Oh, does she know we're going to do Hurricane tonight?
I think so, Buck. She put the radio down in the cyclone cellar.
Well, I'm sorry you're not going to be with us tonight, Andy. I had a swell part for you.
You did?
Yes, sir. You were going to be one of the natives, and there's a real hula dancer in love with you.
Is she pretty?
Andy, she's gorgeous.
Well, wait a minute. What's that, Pa?
What? What are you laughing at, Andy?
Pa wants to know if she's got a friend.
Oh, is your pa home?
Yeah, he's here hopping around on a broom.
What's he doing, sweeping the floor?
No, he's been drinking again, and he thinks he's Mother Goose.
Well, Andy, I'm sorry you're not coming over, but be sure and listen in, huh?
I sure will. So long, Buck.
So long. Well, it's too bad Andy can't be with us. Is everything all set, fellas?
Yep, let's go.
Okay, so now, folks, while Phil is playing the next number, we will get on an imaginary boat and sail away to the South Sea. Hit it, Phil. That was Snake Charmer, played by Phil Harris, a snake if there ever was one, and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, The Hurricane. As the scene opens, we learn that Governor DeLodge has sentenced Parangi, a young native, to 20 years imprisonment in Tahiti, much against the wishes of his friends and the populace of the island. The locale is the island of Manakura, the residence of Governor DeLodge. And as the curtain rises, we hear in the distance the chant of one of the natives.
Ah, how happy and carefree the natives are on this island. How peaceful is this paradise, lost in the middle of a vast ocean.
Yes, Captain, you're right, but there's only one thing wrong.
I know what you mean, Doctor. We're governed by the meanest, cruelest tyrant in all the South Seas. Governor DeLodge.
That's me, folks.
He's hard, he's stubborn, he's merciless.
Yes, he's just a tropical meanie.
You're right, Doctor.
I wish he'd get sick so I could give him the wrong medicine.
To him, the law is everything. Nothing else matters.
Here comes the governor now. Look unhappy.
Good evening, Governor.
Good evening, Governor. Grr.
That settles that.
Governor, we're here to see you about...
Silence, gentlemen. You came here again to ask me to pardon that native boy Parangi. You're wasting your breath. I sent him to prison in Tahiti, 600 miles away, and there he must stay.
But, Your Excellency, it was such a trivial offense.
Bah!
The captain is right. Why such a severe penalty?
Because it's the law! Dr. Harris, you and I have been friends for a good many years. And when you ask me to change my principles, forego my belief in justice, you're a-going too far.
But, Governor, that boy Parangi is the most popular native on the island.
He sure is, Govey.
Govey?
Why, the girls here would rather have a smile from him than a kiss from Robert Taylor.
How do you know?
I've been having trouble, too.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I refuse to pardon Parangi, and that's final.
But why, Govey?
Yes, why?
Because it's the law! What is that?
Major Bowles. He just arrived with the unit.
Oh, he sure gets around. Well, gentlemen, I hope I've made myself clear. Parangi stays in jail.
But what crime did he commit to warrant 20 years in prison? 20 years of hard labor.
What crime? He stole a coconut.
Why, Governor, there are thousands and thousands of coconuts on this island.
But this one had milk in it. And grade A, too.
But, Your Excellency, all coconuts have milk in them.
That's immaterial, irrelevant, and news to me. Anyway, Parangi was found guilty of the crime, and he must serve his sentence.
But why such a severe one?
Because it's the... Wait for me! Anyway, I'm boss around here. Come in.
Hello.
Ah, my good wife.
Ah, my no-good husband.
What have you got in that basket, darling?
Coconut.
Coconut? Where did you get them?
Don't worry, I bought them.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
But I stole the money out of your pants.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen.
Good evening, Madame DeLodge.
Good evening, Captain Wilson.
Good evening, Madame DeLodge.
Hello, Toots.
Germaine, remember, you are addressing a physician, Dr. Harris.
A fine doctor. Yesterday he tried to take my temperature with a clarinet.
A clarinet?
Yeah, he said I had a bad case of Benny Goodman.
Is that your diagnosis, Dr. Harris?
Yeah, ma'am.
Well, gentlemen, I believe our business is finished.
Madame DeLodge, we've been trying to persuade the governor to pardon Parangi. After all, it was such a minor offense.
Sure, why don't you let him go?
Germaine, crime is crime. When a man steals, he goes to jail. Unless it's second base. Parangi must be punished.
But, dear, why 20 years in prison?
Because it's delightful.
It's delicious.
It's lovely.
It's the law. And I don't want to hear another word about it. What's that?
It's the natives. They're all worked up about Parangi. They're in a bad mood, Your Excellency.
Yes, I warn you, they're going to make trouble.
Oh, so they're after me, eh? Bah, I'm not afraid.
Look, one of them's coming this way.
Yes, it's Parangi's brother.
All right, show him in. Oh, so it's you, Penny Lua. What do you want this time?
Anna, Pupi, Kapua, Boka, Tarangi.
Tarangi, Yuki, Zubalua.
Zubalua, Kunakika, Karango.
Watch your language, son. There's a lady present.
Oh, I'm broad-minded.
Germaine, go to your room.
Oh, Kokakua Maluka.
Germaine, do you know what you're saying?
No, and neither do you.
Now listen to me, Kenny Lua.
Hola, you got Tarangi.
Tarangi, Papula, Kapua, Mola, Poopi, Tila. And that's Cuba Gula.
Oh, go sit on a Takalua.
A fine native. You better be careful, Gubby. They're not going to take it on the chin forever. As long as I'm governor of these islands, the law will be upheld. I've made up my mind about Tarangi. Nothing can swerve me. Nothing can move me.
Wait till that hurricane comes along.
Hurricane? Bah! We haven't had a hurricane here in 20 years. It doesn't worry me.
Then why they got this toupee tacked on?
Because it's the law! Cut it out. Well, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me now, I'll retire. I've had a very busy day. Will I be seeing you tomorrow, Captain Wilson?
No, I think not, Governor. I'm sailing with the tide. I have a Jello cargo for Pango Pango.
Well, good luck, all.
Goodbye, all.
Seems to be something very peculiar in the air tonight. An eerie feeling. Have you noticed it, Doctor?
Yes, and I don't like it. I remember 20 years ago when this same peculiar wind...
Ah, quiet.
What's that again? A native. They're sending a message of warning. They know when there's a hurricane brewing.
Ah.
And look at the birds heading south. They're flying away.
Well, let them fly.
Yeah, we'll show them something in a few minutes.
Why? You two make me sick. I'm going to bed.
Gee, I'm scared.
Why, it's nothing but a little wind. We've had wind before. Good night, darling. I'll see you in the morning.
Look for me over Pomona.
A little breeze isn't going to scare me. Fasten those shutters.
What shutters? Those are my ears.
Well, fasten them.
Okay, throw me a bobby pin.
Governor, Your Excellency, Tarangi has escaped from prison.
Tarangi escaped?
Yes, and he's right here on this island.
Well, I'm going to get him, and he's got to go back. I'm going out to find Tarangi, and when I do... Answer the phone, Germaine.
Hello? Yes? Governor Tarangi.
Tarangi? Give me that phone. Hello, Tarangi.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, it is you. When did you escape from prison?
Ukapula Vini Vini Tuta Bala Bala yesterday.
Yesterday? How did you get out of jail?
I pardoned myself with a hacksaw. Oh, am I exhausted? I swam all the way.
You swam 600 miles from Tahiti to Manacora in one day? How could you do that?
A shark was pushing me.
A shark, eh? What happened?
What could happen? He swallowed me.
Why, that's ridiculous. Where's the shark?
Where do you think I'm calling from? A phone booth?
That's a lie, Tarangi. You're hiding. You're not inside of a shark.
I am, too.
I don't believe it.
Wait till you see me in Ripley's column.
You can't fool me, Tarangi. You're not in the water. You're someplace on this island, and I'm going to track you down.
All right, but if you better get the goldfish for bloodhounds. Goodbye.
Tarangi! Tarangi! I'm going to put him back in that cell if it's the last thing I do. Captain Wilson, get the iron.
Okay. You'd better wait until the storm blows over, Gov. We'll need every man on the island.
This is a fine time for a wind.
Look, Your Excellency, the natives are taking to their boats.
Let them go, the fools. They won't find it any safer out there. Come on, let's go.
Not in this storm. Listen to that wind.
What's that?
Mother Nature's gargling.
Germaine, this is no time for levity. Captain Wilson! Prepare your boat for immediate sailing.
Aye, aye, Governor.
But look, the boat is gone. The boat's gone. Where is it?
That ain't the Chronicle clipper flying over us.
Germaine, stay close to me.
Captain Wilson, where is he?
He just went into a tailspin.
Well, I might as well blow, too. So long. I'll let them all blow. I'm going to bed.
You better hurry. It just went out of the window.
So this is a hurricane. Germaine, where are you?
On the roof, wherever that is.
Captain Wilson! Oh, Captain Wilson! What? Wait, I can't hear you! Quiet! Quiet, I say! Quiet! Ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to blow by a grocery store, be sure and stop off for a package of Jello. Try all its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Are you through, Wilson?
Yes!
Then let's go!
The storm is subsiding. Everything is swept away, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Not a bird, not a flower, not a tree left on this island. Nay, not even a coconut. Out. Well, just one, anyway. Ah, my poor little wife. Where is she? Germaine. At last she's gone too. Good heavens, what a storm. What a wind. Come in.
Governor Delors?
Yes?
Would you like to buy an electric fan?
Get out of here! How did he get on this island?
Here's a swell suggestion for this time of the year, and it's something new and different. It's orange Jello salad, a delicious new way to get a touch of sunshine into your winter menus. It's easy to make, and it's inexpensive, too. Dissolve 1 package of orange Jello, chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 2 oranges cut up into sections, 1 cup of diced celery, and a teaspoon of vinegar. Chill until firm. Orange Jello salad is lovely to look at with its clear golden beauty, and it's grand to eat, with oranges and crisp celery making a new and unusual combination. So try this attractive new salad tomorrow. Just be sure to use genuine Jello, for Jello brings you that luscious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So remember, whether it's for salads or desserts, always ask your grocer for Jello.
The last number of the 18th program of the new Jello series, and we're with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
A telegram just came for you.
Oh.
It's from Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram.
As if I didn't know. What does it say, Mary?
It says, Dear Jack, in the 7th Annual National Radio Editors Poll conducted by the World Telegram, you were chosen the most popular comedian on the air. This makes the 5th consecutive year that you have won this honor.
Well.
Wait a minute, that isn't all. It also says John Wilson was picked as the most popular announcer, and Kenny Baker was second among all male popular singers.
Well, Alton, I just want to say that all of us on the Jello program are deeply grateful and highly honored. We want to thank you, all the editors, and our listeners.
Come on, Jack, here's your hat.
It doesn't fit now. Good night.
J-E-L-L-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Midnight in Paris from Here's to Romance. According to the calendar, spring is practically here, but the weather doesn't always follow the almanac, so you can't count on it. You can count on Jello, though, and Jello's color and fragrance and freshness will bring a real touch of springtime to your menus. And the springtime, it's quick and easy to get, for Jello is quick and easy to prepare. It dissolves in a moment in hot water. It's quick setting and it's delicious. For there's extra rich fruit flavor in Jello. It's crammed with it. You'll smell that tempting fruit fragrance the minute you open the package. And your first taste tells you, here is a swell dessert. No matter how you serve Jello, perfectly plain or decked out with fruits and nuts, it's always a favorite with the whole family. All 6 flavors are fresh and bright and tempting. All 6 are packed with that extra rich fruit goodness. Just be sure to get genuine Jello, and be sure to order some tomorrow. Then you can treat the whole family to a real touch of springtime. That was Midnight in Paris, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow being the first day of spring, we bring you Sulphur, Molasses, and Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little spring tonic, coming to you. So open your mouth, swallow, and make a face. Now, that wasn't bad, was it?
You know, Jack, it's nice to see spring rolling around again.
Yes, it is, Don. Trees are budding, flowers are beginning to bloom, bears and good humor men are coming out of hibernation.
Yes, sir, and birds are coming back from the south.
Oh, flocks of them. And you know, Don, yesterday I saw a robin in our backyard who just flew in from Miami.
How did you know he was from Miami?
He was building a nest with tickets from Hialeah Park. You know, Don, one thing about the beginning of spring, it sure peps you up, doesn't it?
Oh, I've noticed that too, Jack. It makes you feel lively and energetic.
Energetic? Why, Don, when I popped out of bed this morning and started to dress, I laced my shoes and didn't miss one single hole. But honestly, Don, isn't spring the most marvelous time of the year? I mean, you walk out in the country and see babbling brooks, rabbits scampering around, snakes coming out of their holes.
Did you call me Jack?
No, Phil.
Oh, then I'll crawl back in again.
Yeah, by all means. Hey, Phil, wait a minute. I nearly forgot. You know, I'm not going to be able to use your orchestra on next week's broadcast.
You're not? Why?
Well, listen, Phil. You too, Don. I've got a surprise for you. Tomorrow, I'm leaving for New York.
New York?
Yes, I'm just going for a little pleasure trip, see a few shows, and next Sunday I'm going to broadcast from there.
Well, aren't we going with you?
No, Don, you're all going to get a week off. You, Kenny, Mary, and Phil.
Does that mean I'm not going to get my check next week?
Well, I won't tell you, Phil, but don't be surprised if your bank book misses a beat. You'll just have to forget 1 week's salary.
Oh, I'm supposed to forget, eh?
Yes.
Well, with the amount you pay me, I won't have to join the Foreign Legion.
Oh, I don't know. You do all right.
Well, say, Jack, who's going to be your announcer in New York next Sunday?
Well, Don, Harry Von Zell promised to help me out, and he's such an effervescent type. I think he'll be swell, don't you?
Well, yes, if you like that sort of stuff.
Now, of course, you'll have to admit that he is very popular.
You mean with me or with the public?
With the public, and they ought to know. Von Zell is an extremely capable announcer.
I know, Jack, but I just can't picture Harry saying, Jello is America's favorite dessert. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. It won't come from the heart.
Oh, it won't, eh? Well, it better. And I'll tell you who else Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Did you have a nice time in New York?
I'm not going till tomorrow, Kenny. Anyway, how did you know I was leaving for New York?
You borrowed a suitcase from me.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about that. And say, Kenny, that's a very unusual bag. It's the only suitcase I ever saw with legs on it.
Well, it's made out of fresh alligator.
Oh, that's why the handle snapped at me. A fine thing. A live alligator suitcase. How am I going to get my clothes in?
Wait till it yawns.
Well, I'll manage somehow.
By the way, Jack, as long as I'm not going with you, what orchestra are you going to use next Sunday?
Anyone but Abe Lyman. His music is all right, but I don't want that thug hanging around me.
Thug?
Yes. I'm going to New York for a vacation, not a breakdown.
Why, Jack, you might have had a little trouble with Lyman, but, he's not so tough.
He's not, eh? Last fall when he was here, he gave me a slap on the back, and my socks changed feet. I don't want any part of that guy.
Well, you'll have to have music. Who are you going to get?
Well, there's Whiteman and Olson, Bester. Of course, Stokowski is in Italy. I can't get him. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
When Stokowski comes back, is Garble going to sing with his band?
Yes, Kenny, if they can get Heifetz to play the bazooka.
Bazooka? What's that?
I don't know. Say, Phil, have you got any bazookas in your band?
No, just palookas.
Oh. Well, tell him to put down that jug and get ready for Kenny's song. What's it going to be tonight, Kenny?
A little number called I See Your Face Before Me.
Well, that's all right, Kenny. Give him high-class stuff all the time. Hit it, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
It's collecting. Am I going to have trouble?
Never mind that. How much is it?
$1.54.
Here you are. Collect. I wonder who it's from. Hey, fellas, it's from Abe Lyman.
Lyman? What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, understand you are coming east next week. I suggest that you use my band if you want to see New York from both eyes. We'll meet you at the station with my car and an ambulance. Take your choice. Sincerely yours, Abe. Well, how do you like that for a threat? Who does he think he's bluffing, anyway? Or who does he... Sing, Kenny, and I'll use the band I want to use. They're not...
In a world of glitter and glow, in a world of tinsel and show, the unreal from the real thing is hard to know. I've discovered somebody who could be truly worthy and true. Yes, I met my ideal one when I met you. I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There is your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are, always. If you could share the magic, if you could see me too, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I can't erase your beautiful face before me. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how fair you are, how fair you
I see your face before me, sung by Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, I won't be able to hear you now until a week after next. I suppose you'll be listening in next Sunday, eh?
Yeah. But say, Jack, who's going to take my place?
Well, Kenny, this is really a surprise and a thrill. You'll never guess who's promised to come and sing for you and be just as good as you are.
Lawrence Tibbet?
No, it's not a man.
Grace Moore?
No.
Jeanette McDougal?
That's Jeanette McDonald, but it's not her. We're going to have Kate Smith.
Kate Smith?
Yes, sir. Isn't that swell? And that's not the only surprise. You know who else is coming on the program?
Al Smith.
No. As a special treat, we're going to have Fred Allen. Gee, it'll be good to see that lovable old louse again. He's a pretty good guy at that.
Well, how do you know Alan will appear, Jack? Did you ask him?
Ask Freddie. Why, he'll be tickled to death to go on with me. I bet he can hardly wait till I get to New York. And, Don, believe it or not, we're going to have Bob Ripley, too. How's that?
Swell.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Well, Mary, I'm glad you dropped in before we went off the air. Where were you?
Oh, I went for a long walk and just sort of lost myself. Isn't spring wonderful, Jack?
Yeah.
Hats are budding in the windows. Dresses are beginning to bloom.
Yeah, I know. And Hattie Carnegie is coming out of hibernation. Say, that's a new bonnet you've got on there now, isn't it, Mary?
Uh-huh. Made it myself. Isn't it cute?
Yes, but it's got a lot of stuff on it and such colors. Where'd you get the idea?
From a fresh vegetable place.
Oh, yes, I see that poached egg on top there. You know, Mary, women's hats this season are certainly the limit. Most of them look like something to eat.
Yeah, you ought to see my new pork and beanie.
Say, Don, can you imagine if men wore the kind of hats that women do? Huh?
Wouldn't it be awful?
Yeah, imagine walking into a store. How do you do, sir? I'd like to see something in a bacon and tomato Stetson. No mayonnaise on the crown. Please.
Would you care for a pickle in the hat band?
Sweet or sour?
Well, dill is very popular this season.
Oh, I don't know what kind to get, but I do want a hat that's nourishing.
Why don't you get a New England boiled fedora?
Well, you're not kidding, Mary. That's just about how silly women's hats are.
Oh, Mary, did Jack tell you that he's going to New York tomorrow?
Oh, sure. Are you going to have a girl on the program, Jack?
Well, Mary, Kate Smith has promised to help me out. First, she's going to read Kenny's lines. Then she's going to sing Kenny's song. Then she's going to play your part. And then you know what else she's going to do?
Collapse.
No. But she will be very busy.
Is she going to take tickets at the door, too?
Of course not. NBC has well-trained ushers for that. And I hope they let me in this time.
I'll bet you're all excited about going. What orchestra are you going to use?
Well, Mary, I haven't decided yet. It's between Paul Whiteman and Abe Lyman. Of course, Lyman is in New York right now.
Uh-oh, the telegram's working.
Well, Lyman is in New York.
So is Paul Whiteman.
I know, but Lyman is thinner than Whiteman, and it's a small studio. And besides that, Abe has a trombone in his orchestra.
Well, of course, every orchestra has a trombone.
I know, but his has a derby hat.
But all trombones use derby hats.
Well, this one fits me, and let's drop it. You see, Mary, Phil thinks I'm hiring Lyman because he threatened me in a telegram.
Did he scare you?
Why should I be scared of him? If you want to know something, Mary, Abe wears a charm bracelet.
Well, watch out. There's a blackjack on it.
Just the same, that wire had nothing to do with my decision.
Well, suppose Whiteman threatened you.
Don't worry about that. Abe and I will take care of him. And by the way, I better answer Lyman's telegram. He was nice enough to offer his services. Take a wire, Mary.
Okay.
Dear Abe.
Abe. How do you spell that? A-P-E?
No, A-B-E. For heaven's sake, don't make that mistake. Eight. That's all I need.
Well, you told me he looked like one.
I did not. I merely said that if he went to the zoo and fell in the monkey cage, they'd have a little trouble sorting him out. That's all I said. I've never referred to Lyman as an ape.
Well, you're going to pay him off in peanuts, aren't you?
Oh, quiet. Now write the telegram. Dear Abe, Regarding your offer to appear on my program next Sunday night, I will consider the matter if you keep your price and temper down. Furthermore, I must insist that you come to rehearsal on time, if you can make it. Stop. In conclusion, if these conditions are met, I will give the matter further consideration. Have you got that, Mary?
Yes.
Then read it back to me.
Dear Abe, the job is yours.
It's not what I said, but let it go. Oh, wait, put another line in there. Please see that the boys in your orchestra eat their lunch before we go on the air. Because last time I was broadcasting knee-deep in herringbones.
Say, Jack, did Lyman's boys really eat during your broadcast?
Yes, they did, Phil.
Take out your dinner pails, man. We're as good as they are.
Hey, cut that out. Now, that'll be all, Mary. Just sign my name.
Shall I send the wire collect, Jack?
No, I better pay for it. He's liable to kill the messenger boy. Well, I'm all set now. I've got my orchestra, singer, announcer. I'll take it. Hello? Long distance? Yes, I'll take it. I wonder who it can be. I hope there's no... Hello? Oh, hello, Fred. It's Fred Allen, fellas. Gee, well. Say, Fred, it'll be nice having you on my program next Sunday night. What? Well, look, Fred, none of the others are asking anything. I said nobody else is getting anything for it. Well, this isn't like you, Fred. Aren't you being just a wee bit mercenary? Oh, all right, I'll give it to you. Yes, you can take my word for it. You'll get it before the broadcast. So long. What a guy.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Oh, Alan won't go on the program unless I give him my Boy Scout knife. I hope he cuts himself on the bottle opener.
He wants your Boy Scout knife.
Yeah, gee, I hate to give it up. I've had it since I was a tenderfoot. Oh, well. He's not going to get the chain anyway. Say, fellas, I got to run home now and get ready, so carry on with the show, will you? I haven't even started packing yet.
I'll come along and help you, Jack.
Thanks, Mary.
I'll come too, Jack.
No, Kenny, you'll only be in the way.
Well, it's my alligator, and I'm going to pack it.
Oh, all right. Come along. Play, Phil. Gee, I hate to give up that knife. I just had it sharpened, too.
That was Who Stole the Jam, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks, we switch you over to Jack's house where he is preparing for his trip to New York.
Now, let's see. I've got my dark suit, 2 pair of shoes, my razor, shaving cream. Oh, Mary, did you pack my toothbrush?
Yes, it's in the box with your extra teeth.
Extra teeth? Where?
Right there.
Those are my new cufflinks. Extra teeth.
Jack, where are your neckties and handkerchiefs?
Mary's packing them, aren't you, Mary?
Yes, I put away your handkerchiefs, ties, socks, and cigars.
I don't want my cigars packed. It's such a long trip, they'll get dry.
No, they won't. I put them in the bowl with the goldfish.
Mary, my pets aren't going to New York with me.
They're not?
No.
Then I better take the canary out of the hot water bottle.
What? Why, Kenny, the bird will suffocate in that hot water bottle.
He will not. I punched holes in it.
I knew I should have left you in the studio. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, sir?
How are you coming along with the wardrobe trunk?
Okay, boss, I'm almost finished.
You know, it's liable to be pretty cold in New York this time of year. I wonder if I should buy some long underwear.
Don't bother, I sewed leggings on your shorts.
I suppose you glued earmuffs on my derby.
No, I put them on your toupee.
Well, they'll fit snugger that way. Say, Rochester, you made my reservations on the train all right, didn't you?
Yeah, I got your drawing room B in car 57.
A drawing room? I told you I wanted a lower berth so I could get some air. Fine thing.
Take the drawing room. Kenny will punch holes in it.
I never can get what I want. What am I going to do with a big drawing room?
Maybe you can sublet it.
For this, I'll take care of the important things myself.
I wish you would. I'm all in.
All in? I don't work you so hard, Rochester.
I never get any time off.
You don't, eh?
Why, the other night when I was walking in my sleep, you stuck a vacuum cleaner in my hand.
Well, I figured as long as you're wearing out the rug, you might as well clean it. What are you laughing at?
Look what Kenny just packed in your suitcase.
Kenny, take that mouse trap out of my grip.
The mouse, too?
Yes. You got everything in there but the family album. Oh, say, Rochester, you have to drive me down to the station in the morning, so you better put the luggage in the car tonight.
I think you better take a cab, Mr. Benny.
Why, what's the matter with the car?
We got a flat.
A flat? Well, you can fix that before morning.
No, sir. This is the whole rear end.
Fine thing. How did that happen?
Well, I was backing out of the garage this morning. You know that big concrete post that stands up in front of the driveway?
Yeah?
Well, it's laying down now.
Well, see that it's fixed before I get back. Answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, the grips are all packed and ready to go. You want to lock your trunk?
No, I gotta wait till Schlepperman brings my tuxedo. I had to have it cleaned and pressed.
Cleaned and pressed? That old thing?
Oh, my tuxedo isn't so old.
Go on, there's a moth in there with rheumatism in both wings.
Mary, I know the moth you're referring to, and he's not that old.
He isn't, eh?
No.
Then why do you feed him milquetoast?
Leave me alone and don't drag Herman into this. Oh, hello, Andy. Huh?
Hiya, Buck. Just thought I'd drop in to say goodbye to you. Gee, I wish I was going along.
So do I, Andy. Why don't you come?
Well, Buck, we're awful busy right now on the farm. We got a lot of plowing to do, and besides that, our goat just had a blessed event.
He did. That's funny. I didn't see anything in Winchell's column about it.
Me neither. He must be slipping.
Well, Andy, I imagine you're pretty busy this time of year at that, huh?
Yes, sir. Ma's doing her spring cleaning, and when I left the house, she was washing Pa's beard.
I see.
You ought to come up later. There's going to be a lot of fun.
There will?
Yeah, she's going to put it through the ringer.
Say, I'd like to be there at that.
Well, here's a ticket. Everybody's coming. Well, Buck, I think I'll be running along now. Hope you have a nice trip.
Thanks, Andy. So long.
So long, Buck. Don't let them sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. That's a hot one.
Ah, good old Andy. Nice of him to drop over, huh?
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
Where are your scissors?
Here, what do you want them for?
I want to trim your suitcase. There are a lot of neckties sticking out.
Well, don't be so lazy. Open it and tuck them in. Answer the door. Now, let's see. What else? There's my overnight bag. That's all set. And Oh, Rochester. Hey, what's this in my hat box?
I thought you might get hungry, so I made some Jello in it.
That's fine, but you should have taken my hat out first. If I was alone, I'd have been through an hour ago.
Hello, Jackie boy.
Oh, hello, Slep. Did you bring my tuxedo?
Here it is, a fugitive from a rummage sale.
Well, give it to me. Now, look, Slep, look at that lapel. I told you to take the stains out, and they're still there.
Bad stains, though. A stains remover spots. That's what they are.
Well, looks worse than when I gave it to you. Now, let's see. Here's the pants, the coat. Hey, where's the vest?
I left it in my shop.
Well, why didn't you bring it with you?
It was too weak to make the trip.
Go right back and get it. Here, Rochester, put my tuxedo in the trunk. Huh?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Hey, don't fold it. It's brittle.
All right, Slep, how much do I owe you?
Well, now, let me see. Are you in a good mood, or do you want to talk turkey?
Never mind the turkey. What do I owe you?
Well, pressing is 50 cents. For you, 45.
Yes.
Dry cleaning is 75 cents. For you, 80.
I'm even again.
80 and 45 is $1.50.
80 and 45 is $1.25.
Well, I took a chance.
Well, for this job, all you get is $1. Here.
All right, I'll see you for the rest. And this is when I work, I'm happy like a cake.
It's a fine mess he made out of my tuxedo.
Look, Jack, it's on the floor.
On the floor? Rochester, I told you to put this suit in the trunk.
I did, but the new one keeps throwing it out.
Well, don't get funny and put it in the trunk and lock it up.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a relief. Now I'm all set to go. Say, Mary, how about you and I going out and getting a bite to eat, eh?
Okay, Jack, I'm starved.
Come on. You too, Kenny. Hey, where's Kenny? Oh, Kenny, where are you?
Here I am. Let me out.
Good heavens, Rochester locked him in the trunk. Rochester, open it and let Kenny out.
The keys are in there, too.
You locked the keys in the trunk. That's the most stupid thing you've ever done.
Wait till you look for your ticket.
Oh, come on, Mary. Let's go out and eat.
Well, what about Kenny? He'll suffocate in that trunk.
Oh, that's all right. We'll punch holes in it. Come on.
Do you want to try something new and very swell for dessert? Well, here's a grand suggestion. It's one of the most delicious combinations you ever set on the table. Luscious, fruit-rich raspberry Jello combined with prunes. And if ever a prune was glorified, this is the time. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of raspberry Jello in hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of cooked seeded prunes cut in quarters. Chill until firm and serve with cream. Couldn't be much easier to make. And when you've made it, believe me, you've got something. Shimmering red raspberry Jello molded with delicious, juicy prunes. It's a swell combination. It's an unusual combination, and your family will want more. So try this grand new dessert, but be sure to make it with genuine Jello. For only Jello brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
The last number of the 25th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from Radio City, New York. And I hope you'll all be listening in. Well, Mary, I've got to run over to Phil Baker's show and congratulate him. I heard this was his 5th anniversary.
Well, be sure and kiss Beetle for me.
Yeah, I will. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Abe Lyman and his orchestra coming to you from Radio City, New York. The orchestra opens the program with I Double Dare You. There's a change in the Jello program tonight. It comes to you from New York instead of Hollywood. But there's no change in Jello with its 6 delicious flavors. Jello is always good wherever you have it, New York or Hollywood, north or south, at home or in a restaurant. You can count on Jello to be tops in goodness every time. For Jello brings you that special extra rich fruit flavor. A flavor as delicious as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. That's why Jello's 6 flavors are tempting and refreshing. All 6 colors are bright and gay. Just be sure to get genuine Jello when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. By Double Dare You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who traveled all the way from California to New York. That gypsy of the airwaves, Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little nomad talking. And Harry Von Zell, I want to tell you right now how much I appreciate your helping me out tonight. It's a grand gesture.
Oh, well, don't mention it, Jack. I only hope I'll be able to fill Don Wilson's shoes.
What was that?
I said, I hope I can fill Don Wilson's shoes.
Oh, you can, Harry, you can. But don't ever get into his pants without a compass. You know? You should see that guy.
I'll bet. Well, tell me, Jack, what kind of a trip did you have to New York? Did you fly in?
No, Harry. I took one of those new Streamline trains, and believe me, they are classy. I mean, they're the last word in luxury.
Yes, I heard that. They tell me the service is marvelous.
Oh, it is, although I think they overdo it a little bit.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I didn't mind when the conductor sent me gardenias. But when the porter tucked me in my berth and sang Rockabye Baby, I thought that was going too far, you know? And the candy vendor, was he ritzy?
He was ritzy, huh?
Yeah, you should have heard him. He walked up and down the aisle yelling candy, peanuts, popcorn, and annuities. I tell you, Harry, it is positive. See, it rings just like it does in Hollywood, doesn't it? Pardon me a minute. Hello? Who? No, I'm sorry, miss. Phil Harris didn't come to New York with me. What? No, I can't run home and get him. Goodbye. That's all I've heard from every girl in town. Phil Harris, is he here? Where is he? Anyway, it looks like we ought to have a lot of fun, though, tonight, Harry. I don't know whether you know it or not, but your boss, Fred Allen, is coming up here.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. He told me he was going to an egg roll.
An egg roll? Well, maybe that's what he thinks this is.
Hiya, Jack, old boy. Welcome to New York.
Oh, hello, Lyman. How are you? Little Bo Peep is here again. With us. Oh, well.
Say, Jack, I want to thank you very much for letting me be on your program tonight. It was doggone sweet of you.
Yes, it was. It was. Please try and act like a gentleman tonight, not a gorilla.
Don't worry, Jack. I made up my mind to behave myself. I'm a changed guy.
Well, that suits me, Abe. I'm glad to hear it.
Here,
Believe
Jack,
me.
To show you my heart's in the right place, I brought you a bouquet of flowers.
Flowers?
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Drop that bouquet.
Why, what's wrong here?
I saw Abe put a tarantula in that.
A tarantula?
Yes.
Why, those things are deadly. Abe Lyman, that's positively the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Well, gee, I only did it for a laugh.
A laugh? What a sense of humor. You're the kind of a guy who would give your grandmother a hot foot.
I do, and she loves it.
You and your practical jokes. Say, Harry, you know what Lyman did to me last summer in Hollywood?
What?
I was nice enough to invite him to my house for the weekend, and he put a shark in my swimming pool.
He did?
Yeah, I thought it was a rubber one until I started missing toes. How do you like that for a trick?
That was one of my best gags.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, Abe, just attend to your music tonight and keep away from me, will you? Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Greetings, Mr. Benny. I don't think we've ever met before. My name is Ripley.
Oh, Bob Ripley, the Believe It or Not man, huh? Well, it was awfully nice of you to drop in, Mr. Ripley. What can I do for you?
Well, Jack, you know I'm always on the lookout for curiosities of all kinds.
Yes. I never miss your program or your cartoons either. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I would like to get a few angles on you and your work.
As a curiosity. Go right ahead.
Now, first, is it true that when you make a picture, you wear a silver fox toupee?
Yes, but only on special occasions. As a rule, I wear a subdued fright wig, like J.C. Flippin. You know, something.
Now, another thing.
Yeah?
You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, yes. Around Carnegie Hall, I'm known as Yasha.
Is it true that the strings on your violin were made from the tail of a wildcat who later committed suicide?
Well, he didn't commit suicide exactly, but he is wilder than ever now, Bob. Huh?
Now, one more question, Jack.
Uh-huh.
I understand that you were recently chosen as one of the best-dressed men in America. Is that right?
Yes, I cannot deny that.
Well, is that suit you're wearing now a sample of your taste in clothes?
Well, of course, don't go by this, Bob. You see, this is just a little lounging outfit, you know?
Oh, you mean you'd look better if you were lying down?
If he's an undertaker, I'll scream. Now, really, it isn't fair to judge me by this suit, Bob. Really, Mr. Ripley, you'd love my soup and fish.
You cook, too.
I was talking about my formal attire. Are there any more questions?
No. Believe it or not, I think I've got about all I need. Thanks very much, Jack.
You're welcome. Oh, would you like a picture of me, Mr. Ripley?
No, not unless you've got 3 arms. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Harry Ripley seems to be Harry Ripley seems to be a nice chap, although his questions were rather embarrassing. Now, what would I do with 3 arms?
Well, you could play your violin and hold your nose at the same time.
I could also punch you in the eye, Harry. Well, let's go on with the show. And now, folks, our conductor, Abraham Lyman, will play... what's it going to be, Abe?
Here, it's written in this little book. Open it and read it.
Why don't you read it yourself?
If I could read, I'd get my own program.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Go ahead, open the book.
Okay. Ouch, my finger.
I knew you'd fall for that mousetrap gag.
Fine, I had to come to New York for that. Now, play your number and leave me alone.
Okay.
Now, hold it a minute. Come in.
Well, how are you, old boy? Glad to see you. Say, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Well,
Believe me, it's like old times again. Yes, sir. Say, you put on a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, a little. You know, this is rather embarrassing, but I just can't seem to place you.
Funny, I can't please you either. Goodbye.
Play, Phil, or Abe. Why don't I stay home where I belong? Nice new number you gave me for my New York appearance. Hallelujah, played by Abe Lyman. I hate to admit it, Abe, but it sounded all right, though. Say, your orchestra's changed a little. I see some new faces in there.
Yes, Jack, and I'd like to have you meet some of the boys. This is my first violinist, Monsieur the Mug.
Oh, hello, Monsieur.
Hiya, Toots.
Nice boy.
And, Jack, this is my piano player, Machine Gun Stokowski.
My, what name. Say, Abe, who's that new saxophone player over there?
You mean Butch?
Yes. I noticed he was scribbling on a piece of paper all during the last number. What was that for?
Well, every month he has to write a letter to the parole board.
Well, that's sweet of him to remember. Harry, that's a nice bunch of boys Abe has here.
Yes, they are, Jack. They all came in cabs. which they drove. By the way, Jack, since I'm taking Don Wilson's place here, is it all right if I say my little piece now?
Oh, sure, Harry. I've been sort of waiting for that. Go right ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for an economical dessert, be sure and go to your nearest grocer and ask for a package of
Jello, for heaven's sake.
Jello, for heaven's sake.
3 years I've been.
It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, cherry, and strawberry.
Look, what happened to lemon and lime?
Oh, yes. Lemon, lime, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry.
Now orange has disappeared in there. Look, just drop it. Let it go.
Oh, no. So insist on genuine Jello. Look for the big red letters on the orange.
That's on the box! Poor Don Wilson, I'll bet he collapsed in front of his radio. Oh, well, thanks anyway, Harry. You tried.
Well, what do we do now, Jack?
Well, Harry, if I was in Hollywood right now doing this program, just about this time, Mary would walk in and say,
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Why, Kate! Kate Smith, you little lifesaver, you. You know, you couldn't have walked in at a more opportune time. Am I glad to see you?
And I'm glad to see you, too, Jack. Are you having a good time in New York?
Oh, wonderful. Really a swell. Kate, you know Harry Von Zell, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Harry.
Glad to see you, Kate.
And this is our temporary maestro, Abe Lyman.
Yes, I've met Mr. Lyman before.
Sure. Hello, Smitty.
Hey. Don't mind him, Kate. He's a little on the rough side, you know.
Don't worry, Jack. We'll get along all right. Sit down, Slat.
Well, I'm glad you're taking it the right way. I must tell you how much I've enjoyed your programs, Kate. They've been grand.
Thank you, Jack.
And by the way, Mary told me that as soon as I saw you to give you her love and a great big kiss.
How about Phil Harris?
There you go, just like the rest. No kidding, Kate. What do all you girls see in Phil?
Well, he's handsome, charming, suave.
Debonair.
Debonair? Hey, where did you learn that word?
Well, I was reading a book one day and stubbed my eye on it.
I thought so. Well, anyway, Kate, how about that kiss Mary wanted me to give you? Now, come on.
None of your lip, Benny.
All right, you don't know what you're missing. You know, Kate, I'm a leading man in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see you out there sometime.
It's a date. You can always find me on Vine Street, right in front of the Owl Drugstore there.
Oh, say, I meant to tell you, Jack. Mary sent me a letter yesterday, and it was all about you. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, no, don't bother, Kate.
Oh, yes, I want to read it to you. Please let me. Don't
no,
you
no, it's probably
I
nothing.
will. Well, I will anyhow. Don't beg
all
me
right,
now. I'll read it.
Von Zell, get here on time next
Keep quiet, Jack. It reads, Dear Kate, glad to hear that you're taking my place. But as this is the first time you've ever worked with Jack, there are some things that every girl should know.
It starts out bad.
If Jack asks you out to dinner and tells you there's a marvelous floor show at the Automat, don't fall for it.
Isn't that awful?
However, if you do go out to a nightclub with Jack and he asks you to dance with him, say no. As he'll want to roll up his pants and do the minuet.
That's very comical.
Give my love to all, and I'll be sitting in front of my radio waiting for your song.
Well, that's a sweet ending anyway. Well,
I
Kate,
think
you
so,
are
too.
going to sing a number for us, aren't you?
You bet I am. Would you like to hear This Time It's Real?
Yes, sir. Abe, give Miss Smith a melodious background with feeling, harmony, and nice, smooth rhythm.
You mean I should be debonair?
Yes. And tell your guitar player to put his shoes on. Sing, Kate. Debonair yet.
A fool, knew nothing where love was concerned. I'm through with all confusion, for now I've learned. I know it. This time it's real. It's thrilling, so thrilling, the way I feel. apart. But this time it comes right from my heart. Pretending is ending this time. It's real. Forever and ever. Time will reveal we were lucky, darling, when fate turned the wheel. I know it, I feel it, this time it's real. I know it, I know it, this time it's real. Forever and ever, time will reveal we were lucky, darling, when fate turned the wheel. I know it, I feel it, this time it's
This Time It's Real, sung by Kate Smith, accompanied by Debonair and his orchestra. Kate, I must say that you sang just as good for Jello as you do for Calumet baking powder and Swan's Down cake flour.
Well,
Gee, I got them both in there, didn't I?
Sure did.
You know, Kate, I would like to reciprocate in some way. Isn't there anything I can do for you while I'm in town?
Oh, no, Jack. Thanks just the same.
Well, you've been so sweet, though, Kate. Really, I insist.
Well, all right. If it'll make you any happier, you can buy me a nice ermine wrap.
Well, I'll do that. I will. And now, hey, wait a minute. You mean real ermine?
Well, of course, Jack.
Well, Kate, I'd run right out and buy you one, except today is Sunday and every place is closed.
I can get one of my boys to open the store for you.
Quiet. Anyway, don't worry about it, Kate. I'll make up for this some way.
Well, that's sweet, Jack.
Pardon me. Hello? Hollywood calling? Yeah, this is Jack Benny. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Kenny. It's Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, how are you, kid? What? No, she's not taking your place. Look, Kate Smith is a star on her own program. What? Why doesn't she stay on it? Now, Kenny. I'm sorry, Kate. Now, listen, Kenny, I don't want to discuss it with you any further. I'll see you when I get home. What? Yes, I'll bring you one. Now, hang up. Goodbye. What a kid.
What does he want, Jack?
The little copycat, he wants an ermine wrap, too. I hope what he said didn't offend you, Kate.
No. I think he's one of the cutest little brats in the world.
Yeah, he is.
Listen, Jack, I'd like to stay longer, but really, I must run along now. I want to say thanks very much for inviting me up here this
Well, it's been an honest-to-goodness treat, and I'll never forget it, Kate.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Were you looking for me?
Yes, Rochester, just a minute. Goodbye, Kate, and thanks again so much.
So long, Jack. Good luck, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Well, Roch, I haven't seen you since we got off the train 4 days ago. Where were you?
I've been weekending up in Harlem. We had a gin barbecue.
Fine, I had to do all my own unpacking. What do you think I brought you along for?
You didn't say.
You're supposed to be working for me, and you spend all your time in Harlem. Suppose you went to all the hot spots.
There ain't no cool ones there.
Never mind. Now, look, Rochester, go right over to the Waldorf Astoria and straighten up my suite.
Did you move from the YMCA?
Rochester! I just went there for a swim. Now, run along.
Okay. Boss,
Yeah.
I'm having a little financial recession.
I see.
I wonder if I could have an advance on my salary.
Look, I already gave you an advance.
I want something in advance of that.
Oh, all right. Here's $5.
Could you elevate that to $8.50?
$8.50? What for?
I promised to buy my gal a sun lamp.
All right, here you are. Now, don't forget, Rochester. Don't forget, we're leaving Tuesday, so be sure and be up at the hotel. And come in. Well, look who's here. Come on in, Fred. All I need.
Me and two ass friends?
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm certainly surprised to see so many of you in here tonight. It's not raining outside, is it?
No, it's not raining, Fred. These people are all here to see me.
And you're not giving away dishes or anything, Mr. Benny?
No, sir, it's just me.
Now, look, Jack, you couldn't draw a crowd as big as this if you were a gutter on New Year's Eve.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
With running water, I'll throw that in.
Now, listen, Fred. You're here to work, so take off your coat and let's go.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Before we start this Punch and Benny show, there's something we've got to straighten out right now.
What's that, Fred?
I'm not going to open my mouth on this program, except to yawn, until you give me what you promised me last week.
What I promised you?
You know. Now, don't play possum, Benny. Hand over that Boy Scout knife.
Oh, yes, I knew you'd remember that. All right, here it is. Wait till I take the chain off.
I want the knife, chain, and everything that goes with it.
Oh, I suppose you even want this elk's tooth.
No, you can put that back in your mouth.
Well, here's the knife, Fred. Take it and consider our deal closed.
Now, wait a minute. You're not rushing me into this thing. Let me see if this knife's in good condition. There's the big blade.
Yeah.
There's the corkscrew, the fingernail file. There's the ping-pong paddle. The bottle opener. Hey, what's this thing here?
That's a folding bed. Are you satisfied?
Well, I guess it's all right. But, well, Jack, my mood changes here.
Yes,
you see.
I know.
I'm coming in the mood now. Have you been having a good time in New York? Have you seen any of the shows or anything?
Yes, Fred. I saw the Ed Wynn show. That was swell. I saw George M. Cohan show. That was grand. And then I saw your picture. My mood changes here, too.
Well, there wasn't an S on that well by any chance. Well, what about it?
Nothing, Fred.
Oh, wait.
But if you got paid for that picture, and I think you did, you should split 50-50 with Santa Claus.
First time I ever saw a radio comedian who was his own studio audience. Now, listen, Jack, if you're a fine time I go on, the first show I didn't get on at all. Now, here's the second one. I'm just creeping in at the finish here. Listen, Jack, if you're referring to that screen triumph, Sally, Irene, and Alan, that picture is funnier than Don Wilson thinks you are.
Is that so?
You're jealous, that's all.
That's so. Did you ever hear yourself enjoy you? Oh. Jealous. Why, I made a picture last year called Artists and Models. It was a sensation. I got 85 belly laughs.
I'll say you did. You should have pulled in your stomach, too.
My stomach had nothing to do with it. It was my performance. At least I photographed well.
Oh, I suppose I didn't.
Listen, Fred, I saw a sweepstake winner in a newsreel yesterday that looked better than you did. And he was selling fish at the time.
Well, you put me in a picture with a fish, and I'll steal a picture, too. Artists and models. What were you in that celluloid omelet, an artist or a model?
I was an easel, Smarty.
An easel?
Yes.
Well, how can a weasel play an easel?
Now, listen, Fred.
Shall I slice him down, Mr. Benny?
Never mind, Rochester.
Now, wait a minute. Who is this Swami here?
Swami?
I'm Mr. Benny's butler.
Butler, hey? Well, listen to me, you Nougatine Jeeves. One more word out of you, and you'll be buttling in a shroud.
Don't let him scare you, Rochester.
I ain't scared.
That's the stuff.
Wait a minute. What is a shroud?
A shroud, my untutored friend, is a windbreaker for a ghost.
Oh, make way for count.
Rochester, you see, Fred and I'll probably have to get a new butler.
Well, hello there, Fred.
Well, Harry Von Zell, what are you doing in the enemy's camp here?
Well, I came here to help Jack out tonight. He needed an announcer.
Oh, is he going to pay you?
Certainly not. He's doing it as a favor. Of course, I will buy him a necktie or something.
What do you mean, something?
Something cheaper and shut up.
I thought so. Benny, you're so tight. You've not only got the first dollar you ever earned, you've got the guy's right arm who handed it to you.
Well, it was loose. Now, let me tell you something, Alan.
Hey, pipe down, fellas. You're upsetting me.
Oh, are we bothering you, Abe?
Yeah, why don't you two guys be debonair?
Abe, if you say debonair once more, I'm going to ask you what it means.
Well, how will you know if his answer's correct?
Don't worry about me. I know plenty of big words.
Look, I've got words I could cut in halves, and you wouldn't understand either half of them. Now, look, you itinerant buffoon. The only big word you know is your right name.
Well, if I did reduce it a little, my right name wasn't so long.
It wasn't. Why, your name was so long it used to take 15 minutes to write it in shorthand. And then they had to send the pencil over to the Mayo brothers for relaxation.
You should talk. When you were in vaudeville, they had to put your right name on a rubber marquee.
Now, that's vulcanized slander, Benny.
Why, you weather-beaten gargoyle...
Go on there, Mr. B.
I'll throw you out of here so fast you look like a jockey on a skyrocket.
Now, that's enough, Benny. One more crack, and I'll hit you on top of your head so hard, you'll think your feet are bookends for your head.
I'm glad you loused that one up.
I'm taking my Boy Scout knife and getting out of here.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks for coming over, you town all booed up.
You're welcome, you war-hegan, walk you.
I'm nice enough to invite him up here, and what do I get?
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Abe?
Here's your knife back.
My knife? How'd you get it away from Alan?
My flute player bumped into him.
Oh, boy, that's marvelous. Thanks.
You want his watch, too?
Never mind. Play, Abe.
You know, the crowning touch to a good meal is the dessert, the happy ending. Well, that's where Jello comes in, the happy ending for any meal. For Jello looks so festive and tastes so delicious, it makes the ideal dessert for any occasion. And Jello is quick and easy to prepare. Serve it perfectly plain if you like, a clear, glowing mold of Jello, or garnish it with whipped cream, fruit, or nut meats. It's grand no matter how you serve it. But remember, only Jello brings you that delicious, extra rich fruit flavor. So don't accept any substitutes. Get the real thing, the one and only genuine Jello.
The last number of the 26th program in the new Jello series. We're with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. I want to thank Harry Von Zell, Bob Ripley, Kate Smith, Abe Lyman, and Fred Allen for their cooperation. It was a grand gesture. And now, folks, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is the program over yet?
Just about. Say, how did you get to New York, anyhow?
I flew in. I hope I land pretty soon.
Oh, good night, doll.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Something Tells Me. This is that restless time of the year when most of us want something new, something different. Well, if you have that urge to discover new things, all you have to do is step into your own kitchen and open a box of Jello. Right away, you'll think of dozens of delicious new things to eat. Jello desserts, Jello salads, Jello relishes. All with a tempting springtime freshness that's a treat for any tongue. For Jello brings you that delicious extra rich fruit flavor, deeper, truer, more satisfying. A flavor that rivals the juicy, ripe goodness of fresh fruit itself. And to start you off in your career of new and inspired dishes, you'll find attractive recipes on every package of Jello. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So if you want to discover a brand new repertoire of swell things to eat, stock up with Jello tomorrow. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. Tells Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who has just become Beverly Hills' latest taxpayer and homeowner, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Jello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a second mortgage. And, Don, I'm tickled to death that you brought up the subject of my new home. I've been dying to talk about it. You know, it's the first real thing I've ever owned.
Well, how's the place coming along, Jack? Is it almost finished?
Well, it's moving along all right now, but at the beginning we had an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, is that so? Now, what happened?
Well, the first month when they were putting up the wooden framework, the termites were way ahead of the carpenters. Oh, they were hungry little devils, you know?
Yes, indeed, those termites are vicious. Why, they'll eat the lumber as soon as you put it up.
Put it up nothing. These babies used to run down the street and meet the truck. Oh, they're go-getters, you know.
By the way, Jack, who's your architect?
Oh, a fellow by the name of Carlton Burgess. He's very clever, Don, but a bit stubborn. You see, he feels he knows more about building a house than I do. You know?
Well, now, that's only natural. That's his job.
I know, Don, but this fellow Burgess is so extravagant. Now, I didn't mind when he hung a crystal chandelier in the garage. But when he put a guest room in the doghouse, that was going too far. You know, if Fido has friends, let him move over. But I guess you have to expect those things, you know.
Say, Jack, are you going to have a swimming pool?
What's that, Phil?
I say, are you going to have a swimming pool?
Oh, sure, it's already built. And that's another thing Burgess went overboard on. I asked for a little place where I could wade. I wish you could see the size of the swimming pool he built for me.
How big is it?
How big? Well, there's a lighthouse in it. That's how big it is. Now, when I go swimming, I'll have to put an outboard motor in my trunks. Say, Phil. Phil, you've got a home of your own, too, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I built a beautiful ranch house right off of Ventura Boulevard.
Oh.
I have 14 rooms and an 8-car garage.
Well.
I'm mighty proud of it.
Well, I don't blame you, Phil. What do you call your place?
Auto Camp number 7.
Well, of course, mine is going to be a private home, naturally, you know.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, I want to thank you for helping me out, doing so much shopping and everything. Did you pick out the wallpaper for my dining room yet?
Oh, sure, Jack, and it's beautiful.
It is, huh?
It's a deep salmon color and has pink billy goats leaping over lavender cactus plants.
Is that for my dining room?
Yes.
I've lost my appetite already. What did you get for my bedroom?
Well, for that, I got bright gold wallpaper with little red butterflies chasing baby blue gorillas. And there's an American flag spread all over the ceiling.
That's fine. I'll have to sleep standing up. See, what else did you get?
Now, for the doghouse...
Mary, I don't want wallpaper in the doghouse. Fido doesn't need such ritzy surroundings.
Well, he entertains more than you do.
Well, he's a good mixer. Anyway. I like that. He's a good mixer. Anyway, thanks just the same, Mary, really.
Say, Jack, I'd like to drive out and see your place sometime. Is it a nice neighborhood?
No, that's a silly question. Why, sure, Certainly, I'm in a swell neighborhood, ain't I, Mary?
I'll say. Listen, Don, you know Ginger Rogers, the movie star, don't you?
Oh, yes, Mary.
Well, her uncle buys fish at the market right next door to Jack's house.
Uncle, it's her brother. That's even closer. And, Don, as a special tribute to you, I'm going to have a bed of red tulips in front of the house that spell out Jello. Jell-O.
Well, now, that's a lovely gesture, Jack, but why don't you also spell out the 6 delicious flavors?
Oh, come now, Don. That would run into tulips, you know. But it's a thought anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Mary. Hiya, Phil.
Hello.
Well, we're all here.
Yes, we're all here, Kenny. In fact, we've been here since the program started. Where were you?
Well, I was driving in from my place through Beverly Hills. I passed a bunch of carpenters building a house. Oh, boy, what a screwy place.
Well, what are you fellas laughing at? It probably wasn't my house.
No, this is right next to a fish market.
That's Jack's place, all right. Now, wait a minute, Phil. That doesn't mean it was my house. There are a lot of fish markets.
Say, Kenny, was there a Turkish bath on the other side?
Yes, there was.
Wiggle out of that, Jack.
Say, maybe it was my place. What were the carpenters doing, Kenny? Were they busy?
I'll say they were selling lumber.
Selling lumber? I've warned them time and again. Mary, get me Mr. Burgess on the phone right away. Play, Phil. I'm going to get a bloodhound, so help me. Say, Phil, what was that number you just played?
Just a minute, Jack. I'll ask one of my boys. Hey, Frank, what was that number we just finished?
Oh, that moon's here again.
No, that was last week. I mean the one we just got through with.
Well, never mind, Phil.
No, I want to find out. Hey, Charlie, do you know what that number was?
Crestview 1478.
Not her. I mean the number we just played.
Now, Phil, look, you're the leader. You ought to have some idea what it was.
Well, how did I know you were going to ask me?
Good heavens, I've got to announce something. Mary, did you recognize the number Phil just played?
No, and neither did the guy that wrote it.
Oh, well, let it go. Anyway, folks, that was something or other from the picture of the same name played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our mystery to our dramatic offering, tonight, for our feature attraction, the Benny Cut-Rate Theater Guild will present their version of that current Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer success, A Yank at Oxford.
Oh, boy, Robert Taylor was in that.
Yes, Mary, also Lionel Barrymore and Maureen O'Sullivan. Now, in our version, I will naturally play the part of Robert Taylor.
Why?
Well, because Bob and I are very much alike. He's about as tall as I am, and we buy our handkerchiefs in the same drugstore. And we... Oh, really, we do. And we even like the same girl, Barbara Stanwyck.
Only he goes out with her.
Is that so? Say, I could get a date with Barbara Stanwyck, too, couldn't I, Mary?
You couldn't get a date with Barbara Fritchie.
Barbara Fritchie?
What studio is she with?
18th Century Fox and Keep Still.
Now, getting back to our drama, I will play the part of that track star and all-around athlete, Robert Benny, better known as Speedy. And Mary will be Maureen O'Livingston, my sweetheart.
Say, Jack, who's going to play your father? You know, Lionel Barrymore's part.
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I've been trying to get Lionel Barrymore himself to play it. I've been sort of fishing around for him, but so far, no luck.
Why don't you put some money on the hook?
Don't tell me how to run my business. Anyway, I couldn't get Lionel Barrymore, but I did get a fellow who I think can handle the role very well. Mr. Lionel Kvetz. Is he here yet?
Here I am, Mr. Benny, just raring to go.
Now, Mr. Kvetz, you're sure you can play the part of my father all right, huh?
Well, I played Hamlet. Your old man ain't no better than he is.
Well, then I guess you'll do, huh?
But there's just one thing, Mr. Benny.
What's that?
I've been listening to Fred Allen, and according to what he says, I think I better get paid in advance.
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Kvetz. Fred Allen should be the last guy in the world to say that I'm cheap.
Why, is he that way, too?
Now, listen. Any man that'll use the same toothbrush for 9 years and then have it re-bristled, well,
gee whiz, he can't be that bad.
He can't, eh? Now, you may not believe this, Mr. Kvetz, but Allen makes his own underwear out of old flour sacks. His shorts have swan's down stamped on them.
Is that a fact?
Absolutely. I kicked him in the pants one day and started a dust storm. Well, that ought to take care of Mr. Allen for this week. And now that our play, A Yank at Oxford, is all cast, we will go on with it immediately after Kenny Baker's number. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
Good Night, Angel from Radio City Revels.
Oh, from Radio City Revels. Say, Kenny, you're in that picture, aren't you?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh. Well, you ought to know whether you made a picture or not.
Well, I know I was in the Golden Follies, by gosh.
Well, how do you happen to remember that?
A lamp fell on me.
Oh, well, brush the glass off your head and sing your song, will you?
Okay.
Sing, Kenny. Now, let's all concentrate now and get in the mood of our play, everybody.
Just as sweet as you are. Good night, angel. Good night. The stars are blinking in the blue, and it's time to say good night to you. The moon is murmuring above. Tomorrow is another day for love. Oh, good night, my angel. Thanks for another evening in heaven. Just one more kiss to end this perfect day before you spread your wings and fly away. Good night, my angel, until we meet again here in heaven. And may your dreams be just as sweet as you are. Good night, angel. Good
Good Night Angel, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present
Well, wait a minute, Jack. Am I going to be in a play tonight?
Oh, sure, Kenny. You're going to be a young Englishman.
Then why can't I be a professor at Oxford?
Well, in the first place, Kenny, you haven't any brains. And in the second place...
That's enough.
I think so. And now, folks, we are going to present our dramatic highlight of the evening, our own little vehicle, a Yank at Oxford, or a Cluck in Waukegan. Take it, Don.
The scene opens in the general store of Lionel Benny in the thriving little community of Waukegan, Illinois. His son, Robert, the star athlete of the town, is leaving that night for Oxford. Curtain, music.
Hello? Waukegan Emporium? Yes, Mrs. Smith? Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Oh, Dad?
What is it, Speedy?
Mrs. Smith says that the mousetrap you sold her yesterday is the wrong size.
Wrong size? How does she know?
She just caught a bear in it.
There ain't no bears around here. It must be her husband.
Well, I better tell her she's going to make a rug out of them.
Never mind that. Here, son, deliver this order of groceries to Mrs. Bunker. She lives at 216 Maple Street.
Well, that's only about a mile away, Dad. I can make it in no time. You know, I won the 100-yard dash this morning.
You did? Who did you run against?
Seabiscuit. Well, here I go, Pop. Here are your victuals, Mrs. Bunker.
Thanks.
Goodbye. Well, what's next, Pop?
Well, doggone, Speedy, you made that pretty fast. Now take this stepladder and get me that box of crackers off the top shelf.
I don't need a ladder, Paul. You know I hold the record for the high jump. Here I go. Ouch. Darn that low ceiling. Here are the crackers, Paul. Well, I better run home and pack my duds. You know I'm leaving for Oxford tonight.
That's right, my boy. I hate to see you go, but you got to get a good education.
Yeah.
Here's your steamship ticket from New York to London.
Steamship ticket? Keep it, Paul. I'm going to swim over.
Now, hold on, Speedy. Just because you swam across Lake Michigan don't mean you can swim the Atlantic Ocean.
That's right, Paul. Maybe I better take it easy. I'll row across.
That's the way to talk, my son. Say, did you tell Maureen you're leaving?
No, Dad, I didn't. I just couldn't bear to tell her. We've been going together for 8 years, and I'm afraid it'll break her heart.
I know, son. It'll be a great shock to her. Here she comes now.
Gosh, she looks pretty. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Speedy.
That's Speedy. Gee, you look sweet, Maureen. You're always so classy and stylish.
How do you like this new dress I knitted?
Oh, it's beautiful. Turn around. Let me see the back.
Oh, no, it isn't finished yet.
Now, listen, Maureen. There's something I must tell you. Something that, gee, I don't know how to begin.
Well, I do. I want a can of corn, a pound of coffee, 3 lamb chops.
Maureen, I must tell you. I'm leaving tonight for Oxford.
A dozen eggs.
Can't you understand, honey? I'll be gone 4 long years.
4 years, Bob?
Yes.
That's terrible. And a bottle of ketchup.
Now, don't take it so hard, gal. After all, it won't be forever. You'll be true to me while I'm gone, won't you?
Yes, Bob. I'll be as true as Ben Turpin with a bow and arrow.
That's the spirit. You're the sweetest, dearest girl I've ever known. Say you'll wait for me.
Why, Bob, I'll wait for you till the cows come home.
That's wonderful. When are they coming home?
Tomorrow.
Oh. Well, I gotta run along now and pack. Goodbye, Maureen. So long, Dad. I'll see you both at the station.
Goodbye, son.
So long, Speedy.
Hey, Maureen, watch me jump over the pickle barrel on the way out. Here I go. Oh, gee, it's the first time I've missed. Now I'm all dill.
We now take you to the railroad station where the whole town has turned out to see Speedy off. Listen to George Pritchard and his Philharmonic Orchestra.
am bidding Waukegan adieu. I may not be the best student at Oxford, but I'll win every athletic event from ping pong to Screeno. Hooray! Thanks, friends, and I'll be seeing you in 4 years. Hooray! Of course, I may come back sooner. Ooh. But I doubt it. Hooray! Well, so long, Paul.
Goodbye, my boy. Take good care of yourself.
Well, Marine, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
I'll say I am.
And aren't you going to miss me, honey?
I'll say I am.
Gee, it looks like rain.
I'll say I am.
Oh, stop already. I say I am. Well, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Bob. And hurry back in 4 years.
I will, dear.
Come on, Marine. Let's go to a movie.
Okay, Stanislaus.
Stanislaus, who is this guy?
My new boyfriend. The cows came home early.
Oh, I see.
All aboard. Train leaving for Chicago, Cleveland, Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, and a lot of places.
We now take you to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, where we find Speedy Betty in a rowboat headed for dear old England.
Stroke. Stroke. 16 days in a rowboat. Gee, I wish that shark would stop following me. What do you want, shark?
A cup of coffee, a sandwich, and you.
Stroke. Oh, another boat. And look who's out there. Hello, FD. You're fishing kind of far out, ain't you?
At last, our hero arrives in England, and now we pick him up on a road 15 miles out of London. He's lost and trying to find his way to Oxford.
Oh, pardon me, folks. I'm on land now. Gee, I've been walking around for days, and no one seems to know where Oxford is. Pardon me, sir. Is this the right road to Oxford?
Oxford, old boy? My word. Is that in England?
Well, gee whiz, it's supposed to be.
Are you looking for Oxford on the Thames or Oxford on the Avon?
I want just plain Oxford.
What size?
9.5B. Oh, go away. Gee, somebody must know where Oxford is. Oh, I say, young fellow.
Hello, old thing.
Can you tell me how to get to Oxford?
Oxford, old thing?
Yes.
Well, old thing.
Stop calling me old thing. Now, do you know where Oxford is?
I don't even know where I am. Cheerio.
He's about as English as a hot dog.
2 weeks later, and our hero is still trying to find the road to Oxford. We pick him up in the little village of Marmalade on the Crumpet.
Gee, I'm so lonely and homesick. I wish I was back at Waukegan. I wonder what Marine is doing right now.
Kiss me, Stanislaus.
I'm sorry I asked. Oh, well. Gee, I hope I find that school pretty soon. Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Carry on.
How do I get to Oxford University?
Well, first you have to go through I school.
I've been through I school. Look, all I want to know is what road do I take to get to Oxford?
There's an inn right across the Y. Why don't you inquire there?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. My, what a quaint little restaurant. Ye Brown Derby. I think I'll get something to eat.
What ho, so help me fish and chips, another customer. How'd you do?
How'd you do? I'd like a ham sandwich, please.
Sorry,
and
we
a glass
haven't
of
any
milk.
ham, sir.
What's that?
Beg pardon?
I said I'd like a glass of milk.
I heard you. I say we haven't any ham, sir.
Oh.
We have Yorkshire pudding and stewed tripe and gooseberry treacle tarts.
Treacle tarts? I'll have a go at that. And give me a glass of milk.
Oh, come now, old boy. You want tea.
I want milk.
Don't be a silly arse. Have tea.
I'm not a silly arse, and I want milk. Now, you give me milk, or I'll tell Anthony Eden on you.
Say, Lord love the duck, give over. How about Jello for dessert?
Jello? That'll be ripping.
Rather. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, you know. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and limey.
Well, I'll have a lot of that. Oh, by the way, maybe you can help me. I've been having an awful time trying to find Oxford University.
Oxford? Do you spell it with an O?
You spell it with an ox. Now, how do I get there?
My, that is a stumper, isn't it? But there's an American sitting over at that table. Perhaps he can guide you. Why don't you ask him?
I will.
Well, pip, pip.
Pip, pip, and I do mean pip. Pardon me, sir. You're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, maybe you can help me out. Do you know where Oxford is?
Why, certainly. I just came from there.
Oh, thank heaven. Now, how do I get there?
Well, you go right down this road until you come to a big stone mill.
Uh-huh.
And then you bring the scene of art to state with me. You'll receive the part the right. The more receive for test is for receive the five stand me. And when friend was sold for don't miss it minute. Oh, you can't miss it.
Now, wait. Look, I'm still at the old mill.
Well,
look,
I know. At the old mill, you turn to the right, and you go on the secret floor suspended, your boy.
You mean not the place that...
Oh, no, don't miss every miss it. Oh, you mean the right... the center rear seat of the practice board and seat.
Oh, you turn to the...
No, you just start part of seven back submitted.
Oh, never mind. I'll go back to America. Maybe I can find Yale. Please.
Here's a way to give your family a cheerful springtime dessert tomorrow night. A swell new dessert that's quick and easy and sure to come out perfect. It's called Red Cherry Cup, and it's made with glowing cherry jello and canned red cherries. It's bright with color, it's crammed with fruit goodness, and it takes just next to no time to make. Dissolve 1 package of cherry jello in hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 2 cups of seeded canned red cherries, turn into individual sherbet glasses, and chill until firm. Serve as is or topped with whipped cream. Either way, you've a prize winner. For cherry jello has a lovely crimson color and such a delicious extra-rich fruit flavor that it's hard to tell where the jello stops and the cherries begin. Just be sure to make your Red Cherry Cup with genuine jello, for jello brings you that tempting extra-rich fruit flavor. Order some jello tomorrow and try this grand dessert.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I hope you all liked our play, A Yank at Oxford.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
When I was in your father's store, I forgot to order a pound of cheese and a loaf of bread.
Look, Mary, that was only in the play.
I don't care. I'm hungry.
Well, so am I. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Cry, Baby, Cry. This is the day of the Easter parade, and there's a cheerful feeling in the air. Perky new hats, gay flowers, everything reflects the spirit of carefree spring. It's a day of color, and if you serve Jello for your Easter dessert, you were right in the spirit of things. For a shimmering mold of bright, clear Jello is mighty gay and cheerful. The glowing reds of strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jello, shiny orange, golden lemon, or sea green lime, you have a regular rainbow to choose from. And no matter which flavor you select, you're sure of a masterpiece. For Jello tastes as good as it looks. It's crammed with delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, the flavor from fresh, ripe fruit. It's put there by a special process. It's sealed right in so it can't get out. It's caught and held for you to enjoy the minute you taste a shimmering spoonful. A delight to the eye and a thrill to the taste. That's Jello. But be absolutely sure you do get genuine Jello with that extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was Cry, Baby, Cry, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who is celebrating Easter with a new suit, new shirt, new tie, and new shoes that squeak, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who was also looking for a new announcer. And listen, Don, it was nice of you to mention my Easter outfit, but it so happens that my shoes do not squeak. They might chirp a little because they're happy. But they do not squeak.
Why, Jack, I heard you when you came into the studio. You sounded like a rusty beer sign in the wind.
Now, Don, every new shoe has a little something to say, but I repeat, mine do not squeak.
All right, then. Just walk around the microphone and see what happens.
Okay, Smarty.
Well, what do you think of your shoes now?
Well, naturally, they're a little nervous. It's the first time they've ever been on the air. But say, Don, you're kind of dolled up for Easter yourself. That's a nice-looking suit you're wearing.
Well, thanks, Jack. I just bought it last week.
It's very snappy. Where'd you get it?
Well, Hart Schaffner and Marks made the pants.
Hart Schaffner and Marks. I knew it wasn't a one-man job. Did they make the coat, too?
Well, Jack, they put in a bid on it, but I finally awarded the contract to the Tri-State Construction Company.
Oh, yes. They also did the Boulder Dam. Or something big. Say, Don, come here a minute. Look at Phil standing over there. Isn't it disgraceful the way he comes dressed on a holiday?
Well, it isn't very good taste.
Come here, Phil.
What is it, Jack?
You want to know a funny thing? Here I bother to get all dressed up for Easter with a new suit and shoes and spend hours fixing myself up. And you come to the studio with slacks, an old sport coat, and no necktie.
Yeah, and you want to know another funny thing?
What?
I still look better than you do.
You do not. And I'll leave it to anyone here. In fact, I'll leave it to the boys in your band. Which of us is dressed better for Easter?
What do they know? They tried to buy firecrackers today.
Well, that's a nice organization you've got. Don't tell me they all thought today was the 4th of July.
No, the drummer held out for St. Patrick's Day.
Oh. Yes, I see the shamrock on the cymbal. Well, Phil, your boys might be mixed up about holidays, but when it comes to music, they're mixed up. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy Easter.
Thanks. Same to you, kid.
Gee, you look so cute in the Easter parade this morning, all dressed up in your new spring suit.
Oh, I wasn't out there to show off or anything. I like to walk down the boulevard on Easter. Everybody does.
So you were in the parade this morning, huh, Jack?
I certainly was.
You should have seen him, fella, strutting along with a cane on his hand and a flower in his lapel, and he was wearing the swellest derby hat.
Oh, Mary.
Way down over his ears.
Well, it was a little too big. I bought it before I got my hair cut like a darn fool.
And you should have seen that funny double-breasted suit he was wearing.
Well, what was wrong with it? That coat fit me like a dummy in a window.
Well, you should have stayed there.
Well, after all, Mary, I don't have to spend a fortune for a little Easter outfit.
You're right, Jack.
Yeah.
Tell him what happened on the boulevard this morning.
Never mind that.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was strutting along in his new suit, proud as a peacock.
I was just walking.
Go ahead, Mary.
Well...
Oh, you're silly.
Well, he was walking along, and all of a sudden, a man behind him sneezed.
He sneezed, eh? And then what happened?
Jack's coat shrunk 4 inches.
Oh, well.
Is that right, Jack?
Yeah, before I could say Gesundheit, I was nearly strangled. Anyway, what if it did shrink a little? Who cares?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Come here a minute, will you?
What is it?
Well, come over here. It's important.
I can imagine. Okay. Oh, darn these shoes. Huh?
Hey, what's that noise?
A squeak at Oxford.
All right, now what is it, Kenny?
Well, I did something last week, and I don't know whether I ought to tell you.
Well, you called me over here, didn't you?
Well, if I tell you, will you promise you won't fire me for it?
Yes, I promise. What did you do?
Well, I listened to Fred Allen Wednesday night.
Oh, you mean the guy that wears flour sack scandies? Well, Kenny, I don't care who you listen to.
I heard Fred Allen, too, Jack, and the way he ran you down, you ought to do something about it.
Well, I'll admit he is a bit of a nuisance, but what can I do?
Why don't you have him bumped off?
Bumped off?
You know, take him for a drive.
Drive? You mean ride. Take him for a drive.
Well, you ought to do something about it. Alan keeps saying you're cheap all the time.
Oh, he does, eh? Well, he's got a lot of nerve to talk about me. Any man that'll open a can of sardines, eat them, and then save the tails for hash, well... Glad I didn't blow that line, too. Don't tell me about that guy.
Yeah, and another thing. He said your toupee didn't fit.
Now, that's a big lie because I don't even wear one. Mary, look at the top of my head. What do you see there?
A parking lot.
Well, let's forget my head and Alan and everything else. Go ahead and sing your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. I just thought of something awful.
What's that?
Here it is, Easter, and I forgot to write a poem.
Well, Mary, what will people think? Now, you go ahead and write one while Kenny sings, and work hard on it.
Oh, her and her old poems.
Oh, yeah, you and your old songs.
Well, my songs are better than your poems.
Now, children! Sing, Kenny. Oh, me and my new shoes. I'm sorry I tore off that guarantee.
There's a song in the air, but the fair senorita doesn't seem to care for the song in the air. So I'll sing to the mule if you're sure she won't think that I am just a fool serenading a mule. She listens carefully to each little tune I play. La bella senorita, she'd love to sing it too if only she knew the way. There's a light in her eye, though she may try to hide it, she cannot deny there's a light in her eye. Oh, the charm of her smile, so beguiled Don Diego that he rode a mile for the charm of her smile. Amigo mio, is she listening to my song? La bella senorita, she'd love to sing it too if only she knew the way. But try as she may, in her voice there's a flaw, and all that a lady can say is Senorita, donkeycita, not so sweet as a mosquito, but so sweet like my chiquita, you're the one for me.
That was Donkey Serenade from the Firefly, sung by Kenny Baker. Donkey Serenade. It's kind of a silly title, isn't it, Kenny?
Silly?
Sure. After all, who would serenade a donkey?
A jackass, Jack.
Well, hey, that's right, come to think of it. Hey, Mary, are you coming along with your poem?
I need one more verse. I'll be through in a minute.
Well, hurry it up. We haven't got anything to do here.
Oh, we haven't, eh? Well, ladies and gentlemen, while you're waiting for Miss Livingston's poem, why don't you skip out in your kitchen and prepare a dish of Jello? It's tempting, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
I'm all finished, Don.
Well, I'm not. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, happy Easter, happy Easter. You are
Well, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Now, what's the name of your poem?
Easter Greetings by Mary O. Livingston.
Now, what's the O for?
Oh, happy Easter, happy Easter. You are with us once again. With your Easter eggs so tempting, summer candy, summer hen.
Well, that makes sense, yeah.
Boys and girls all dressed up pretty parade the streets in every city and all show off their Easter stuff, even though it's on the cuff.
Now, that's a little too personal, I think, Mary.
I like to smell your Easter lilies. Your hot cross buns I love to tackle.
Oh.
Your rabbits all lay eggs, they say. But, gee, I never heard one cackle.
Tackle. Now, that's just loony.
Say, Jack, did Longfellow work with a stooge?
No.
Then keep still. Last verse.
That's good.
So I salute you, Happy Easter, with one hip-hip and two hurrahs. Until you come next year to greet us, I say farewell. The end. Applause.
Well, you got a nice hand there, Mary, but you asked for it. Do you think that's ethical?
No, but it's short.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got something there. There's nothing like going after it yourself.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
What are we stalling for? When are we going to do something interesting?
Well, Phil, we're doing the best we can. If it's dull here, why don't you pick up your orchestra and go home?
That's what I say.
Thanks, Kenny, and mind your own business. He always comes to at the wrong time.
What I meant, Jack, are we going to do a play tonight?
No, Phil, we don't have to do a play every Sunday night. What is this, a stock company?
No, but I just thought we ought to.
Well, putting on a play week after week is no picnic, you know.
But people seem to like them.
Yes, but gee whiz, do you think it's easy? Do you think it's necessary?
It's none of my business.
I'm talking to Phil. Kenneth. Anyway, fellas, I'll tell you what I plan to do, and it's a surprise. We're going to cut the program short tonight, and I'm going to treat you all to the Al G. Barnes Sells Floto Circus. Now, what do you think of that? Yes, sir. Now, remember, it's my treat. A man gave me 5 passes for tonight's show.
Passes? How'd you get them?
Well, I've got a friend with the circus, and besides, I let him put posters up all over my new house. You know? I won't be moving in for quite a while, you know.
Say, Jack, you know, I happened to drive by your new house last night. It's coming along fine, isn't it?
Yeah, and you notice all those circus posters with lions and snakes and zebras all over them?
Yes, sir. I threw my jug right out the window.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, tonight you're invited to see the real thing. We'll have a lot of fun, too.
I'm terribly sorry, Jack. I'd love to go, but I got a blind date tonight.
Oh, you and your blind dates. Well, I guess you're stuck, Phil. How about going now, fellas? We'll just about make it.
Oh, well, I think we better hurry.
Wait a minute. Come in. Well.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, hello, Andy. Say, you're just in time. We're all going to the circus, and I got a pass for you, too. You want to come along?
Sure, Buck. I got an aunt with that show. She's the bearded lady.
Your aunt? How did she happen to become a bearded lady?
Oh, she just got tired of shaving one day.
Oh, well, come on, let's go. Oh, by the way, Andy, I meant to ask you, did your pa buy that airplane you were telling me about?
Oh, sure. He's been flying around in it all week.
Already? Say, he's learning fast, isn't he?
Yeah, too fast. Yesterday he was practicing a loop-the-loop and he fell out.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, lucky thing he had on a parachute.
Well, I'll say it was lucky.
Too bad he forgot to open it.
What? My goodness, he fell right down to the ground, eh? Gee, he must have hit it pretty hard.
I'll say he did. He swallowed his chewing tobacco.
Well, I'm glad it was nothing more serious.
Come on, Jack, let's go.
All right, wait, let's see if I've got the passes. Yeah, we're all set. Come on, fellas.
All right.
Hey, Phil, take care of the show from now on.
Okay. Well, fellas, let's play the next number and go home.
What'll we play?
Oh, anything. Squeaky shoes won't know the difference. You ready, boys? Wait a minute, hold everything. Come in.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Have you got a blind date tonight?
Yes, I have.
Well, don't keep Mama out late. Goodbye.
All right, boys. Play slow. I'm in no hurry.
Well, fellas, here we are. There's a big crowd, so everybody stick close to me.
We've got a little time to kill before the big show goes on.
Well, what do we do first?
I want to see the elephant.
I want to get my girl's name tattooed on my chest.
What's her name, Kenny?
Genevieve Krutzenborgen Pepper.
You better get another girl or a bigger chest. It's a fine name.
Where's the fat lady? I'd like to see her.
She'd like to see you, too. Hey, she'd go for you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Look at the India rubber man over there.
Oh, yes. Hey, that is the India rubber man.
He must have a cold.
A cold? Why?
He just tied his nose in a knot.
Say, I must try that sometime. It'll save handkerchiefs.
Hey, fellas, get a load of the wild man of Borneo.
Look at him there in that cage.
He's a tough-looking mug. Let's go over and talk to him.
Goo, 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 goo. Gow!
Oh, boy, he is ferocious. Hello, wild man. Tell me, what makes you so wild?
It's town hall tonight.
Oh. Very well, I can understand that.
Balloons. Get them out there blowing up. Balloons.
Oh, Jack, buy me a balloon.
Yeah, I want one, too. That pretty pink one.
Say, that is pretty. Do you want a balloon, Kenny?
Nah, that's for children. I want a Tom Collins.
Kenny, you don't even know what a Tom Collins is.
I do, too. It's a hard-boiled lemonade.
All right, stop showing off.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Why, Rochester.
I thought you was at NBC Broadcasting.
Yeah, and I thought you were home where you should be, working.
Well, here we are at the circus.
Well, now that you're here, you can stay, but don't let it happen again.
Yes, sir. Say, boss,
Well?
are you in the mood for a little conference in the field of finance?
Oh, so you're broke again, eh? What happened to that $5 I gave you last night?
The what?
I gave you $5 last night. Now, what did you do with it?
I sent that out to fight the recession.
Now, tell me the truth, Rochester. What did you do with that money?
I went to the barber shop.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could you spend $5 in a barber shop?
The barber threw a 7.
Well, here's $1. That's all you're going to get. Now, run along.
Thanks, boss. Here I come, Josephine.
That boy can't hold on to a dime.
Gee, I'm hungry. I'm going over and get a hot dog.
Yeah, me too.
I could go for one myself.
Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. Get them while they're red hot.
Hey, I thought you were selling balloons.
Wait till you taste the hot dog.
Oh, I see. Well, we don't want any.
Hey, Jack, look. They're lining up the freaks for the sideshow.
Right this way, ladies and gentlemen. Our sideshow's about to begin. We have with us the greatest and most stupendous aggregation of freaks and curiosities this world has ever seen.
Come on, fellas. Let's get a load of this.
And now, right over here on my right, we have Elmer, the living skeleton. Why, this man is so thin we can't weigh him. Keeps blowing off the scale.
A living skeleton. I'll bet he weighs 150 pounds.
So on your shoes squeak.
How does he know?
Now, over here on my left, we have Mademoiselle Lulu, the greatest snake charmer that ever made a cobra say uncle.
Well, hello, Lulu.
Hello, Andy.
Why, Andy, do you know the snake charmer?
Sure, I used to know her when she played with worms.
Oh, way back when, eh?
And right over here, we have one of the greatest novelties on the face of the globe. Sailor Smith, the tattooed man. Pictures from head to toe.
Tattooed man. Why, there's hardly a mark on his body.
We sent him to the laundry and shut up.
Shut up yourself, you old windbag.
And right over here, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new attraction. The man with the pin head.
Where?
I'm looking at you.
Oh.
Why don't you keep quiet, Jack?
The nerve of that guy saying I had a head like a pin.
Yeah, how could he tell with your hat on?
Wise guy.
And now, folks, last but not least, for the real sensation of the evening, we have with us none other than that famous Oriental dancer, Princess Zaza, direct from Cairo, Egypt. Yes, sir, she dances. She shakes and she quivers.
Oh, boy, that's my dish.
Kenny.
Yep, right inside, folks. Princess Zaza goes on immediately.
Come on, fellas, let's go in.
Yeah.
See you later, you little cut-up.
Wait a minute, Jack. We haven't time to go in here. The big show starts right away.
Yeah, we got to go over there, darn it.
Have you got your passes, Jack?
Here they are. I've got to exchange them at the box office. Well, here we are, fellas.
Yes, sir. How many?
I'd like to exchange these for tickets. I've got 5 passes. Here you are.
Listen, buddy, these passes are good, all right, but not for tonight. These are for the matinee.
Matinee. The man that gave them to me said they were for tonight.
I can't help what he said. These are for the matinee.
Matinee or no matinee? It's a fine howdy. I'm going right home and rip those posters off my house.
Go ahead. We're leaving town tonight anyway.
Well, this is the dirtiest trick that I've
ever... Move along, buddy. We're holding up the line there.
Well, I've never heard of such a rotten thing in all my life.
Oh, Jack, why haggle about it? Why don't you buy tickets?
Sure, Buck. A couple of dollars won't
Now,
take
listen, fellas. It's not the money. It's the principle of the thing.
Oh, come on, Jack. Come on. If you feel that way about it, I'll buy the ticket.
Oh, no, Don. You can take us out to supper later. But we're going to get into this circus for nothing. Now, follow me.
Hey, the main entrance is over that way.
I know what I'm doing. They're not going to put anything over on me. Come on around to the back. Now, quiet, everybody. I'll show those guys. Now, look nonchalant, fellas.
I know what's coming.
Now, wait. Here's a good place. Lift the tent, Kenny. We'll all crawl under.
Oh, gee whiz.
Jack, we don't want to do this.
Oh, don't be afraid. Now, come on. Now, listen, fellas. Mary, Kenny, and I will go in first. And, Don, you and Andy can watch until I give you the signal to come in. Now, come on. Follow me under the tent. Woo! Kenny, don't push. Now, quiet, everybody.
Gee, this is like going to the circus with Harry Lauder.
All right, here we are, up on your feet. Well, here we are on the inside. What's wrong with this?
Hey, Jack, look at these bars over here. What are they for?
That's a cage, Kenny. There are lions on the other side.
Oh, yeah? Turn around, Jack.
Oh, for goodness sake! Oh, hey! Come on! Kenny, wait for me! Jack! Go away! Calling Frank Buck! Calling Frank Buck!
Something new, something different, something swell to eat. And here it is, and you'll all want to try it. It's called golden apricot pie, the most unusual dessert you've served in a long time. Made with delicious orange Jello combined with apricots, and it's easy to make, and here's what you do. First, dissolve 1 package of orange Jello in hot water and chill until thickened. Then combine half a pound of cooked dried apricots with a 1/4 cup of sugar. Fold the apricots into the thickened Jello and turn into a cold baked pie shell. Chill until firm, cover with whipped cream, and give your family a grand new treat. For golden apricot pie is really swell. Fragrant, fruit-rich orange Jello molded with apricots under a blanket of fluffy whipped cream. A beautiful combination to look at, a delicious one to taste. Just be sure to make your apricot pie with genuine Jello, for only Jello brings you Jello's extra rich fruit flavor. So try this delicious new pie for dessert. Order Jello from your grocer tomorrow.
The last number of the 29th program of the new Jello series. I'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, folks, I'm all out of breath, but I got away from that lion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night we are going to present the highlight of our entire season. We are going to offer our version of Walt Disney's greatest film success, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So be sure and listen in.
Say, Jack, have you seen the picture yet?
No, Mary, but I'm going to see it tonight. I've got passes. Do you want to come along?
No, I'm not going to sneak under the Carthay Circle.
Good night, folks.
Here's an important announcement. Starting this week, Robert L. Ripley's Believe It or Not program will be heard Tuesday night instead of Saturday over most of these same stations. Be sure to see your local newspaper for the new time. Daylight savings begins in some parts of the country next Sunday. This will bring a change in time for the Jello program on some of these stations. Consult your local newspaper for schedule of your station. Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company. J-E-L-L-O! The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Hooray for Hollywood from Hollywood Hotel. Oftentimes, there is some one thing that seems to have extra pleasant associations for us. It may be a place, it may be a song, it may be a word. For instance, a letter we received just the other day says, "The word Jello will always mean something special to me because it's almost the one dessert I can remember having as a youngster. I remember the picture of the Jello girl on the box. I remember Jello's bright party colors. I feel as if I'd grown up with Jello, and it's a friend I'll never forget." Well, we hope a lot of you feel that way about Jello. It has been America's favorite dessert for over 40 years. And the only changes in Jello have been to make it even better. Jello has a deeper, richer, more satisfying fruit taste than ever before. And Jello sets more quickly now. It's quicker and easier to prepare. But remember, there is only one Jello. There's always been only one Jello, so don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Look for the big red letters on the box that always spelled Jello. Hooray for Hollywood, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first day of daylight saving time, we bring you a man who saves time, money, and old pieces of string, Jack Benny.
Hello again. There's a Jack Benny who also saves paper bags. They come in mighty handy, too. Well, Don, if we were in the East now, we'd have an extra hour today. 60 whole minutes to do with as we please. What would you do with yours?
Well, Jack, if I had an extra hour, I think I'd go on a diet. You know, not eat anything.
Not eat anything for a whole hour? Why, Don, that would be a drastic move for you, wouldn't it?
Yes, but I should do it anyway, Jack. I think I'm getting a little plump.
Oh, a little plump?
Yes.
He's getting plump. Oh, well. Listen, Don, if I were a penny weighing machine and saw you coming toward me, I'd pull up my scales and run. Woo! You're just F-A-T.
Oh, I not only resent that, but deny it.
Anyway, we were talking about daylight saving time, weren't we?
You know, Jack, I forgot all about our show going on an hour earlier. When I got up, I had to run over here like a streak of lightning. Boy, I had to rush.
I know, Phil, and those pajamas are very becoming.
I'm glad you like them.
Imagine coming to the studio in pajamas. You didn't even bother to dress.
I did, too. I never wear the tops.
Oh. Well, I noticed that at least you took time to curl your hair.
I did not. It's a mess.
Anyway, just because we're on an hour earlier today is no excuse for being careless, you know.
Say, Jack, why do they have daylight saving time in the East and not out here?
Well, Mary, that's so the people there can get up an hour earlier in the morning, and then when evening comes, they have an extra hour of sunshine.
Suppose it's raining.
Well, then they have an extra hour of rain.
Like we have here?
Quiet. It never rains in California. Never.
Well, gee, I wish someone had told my uncle that this morning.
Which uncle?
The one with the wooden leg that warped.
Look, Mary, you asked me a question. I answered it. Now leave me alone.
Say, Jack.
Oh, fine. What is it, Kenny?
You know, I can't understand one thing about daylight saving time.
What's that?
Well, this morning I set my watch 60 minutes ahead, and when I came to the broadcast, I was an hour too early. Why was that?
Well, look, Kenny, you didn't have to set your watch ahead. That's only in the East. Do you realize you're the only person in the whole state of California that did it?
Was there a prize for that?
Yes, bend over. What a kid. He's hopeless.
Well, at least I know rain when I see it.
Yeah. Never mind that. Now, look, fellas, we have no more time to discuss rain or daylight saving because, as I announced last week, tonight we're going to do a very long play. In fact, it's a musical comedy.
A musical comedy?
Yes, Phil, if you'd show up for rehearsal, this wouldn't be such a shock to you.
Oh, those rehearsals bore me more than the show.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, listen, fellas, we got to do something to make Phil happy here.
Now you're talking. Shut up or I'll fire you.
Anyhow, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny Light Opera Troupe will present what we consider a real masterpiece. We're going to offer our version of Walt Disney's sensational film and supreme achievement, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Now, this will go on immediately.
Hey, Jack, I didn't see that picture. What's a dwarf?
A dwarf, Kenny, is a jockey with a long beard. Now, in our version...
Am I going to be a dwarf, Jack?
You, Don? What are you laughing at, Ray?
He couldn't be a dwarf in an elephant act.
Well, you'll be in it anyway, Don. Now, in our musical comedy version, folks, as none of us look like dwarfs, we are going to call our play Snow White and the Seven Gangsters. Mary Livingston, who is scared to death of these gangsters, will be Snow White. Now, let's see. There's also a Prince Charming.
Say, Jack, can I be Prince Charming?
Over my dead body. Let's see, who else? Oh, the witch. Where's that witch I hired?
Here I am. Gee, is she going to be my stepmother?
Yes, and she's going to give you a poisoned apple.
You stool pigeon.
Quiet, you old bat. Now, our cast is complete. Except, where's Andy?
Here I am, Buck. Am I going to be one of the dwarfs?
No, Andy, you're going to be a gangster, not a dwarf.
Shucks, and I went out and had my legs shortened.
Leg shortened? How'd you do that?
I glued them to a cheap pair of pants and went out in the rain.
Now, the next one that says it rains in California, I'm going to hit him right over the head with my umbrella. Now, remember, fellas, we're all gangsters, and I'm going to be the roughest, toughest, meanest one of them all. Just a no-good rat, see?
Wow.
I'm as tough as any of those movie gangsters, ain't I, Mary?
Yeah, you're a regular Edward G. Buttercup.
Well, just the same, I can act tough.
Say, Jack, do we all have to be hard-boiled?
Of course, Don, and you ought to get into the mood.
Okay. Now, get this, ladies and gentlemen. You better rush down to your nearest grocer and get a package of Jello. See? It comes in 6 delicious flavors. See?
That's telling them, Don.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. See?
That's it. I guess they see, Don. Now, folks, our play will go on immediately after Kenny Baker's song. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
One song from the picture Snow White. One song. Come on, now, let that
Okay, Kenny, let's have it.
Okay.
Right.
One song that has possessed me, one love thrilling me through, one song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. With a song I come to you like a troubadour, with a simple serenade, that and nothing more. I have no lute to play, no tinkling guitar, just a song to tell you how sweet to me you are. One song, I have but one song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constantly true. One love that has possessed me, one love thrilling me through, one song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. I have but one song for you.
One song from Snow White sung by Kenny Baker. And thanks, Kenny. It was certainly apropos.
You said it, son.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our musical comedy, Snow White and the Seven Gangsters. We will present this little fairy tale in 4 acts and 39 scenes. So take off your shoes, folks. You got to stay in tonight. Here we go. The opening scene is the isolated farmhouse on Long Island, which is the hideout of the notorious Benny gang. As the curtain rises, Doc Benny is giving his boys a pep talk. Curtains. Music. Now listen, men. We got a big job on for tonight. The biggest thing we've tackled since we cracked the mint. We're going to stick up the 12th National Bank. Do you get that?
Yeah.
I'll call the roll, see if we're all here. Sleepy.
Here, Doc.
Sneezy.
It's you, Doc.
Gesundheit. Happy.
I'm right here, Doc, feeling fine and ready to go.
He wears feather underwear, folks. Grumpy.
Right here, Chief. But I'm afraid we're going to get caught this time.
Oh, you're too pessimistic. Bashful.
Oh, shucks, Doc, you know I'm here.
Now come on over here with the rest of us.
Oh, gee whiz.
A fine gangster. Now let's see, who else? Oh, yes, Dopey.
That's me, folks.
And you're a fine crook, too, the way you waste your time.
What do you mean?
Well, I sent you out to pick pockets yesterday, and you wasted 2 hours on Fred Allen. Imagine picking Allen's pocket. What did you find there?
A hole.
Oh. He buries his money, eh? And you, Bashful.
Oh, what's the matter, Doc?
I sent you out to take a guy for a ride, and you went in separate cars.
Well, gee, I didn't know him very well.
That's a great excuse. Now listen, fellas. You've been laying down on the job lately. I want you all to be up on your toes tonight.
Say, Doc.
What is it, Sleepy?
What time are we going to rob the bank tonight? About 12 o'clock. And don't be late like you always are.
I'm afraid of that job, Chief. We're sure to get caught and be sent up the river for 20 years.
Oh, we will, eh? How do you feel about it, Happy?
Well, Grumpy's right. We'll all go to Sing Sing and never come out. Gee, it'll be awful.
Certainly got a brave bunch of men here, scared of your own shadow.
I'm not scared. I'm dopey.
You said it. Now remember, men, we got a big job on tonight and we got to get some money. There's a payment due on our machine gun. So let's all work together. Just as soon as our supply of dynamite gets here, we'll go. Come in.
Package of dynamite for Doc Benny. Sign here.
Now, wait a minute. Is this dynamite good and strong?
I think so. I had 2 arms when I started out. Goodbye.
All right, men. Now, listen carefully. We'll meet tonight at exactly 11 o'clock in the alley right in back of the bank. Is that clear? What about you, Dopey? Do you know where we're going to meet?
If I forget, I'll ask a policeman.
All right, but leave your girl home this time. Now remember, fellas, 11 o'clock in the alley behind the bank. And then do you know where we go from there?
Where?
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to rob the bank we'll go.
I'll say we'll go and grab the dough. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. Now don't be late, you know.
We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. I'm sleepy, that I know.
And I'm so shy I nearly die. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho. Why don't you eat Jello? Just try a dish, it's so delish. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. To rob the bank we'll go. A safe will blow and grab the dope. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. Now don't be late, you know. We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
The scene changes. We now take you to the home of Miss Snow White, who lives on Park Avenue with her cruel stepmother, Mrs. Agatha Witch. Oh, she's a meanie. Take it away, Park Avenue.
Hello? Who? No, she can't talk to you, and don't be calling up here anymore. Goodbye yourself.
Who was that, stepmother?
That was your boyfriend, Prince Charming. A friendship. Now listen, Snow. I don't want you to go out with him anymore. He's just after your money.
So are you.
Well, I saw you first. Now, don't you dare to leave this room, you little brat.
Isn't she awful, folks?
Shut up.
Oh, why is my stepmother so cruel to me? Is she jealous of me perchance, or is she jealous of me good looks? I haven't. She's just a rat. Oh, where is my Prince Charming? If he would just come and take me away, I'd be so happy.
He'll be here, folks.
That must be Prince Charming now. Here, Prince. Here, Prince. Come in. Aw, Prince Charming.
Hello, Snow White. How's my little pickaninny?
Oh, Prince, I'm so glad you're here. My stepmother's getting crueler every day. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Is that so? What's the matter with that old Mickey Finn?
Why, only this morning she tried to kill me. She gave me a poisoned apple for breakfast.
Oh, what a lowlife that is. If I wasn't a prince, that gentleman in that car, I'd smack her up and down.
And another thing, she says you're not a real prince. She says you're bogus.
Bogus? That's my brother. I'm Boris.
But you are a real prince, aren't you?
Why, certainly. I got a coat of arms with a belt in the back.
Then I don't care what she says. I love you, my prince.
And I love you, too, my little honey child. Come into my arms.
Oh, if you'd only take me away from here, I'd be so happy.
Don't worry, my little sweetie cake. Someday I'll take you to my castle in the Catskills.
When?
someday.
Oh, someday. Someday we'll go away. Someday, so far away. And how thrilling that moment will be when the prince of my dreams comes to me.
I'll whisper I love you and steal a kiss or two, so I'm ready to love.
Oh, no! Though you're not so hard, someday when our dreams come
Hey, that was all right, wasn't it, Bo?
Well, goodbye, darling. I have to go now.
Where are you going, my prince?
I'm going to take a ride in the park. Wait, I'll see if my horse is outside. Hi-ho, Silverstein!
So Prince Charming leaves. The door opens, and in walks the wicked stepmother, and says,
Snow White? Who was that in here singing? Lawrence Cabot. Well, he's slipping. I know it was that Prince Charming, and I told you never to see him again. But I love him, stepmother. He's so handsome and romantic. I'll put a stop to this affair, you little fool. Here, have an apple.
Don't take it, Snow White. It's poison.
Stay out of this, you kibitzer. He's right, stepmother. This apple is poison. It is not. Then why is that worm waving a red flag?
You see?
I'll make you eat it. Come here, Snow White. No, I'll run away from home. That's what I'll do. I'll run away from home. Stop! No, I'll never see you again. Goodbye, stepmother. Goodbye, worm.
Goodbye. So little Snow White runs away from home. And 2 days later, we find her lost in a dense forest somewhere in Long Island.
Here I am in the woods. And look at the animals following me. Oh, see the pretty birds. Hello, bird. Pretty.
That canary is somewhat of a critic.
Gee, none of these animals are afraid of me. Look at that little pussy cat with the bushy tail. Come here, pussy. Oh, my mistake. Get away, pussy.
That was a close one.
And look at that little deer running after me. Isn't it cute? Hello, dear.
Hello, honey.
Fresh. Gee, I'm so tired and hungry. Oh, look, there's a farmhouse over yonder. Maybe I can get food and shelter there. Here I come, farmhouse.
All right, men. We're ready to rob the bank. Now, remember, this ain't no picnic, so everybody work fast and be on your guard. Say, Happy, where's the machine gun?
Over there in the sewing basket.
That's great. Have you got your bag filled, Grumpy?
Yep, I got a flashlight, a chisel, some dynamite, a blowtorch, and my nightshirt.
Oh, we'll be home before morning. Hey, Dopey, stop chewing that dynamite. You'll blow your brains out.
If I had any brains, I wouldn't be chewing it.
Well, we're all set now. Wait a minute, where's Sleepy? Hey, Sleepy, wake up.
Oh, gee whiz.
Bashful, what are you blushing about?
Well, look at Sleepy smiling. He must be dreaming about a girl.
Well, you stay out of his dreams. Anyway, we can do without him. Now, let's go, men. And here's my final instruction. While we're robbing that bank, there's one thing that's very important.
What's that, Chief?
For heaven's sake, don't whistle while you work. Don't whistle while you work, or the cops will come. We'll have to run. Be as quiet as a Turk.
You mean quiet as a mouse?
But I couldn't make it rhyme.
Now come on, boys, and make no noise. We haven't got much time.
Now remember, each of you,
we know what we must do.
Now you must be still.
I know I will.
La 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 la. Don't whistle while you work, or the cops you're bound to work. They'll get their man, put it in the can. Don't whistle while you work.
Now don't forget. All right, men, we're on our way. Let's go. Wait a minute.
I knew it. It's the cops.
The cops?
Gee, I bet they give us life this time.
Quiet. I'll handle this. Come in.
Hello, everybody. My name is Snow White.
Why, it's a girl.
A girl?
Yes, a girl. What do you want, Snow White?
Gee, I thought this was a farmhouse. Aren't you all farmers?
No, we're not farmers. We're bandits. And right now we're going out to rob a bank.
Rob a bank? Oh, you mustn't do that.
Why not?
It's naughty.
Oh, it is. Did you hear that, fellas? It's naughty. Come on, men. Tie her up and throw her in the cellar.
Throw me in, too.
Grab her, men.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. She can't harm us.
Well, we're not taking any chances. Tie her up.
But why do all you nice boys want to rob a bank? Don't you want to get into heaven?
Yes, but we want to get into the bank first. Now, scram.
She's right, Doc. Let's call the whole thing off. I'm in favor of it.
Yeah. Maybe I can get my old job back again.
Your old job back? What did you do?
I was a good humor man in a tough neighborhood.
Oh.
And I used to be an orchestra leader.
That's a lie! What were you, Dopey?
I used to be a phrenologist.
A phrenologist? What's that?
I don't know. That's why I quit.
Fine bunch of gangsters I've got. Now listen, Snow White.
You listen to me, you big bad man.
Hmm.
You're all going to throw away your guns and stay right here. You're never going to rob another bank as long as you live.
I'm willing. Me too.
How about you, Doc?
Nothing doing. This is my racket, and I'm going to stick to it.
Now, come on, Docky Walkie. Don't be a toughy-waffy.
Oh.
Come on, Doc. Don't be a batty-waddy.
Oh, all right. I'm a sappy-wappy, but I'll do it.
Hooray! Hooray!
Come in.
Snow White, I'm so glad I found you. I've been looking all over for you.
Prince Charming, I knew you'd come.
Hooray! Come, my little Snow White. We'll go back yonder to my castle and live happily ever afterwards.
At last, at last. Someday we'll go
So Prince Charming married Little Snow White, and Doc Benny went back to his old job peddling fish in Waukegan. Play, Phil.
Bright blue skies, gay new fashions, new things to eat. These are the signs of spring. And here's the perfect dessert to fit the mood, called Springtime Delight. The freshest, gayest dish you've tasted in ages. And real easy to make with fruit-rich strawberry Jello and just 1 cup of fresh strawberries. Dissolve a package of strawberry Jello in hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Sweeten 1 cup of sliced fresh strawberries with a 1/4 cup of sugar, then add the berries to the thickened Jello. Turn into a mold and chill until firm. It couldn't be easier to make, and it's, well, an inexpensive way to take advantage of the fresh strawberries just coming into the market. And wait till you taste it. The delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor of strawberry Jello combined with the juicy sweetness of fresh berries. It's a grand springtime dessert, so try it soon. Just be sure to make it with genuine Jello. Ask your grocer for Jello.
This is the last number of the 30th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, I hope you all liked our musical comedy version of Walt Disney's famous picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
You know, we forgot to do one of the best songs in the picture.
Which one is that?
The Wishing Well number, you know, where you hear the echo.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do it now. Andy, you get down in the well and do the echo.
Okay.
Hit it, boys.
I'm wishing for the one I love to find me.
Mary, hand me that bucket.
Oh!
Good night, folks.
There's an important announcement. Starting this week, Robert L. Ripley's Believe It or Not program will be heard Tuesday night instead of Saturday over most of these same stations. Be sure to see your local paper for the new time. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Latin Quarter from Gold Diggers in Paris. Every woman knows there's something mighty satisfying in being not only a good cook, but a thrifty cook as well. And you'll find Jello is a big help in planning thrifty meals. It costs only a few cents a package, and one package serves the average family generously. And Jello makes a perfect dessert, appetizing, attractive, delicious. For it brings you that extra rich fruit flavor, a flavor that's deep and luscious and satisfying. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 flavors are crammed with this extra rich goodness that makes Jello a hit with the whole family every time. It's so good to eat you can serve it several times a week. And it's so economical you can afford to serve it just as often as you like. But be sure to get genuine Jello. Don't accept any substitutes for Jello's grand extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. That was Latin Quarter played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this being our next to the last broadcast of the season, we bring you a little man who had a busy year, Jack Benny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. I'm just about worn out. Naturally, week after week with radio and pictures, it takes a lot out of you.
Well, at that, Jack, for a man who works as hard as you do, you're in excellent shape. How do you hold up so well? Where do you get all that energy?
Well, I'll tell you, Don, with Popeye, it's spinach. But with me, it just comes natural. You know? Of course, I do have an egg malt now and then, you know.
Oh, but no kidding, Jack. It's really amazing how you keep in such good condition.
Oh, it is, Don, it is. Why, only this morning, when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and I said to myself, Jack Benny, how do you do it? How do you do it? I tell you, it's unbelievable.
Yes, it is, Jack, but I must repeat, you look marvelous.
Thanks, Don, thanks.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
You know, that's a pretty bad sign when you start talking to yourself.
Well, I wasn't really talking to myself. I was just thinking out loud. Don't you ever think out loud, Phil?
Not around here. You'd fire me.
Now, wait a minute. This is a free country and a free program. Nobody has to be afraid to speak their minds around here.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Well, in that case, Jack,
you look lousy.
Now, don't you chime in, Harris. After the carousing around you've done, you don't look so hot yourself.
I don't know about that. Why, only this morning when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and said to myself, Phil Harris, you're cute.
Cute? I'll bet you look cute first thing in the morning, huh?
I do after I take the curlers out of my hair.
Listen, Phil, any man that would put curlers in his hair before going to bed, well. What do you think of that, Don?
Don't look at me. I wear a chin strap.
Well, you could use one. Huh? Hey, Phil, do you wear a chin strap, too?
That ain't a sunbonnet I sleep in.
Well, that kills me. What you fellas won't do to look beautiful. Huh?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you want to hear something? Phil sleeps with curlers in his hair, and Don wears a chin strap. Isn't that awful?
It certainly is.
Even if I weren't handsome, I'd never go that far. You know?
Of course not.
No.
Tell him about that argument you had with your laundryman yesterday.
There was no argument.
What was it, Mary?
Mary, if you tell him, I'll fix you.
Come on, Mary. What was the argument with the laundryman?
Well, Jack was mad because they ripped the lace off his shorts.
That wasn't lace. They were just frayed at the bottom.
What were they afraid of?
Well, just to think of answering that makes me ill. Anyway, I don't go around trying to beautify myself like those two guys.
Oh, no. I saw you in the barber shop this morning under a mud pack.
A mud pack?
Yeah.
Well, that was just a sample. The barber was trying to sell me a piece of property.
I hope he had better luck than the bootblack.
Is that so?
Every time he'd go to shine your shoes, you'd sit on your feet.
Well, I had on black shoes and white socks, and I wanted them to stay that way. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I all in. I tell you, I'm exhausted. Wow!
Kenny, if you're exhausted, you don't come in here like a cyclone. Now come in again.
Okay.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Am I all in? I tell you, I'm exhausted.
All right, Kenny, you didn't have to fall down. Now get up. Imagine a young kid like you exhausted. What from, singing a song once a week?
Well, don't forget I have to take bows when it's over.
Oh. I suppose that's a lot of work. Well, from now on, Kenny, when you sing your song, just eliminate the bows.
Not me. I'm a ham.
Well, you're certainly getting to be, and it's not nice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, huh?
You should talk.
Yeah?
You're so hammy, your eyes look like 2 fried eggs.
Well, they're large, if that's what you mean. I've always been told I have very big and expressive eyes. In fact, I often use a soup bowl for an eye cup. I really do. Huh? No, really, I do. Huh?
I think you have lovely eyelashes, too.
Thanks, Phil, but they're nothing now. You should have seen the long eyelashes I had when I was a kid.
How long were they?
How long? They used to call me Cowcatcher. That's how long. Oh, I was the envy of the whole neighborhood. Huh?
You know, Jack, it's too bad you haven't got those long eyelashes now.
Why?
You could pin them back over your head.
Yes, I could. Of course, every time I'd wink, I'd tip my hat. That's the only trouble. Isn't it a silly routine? No kidding.
Say, Jack, I don't like to horn in, but I don't think I'm so bad looking myself.
No, you're not, Kenny. In fact, you're quite attractive.
I'll say. Why, only this morning when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and I said to myself, Kenny Baker, there's no getting around it. You're the nut.
Well, Kenny, you were right. But you know, fellas, I think we ought to stop. I think we ought to stop all this bragging.
Oh, no, not till I've had my inning, Jack. I think I'm handsome, too.
You do, Don?
Why, yes. Only this morning I looked right square in the mirror and said to myself, Don Wilson, why don't you run down to your nearest grocer and buy a package of Jello? It comes in 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
And did you do it, Don?
I didn't have to. My pantry was full of it.
Well, then sing, Kenny, while we're in such a happy mood. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Don't you think I have beautiful eyes?
Why, of course. Who are you?
Just an old potato. Goodbye.
Oh, I'd like to match him. Sing.
moon's aglow. Let me whisper I love you while we're romancing. Let me murmur low. We're meant for each other. Here under the palms, oh, let me whisper I love you. You're so entrancing, dancing in my arms. There is a place I'm thinking of, a perfect setting for two in love. In its amorous atmosphere, you will soon hear me say, oh, let me whisper, I'll whisper I love you while we are dancing along. Now let me whisper, I'll whisper I love you while we're romancing along. We're meant for each other. Under the palms, oh, let me whisper I love you. You're so entrancing, dancing in my
Let Me Whisper, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, stop bowing. No wonder you're exhausted there.
Well, I got some new suspenders on and I want to break them in.
Oh. Well, anyway, Kenny, your song was very good. And you know, folks, that's the last time this season you'll hear Kenny Baker sing. He's flying to New York tonight right after the broadcast. And Wednesday he sails for England, where he's going to make a very important picture for Alexander Korda. What's it going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to play the leading role in The Mikado.
Well, well.
Oh, that's swell, Kenny. Congratulations.
I say, that's marvelous. The Mikado. I know you'll be great in it, Kenny.
I hope so. Yeah. Say, Jack, what's a Mikado?
It's fine. He's going to play the Mikado and don't know what it is.
Well, what is it?
Well, Mary, Mikado is a sort of a... Well, it's a kind of a...
Is it like an avocado?
Well, not exactly, Kenny. A Mikado is a... Well, it's a precious stone. I know that much.
Jack. Mikado is the title for the Emperor of Japan.
That's it. The Emperor, a man that wears precious stones.
You didn't say that at all.
You said a Mikado was a precious stone.
I did not. I said the Mikado was a man that wears precious stones in his crown. And I'll leave it to anyone that wants to work on this program next year if I didn't. Well, that's settled.
If I'd have saved my money, it wouldn't be.
Oh, you saved your money, Harris. You always talk about spending, but you've got the first dollar you ever earned from me.
That's blood money. I always save that.
Now, listen, Phil, blood money, nothing. Nobody here has any trouble getting their money out of me. I pay off, don't I, Mary?
Yeah, like bank night in Glasgow.
I was just trying to be funny. Don, have I ever been late with your check? Huh?
Oh, you haven't, Jack. I always get it on time.
There you are.
Of course, I'm bigger than you are.
Yeah. Your left leg is bigger than I am. But anyway, that has nothing to do with it.
Jack always puts my salary under 3 walnut shells, but I never guess the right one.
All right, Kenny. I was going to let you win next time, but now I won't, huh?
Well, I think there's something fishy about the whole thing.
Never mind that. Now, tell us about your trip, Kenny. What boat are you sailing on?
The Normandy.
Oh, the Normandy. See, I made a round trip on that boat last year, and it's very deluxe. They even have neck rests on the portholes there. What stateroom have you got?
Room 280 on C deck.
280 on C deck. Why, I had that room. See, now there's a coincidence. You're going to Europe on the same boat, the same deck, and the same room.
It's the same ocean, too.
Yes, it is. And, Kenny, as long as you got the same stateroom, I wish you'd do me a favor. I left my washcloth in the bathroom there. Will you pick it up for me?
Oh, sure, Jack, but how'll I know it's your washcloth?
Got patches on it.
That's a lie, matey. It's in good condition. Anyway, I hope you'll have a swell trip, Kenny, and that your picture in England will be a grand success.
Thanks, Jack.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This being Father's Day, we have prepared an original... come in, Andy. Come in.
Hiya, Buck.
Why, Andy Devine, of all people... Well, this is some surprise. Well, how's the old mayor of Van Nuys?
Okay, Buck, I got everything running smooth and under control.
Well, that's good. You know, Andy, I was beginning to think you were high-hatting us. You haven't shown up in a couple of weeks.
Well, I've been pretty busy at the city hall, and besides that, I just put on a big beauty contest.
Oh, a beauty contest. Well, there are a lot of pretty girls out in the valley there.
Yep, and you know, Buck, during the contest, Pa got slapped 3 times.
Your pa got slapped, eh? Was he one of the judges?
No, he was just standing there.
Oh. So he was acting up again. Where was your ma at the time?
She was third from the end, Miss Pasadena.
Well, there's certainly a lot of excitement being a mayor. Oh, say, by the way, Andy, Kenny won't be here next Sunday. He's leaving for England.
Well, doggone, that's a surprise. Say, Kenny, can I take your place? See you next week.
Sure, Andy. Glad to have you.
Hold on there. I got something to say about that. I'm afraid we can't use you, Andy. Your voice isn't that good.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Buck. Did you ever hear me hit a high C?
Only when you're talking. But I think we can manage next Sunday without a solo from you. And now, folks, getting back to our play, as I started to announce, this being Father's Day, tonight we are going to present an original drama entitled Back Home in Indiana, or Clem Benny's Children. Now, I will play the part of Clem Benny, the father, and Mary Livingston will be my loving, loyal wife.
That's me.
Yep. We've been married nigh on to 40 years, and she still feels the same about me as the day we were married.
You said it. Point.
All right, sit down, Ma, and wait for the play. Anyway, Mary will be my wife, Phil Harris will be my oldest son, and Kenny...
I'm going to be the Mikado.
Not in this, you're not. You're going to be my youngest son. We also have a married daughter, and as we're short of actresses, Andy Devine will...
Now, wait a minute, Buck. Remember the dignity of my office.
Well, we got to have a girl, Andy. I can't have all sons. This house will look like the Elks Club.
Oh, shucks, I don't want to be a girl.
Now, get into your dress, Your Honor, and shut up. Now, let's see.
Announce my part, Jack.
No, Don, I'm not going to tell anybody what it is. I want it to be a surprise.
Gee, I can hardly wait.
Control yourself, Don. Now, this play will go on immediately after the next number. Hit it, Phil. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Was I in here a little while ago?
Yes, you were. You were an old potato.
Well, I'm boiled now.
Kenny, can't you take him to England with you? Play. was What Do You Hear from the Mob in Scotland, Plaid by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Did you hear that, Phil? Scotland Plaid. I said plaid instead of played.
I'll forget it if you will.
Now, I thought that was clever, didn't you, Mary?
Well, Jack, as long as you ask me. Personally,
And
I
now
thought
for
that...
our play. Clem Benny's Children. The locale is the thriving little town of Number 2 Breakfast, Indiana. It is Father's Day. As the scene opens, we find Clem and his wife Mariah seated in the parlor of their broken-down farmhouse. Curtain music. Dum-dum-dim. Yeah-da-da-dim-dim. Doggone, Mariah, it sure is hot today, ain't it?
Yep, Clem, it's a sizzler. The hens ain't laid nothing but 3-minute eggs for a week.
I don't mind that so much, but I was milking the cow last night and scalded myself.
We sure could do with a little rain around these parts.
I'll say we could. We had an awful dry spell around here. I was out in the pasture this morning and found 4 camels.
Was there any Shriners on them?
No, they left town. But I think it's going to rain pretty soon.
How do you know?
I just got a buzz from my rheumatism. Say, Ma, I wonder what's keeping the children. They ought to be here by now.
Oh, don't be impatient, Clem. Remember, they got a long ways to come.
That's right, but I haven't seen them for years, and I'm mighty anxious. By the way, how many children have we got now?
Well, let's see. There's Philip, our oldest boy. He's a musician.
A musician? If he's a musician, Stokowski is a Fuller Brush man. That Philip is about as musical as a bagpipe with asthma.
I don't know how that would be. I never had the bagpipe.
No, but with your asthma and my snoring, the bedroom sounds like an airport. Who else is coming, Ma?
Well, there's our youngest son, Kenneth. He's a movie actor out in Hollywood.
Oh, in the flickers, eh? That boy is just plain dumb. How did he get to be an actor?
What else do you need?
I resent that. Who else is coming home, Ma?
Well, there's our daughter, Petunia.
Oh, yes, little Petunia. Doesn't seem possible. She's been married 2 years. Well, it's darn nice of all our children to come home on Father's Day. Wish they'd hurry and get here. Say, that must be one of our kids at the door now.
Must be. The wolf went to Atlantic City for the weekend.
I don't blame him in this heat. Come in.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Pa. Happy Father's Day.
Philip, my boy.
Welcome home, my son.
Here, Pa, I bought you a present. It's a combination safety razor and fountain pen.
Thanks, son. I'll sit right down and write myself a lather.
What you doing, Philip? Still playing in an orchestra?
No, I got a band of my own now. Curly Harris and his Fugitive from a Music Lesson.
Well.
And you want to know something, Pa? I'm on the radio, too.
Well. Making any money?
No, I'm working for a chiseler.
Well. Shut up. I wish Kenneth and Petunia would get here. I'm hungry. I could go for a nice thick steak.
What do you chew it with? You ain't got no teeth.
Don't need any. I got sharp gums. Well, Philip, before I forget it, I want to thank you for that old suit of clothes you sent me last month.
Oh, did you like it?
No, but there was a bottle of gin in the hip pocket.
That wasn't gin. That was rubbing alcohol.
I should have guessed that. I had the DTs and the snakes were massaging each other. Well, let's go in and eat. I can't wait any longer.
Wait a minute, Pa. That's either Kenneth or Petunia.
Could be the landlord coming for the rent.
I better pretty up a little. I might have to vamp him.
Well, this suspense is terrible. Come in. Why, Kenneth.
Come in, my boy. Come in.
Hello, Mater. Hello, Governor. Happy Pater's Day.
Pater's Day? The brat's going Hollywood.
Well, Mother, how about a maternal kiss for your offspring?
You hear that, Ma? He wants a kiss.
Comes near me, I'll plug him.
I don't blame you. Go on, son. Take off your beanie and sit down. you're a movie actor, eh?
Yes, Father, the cinema's beckoned, and I have heeded its call.
Why, you little...
Hold on, Ma. Don't throw 'em out till I get my present. Come clean, son. What did you bring me for Father's Day?
A cravat.
That's cravat.
Oh.
Well, open up the packet.
Here it is.
A cravat? I don't see nothing there but a necktie.
Well, lift it up. It must be underneath.
Why, Pa, a cravat and a necktie are the same thing.
Go on, you don't even know what a Mikado is.
You didn't do so well with it either.
Quiet, Ma. Oh, by the way, Kenneth, this is your brother, Phil.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
You two ought to get together sometime. Come on, let's eat. My stomach's emptier than a theater when Fred Allen was playing vaudeville.
Fred Allen? Who's he?
Oh, some hillbilly goes around selling toothpaste.
Is it any good?
Don't know. Never ate any. Well, come on, kids. Let's go and chase the goat out of the dining room. Say, that must be Petunia now. Come in.
Petunia!
My daughter!
Hiya, Ma! Hiya, Pa!
Well, well, our own little Petunia, sweet and pretty as ever.
Oh, gosh, Pa.
Ain't you going to give your daddy a kiss?
Not if I can get out of it.
Oh.
But I want to kiss Ma, though.
Skip it, Petunia. I'll take a rain check.
Well, daughter, did you bring me something for Father's Day?
Sure did, Pa. Here it is right in this basket.
Where?
Right here. Go ahead and lift up the blanket.
Okay. Well, I'll be switched. Well, what do you know about that? A grandson. Coochie, coochie, coochie. Doggone Petunia, I never thought you'd be a mother.
Neither did I.
He sure is a cute little rascal. What's his name?
Donald.
Oh, hello, Donald.
Goo, goo, goo.
Hey, Mariah, look at our little grandson. Isn't he a cute baby?
Some baby's got an inner tube for a teething ring.
He sure has. Well, now that we're all here, let's go in and eat. Come on along, Petunia. I'm starved.
Oh, wait a minute, Pa. I want to go upstairs and shave.
Oh, you can shave later. Let's go in the dining room.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me?
Did you hear that, Petunia? The baby said something.
Why, those are the first words he's ever spoken. I'm sure glad he can talk.
So am I. I'm sitting on a safety pin.
Oh, the poor thing. Come here to Grandpa. Shut up, John. You're making a fool of yourself. Play, Phil.
Question. Who likes chocolate ice cream? Answer. Why, just about everybody. And now you can have perfect homemade chocolate ice cream, smooth, creamy, rich with chocolate, the kind you've always wanted to make. And here's the easy way to have it. Make it with Jello freezing mix, and believe me, you'll be tasting the grandest ice cream you ever took out of your refrigerator. For that rich, luscious chocolate flavor is made by Walter Baker and Company, and they've been making fine chocolate for over 150 years. That's why chocolate ice cream made with Jello freezing mix is really something special. And it's so quick and easy to prepare, you'll be making it all the time. There's no fuss or bother with cooking. Just open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, pour into your freezing tray. Stir only once during the freezing process, and you'll get 6 servings of swell ice cream. Mellow and smooth with a creamy texture that's just grand. Jello freezing mix comes in 6 luscious flavors: chocolate, vanilla, maple walnut, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices: strawberry, tutti frutti, and orange pineapple. So treat the family tomorrow night to ice cream with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. Ask your grocer for Jello freezing mix.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
The orchestra opens the program with No Wonder. Well, here we are at the beginning of another year, and Jello wants to send greetings to all of you. And we've received a letter that makes a swell New Year's greeting for us. It's from a woman who's been using Jello year in and year out for the past 37 years. She is Mrs. C.C. Brown of Huntington, West Virginia. And listen to what she writes. We bought our first package of Jello in December 1902. We lived in the country then and made few trips to a store, so the Jello was a bit of a luxury, saved for the holiday gathering of kin and friends. Needless to say, Jello made a hit, and we've used it exclusively ever since. When I had my own home, I wanted something special. Nothing so filled the requirements as Jello. In all those 37 years of use, I've never had a package that wasn't perfect, and Jello is a prime favorite with my family. Well, thank you, Mrs. Brown. That's a grand letter to start us off on 1939, and to the rest of you, we'd like to say, if you want to give your family their prime favorite dessert, if you want to enjoy that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first day of the new year, it behooves me to introduce the star of this program in a manner befitting his dignity and position.
Well.
He is a man whose illustrious character and many fine qualities have my sincere admiration.
Oh, Don, please.
A man whose lovable nature and unselfish devotion to others...
Say, Jack.
Quiet, Mary. I want to hear this. Go ahead, Don.
Whose unselfish devotion to others has endeared him to the hearts of his public.
How true.
So I bring you none other than that sparkling, scintillating, outstanding personality.
That's not me. I'll kill myself.
Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, one of the sweetest guys I've ever met. And Don, I want to thank you for that beautiful introduction. You know, as a rule, a man has to be dead before he gets such a lovely tribute.
Well, I wrote it just before the broadcast while you were lying down.
Oh, you didn't expect me to get up, eh? Well, I am pretty tired after last night. Hey, by the way, Don, what did you do New Year's Eve? Did you have any fun?
Oh, I had a swell time, Jack. Simply wonderful.
That's good.
First, I took my wife to a movie, and then we went to the Coconut Grove to celebrate.
Well, that was nice. First the picture, and then the Coconut Grove. I suppose you danced a lot.
No, my wife left her shoes in the movies.
Well, there's nothing like relaxing at the cinema. I often slip my shoes off myself, but I'm getting so absent-minded I'm not going to do it anymore.
You're not?
No, the other night at Grauman's Chinese, I was clear down to my underwear before the usher stopped me. Oh, it was embarrassing.
I can imagine. Well, tell me, Jack, how did you spend New Year's Eve? Any excitement last night?
Well, I had a fairly good time, Don. I took Mary to the Wilshire Bowl, you know, where Phil Harris is playing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Say, you had a pretty good time in my place last night, didn't you, Jackson?
Yes, I had a nice time, Philson. But as long as it was your place, you might have seen that I got a decent table.
What are you talking about? Your table wasn't so far away.
It wasn't. I was so far from the bandstand, I couldn't even see the circles under your eyes. It's a fine table.
Oh, you're exaggerating, Jack. There were a lot of people sitting behind you.
Listen, Phil, the only people sitting behind me were from Pasadena, and they were home at the time. What a New Year's Eve.
Well, Jack, maybe Phil couldn't help it. New Year's Eve is a big night, and after all, first come, first serve.
That's what burns me up, Don. I was the first one in the place. When I got there so early, the manager asked me to help blow up the balloon. How do you like that?
Well, you got paid for it, didn't you?
That's not the point. Now, let me tell you another thing, Phil. I don't mind my table being far away, but the next time you seat me behind a post, please see that there's a knothole in it.
Behind a post? What are you talking about?
Oh, never mind.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I was just telling Phil about the fine table he gave us last night. Imagine seating us behind a post. It burns me up.
You're crazy, Jack. We weren't behind a post.
We weren't?
No, that was a piece of confetti on your glasses.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I nearly broke my neck trying to peek around it. Anyway, post or no post, we were certainly sitting far enough away from everything.
Well, I'm glad we were. I was so ashamed sitting next to you with that old-fashioned tuxedo you had on. Why don't you buy a new one?
Oh, how often do I wear a tuxedo? Besides, it isn't so old.
It isn't?
No.
Go on. I put my hand in your pocket and pulled out a program from Ford's Theater.
Listen, Mary, that suit might be a little out of style, but they're still wearing single. Now listen, Mary, that suit might be a little out of style, but they're still wearing single-breasted tuxedos.
Not with a belt in the back.
Well, they're coming back, so don't be so smart.
Mary's right, Jack.
Oh, she is.
Your pants were so tight you had to wear your garters on the outside.
Listen, Maestro, one more crack out of you, and you'll be leading the organ on the Lum and Abner program. And another thing, Phil, the next time I dance by your orchestra, watch your baton. Remember that.
Okay, buddy.
Buddy, yes. Incidentally, fellas, this being the new year, I was going to give you all a raise in salary, but the way you've been acting today, I'm not going to do it.
I'd be satisfied just to get my regular salary on time.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't give me that. I put your check in the mail every Monday morning.
Well, from now on, don't pin it on a postcard. I don't want people to know what I'm making.
All right, Phil, cut out the beefing. Let's see if we can't inaugurate the new year with a little harmony.
Oh, Jack, you want to hear something awful?
What, Mary?
Here it is, New Year's, and I forgot to write a poem about it.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'll sit right down and dash one off.
Okay, hurry it up.
I'll fill in a little time for you, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, while Miss Livingston is struggling with her latest brainchild, let me remind you that one of the best ways to start out the new year is to have Jello for dessert.
Darn this pen.
It is tempting, delicious, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Hey, Jack, how do you spell knowledge? With an N or a K?
With a K.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry.
With a capital K?
Orange.
Yes, a capital K.
Lemon and lime, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry, Don. And now, folks, going from the...
All right, Jack, I'm all set.
Why, Mary, is your poem finished already?
Yeah.
Gee, you work faster than George Bernard Shaw.
Well, his beard gets in his way.
Oh, that's right. What's the title of your poem?
Goodbye, 1938. Hello, 1939.
Well, that covers everything. Go ahead.
Oh, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Please don't be a sad and blue year. These last 12 months have been sublime. So goodbye, 38. Hello, 39.
Well, so far, nobody is screaming.
You just wait.
Oh.
I wonder who this coming year will be our favorite movie star. Will it be Garbo or Sonia Heine? So goodbye, 38. Hello, 39.
90?
What has this year in store for us? For thee and thou, and thy and thus. Will Don get fatter? Will Phil be gay? Will Penny get knowledge with a capital K?
I doubt it.
I'd like to ask you, if I dare, will Jack continue to lose his hair?
Mary.
And when it's gone, will it stay away? Goodbye, 38. Hello, toupee.
Mary, get to the last verse, will you?
It's coming up now.
That's good.
Oh, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Please don't be a sad and blue year. We will give you one more chance. So goodbye, Broadway. Hello, France.
Well. Mary, you finally did it. Hey, Phil, do you think you can follow Mary's poem with a number?
I'll try.
Okay, hit it, boys. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Oh, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. To the greatest man I know. And I bring you fondest greetings. There's a wagon. I must go.
Well, I'm glad they let him out for our program. Play, Phil.
Bed with a Kiss, played by Phil Harris and his original orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Original?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Jack. This isn't the band I started out with.
I don't mean that, Phil. I mean when they look at their music, they still play something original. And speaking of the band, Phil, you'd think that they could start out the new year by dressing a little better. Where'd they get those awful-looking neckties?
Aren't they atrocious?
They certainly are. Where'd they get them?
I gave them to them for Christmas.
Oh. And saying that reminds me, Phil, that was some Christmas present you sent me. You must have been under the weather when you bought it.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I was sober as a judge when I bought your gift.
You were not?
I was, too.
Then let me ask you something. What use have I got for a porthole? Isn't that a fine present, Mary? A porthole.
Well, if your head gets any bigger, you can use it for a monocle.
All right, don't make it any worse than it is. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Happy New Year.
Well, Kenny, I see you're still celebrating. You must have had a good time last night.
I'll say. I didn't get to bed until 10 o'clock. Gosh, I'm a wreck.
Kenny, how can you be a wreck if you went to bed at 10 o'clock?
I slept in a folding bed and I forgot to pull it down.
Well, it's none of my business, Kenny, but would you mind telling me how you got into a folding bed without pulling it down first?
I'm not going to tell till I get it patented.
Oh, that's right. Guard your secret carefully. And stop blowing that horn.
Well, I'm practicing for the Rose Bowl game at Pasadena tomorrow. Say, are you going, Jack?
I certainly am. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Hey, Mary, I got a couple of good seats. You want to go with me?
No. I went with you last year, and you were the only one in the stand wearing a raccoon coat and a beanie.
Well?
And the way you were waving that pennant around, I was so embarrassed.
Well, what's wrong with waving a pennant?
Yours said Waukegan High School on it.
All right, you don't have to go with me. I'll take somebody else. You want to go with me, Kenny?
Sure, but I'll have to bring my girl along.
Well, I don't see how, Kenny. I've only got 2 seats.
Well, I'll invite her anyway. Maybe we can lose her in the crowd.
Yes, that ought to solve our problem. Incidentally, I mislaid my ticket somewhere in the house. I hope Rochester finds them.
Hey, Jack, who do you pick to win the game, Duke or USC?
Well, Phil, I'm a USC man myself, and I think it's a cinch for them to win.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, how much do you want to bet?
I didn't say anything about betting, Phil. I just told you who was going to win.
Well, if you're so sure about it, why don't you want to bet?
Because gambling is naughty. And you know it.
You mean because you're a scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat, listen, Harris, what are the odds on the game?
2 to 1 on USC.
All right, wise guy, I'll bet you 20 cents to a dime, and put up or shut up. Well, what are you stalling for, Harris?
He's afraid if he wins, you'll fire him.
That's it.
I thought you'd welch on it.
20 cents to a dime. Make that $100 to 50 and you got a bet.
Don't try to show off, Phil. You had your chance. Now, let's drop it.
You know, I don't think Jack wanted to bet at all.
Think? Kenny, your job on this program is to sing.
Well, I can have a hobby, can't I?
You better stick to stamps, Kenny, and go ahead with your song so we can get to do our play tonight.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. That must be Rochester. I asked him to call me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Billy. This is Rochester.
Yeah, I was waiting for your call. Did you find my 2 tickets for the Rose Bowl game?
No, I look high and low. I can't find them anywhere.
Oh, gone it. That's a shame. Well, keep on looking. They might be in the house. They must be in the house someplace.
Okay.
So long.
So long. Say, boss, can I have tomorrow off? I gotta go to a wedding in Pasadena.
A wedding in Pasadena. Tell me, Rochester, who's getting married?
What was that, boss?
I said, who's getting married in Pasadena tomorrow?
Oh, aunt of mine.
An aunt of yours, eh? Who's she marrying?
Some fellow that's going to be my uncle.
Uh-huh, I see. Now, at what time does this wedding take place?
They kick off by 1:30.
What's that? What did you say?
Nothing. Keep quiet, operator.
Rochester, there was no operator on the line. Now, you found those Rose Bowl tickets, didn't you?
Well,
You found those tickets, didn't you?
Am I under oath?
Answer me. Did you or did you not find those tickets?
Sing, Kenny.
Listen, Rochester, when I get home tonight, I want to find those 2 tickets on the dresser in my bedroom.
Okay, boss. Happy New Year.
Go ahead and sing, Kenny. That Rochester. The only way I can keep things in my house is to nail him down.
I promise you with heart sincere that I will always love you, dear. That when you need me, I'll be near. I promise you. My love for you is as great as a love can be. Yet words couldn't quite express the way that I feel. And as we stand at the doorway of days to be, I faithfully take an oath on all that concerns us both. I promise you with heart sincere that I will always love you, dear. That when you need me, I'll be near. I promise you. I promise you I'll build a shrine where we can keep our love divine until the very end of time. I promise you. With every dawn that I awaken, I know my chances will increase to keep the vow I've taken, to see that your joys never cease. I promise you your heart will sing in what will seem eternal spring. I'll try to bring you everything I promise you.
That was I Promise You, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, that was very good for a fellow who stayed up until 10 o'clock. Your voice hardly showed it.
Oh, I'll put myself together in a couple days.
I hope so. And Kenny, if you got to bed at 10 o'clock last night, how'd you get those awful circles under your eyes?
I painted them on. Ain't I nuts?
You sure are. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening...
I was going to paint wrinkles on my forehead, but my mother wouldn't let me.
Well, she was right. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
If I was Kenny's mother, I'd trade him in for an Airedale.
Now, Mary, Kenny's mother wouldn't do that. And now, folks...
We've got an Airedale.
All right. If you two will quiet down, I'd like to get on with our play. And now, folks...
You know something, Kenny? I never met your mother.
Oh, you didn't?
Phil, for heaven's sake, who cares? Now, let's get on with the play. Everybody's butting in here but Don.
Well, I met Mrs. Baker.
Oh. Well, I'm very happy to know it. And now, folks, going from Mrs. Baker to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the first day of the new year, tonight we are going to present an original play, a sort of a New Year's fantasy, entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 38, Hello 39. Now, I will...
You stole that from my poem.
Mary, that was just a coincidence, believe me. Now, in this fantasy, I will play the part of 1938. And Mary...
You know, Jack, I read this play 4 times, and I still can't understand it.
Well, in the first place, Kenny, our play is a little too deep. And in the second place, you're a little dope. Now, I will be 1938, and Mary will be Mrs. 1938, my loving, loyal wife. And we have 12 children. What are you laughing at?
I don't know. It's censored.
And keep still. Now, our play opens in the home of Mr. and Mrs. 1938, who live in a big round house called the Earth. It is almost midnight on December 31st, and their lease is about to expire. Curtain. Music. Oh, Mariah.
What do you want, Pa?
Better hurry up with that packing. The landlord said we got to get out by midnight to make room for the new tenant.
The new tenant? Who is he?
Oh, some little nudist by the name of 39. He don't know what he's getting into, does he, Ma?
Nope. This house sure has been a mess, ain't it?
You said it. Remember a couple of months ago when the bathtub ran over and got New England soaking wet?
I sure do. And say, Pa, what about the time last spring when the roof leaked and we had to hang Los Angeles out to dry?
Wasn't that awful?
Yep. Hey, Pa, turn on the moon. I can't see what I'm packing here.
Okay. Hey, Moon.
What do you want, you old fossil?
I want some light down here. And quit winking at my wife.
Okay. Say, you want some milk, too?
Milk?
Yeah, a cow just jumped over me.
Well, I'll be darned.
Quit gabbing, Pa. We ain't got much time.
That's right. Darn those shooting stars, they're having a feud again.
Doggone it, Pa. Even with all our troubles, I kind of hate to leave here.
So do I. After all, we did have a lot of fun.
Remember the time that scallywag Howard Hughes flew around our house in 5.5 days?
Do I? He sure had me dizzy. And then that fella Corrigan, he started to fly from the kitchen to the parlor, and the darn fool ended up on the back porch.
Say, Pa, did you pack up all the swing music?
I'm doing it now. Flatfoot Bluesy with the Floyd. Might as well take that with us. Say, Ma, it's 5 minutes to 12. We better start rounding up the kids. Where are they?
Well, January, February, and March, they're outside playing on a cloud.
Oh, where's April?
He's taking a shower.
Oh, he's always doing that.
The rest of them around here someplace.
Well, tell him to stick close. We're going to leave in just a few minutes.
I wonder who that can be.
I'll go over and see. A tisket, a tasket. Boy, am I sick of that. Well, look who's here.
Who is it, Pa?
It's old man Mars from across the Milky Way. Hiya, Mars.
Hiya, neighbor. Heard you were leaving tonight, so thought I'd drop over and say goodbye.
Well, that was mighty sweet of you.
Say, I sure handed you a scare a couple of months ago, didn't I?
You certainly... Hey, what was the big idea, anyway?
Well, I really didn't mean it. I was lighting a cigarette, and I reached down in the Hudson River to put the match out.
And what happened?
Well, my hand slipped, and I gave New Jersey a hot foot.
You sure did. Say, Mars, you'll have to excuse me now. It's almost midnight, and I got to be getting out of here. So long.
So long. Oh, say, I got my rocket ship outside. Can I give you a lift anywhere?
No, thanks. We'll be all right. Say, those rocket ships smoke a lot, don't they?
Yeah, the exhaust pipes are bad. I just flew by heaven, and now angels really got dirty faces.
Well, if you pass by the other place, give my regards to Fred Allen. So long, Mars.
So long.
Well, Ma, it's almost midnight, so put on that silly hat of yours and let's get going.
Okay, Pa.
There's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
Doggone, Ma, I forgot to find out where we're moving to.
Thought you bought a place over on Jupiter.
No, but I took a look at Venus. Time's a-fleeting. We can't leave until that little brat gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well, hello, young fella. Are you the little New Year?
I ain't Bobby Green.
Well, my boy, come right in. Well, this is it, young man. Tell me, what do you think of your new home?
Boy, what a dump. This house could stand a lot of fixing up.
I know it, son. A lot of things wrong here, my boy. Yes, sirree. That Spanish shawl on the piano there is all ripped and torn. Need a lot of mending. And another thing, the china is just about all smashed to pieces. And while I think of it, son, if you see some little lost sheep roaming about, try and find a place for them around the house somewhere.
I'll do what I can. For heaven's sake, let's get going.
Just a second more. Now, there's just one more thing, young fella.
What's that?
May not sound like much, but it's a mighty big issue. Your greatest worry, my boy, is going to be to pick out a Scarlett O'Hara. That had me groggy all year.
Come on, Pa, you're talking too much.
I'm coming, Ma. Say, young fella, you want any Jello, you'll find plenty in the pantry.
Thanks, old-timer.
You're welcome. Happy New Year, young fella.
Happy New Year.
Come on, Ma, let's go.
Here's a swell new dessert for the holiday season. It's one the whole family will enjoy, and it's easy to prepare. It's Jello butterscotch pudding. And until you've tried it, you don't know just how delicious a pudding dessert can be. Creamy smooth, rich and tasty, with that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that will bring the family back for more. Then try the new Jello vanilla pudding. Tempting, delicate, and full flavors. And the Jello chocolate pudding, smooth and chocolatey, the kind that Mother used to make, but far quicker and easier. For all three Jello puddings take next to no time to prepare. There's only a few minutes cooking required. You'll find the simple directions on every package. And these new puddings will be a real surprise to you, for they're just as good as your own. Made with the same fine, wholesome ingredients, with a taste and texture you'll say is perfect. The best way to buy is to get 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer for Jello butterscotch, vanilla, and a chocolate pudding. The real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 14th program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Are you listening, Tommy? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that in response to many, many requests, and owing to a renewed and timely interest, we are going to present our version of Walt Disney's famous picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, next Sunday night. So if you missed it the first time, folks, be sure and tune in. And if you heard it, tune in anyway, as we're going to have a brand new Prince Charming. Guess who, folks? Oh, Andy, you gave it away. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L. On the Jello program, courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mr. and Mrs. America. You know, one of our grandest American institutions is the good old-time parade. And starting next Thursday, April 6th, the Parade of Progress will go marching along all over this country. It's sponsored by the Associated Grocery Manufacturers of America, and Jello is proud to join. Because Jello's whole existence has been a parade of progress for the 40-odd years it's been on the market. And through the years, there have been constant new developments and improvements. Jello's delicious flavor has been made extra rich, and new flavors have been introduced. Jello is quicker and easier to make nowadays, for it dissolves instantly in hot water and sets far more quickly. And with all the improvements, Jello costs less. Today you pay half as much for it as you would have 20 years ago. Yes, without boasting, we can truthfully say that Jello has kept right on the bandwagon in the great parade of progress. So Jello salutes the grocers of America and is proud to march along with them. And for our float in the big parade, we suggest the box with the big red letters on it that spell Jello. Mr. and Mrs. America, played by the orchestra. And now, folks, you all know last Wednesday night, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard eloped to Kingman, Arizona, and were married. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who held the ladder, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Jello again. This is Cupid's assistant talking. And, Don, I don't know where you got that information about my helping Clark and Carol. But you're right, and I was never so embarrassed in my life. There I was holding the ladder, all dressed up in a tuxedo like a big goof.
Tuxedo, what was the big idea?
Well, it's very silly, really. You see, Carol called up and asked me to hurry over because she was going to run away and get married.
Yes?
Well, I got so darn excited, I thought she meant to me. Gosh, when I saw Gable there, I almost fainted.
Oh, my, that must have been quite a letdown for you, huh, Jack?
Well, it was, but they were awfully nice about it, though. They let me keep the ladder. I'm going to grow ivy on it, you know.
Well, Jack, now, what in the world made you think that Miss Lombard would elope with you anyway?
Oh, I don't know, Don. She's always so nice when we meet on the street. And then one time, during a dust storm, she winked at me. So, what was I to think?
Oh, it's too bad, Jack, but you shouldn't jump at conclusions like that.
I'll say I shouldn't. On the way over to her house, I tore up all my old phone numbers. Now, if I want a date, I'll have to join the Lonesome Club. But as I said before, Don, they were awfully sweet. You know, they even wanted me to go along with them, and... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett. This is Rochester.
It is, eh?
Are you still mad at me, boy?
Yes, Rochester, I'm not talking to you. Goodbye. Can't get around me that easy.
Now, what's the trouble, Jack?
It's a personal matter, Don. I'd rather not discuss it. What were we talking about?
Oh, you said something about Clark and Carol wanting you to go along with them.
Oh, yes, they needed the best man at their wedding, but I couldn't make it. You see, I'm pretty busy right now. I started making my new picture at Paramount.
Paramount? Why, that's where you made your last one.
I know, Don. Don't act so surprised. This is going to be my first legitimate picture. It's called Man About Town.
Oh, it's a very clever title. Who's directing it?
A fellow by the name of Sandrich, Mark Sandrich. And I'm having a lot of trouble with that guy, too.
Jack, you're always having trouble with your directors. What's wrong this time?
There's plenty wrong. You see, Don Sandrich directed most of the Astaire Rogers pictures, and he can't get away from that Fred Astaire treatment. It's too much for me.
Well, now, what do you mean?
Well, he has me jumping over furniture all the time. Gee, I'm so tired at night, I can hardly rinse out my socks. No kidding.
Oh, but I can't imagine that director wanting you to work like Fred Astaire. It must be quite strenuous.
You said it. Why, yesterday we shot a scene where I enter an English drawing room to talk to Edward Arnold. See, he plays the part of Lord Arlington.
I see.
Well, anyway, instead of just walking up to him and saying hello, Sandrich made me leap over 2 divans, a love seat, and the Duchess of Twiffledom. My goodness.
Did you clear everything?
All but the Duchess. Every time I tried it, I wound up piggyback. I tell you, Don, I'm a wreck. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Leaping Lena. How are you?
There you are, Don. You see, Mary's been over to the studio. She knows.
No kidding, Mary. Does Jack really have to do all that jumping?
Does he? He's got a kangaroo for a stand-in.
Now, Mary, he's not a real one. That happens to be the man's name, Barney Kangaroo.
Well, he's got an awful big pocket.
Now, you're just being silly. But you know, Don, there's one thing about this picture that says me. I think how agile I am. Why leap over that furniture just like Fred Astaire?
Who couldn't with bed springs on their shoes?
Well, I had to have some help. And those springs worked out fine.
You'll get the Academy Award from the Murphy Bed Company.
Oh, I will. Well, let me tell you something, Don. If I don't break a leg, I think this is going to be my best picture.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Jack. Who's going to be in it besides yourself?
Well, there's Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, Benny Barnes, E.E. Clive, 500 extras, and Phil Harris. By the way, where is Phil?
Oh, he'll be here in a little while. No kidding, Jack. Is Phil really going to be in your picture?
Yes, I got him a small part. He also hangs up my clothes and sees that they're pressed, you know. That'll keep him busy.
Those big love scenes with Dorothy Lamour will keep him busy, too.
Listen, Mary, Phil may hold Dorothy in his arms, but her heart belongs to Benny. Don't worry about me.
Say, Mary, how is Phil in the picture? Is he a good actor?
I think he's going to be great in it.
Great? What a show-off. Somebody told him he had beautiful hips, and he keeps backing into the camera. He looks like a crawfish with a Marcel. Now, let's forget the picture. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Say, your shirt tail's sticking out.
It is? Where?
April Fool! Boy, did you fall for that one.
Kenny, in the first place, yesterday was April Fool's Day, and in the second place, you didn't fool me because my shirt tail is out.
Is that your shirt? I thought it was a Chinese newspaper.
Well, it has been to the laundry a lot. Kenny, I bet you were some cut-up yesterday fooling everybody and carrying on like mad, huh?
I'll say. Gee, I sure pulled a good April Fool gag on my girl. She falls for anything.
What'd you do, Kenny?
Well, I called her up and I said, this is Robert Taylor speaking. Will you marry me?
That's cute. What'd your girl say?
She said, yes, just as soon as I get rid of that cluck I'm going with.
Well, you certainly fooled her, all right.
You ought to hear the gag I pulled on my boss, Mervyn Leroy. I sent him a bomb. Yahoo!
You sent him a bomb. Did he get it?
Oh, I think so. I can't find him.
Why, Kenny, you're just making that up because I saw Mervyn Leroy on the street this afternoon.
All of them?
Yes, all of them. Now, let's forget about April Fool's Day because it's over and done with. How about singing your song?
Okay, I'm ready.
Hold it a minute, Kenny. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here you are, boy. Here's a tip for you.
A tip?
Yes.
Hi-ho, nickel.
Fresh guy. Don't believe him, folks. It was a quarter.
Must be cheap material. It shrunk.
Never mind that. Who's the wire from?
Oh, look, Jack, it's from Fred Allen.
Oh, that Mongolian? What's he got to say?
Dear Screwball.
Understand you are starting a new picture called Man About Town. If you're the man, get out of town before it's released, my dear.
Oh, he would have to put his 2 cents in.
That's a hot one.
Sing your song, Kenny, or I'll put you back in the trunk. That Allen's going too far.
It wasn't on the island of Capri. It wasn't on the beach at Waikiki, nor at a perfume counter in Paris that we met, and yet something in the air was continental. There were moonbeams caressing the sand. I was feeling young and sentimental at a little old stand. Gallantly I handed you the mustard. Then you curtsied, I kissed your hand. Inwardly my heart was getting flustered at a little hot dog stand. The bubbles in our soda pop just hit us like champagne. I guessed that we had 5 or 6. From somewhere in the distance came a Viennese refrain. Or was my fancy playing tricks? Then and there the spark of love ignited. It was real and the feeling was grand. To our wedding breakfast you're invited at a little hot dog stand. There were moonbeams caressing the sand at a little hot dog stand. Gallantly I handed you the mustard. Then you curtsied and I kissed your hand. At a little hot dog stand. The bubbles in our soda pop just hit us like champagne. I guess we had 5 or 6. From somewhere in the distance came a Viennese refrain. Or was my fancy playing tricks? Then and there the spark of love ignited. It was real and the feeling was grand. To our wedding breakfast you're invited at a little hot dog stand.
There we go. That was A Little Old Hot Dog Stand, sung by Kenny Baker. And very good, Kenny. I enjoyed it immensely.
You're not the only one, sweetheart.
modest little devil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rare treat in store for you. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another... I can't get over that wire from Alan. You know, Don, that guy's got a lot of nerve taking up my time with those cheap gags of his.
I agree with you, Jack. Did you hear him Wednesday night?
Yes, him and that Maxwell Strauss stuff. He's about as clever as Simple Simon.
Well, I think it's marvelous the way Fred makes up his gags as he goes along.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, he certainly knows how to ad-lib.
Ad-lib? Sure he ad-libs. He has to. He can't read a script. Why, do you know, Don, he has nothing in his library but life, look, and click. I happen to know.
Well, Jack, if Alan can't read, how does he order food from a menu in a restaurant?
He goes to a cafeteria where he can point. He took up juggling just so he wouldn't drop a tray. Anyway, getting back to our program, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett, this is me again.
Rochester Van Jones, I'm not talking to you.
You mean I'm still on the blacklist?
Certainly. Goodbye.
What's the matter with you in Rochester, Jack?
Oh, it's nothing, Don. Forget it.
I know.
Quiet. Where were we, Don?
Well, you started to tell the folks about my play.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous short playlists, which are bringing him nearer and nearer to the Pulitzer Prize. Take it, Wilson.
The scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Luke Miller, who live in a cabin just part of the Mojave Desert. They are just finishing their evening meal. Music, please.
Well, Tess, I thought our dinner tonight was excellent, especially that tempting and delicious Jello.
You're right, Luke. It was worth going 50 miles to the nearest grocer to get it.
I'll say it was. Who can that be? We haven't had a visitor in this forsaken spot in over 3 years.
Luke, I told you we should have built this out of camp on a highway.
Oh, they'll put a road through here one of these days. Come in.
Oh, I'm starving.
Look, Luke, it's a man.
Yes, Tess, it is. Let's carry him over to this chair.
Where am I?
Take it easy, young fella. What seems to be the trouble?
I'm a prospector, and for 3 weeks now I've been lost in the desert without food or drink. I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Be calm, my boy. We'll take care of you.
Yes, I'll fix you a nice hot dish of beef stew.
No, thank you. I'm a vegetarian.
Oh. Then how about a nice cucumber salad?
Sorry, old man. I like cucumbers, but they don't like me. Oh, I'm so weak. I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Be patient. We'll think of something, stranger.
Say, would you like a piece of homemade chocolate cake?
With nuts in it?
Yes.
Pecans or walnuts?
Walnuts.
No, thank you.
Well, good heavens, man, you gotta eat something. Isn't there anything you'd like?
Yes. Have you any Jello?
Jello? I'm sorry, old man, we had some, but we ate every bit of it.
But I'm going to make it again tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be back. So long.
So long, stranger.
I'm starving, I tell you. Starving.
Oh, what a commence coffee. That little drama, folks, was written by our own Don Wilson. And, Don, I'll have to admit that you're a fat Noel Coward. Of all your plays, that's the best one yet.
Well, don't give me all the credit, Jack. That was a true story.
I believe you. You know, one of these days, Don, you ought to...
Hey, Jack, look who just came in.
Oh, yes, our new movie star. Hello, Mr. Harris. You're a little late, aren't you?
I am a bit tardy, but by the time I selected my wardrobe and had my bath, time just fizzled away.
Well, I can imagine. Listen, Phil, because you're in the movies now is no excuse for being late.
Well, I was home studying my part. I've got a big day before the camera tomorrow.
Oh, you have?
Hey, Phil, can I have your autograph?
Later, son.
What a ham. I want to tell you something, Phil. I saw a screen test. Phil, I saw a screen test of you the other day, and believe me, it broke my heart.
Was it that good?
I'm talking to Phil. And another thing, Phil, while you're working in my picture, I don't want you to go around giving all the girls at Paramount your phone number.
My phone number?
Yes, phone number. I saw you with that blonde in front of the commissary the other day.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. She just asked me what time it was, and I told her.
Well, she must have a poor memory. She wrote it down. I can't see how you ever got into a suave, sophisticated picture like this one.
You should talk. You used to be a comedian in a burlesque show. Sliding Sam Benny.
Now, that's what I call greening it up. Mary, have I ever been in a burlesque show?
Only as a customer.
There you are. I just go in there once to get my father. He's nearsighted and thought it was grand opera.
Who is he waiting in the alley for, Gallicurchi?
I didn't inquire. And now, Phil, if you can forget you're a movie star for a couple of minutes, how about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. The boys and myself are going to play a popular little ditty entitled, Never Mind the Bread, Sonny, Pop'll Be Home with a Bun.
Now, Phil, stop with those epigrams. Now, what are you going to play?
All right. Mary and I have been rehearsing that new song, I Go For That, and we're going to sing it to each other.
Oh, well, that's a novelty. Say, Mary, you're going to sing with Phil, eh?
Uh-huh.
That ought to be cute.
Well, that's better not become a habit.
Kenny, don't be so jealous. You're not the only singer in the world.
Well, I'm the object of my affection.
Never mind that. Go ahead, Phil and Mary. Let's hear what you've cooked up.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is your real name Maxwell Stroud?
No, it isn't. I'm not Maxwell Stroud.
Don't lie to me, Daddy. Come right home.
Get out of here! What a pest. I wonder if I could catch him on flypaper.
The way you walk that silly talk, I go for that.
Your dizzy folks, your corny jokes, I go for that.
Your kiss just misses, your dancing is rough.
Love that stuff. I guess you don't get around enough.
Your crazy poems, your letters from home, I go for that.
And furthermore, I just adore your kinky hair, that puffy stare.
To Mr. Cupid, I take off my hat.
You can't account for a silly place of all the girls you could have chased.
I looked at you and ooh, I go for that. You know, Mary, we'll have a home, a private phone.
I'd go for that.
Yeah, not only that, you'll have a ring, a pretty thing.
I'd go for that. But your salary misses, so cut off that stuff.
You mean the going will be rough?
I guess you just don't make enough.
But Jello's fine and I'm in line to get more dough.
I heard that crack. You'll get the sack, you corny Joe from the Wilshire Bowl.
Now, Mr. Benny, you take that right back.
Now, look, boys, you mustn't fight. You're breaking up my wedding night.
He better not, 'cause, ooh, I go for that.
That was I Go For That, played by the orchestra with a special vocal chorus by Jeanette McLivingston and Nelson Harris. The Nightingales of the Jello program.
If you want the real on, ask me.
Kenny, I don't recall anybody asking you. Now keep still.
More darn singers on this program. Don't be surprised if I'm not here next Sunday.
You'll be here next Sunday and like it.
Well, I'll be here, but I won't sing.
You'll sing, too. Now drop it. And now, folks.
I won't sing good.
And you'll sing good.
Not very.
Hear me. And now, folks, going from juvenile temperament to our feature attraction, tonight we are going to present... Pardon me, if that's Rochester again, I'll... Hello?
Hello, boss. Are you still looking down on me with scorn?
Rochester, I want you to stop with these telephone calls. Do you hear me?
Well, boss, I said I was sorry.
Rochester, what you did to me, only time will heal. Goodbye. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present...
What's all this mystery, Jack? What are you mad at Rochester for?
Don, it concerns only him and me.
Oh, why don't you tell him, Jack?
Yes, what did he do?
Very well, Don. Rochester hocked my polar bear. That's what he did.
He what?
You heard me. He pawned Carmichael for $30. Of all the low tricks.
For heaven's sake, Jack, didn't you know the bear was missing?
Of course I did, but Rochester told me he was playing the Orpheum. Then when I was downtown last night, I happened to walk by a pawn shop, and there was Carmichael hanging in the window, right next to a slide trombone.
But, Jack, how'd you know it was your bear?
He was wearing my new wristwatch. Don Roger, he could have got $12 on that alone. I know. Well, he hasn't heard the last of this. Oh, well, let's get back to our play. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present a new and original comedy drama entitled Topper Takes an Aspirin. He's taken everything else. Now, in this vehicle, I will naturally play the part of Topper, while Mary... Oh, more interruptions. Come in. What are you... Well, I'll be darned. Hey, fellas, look who's here.
Hello, stranger.
Slap him up. Well, this is indeed a surprise. It's good to see you again, Schlepperman.
And I'm happy to see you too, Jackie boy. Well, look, everybody's here. It's like old times. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Slap.
My, you're getting prettier every day.
Thanks. How's your wife?
Vice versa.
Good old Slep. Doggone, it's good to see you again.
And Kenny and Phil, believe me, you're a sight for sore feet.
Hello, Slapperman.
Glad to see you, Slep.
And Don Wilson, my, tell me, were you always so big or don't I remember?
Well, Slap, to tell you the truth, I did put on a pound here and there.
Here, I don't mind, but there, it's unbecoming.
Same old Slep. You know, I haven't seen you in over a year. What have you been doing with yourself?
I've been all over the country, north, south, east, and uptown. I was playing in vaudeville.
In vaudeville? What kind of an act did you do?
I was a magician.
Oh, a magician. Oh. Were you a good one?
Sensational. You should see me pull the lining out of the hat.
Hey, that's some trick.
What are you doing out here in California, Schlep? On a vacation?
No, I'm in business here. I opened up a little nightclub. Schlepperman's, Hawaii, Haciente. Which is you?
Well, I'll sure be out there to see you. Tell me, Slep, have you got a floor show?
Have I got a floor show? My son Pincus plays the drums. I play the ukulele.
Oh.
And for a feature, my wife wiggles.
Say, that sounds great. You know, I'd like to drop in and see your wife do the hula.
Okay, if you're passing by, but don't make it a special trip, please.
Oh, she can't be that bad. Well, I wish you a lot of luck in your new place, and we'll be over to see you very soon.
Thank you. Well, I got to toddle along now. Aloha, everybody.
So long, Slap. Good afternoon, son.
So long, Slap.
I want to go back to my little dress shack on the La Hacienda on 3rd Street around the corner.
Well, it's sure good seeing Schlepperman again. He's a nice little fellow. Well, kids, getting kind of late now. I don't think we'll have time to do our play. So how about saving it for next week? It's very long, and if that's who I think it is, he's in for a good bawling out. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is your bad boy talking.
Rochester, I told you before, I'm not making up with you until you unhock that polar bear. So goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute, boss. That's what I called you up about. I got Carmichael out of the pawn shop. He's back in the house.
Oh, well, that's more like it. Now, don't you ever do a thing like that again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Where did you get the $30 to get Carmichael out of the pawn shop?
I thought you weren't speaking to me.
Rochester, where did you get that $30?
The what?
The $30, where did you get it?
It could have been a legacy, you know.
It could have, but it wasn't. Now, for the last time, where did you get the $30?
I sold my AT&T.
Rochester, you never had a share of stock in your life. Now, if you don't tell me where you got that $30, you're fired.
Okay, boss. Your violin is now hanging where Carmichael was.
Oh, my... Rochester, did you pawn my Stradivarius?
That ain't what the man said. So long, boss.
Rochester, can you imagine that, fellas? He pawned my violin.
There's something every woman knows, but her family is always eager for something new and different for dessert. It's not always easy to find, though, and that's why every week we try to bring you some new ideas. Tonight's specialty is a delicious combination called Jello Plum Mold. It's a shimmering mold of rich red cherry Jello with canned blue plums, the big juicy kind. It's easy to make, too, and here's how. Dissolve 1 package of cherry Jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of canned blue plums. Mold until firm and, well, there you are. Quick, easy, and temptingly good. For cherry Jello brings you that incomparable, extra-rich flavor, as appetizing as fresh, ripe fruit. It tastes just grand combined with the succulent goodness of juicy plums, so try this new dessert tomorrow. Ask your grocer for cherry Jello and surprise the family with a Jello Plum Mold.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
This is on the Jello program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with You've Got Everything. Do you remember this popular song called You've Got Everything? Well, you know, that song might well have been dedicated to Jello, for really there is one dessert that does have everything. Color, bright, sunshiny, and gay. Flavor, extra rich, cool, and refreshing, as tempting as the real ripe fruit. Ease and speed, for Jello dissolves instantly and sets quickly. Economy, Jello costs only a few cents a package, and 1 package serves the average family generously. And variety, for Jello offers you dozens and dozens of delicious new dishes. Serve it plain in a colorful mold of beauty. Garnish it with whipped cream or any seasonal fruits. Use it for salads, for Jello makes swell salads that even the men folks go for. Yes, sir, 1 box of Jello is filled with real kitchen magic, the kind that every busy woman appreciates. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was You've Got Everything, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Hollywood's newest glamour boy, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I appreciate your calling me a glamour boy, but really that's not quite my classification.
Oh, it isn't?
No, Don. According to the latest publicity from Paramount, I'm the oomph man. Oomph.
The oomph man?
Yeah, you see, Don, a glamour boy is merely good looking. But when a star has, in addition to that, a certain charm and appeal to women, then he becomes an oomph man, which is me.
You better stay out of the hot sun, brother.
Oh, you're here already. Listen, Phil, I'm not a fortune teller and I'm not psychic. But I see you soon scattering your brilliant remarks in greener pastures. And hello. You know, Don, ever since we switched the ending of the picture, Man About Town, and I married Dorothy Lamour, Phil has been a wreck. So jealous because I'm a ladies' man.
Me jealous? Why, every girl you go out with regards you as a big brother.
Well, that's part of my technique. I sneak up on them. So don't be so sour grapesy.
Oh, by the way, Jack, last week you had an argument with the studio about Rochester. Are you going to let him be in the picture?
Rochester? Oh, he's in it already, Don, and am I having trouble with him at the house? The airs he's been putting on.
Oh, getting ritzy, huh?
Ritzy? He bought a sport coat yesterday with 3 belts in the back. Not only that, it's getting so he won't wear anything but silk underwear.
Well, it's all right for him to wear silk underwear, isn't it?
Not when the monogram says J.B. No, sir.
Jack, I can't understand why you keep Rochester when he causes you so much trouble. Why don't you fire him?
Oh, I can't. You see, he found the treasure map of my backyard and won't give it back. But I'll get him in time.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, have you heard the latest? They changed the ending of the picture, and instead of Phil getting Dorothy Lamour, I'm the one that marries her.
Yes, I know. She's sick about it.
She's nothing of the kind. And you're just making that up because Dorothy happens to be very fond of me. In fact, the other day she gave me an autographed sarong.
How do you look in it?
Gorgeous. Are you surprised?
Oh, Mary, Jack's got it you, and he says that everybody at Paramount's calling him the Oomph Man.
Yeah, but did Jack tell you how he got the title?
Quiet.
The director punched him in the stomach and he went, oomph.
That's not the reason at all. They call me the Oomph Man because in this picture I'm virile and rugged.
Oh, yeah? Tell him what happened when you shot the wedding scene yesterday afternoon.
Oh, well, that was just a novelty, that's all. Something different.
What was it, Mary?
Yeah, tell him.
Oh.
Well, after Jack marries Dorothy, he's supposed to pick her up in his arms and carry her across the threshold.
Mary.
Well, Jack tried and tried, but he couldn't lift her.
And what happened?
She carried him across.
Mary, I told you it was just a novelty, something original.
Well, say, Jack, did you feel kind of silly being carried in a girl's arms?
Well, I didn't mind being in her arms, Don, but when she started to rock me, I thought that was going to... Anyway, let's drop the whole thing because we've got an important sketch to do tonight. Where's Kenny? Hey, Kenny! Kenny!
What?
It's time for your song.
Well, wait till I get through. The drummer's teaching me how to play poker.
Well, tell him to give you your shirt back and come over here.
Okay.
Phil, I wish you'd tell your boys not to take advantage of Kenny. He's too young to gamble.
Oh, yeah? I got over 1,000 marbles hid under my mattress.
I don't care what you've got. I don't want you learning how to play cards.
I got a fine chance to grow up around here.
Never mind. I don't want any more gambling. Now go ahead, young man, and sing your song.
I will not.
You will, too.
I tell you what. I'll match you 2 songs or nothing.
Kenny, sing your song and not another word out of you. Hold it a minute. There's the phone.
I'll bet $5 it's for me.
Quiet. Hello? Yes? Oh, he's right here, Mrs. Wilson. It's for you, Don. It's your wife.
Oh, thanks. Hello, dear. Yes, I know we're having company for dinner. Oh, that's up to you, dear. Any flavor will do. Well, strawberry or raspberry would be swell.
Don, we've got a long plate.
We haven't had cherry in a long time. What about orange, darling?
Don, we've got a long plate.
Oh, I know. Let's have lemon.
Don't forget lime. You might as well get them all in.
Well, look, sweetheart, it's all up to you. If you want a real tempting and economical dessert...
Give me that phone. Hello, Mrs. Wilson. Look for the big red letters on the box and hang up. We've got a play to do. And sing, Kenny. That was a frame-up if I ever heard one.
When the somber shadows of the night grow dim, and the daylight dawns on the hillock's brim, in the black of the night by the light of the moon, on the top of the day when the clock is at noon, no matter what the hour, I'm a slave in the grip of your power. melancholy mood forever haunts me, steals upon me in the night, forever taunts me. Oh, what a lonely soul am I, stranded high and dry by melancholy mood. Gone is every joy and inspiration, tears are all I have to show. No consolation, all I can see is grief and gloom, till the crack of doom, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace, but love is a whimsy as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space. Melancholy mood, why must you blind me? Pity me and break the chains that bind me. Won't you release and set me free? Bring her back to me, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace, but love is a whimsy as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space. Melancholy mood, why must you blind me, pity me, and break the chains that bind me? Won't you release and set me free? Bring her back to me, oh, melancholy mood.
Very good. That was Melancholy Mood, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that was a swell song, a natural for you.
I threw a 7, huh?
Kenny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great treat in store for you. Last week, the Benny Gypsies gave you their interpretation of Gunga Din, which took place in faraway India. And tonight, to show you that we get around, we take you to Boston, Massachusetts, and present our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's outstanding 20th Century Fox production, that grand tribute to a great man and famous scientist, Alexander Graham Bell. Thank you.
Can I go home now, Mr. Benny? I'm all in.
Not yet, JoJo. Now, as you all know, Don Amici portrayed the famous inventor in the picture. So in our version, I will naturally play the title role.
May I ask why?
Certainly. Now, this picture also featured...
I said, why should you be Alexander Graham Bell?
Well, for one thing, Phil, the part fits me. I used to be an inventor myself. Wasn't I, Mary?
Oh, Jack, you weren't the first one to think of putting a mousetrap in a wallet.
I don't mean that. Years ago, when I was in the Navy, I invented a chin rest for portholes. They went over very big. Now, getting back to our play, Mary, you will be my wife, as portrayed on the screen by that sweet, gorgeous, beautiful, and talented young actress, lovely Loretta Young.
Well, if you think she's so good, why didn't you get her?
Don't think I didn't try. We were quite good friends, you know, but she had a previous engagement.
Listen, Dreamer, you're not even acquainted with Loretta Young.
I'm not, eh? It might interest you to know, Phil, that I've got Loretta's address right in my little book.
What book?
Guide to the Movie Star's Home.
I mean my little red book. Now, Kenny...
Yes, Jack?
Kenny, when the play opens, I'm a poor, struggling inventor, and you're a wealthy businessman who finances my experiments. Do you think you can handle it?
I'll lay you 3-1, I can.
Now, Kenny... For the last time, I don't want to hear another word about gambling. You're too young. Anyway, you're going to be my backer. And as I was saying, Mary, you're going to be my patient, loyal wife. We've had a hard struggle. I'm trying to invent the telephone, and everybody thinks I'm a madman. They think I'm eccentric. They think I'm crazy. But you, my little wife, what do you think?
What do you think?
Mary, will you please get in the mood, for Pete's sake? Now, the locale...
Say, Alexander, am I going to be in this?
Yes, Phil, you're going to be my assistant who helps me invent the telephone.
But, Jack, I'm a musician, not a mechanic.
Listen, Phil, I'd rather have you tinker with my toaster than tamper with Tannhauser. Any day. Now, our dramatic offering will go on immediately after a number by... Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Say, boss, are you in a pleasant frame of mind this evening, or are you cloaked in gloom?
I'm feeling very good, Rochester. Why?
Well, I got some news that may turn your dabber down.
What? What are you talking about?
Boss, remember when you and I were driving down to the studio in your car tonight?
Yes?
And when the motor kept stalling, you got mad and said, you wish somebody would steal this thing?
Yes?
Well, hallelujah, you're a pedestrian.
A pedestrian?
That's from the Latin.
I know where it's from. You mean to say somebody stole my car?
Well, all I know is I parked the car in front of the studio and went across the street to buy a cigar.
Uh-huh.
And when I got back, there was nothing there but the anchor.
Oh, that's awful. Now, who would want to steal my car?
Somebody that goes... blah, 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 blah.
Now, don't be funny. My car's been stolen, and it's nothing to clown about.
Tell me, Jack, did you have any insurance on it?
Only tornado. Ding the luck. Rochester, this is all your fault.
I'm sorry, boss.
Well, it's too late now to be sorry. Now, I want you to go right down to the police station and report the loss. Hurry up.
I ain't going near that police station.
Why not?
I'm behind in my alimony.
Alimony? Why, Rochester, I didn't know you'd been married.
Oh, boss, repeatedly.
Well, that's your business. Now get going.
Okay, goodbye.
So long.
Oh, say, Rochester, I see you're playing a part in our picture.
Yeah, that's right.
How you coming along?
Mr. Harris, I'm in the groove, on the beam, and dog victory. So long.
He's the biggest ham I ever saw.
The biggest, Jack?
Yes, the biggest. And I'm going to get out that car back if I have to offer a reward. Play, Phil. Now, where would I go if I were a Maxwell?
Snug as a bug in a rug whenever you hold me tight, cozy and warm on the chilliest night. Just as snug as a bug in a rug whenever I feel your kiss. Talk about home, home was never like this. First your arms come stealing and my heart goes on a roller coaster. Then I get that feeling like a little piece of toast in a toaster. Gee, but my life would be cold without your delicious hug, keeping me snug as a bug in a rug.
That was Snug as a Bug in a Rug, played by a mug and his loves. How's that, Phil?
Thanks for the plug, Slug.
Going from that neat bit of comedy to our dramatic highlight of the season, we are now going to offer our contribution to the annals of scientific progress. That epic of American ingenuity, Alexander Graham Bell. Wait for me. Now, the locale of our play is Boston, Massachusetts, in the year 1870. The scene is the little attic laboratory where we find Professor Bell and his assistant, Mr. Harris, working feverishly on their great invention, the telephone. Mrs. Bell has just entered the room. Curtain. Music.
I'll take it. Hello? Alexander Graham Bell's residence. What? No, you can't talk to him. He's busy inventing the telephone. Goodbye.
I'll say I am. Oh, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Professor Bell?
I think I've got something here. Hand me that duplex circuit repeater and the multiple induction coil. I'll attach them to the supervisory electromagnetic oscillator.
You're kidding.
I am not. Now, give me a hand. Give me a hand with this quadruplex frictional deflector.
Okay, here's the metallic cylindrical felicitator.
What's that?
The screwdriver.
Oh, trying to top me, eh? Wait a minute. I'll use this little hammer. There, that's coming along all right.
Say, Alex, I wish you'd hurry up and invent this telephone. The blonde gave me your number this morning, and I want to call her up.
Has she got a friend?
Oh, and she's gorgeous.
Oh, what am I rushing for? I'm married. I'm so absent-minded. But I'll tell you one thing, Harris. We got to work fast if we expect any more help from our financial baker, Mr. Baker. Our financial backer, Mr. Baker. Now, help me with this vacuum generator.
Oh, darling, you look tired. You're working too hard, Alex. Much too hard.
I am?
Yeah, look at those bags under Harris's eyes.
Oh, well, he got those on his own time. But, darling, I must work hard. I know it's a mad dream. I know it sounds impossible. But I'm going to invent the telephone, or my name ain't Alexander Graham Bell. Come on, Harris. Let's get to work. Come in.
Well, what's this?
This is the laboratory.
Oh, pardon me.
Darn these interruptions. Harris. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, hand me that annunciator magneto.
Here you are.
Hello? Oh, hello, Barbara.
Now, hand me that vibrator.
Okay, Alex.
Did you have a good time last night? Who was there?
Oh, it still won't regenerate.
They were?
Hand me some more of that copper wire.
Here you are, Professor.
Well, look, Barbara, we'd love to come over, but Alex is still working on that invention of his.
How's it coming, Professor?
I'm afraid it won't work, Harris. I'm afraid it's a failure.
Oh, it's some gadget he calls a telephone, but it'll never be a success.
I got another idea, Harris. Hand me that rheostat.
All right, Barbara, I'll call you later. Goodbye.
I don't know, Harris. The more I work on this, the tougher it seems to get. Sometimes I get so discouraged.
Don't give up, Prof.
I won't. Come in. Well, hello, Mr. Baker.
Hello, Alex. How's everything coming along?
I'm making great progress, Mr. Baker. Great progress. You see, it's my theory that if I could make a current of electricity vary in intensity precisely as the air varies in density during the production of multiple sounds, I should be able to transmit speech electromagnetically.
Oh, you can talk plainer than that.
But unfortunately, Mr. Baker, my financial resources are depleted. And before I can continue with my experiment, I must have additional monetary aid.
You mean more casheroo?
That's a bullseye if I ever heard one.
Well, how much do you want?
$4 million.
Yes!
Oh, I know. I know that sounds like a lot. But you've already given me $32. What's $4 million? What do you say? Why don't you gamble with me?
You said I was too young.
That was in the first routine.
Oh, Mr. Baker, if I don't get the money from you, where else can I get it?
You mean I'm the only sucker in the world?
Yes.
All right, then, Alex. I'll give it to you.
Hooray! Did you hear that, darling? Did you hear that, Harris? He's going to give us $4 million.
Here you are, Professor. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6,
2 years later.
$1,993. $1,994. $1,995. $1,995.
4 years later.
$3,999,998.
Yes?
$3,999,999.
Yes, yes.
And 40 cents. I don't think I can make it.
Well, that's close enough. Thanks.
Well, I gotta go now. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Baker. Where can I reach you in case I need you again?
In the poorhouse. So long.
Oh, boy. $4 million. I wonder how he could carry so much money in his pockets.
He's got 2 pair of pants.
Oh. Well, Harris, we've got the money. You know what that means? You know what all this money means to us?
Yes, I can tie a can to my orchestra.
Yes, thank heaven. And it also means that I can finish my work, complete my invention. The telephone must and will be perfected. Let's go.
6 weeks later, and on March 10th, 1876, in a public auditorium in Boston, Massachusetts, the first telephone, a crude instrument, stands on the desk before Professor Bell. For the first time in history, he is about to transmit the human voice.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. Now, gentlemen, all I ask of you is to have patience. You are about to witness the most amazing demonstration of our time. Gentlemen, please.
Bring it on. What are you stalling for? Yippee!
Young man, I'm introducing a telephone, not a fan dancer. Now, gentlemen, in just a moment I will transmit my voice by wire to Professor Homer J. Osgood, who is waiting on the other end of this line in Baltimore, 500 miles away. Silence, please. All right, gentlemen, the experiment begins. Mr. Harris, lift the receiver.
Yes, Professor.
Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello. Hello, Baltimore. Hello, Baltimore. This will work. This must work. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello.
Did you put a nickel in?
Quiet. Gentlemen, please. Please give me a chance. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello.
Boston Meat Market, your order, please.
Get off the line. I want Baltimore. Don't worry, gentlemen, I'll get it. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Hello. Hello.
Jello.
I said hello.
And I said Jello.
Hang up. I want Baltimore. Don't get disgusted, gentlemen. This will work. This must work. Hello. Hello, Baltimore. Baltimore, hello. Baltimore, hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, stranger.
At last. At last. Professor Osgood, can you hear me?
What?
I said, can you hear me? Am I coming over?
Don't come over this week. We got relatives.
I mean, am I coming over the wire? Can you hear my voice?
What?
My voice.
Oh, my boy's fine. He's in college.
No, not your voice, my voice. Sound.
That's what I said. My son's in college.
Look, Professor Osgood, this is Alexander Graham Bell talking. This is important. This is for the advancement of science. Now, if you can hear me, repeat this sentence. I hear you clearly. Have you got that? I hear you clearly.
I love you dearly.
Hooray! There you are, gentlemen. The telephone is a success. Ah, what a triumph. What a dramatic situation. What a picture this would make.
I'll buy it.
Thank you, Mr. Zanuck. Play, Phil.
I bet a lot of you men heard this line today. Say, Daddy, can we please go for an automobile ride? Well, next time that happens and you get home kind of tired and hot, ask your wife for this cool, refreshing Jello dessert, Jello a la mode. She won't mind, for it's quick and easy to make.
Dissolve 1 package of raspberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the Jello into shimmering rose-red cubes. Pile the Jello cubes into sherbet glasses and top with the vanilla ice cream, or do it the other way around. Place the ice cream in sherbet glasses and top with Jello cubes. It's a swell hot weather dessert and one that's bound to be popular. But here's a special word to wives. Be sure to make your Jello a la mode with genuine Jello if you want that tempting, delicious, extra-rich flavor, that colorful summertime beauty. Ask your grocer tomorrow for raspberry Jello.
This is the last number of the 35th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, come on with me, Mary. I'm going over to the police station, get a squad of men to go out and look for my car.
J. Edgar Hoover's in town. Why don't you get him, too?
He's just the man I need. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Snug as a Bug is from the film The Gracie Allen Murder Case. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with From Alpha to Omega. What is so rare as a day in June, cried the poet. Well, I know something. That's a June bride who can turn out a perfect home-cooked meal. But don't be downhearted. That new husband of yours will forgive you for an awful lot if you bring on a swell-looking, swell-tasting dessert. And that means Jello. There's no fuss or trouble with Jello. There's nothing to go wrong. Dissolves instantly in hot water, sets quickly in icebox or refrigerator, and comes out in a shimmering mold of beauty that looks and tastes like $1 million. There are 6 delicious flavors, and every one is extra rich. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're simply swell, served just as is, or you can garnish them with any fruits in season. And Jello is one of the thriftiest desserts you can serve. Every husband appreciates that. So skip around to your grocer tomorrow and look for those big red letters on the box that spell Jello. That was From Alpha to Omega, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Hollywood. In just a moment, you will hear from your Hollywood reporter with his frank comments about motion pictures, radio, and their glamorous stars. A man who will startle you with his sensational scoops. And here he is, folks, that human dynamo, Jimmy Fiddler Benny.
Hello again, this is Jimmy Benny the Fiddler, coming to you from Hollywood. Hollywood, that small body of land entirely surrounded by racetracks. And here we go with our news bulletin. Exclusive. Now that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck are married, and Tyrone Power has recently wed Annabella, who will be next? Gossips have it that May Robeson and Mickey Rooney have been seen dining and dancing together in the late night spot. But take it from me, they are just good friends. Attention, New York reporters. Eddie Cantor, comedian, noted for his 5 daughters, is in your town celebrating his 25th wedding anniversary. On their way back to California, Eddie and his wife Ida will spend a week at Sun Valley. Watch this column. Watch this column for further development. Back to Hollywood. Movie stars seen recently in Ruby Poo's Chinese restaurant ordering their specialty, Egg Poo Young, were Robert Young, Loretta Young, Roland Young, Victor Young, Clara Kimball Young, and young Dr. Kildare. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special scoop.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing?
Quiet, Mary. More Hollywood news. Miss Ginger Fizdale, new child singing discovery, who is destined to become a great star, will be professionally known as Gin Fizz. She is 3 years old, and in her first screen effort, Bobby Green will play the part of her father. More Hollywood news.
Oh, Jack, let me do one.
All right.
I have it on good authority that the Paramount Studio is planning to build Jack Benny's next picture around him.
That's right.
As soon as he is completely hidden, they will release it.
Quit making things up and give me that. Intimate notes from my little black book. Observed recently coming out of Maisie's fashionable beauty parlor in Beverly Hills were Joan Bennett, Myrna Loy, Carol Lombard, Hedy Lamarr, and Phil Harris. When confronted, the popular band leader claimed he made a mistake. The sign said Maisie's Salon, but he thought it was Muzzie's Saloon. And now a word from our sponsor. Take it, Don.
Jello. Take it, Jack.
Good. Open letter to Fred Allen. Dear Mr. Allen, I understand you are going off the air shortly for a well-deserved vacation in the rock-bound state of Maine. You've earned that vacation, Fred, and you need it. Boy, how you need it. But before you go, Fred, may I give you this friendly bit of advice? Instead of coming back on the air next fall, get out those Indian clubs and that green wig and go back to vaudeville. Believe me, I'm speaking as your affectionate friend, Jimmy Fiddler Benny. Previews of the new pictures. The first picture I recommend tonight is the Jones family in a gopher hole. This is a 2-bell picture. Now this 3-bell picture is good, clean fun for the entire family. The next picture I recommend is Charlie Chan in St. Paul, or Mr. Moto in Minneapolis. This mystery gets 3.5 bells. The plot is fascinating. It is about 3 smart girls who grow up in Dodge City. And the high spot of the picture is when the Cisco Kid falls off of Wuthering Heights. Oh, don't miss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recommend wholeheartedly, with no reservations whatsoever, Paramount's latest comedy triumph, Man About Town, starring Jack Benny. I give this picture... Don't miss this picture, folks. It has plenty on the bell. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember that old proverb, a rolling stone gathers no moss? Well, if you want a tempting and delicious dessert, you must get Jello.
Oh, Uncle.
So look for the big red letters on the box.
Thank you, Don. Well, it's about all the news for tonight, folks. But before I go, I want to leave you with this thought. When you've reached the top of the ladder of success, don't forget your friends. And your relatives won't forget you. So until we meet again, this is Jimmy Fiddler Benny saying good night to you. And I do mean yoo-hoo! Take it, Maestro. was Hooray for Spinach, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, that was the best number you've done this season. You know, there wasn't one sour note in the whole thing. Not one.
Some shock, eh, kid?
You said it. Say, Phil, how'd you like my little takeoff on Jimmy Fiddler? I had some pretty hot news there, didn't I?
Hot news, nothing. I haven't been to Macy's beauty parlor in 2 weeks.
You haven't?
Why, Phil Harris, I saw you in there last Thursday getting a permanent wave.
Oh, then I was right about that little item. Imagine a man sitting in a beauty parlor having his hair curled.
Why don't you send yours over sometime?
Never mind my hair. Say, where's Kenny? I've got another big scoop that I've been saving, and I want everybody to hear it. Hey, Kenny.
Here I am, Jack. I was up on the roof taking a sun bath.
Oh, up on the roof, eh?
Gee, I got a headache.
Well, naturally, you stayed out in the hot sun too long.
Well, it wasn't that. I fell down the elevator shaft.
Oh, my goodness. Why don't you look where you're going?
Gee whiz, Jack, it was the funniest feeling.
What do you mean?
I stepped in and said, main floor, please, and I got it right in the kisser.
Well, for heaven's sake, watch yourself from now on.
What's all the news you're going to tell us, Jack?
Oh, yes. Now, listen carefully, everybody, and this is on the level. You know, 2 weeks from tonight, we do our last broadcast of the season. And we're going to do it from Waukegan, Illinois.
Waukegan?
Boy.
Yes, sir. And the same night, we're going to have the world premiere of Man About Town.
No kidding, Jack. Are we really going to walk in?
Yep, 2 weeks from today, we'll be in my little hometown. Boy, what a hot time we'll have.
We'll have to have it before 9 p.m.
Phil, they've abolished that curfew. There's plenty of excitement there now.
Well, I was there last summer, and they rang that bell right on the stroke of 9.
That wasn't a bell. They were kicking the gong around. They'll show you a thing or two, brother.
Well, I'm wide open, sister.
Don't worry, Phil. You'll be able to keep those bags under your eyes. You won't lose them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
See, if we're going to Waukegan, I gotta get some new clothes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week...
Me too.
As I announced last week, tonight the Benny 2 tickets for the price of 1 players will present their version of the...
I need a new evening gown.
Will present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck...
I need some white flannels.
Of Darrell F. Zanuck's thrilling white flannels. Or murder mystery. Will you kids be quiet? We've got a whole week to get ready. Their murder mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Now, in this gripping drama...
I need a new grip, too.
Kenny. I will play the part of Sherlock Holmes, the internationally famous detective. Kenny Baker will be my assistant, Dr. Watson. And Andy Devine, where's Andy?
Here I am, Bob.
Gee, came in like China across the bay, didn't it? Now, Andy, you'll play the part of the vicious, snarling, murderous hound. Do you think you can do it? Perfect. Now, this play will go on...
Say, Buck, am I going to Waukegan with you?
You certainly are, Andy.
Then I better put my shoes on.
Yeah, you'll never regret it. You'll have the time of your life. Now, our play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello? Who? Plainfield, New Jersey? That must be for you, Mary.
Oh, gee, I'll bet it's Mama.
Yes, Tugboat Annie is on the wire.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. Gee, this is a surprise. What? You've been listening to the program? How is it? Oh, it does?
She should be so critical.
What, Mama?
She was thrown out of the floor door at Sextet for wearing red bloomers.
Yes, we're going to Waukegan. It's Jack's hometown. Yes, he was born there right above a clothing store. Oh, Mama, are you corny?
What'd she say?
Suits and clucks.
That's about her speed.
Well, look, Mama, I got a great idea. Why don't you and Papa come to visit me in Waukegan? We can spend a few days together and you can see Jack's new picture. Oh, I don't know. I'll find out. Say, Jack, are they going?
No, certainly not.
No, Mama, no free dishes.
Tell her to stay home, Mary. I'll be busy enough that week.
Well, I gotta hang up now. I'll write you later. Goodbye, Mama. Goodbye. Oh, Jack, hasn't Mama got the most wonderful sense of humor?
Oh, she's a gem. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Our play, The Hound of the Baskervilles, will go on right after Kenny Baker's song. Go ahead, Kenny.
Okay. Say, Jack.
What?
You know any dames in Waukegan?
I certainly do.
Are they good looking?
They certainly are.
Can you get me a date with one of them?
He certainly can't.
No worry now, Kenny. You'll be all fixed up. Go ahead with your song. All right, Andy. Excuse me, fellas. I got to take Andy out for a walk.
We meet and the angels sing. The angels sing the sweetest song I ever heard. You speak and the angels sing, or am I breathing music into every word? Suddenly the setting is strange. I can see water and moonlight beaming, silver waves that break on some undiscovered shore. Suddenly I see it all change. Long winter nights with the candles gleaming, through it all your face that I adore. You smile and the angels sing, and though it's just a gentle murmur at the start, we kiss and the angels sing, and leave their music ringing in my
That was And the Angels Sing, sung by Kenny Baker, the little devil of the Jello program. And now for our feature attraction, that thrilling detective mystery, The Hound of the Baskervilles, or The Mayor of Van Nuys. Say, Andy, I think you ought to try that howl just once more. It's very important to our plot.
Okay.
Very good. Now, the opening scene of our play is the residence of Sherlock Holmes in London, England. As the curtain rises, we find Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson in the library. Curtain. Music. Excuse me, Watson. Hello? Sherlock Holmes on this end. Are you on your end? Oh, it's you, Lord Trickletot. What? Your son has run away with a chorus girl? Well, why worry about it? Oh, you saw her first. Very well, I'll get on the trail immediately. Toodaloo. Your son is always up to something or other. Dr. Watson. Watson, what are you doing there?
I'm looking over the mail.
Anything important?
I'll say you got a postcard from Paris.
Well, put down that magnifying glass and give it to me.
Okay.
I say, this is from Fifi, the little dancer I met at the Folies Bergère. He says, Dear Sherlock, qu'est-ce qui c'est, voulez-vous? Venez elle de quoi très chaud.
What does that mean?
Long time no see. I think I'll run over to Paris and visit her.
But what about your work here, Sherlock? After all, you're a detective.
Well, I gotta chercher la femme, don't I? I tell you, Watson, it's so dull around here. The cases I've been getting lately are ridiculously simple. They're not baffling enough. There's no excitement. What was that?
It's 12:30.
Oh, yes. You know, Watson, if there isn't any more action around here, I'm going to take a vacation. There's someone at the door.
I wonder who it is, Sherlock.
It's a young lady about 23 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and a divine figure.
Why, that's amazing. How do you know?
Well, to tell the truth, Watson, I'm just hoping. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, shucks, it's Mary.
Quiet, Watson. How do you do, madam?
How do you do? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must help me. You must.
What seems to be the trouble, young lady?
Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, I'm engaged to Philip Baskerville, the son of Sir Hugo Baskerville.
Oh, Sir Hugo. I know him well. He's quite a lively old boy.
Well, he's calmed down considerably. He was murdered last night.
Well, that'll do it every time. Now, are you sure Sir Hugo is dead?
I'm positive.
How do you know?
He doesn't giggle when we dust him off.
Then he is dead. Continue, my dear.
Well, according to the legend of the Baskervilles, Sir Philip, my fiancé, is the next one marked for death.
Amazing.
The first Baskerville was killed. So was the second. Then the third and the fourth.
I see. And Sir Philip is next?
Yes, when they get him, it's bingo.
It's a very interesting case. Now tell me, Miss...
Lady Barrow.
Lady Barrow. Is there any clue to these murders?
Only one. Before each death, we always hear the howling of a dog on the lonely moor outside the castle. Oh, it's ghastly.
Oh, a dog, eh? Then we have a clue already. Lady Barrow, I'll be glad to take the case. My fee, of course, will be $1,000.
You won't get it, of course.
Of course. Make a note of that, Watson.
Okay. No sale.
You may go now, Lady Barrow. Dr. Watson and I will follow immediately.
Thank you.
Oh, tell me. I've never been to Baskerville Castle. How will I find it?
Very drafty. Goodbye.
Well, at last, Watson, we've got a case worthy of my merit. Let's hurry. We haven't a moment to lose.
Scene 2. 3 hours later, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have just crossed the dark and desolate moor and are approaching Baskerville Castle.
What a night. Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, is that you behind me?
Yeah.
Stick close to me.
Gee, I can't see a thing. It sure is dark tonight.
I'll say it's dark. I just saw an owl with a lantern. Look, Watson, do you see that light up ahead?
Yes, that must be the place.
I'm positive. Let's hurry. This is the castle, all right. Look at that coat of arms on the door. It says Baskerville Hall. In hoc signum multum paro. What does that mean?
No cover charge.
If this is the Wilshire Bowl, I'll kill myself. Ring the bell, Watson.
Okay.
Cheerful little spot.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Is this Baskerville Castle?
Yes. Whom shall I say is calling?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Smarty.
Gee, I wish I could do that.
You fall down that elevator shaft a couple of more times and you'll be all set. Where's Lady Barrow?
Follow me, gentlemen. Lady Barrow, the detectives have arrived.
Thank you, Butch. You may go.
I'll go, but watch your step, Mr. Holmes. You may be next.
Now, Lady Barrow.
Wait a minute. I'm not through.
Silly boy. Now, Lady Barrow, I want to meet your guests and question them.
Very well. First, I'd like you to meet my fiancé, Sir Philip Baskerville.
Hello, Sir Philip.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Weren't you once the house detective at the Savoy Ritz?
No, that was my brother that used to throw you out. He's not there anymore.
Oh, goody.
And this is Dr. Wilson, our family physician.
Good evening, Doctor. Can you give us any information about the late Sir Hugo Baskerville?
Yes, he was very fond of Jello.
Make a note of it, Watson.
Okay, commercial taken care of.
Very good.
And now, Mr. Holmes, may I present Madame Zaraki, the famous psychic. She has supernatural power.
Ah, good evening, Madame Zaraki.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes. And that's Sir Hugo lying across the table.
Oh, the victim. Well, that's the first time I ever saw Sir Hugo on top of a table. Well, now that I've met everyone, I've got to get to work and solve this case. The victim looks as though he met a violent death. Look at the way his clothes are torn. And those long scratches on his throat.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it. I swear it wasn't me.
We know it wasn't you, Dr. Watson.
Don't be too sure.
Quiet. Sir Philip.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
You inherit a lot of money by Sir Hugo's death. Tell me, where were you at the time of the murder?
You can't pin this on me. I've got an ironclad alibi.
Oh, you have, eh? Well, just answer my question. Where were you at the time of the murder?
In Maisie's beauty parlor, and you know it.
Well, somebody committed this crime, and I'm going to find out who it is.
Maybe I can help you, Mr. Holmes.
Help me? How, Madame Zareki?
Sir Hugo himself will tell me.
Well, Sir Hugo is dead.
I know, but I will talk to his spirit in the great beyond.
Why, that's impossible.
Oh, she's very good. She got South America this morning.
Why, this is ridiculous. But we'll try it.
Now will you all please sit around in a circle and hold hands.
Oh, all right. Come on, everybody.
Oh, I think it's fake.
Now turn off the lights. Quiet, everybody. Now concentrate. Concentrate on Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo. Sir Hugo, are you there?
This is silly.
Sir Hugo, if you are there, answer me.
Bosh, it'll never work.
Yeah, bosh.
Quiet, Watson.
Sir Hugo, we are calling you. If you hear my voice, answer me. Answer me.
Oh, I hear you, madam. What? Do you hear that, Watson?
Yeah.
Madame Zareki, can I speak to him now?
Yes, but don't lose the contact.
I won't. Sir Hugo, do you hear me?
Yes.
Then tell me, how were you killed?
Well, I was out walking on the moor last night.
Yes.
And just as I got to the garden wall, I saw a huge ribocedal across me. All of a sudden, I started for it, and he grabbed me by the ribocedal across me. I couldn't get myself all that fast. But that didn't kill me.
It should have.
Quiet. But, Sir Hugo, if that didn't kill you, what did?
Well, I picked myself up and ran toward the house.
Uh-huh.
Just as I got there, there was a huge fungus. And he finished like a saw of it. You know that, Douglas?
Yes.
Well, the whole ribocedal across the faded, and there I am on the table.
But, Sir Hugo, you still haven't told us. Who committed this crime? Who murdered you?
Very well. I was killed by...
Put in a nickel, please, for 5 more minutes.
Get off the line, operator. Continue, Sir Hugo. Your murder must be avenged.
I was killed by...
Stop! Stop! I can't stand it any longer. I confess I did it. I did it. I killed him.
Ha! I knew it all the time.
I don't know why I did it. I must have been mad, crazy, delirious.
Slap the handcuffs on him, Watson. The case of the Baskervilles is solved.
Hey, Sherlock, what about me?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about the hound. I'm sorry, Andy. Play, Phil.
The other day I heard a woman say, when I feel like going fancy on desserts, I want to go fancy in a great big way. Well, I hope she's listening, for here's the answer. A brand new dessert called Deluxe Strawberry Loaf. Strawberry Jello, juicy fruit berries, and creamy marshmallows combined in a shimmering mold of Jello. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip it up with a rotary egg beater until the Jello is fluffy and thick like pink whipped cream. Now fold in 2 cups of sweetened sliced strawberries, 6 marshmallows finely cut, and 1 cup of whipped cream. Mold in a loaf pan, and take it from me, there is a deluxe dessert. A lovely, shimmery loaf of whipped rose pink Jello filled with fresh berries and foamy marshmallows. So try it soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Strawberry Jello.
This is the last number of the 37th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Andy, I'm awfully sorry I overlooked you in our play. I don't know how I ever happened to forget about the hound.
Oh, that's all right, Buck.
You want to howl now? Was that a dog?
Sounded like the 5:15.
It sure did. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Maker appears on the Jello program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Relax. Every week, ladies and gentlemen, we receive a number of letters from listeners, many of them saying that Jello can't be beat, that it's so delicious it just can't be improved. Well, the makers of Jello appreciate that, of course. But all the same, they look at the matter a little differently. For ever since this grand new dessert was first introduced more than 40 years ago, the Jello people have been constantly working to improve it, to make those 6 delicious flavors even more delicious, to make those grand glowing colors even gayer and more festive, to make it thriftier to buy and easier to prepare. In other words, to make Jello even better than the best. And your thank you to us has been Jello's steady growth in popularity. So remember, those big red letters on the box spell Jello, and Jello assures you of the finest enjoyment, rich flavor, and glowing colors, America's favorite gelatin dessert, now better than ever. Was Relax, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our program tonight will be devoted to a further description of our trip to Yosemite.
Yes, sir.
As you may remember, last week, Jack, Mary, Dennis, and myself piled into the Maxwell and left Oakland with Rochester at the wheel. Phil Harris was not a member of our little party, as Jack, in a fit of anger, canceled his invitation.
It wasn't a fit of anger, Don. He just had to be disciplined, that's all.
Nevertheless, Phil left...
That guy has to be put in his place once in a while, you know.
Nevertheless,
I'll
Phil
teach him to get smart with me.
Nevertheless, my goodness, Jack.
Excuse me, Don.
Nevertheless, Phil left in his own car 6 hours later than we did, and much to our surprise, soon passed us on the road.
Much to whose surprise?
Quiet. Go ahead, Don.
Anyhow, realizing we couldn't reach Yosemite that night, we pulled into an auto court only to find that Phil Harris had taken the last cabin.
Who cares? We found a much better place to stay.
Some place I rang for a bellboy and a coyote came in.
Well, it was rather primitive, huh?
It is now the following morning, and we are once more on the road headed down the highway toward Yosemite.
Careless, now that you got me loving you. Careless, careless in everything you do. Are you just careless as you seem to be? Or do you just careless for me? I said for me.
Very good, Rochester, very good. Now sing Scatterbrain.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Rochester, I said sing Scatterbrain.
I'm tired singing for you all the time. Why don't you put a radio in this car?
Because I only want to hear what I want to hear. That's why.
Oh, Jack, let him rest. He's been singing for an hour.
I don't mind singing, Miss Livingston, but at 8 o'clock he wants me to imitate Amos and Andy.
Well?
I can't do that blackface stuff.
You can try, that's all I ask. You don't have to be perfect. There's a car coming, Rochester. I think we better let it pass us.
I think it's inevitable.
Look at that speed demon showing off. He ought to get a ticket.
Oh, you're jealous of every car that's got cylinders.
I am not.
Boy, what a ride. 2 days to make 180 miles.
Listen, Mary, if you don't like it, get out and walk.
How can I walk after 2 days in this cocktail shaker?
Oh, this car doesn't vibrate so much.
It doesn't. You've been trying to get that cigar in your mouth for the last 5 miles.
Don't worry, I'll make it. Yeah, I never saw anyone like it. It's funny, Don and Dennis aren't complaining.
I'm fine, Mr. Benny.
There you are. Are you all right back there, Don?
Well, tell you the truth, Jack, I'm still a little sleepy.
You're sleepy? What about me? You're a nice fella, Don, but that's the last time I'll ever share a bed with you and Dennis.
I didn't have much of it.
That's right. You were wedged in pretty tight there. Incidentally, Dennis, what was the idea of wiggling your ears all night long?
I dreamt I was a butterfly on my way to a daisy.
Well, that's rather odd.
You know, Jack, I had a dream, too. I dreamt I was lost in Mexico with Clark Gable.
Oh.
Mighty nice country down there.
Yeah, especially this time of year, you know. Another car wants to pass us, Rochester.
Okay, boss, let's look nonchalant.
Never mind, let him go, the fool. There's another guy that ought to get pinched.
Oh, he wasn't going so fast.
He wasn't, eh? He passed us, and our speedometer says 65 miles an hour.
I thought you were going to have that fixed.
Never mind.
Say, boss, there's a big hill up ahead. What do we do?
What'll we do? Climb it, of course.
It's pretty steep, you know.
Rochester, this car's made hills much steeper than that one.
Not doing my regime.
Just give her the gas. We'll make it.
Okay, hang on, everybody.
There you are. We're doing fine.
Uh-oh.
Well, don't let it die out on you. Throw it into second.
There ain't no second.
Then throw it into first. What are you waiting for?
Okay, boss.
There. Now we'll make it. Pull the choke out.
Okay.
Keep calm, everybody. Don't get excited. We're near the top. We're making it. We're making it.
That did it. We're over.
Well, here we are. It was a little dangerous, but we're all right now, eh, Mary?
I don't know why I don't punch you right in the nose.
You wouldn't dare. You weren't afraid, were you, Dennis?
No, sir, that was fun. Let's do it again.
It won't be necessary.
Say, Jack, now the excitement is over, let's stop at that lunchroom up ahead and get something to eat.
Okay.
There's a gas station alongside of it.
Good. We'll put some water in the radiator and some air in the tires.
Yeah, and you better put some of that stuff they make a little profit on in the gas tank.
I was going to get some gas, Rochester, so mind your own business. Well, here we are. Let's stop. Gee, I'm hungry.
Rocket Crest, 10 minutes here, folks.
Rochester, you're not driving a bus. Now get out, everybody. Oh, boy, it feels good to stretch, huh?
Yes, sir. I'm stiff as a board.
I feel wonderful. Simply marvelous.
You don't have to be so sarcastic, Mary. What about the women that used to ride across the plains in covered wagons?
I envy them.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mary. If I ever ask you to take a trip with me again, I'll go right out and have my head examined.
And if I say yes, they can throw a net over both of us.
All right, all right. I've got to get some gas, so wait for me in the lunchroom. And if it's not too much trouble, order me a peanut butter sandwich, will you?
Okay. Come on, Don.
Right with you, Mary.
See you later. Now, where did Dennis disappear to? Oh. Say, young fella.
Yes, sir?
I want 5 gallons of gas, please.
Ethel, pestle, or schmethel?
A regular gas will be all right. 5 gallons, please.
The ethyl is much better for your motor.
Now, look, buddy, I know what I want. Put in 5 gallons of regular gas.
Okay, you're the doctor.
You remind me of a fella that waited on me in a sporting goods store in Oakland.
That's my brother Egbert. Isn't he priceless?
He sure is.
Oh, Mr. Benny, where'd the gang go?
They're in the lunchroom, Dennis.
Okay. La, 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 la.
I never saw such a happy kid. Say, Rochester, see what else the car needs. I'm going in and eat.
Don't forget the driver, boss.
Oh, yes, I'll bring you back something. What do you want, Rochester?
I'd like a stuffed pork chop under glass.
You'll get a hamburger under mustard and piccalilli. Now, check the tires so we can leave as soon as possible.
Okay.
Well,
Please pass the ketchup, will you, Mary?
Here you are, Don.
Oh, you're eating already, eh? Did you order my peanut butter sandwich, Mary?
Yes, and it was delicious.
Oh, fine. Now order me another one.
Say, Mr. Benny, look what I found on this record machine.
What, Dennis?
Look at number 12 here. It says, Darn That Dream with a vocal refrain by Dennis Day.
Oh, one of your records, eh? Well, let's hear it. Put in a nickel.
Okay.
I dream each night. You say you love me and you hold me tight. But when I awake, you're out of sight. Oh, darn that dream. Darn your lips and darn your eyes. They lift me high above the moonlit skies. Then I tumble out of paradise. Oh, darn that dream. Darn that one-track mind of mine. It can't understand that you don't care. Just to change the mood I'm in, I've welcomed an ice-cold nightmare. Darn that dream, and bless it too. Without that dream, I never would have you. But it haunts me and it won't come true. Oh, darn that dream. That dream and bless it too. Without that dream I never would have you. But it haunts me and it won't come true. Oh, darn that dream. Oh, darn it.
Say, Dennis, that was swell. I didn't know you made records.
Shall I play it again?
No, don't bother. But it was a grand number.
You ought to sing it on the program sometime.
You're darn right.
Gee, the food's good here, isn't it, Jack?
Well, we were pretty hungry, Don. Oh, Miss,
Yes, sir?
that peanut butter was delicious, but I'm still hungry. Give me a T-bone steak for myself and a hamburger to take out.
Okay. 2 cows, torture one.
And by the way, Miss, I want my steak very rare.
The T-bone's for Tarzan.
Well, they understand each other anyway.
Let's hurry up and eat, fellas. I'm dying to get to Yosemite.
Gee, I bet Mr. Harris is there already.
Who, Phil? Oh, he's still sleeping in that auto court. He might have passed us yesterday, but we'll beat him into Yosemite.
We will, eh?
Yeah, you know the story of the hare and the tortoise, don't you, Mary?
The what?
The tortoise. You know, turtle.
One turtle soup.
Wait a minute. I didn't order any soup.
Oh, pardon me. Scuttle the turtle.
You can't even open your mouth around here. What's that?
There's a parrot over there. Isn't it cute?
Where? Oh, yeah, in that cage. Let's go over and talk to it.
Gee, I love parrots.
That one's a beauty.
It sure is cute. Hello, Polly. Isn't that marvelous? Polly, want a cracker? Gee whiz. You talk to him, Mary.
Okay. Hello, Polly.
Hurry up, babe. What you doing tonight?
Well, that's terrific.
Your steak is ready, sir.
Thanks. Gee, Mary, isn't it wonderful the way that bird talks? Huh?
Yeah, hurry up and eat your steak, Jack, so we can get out of here.
Well, it won't take me long. Oh, miss, will you please fill this thermos bottle with coffee? I want to take it with me.
Yes, sir.
Very little cream.
One quart of coffee. There you are.
Thank you. Gee, you folks measure everything around here, don't you?
Stop talking, Jack. We want to get going.
I'll be through in a minute, Don.
Pardon me, but aren't you Jack Benny from the radio?
Yes, I am.
I thought so. Would you mind autographing this piece of rye crisp for me?
Hello.
I'll be glad to.
You know, Mr. Benny, you're my favorite comedian.
Well, thanks very much. You sound like him, too. That parrot's a little fresh there. Here's your autograph, miss.
Thanks.
Nobody asked you to listen, you know. Well, plenty of people like that song if you want to know something.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack, you're arguing with a parrot.
I don't care. He started it. Let's get out of here. Give me the check, please.
For everybody?
Yes, it's my treat. And here's 50 cents for you, miss.
Well, now I've seen everything. Shoot me.
Oh, how I'd love to. Come on, fellas.
Before we go, miss, I want to congratulate you on the marvelous dish of Jello you served me.
Thank you.
I can see now why it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. It's tempting and appetizing, easy to make, and as you know, comes in 6 delicious flavors.
My, what a fresh bird that is. By the way, miss, where's that hamburger?
Here you are. It's in this bag.
Oh, yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
It's got a spoon in its pocket. I have not. Come on, gang, let's get out of here. I'd rather have a canary any day.
You had a canary and you took it back because he couldn't sing Rigoletto.
Well, it was in the guarantee.
What a guy. He expects Nelson Eddy with feathers.
Oh, quiet. Hey, Rochester, here's your sandwich.
Thanks, boss.
Is everything all set now?
Everything's fine, all ready to go.
Good. How much do I owe you, young man?
That'll be $2.10 for gas and $12 for the tire.
The tire? What tire?
Hop in, boss. Let's get going.
Wait a minute, Rochester. What's the idea of buying a new tire?
Well, you told me to check them, and the right front one was a little low.
Yes?
So I put some air in it, then kicked it to see if it was hard.
Uh-huh.
I never should have done that.
Well, that's no excuse for buying a new tire. If it blew out, you could have patched the inner tube.
Patch it? We couldn't even find it.
Well, here's your money, mister. And from now on, Rochester, before you buy anything, please consult me first. Come on, everybody, let's go. Where's Dennis? Oh. Well, pile in, fellas. I'll get the car started.
Are you going to drive, boss?
Yes, I'll drive for a while so you can eat your sandwich.
Are you ready to go, Mr. Benny?
Yes, hop in, Dennis. Come on, everybody. I'm driving. Now, let's see. Where's the starter, Rochester?
Right there on the floor next to the mousetrap.
Oh, yes.
Mice, I'm getting out of here.
Don't worry, Mary. There was one little mouse living in the toolbox.
Little mouse? He came out and hit me with a hammer, didn't he?
Oh, stop exaggerating. Now, hold on, everybody. We're off. There we are. See how easy the car rides when I handle it, Rochester?
Uh-huh.
All you have to do is know how to drive it, that's all.
Uh-huh.
That's all there is to it. I'm doing all right, ain't I, Mary?
Yeah, but you look pretty silly with those goggles on.
I do, eh?
And turn your cap around. Who do you think you are, Barney Oldfield?
I'll wear my cap any way I want to.
Uh-huh.
Shut up! Oh, Don, you're not nervous with me driving, are you?
No, Jack, but what makes the car weave from side to side?
With this new tire on, it's gone nuts.
Well, it does throw me off a little. I'll hold the wheel tighter.
Somebody wants to pass us.
Pull over at the side, Rochester.
You're driving, boss.
Oh, yes. Come on, come on. How can people drive that fast? A guy like that ought to get a ticket.
Was that Phil Harris, Mr. Benny?
No, Phil's got a red sport model with a blonde siren. Say, fellas, you know, it's fun being at the wheel for a change.
Hey, Jack, pull over. Somebody else wants to pass us.
Okay.
Well, I'll be darned. It's a hay wagon.
Yeah.
What, Jack, do you mean to say you're going to let a team of horses pass us?
They weren't ordinary horses, Don. The one on the outside looked like Indian brooms. Hey, fellas, look at that sign. Yosemite National Park. 23 miles.
Yeah, just got time to knit a sweater.
You have not. Allowing for the hills and everything, we'll be there in a couple of hours.
Say, boss, you want me to drive for a while?
No, I don't want to bother changing seats.
You don't have to change. Just hand me the wheel.
Don't be smart. I'll drive, Rochester. Everybody has to be so comical. Good heavens, another speed demon.
It looks like Phil Harris's car.
It is Phil. Pull over, Jack.
Pull over nothing. He's not going to beat me to Yosemite. I'm going to hog the road. Keep on honking, Phil. That ain't going to help any.
Come on, pull that egg beater out of the way.
Oh, boy, is he burning up.
Jack, you're right in the center of the road.
I know what I'm doing. I'll teach that guy to show off.
Come on, Jackson. I'm in a hurry. Let me by.
Oh, no, Phil. Get in line. From now on, it's going to be a parade. What's that?
Pull over to the side, buddy. What do you think you're doing?
Who, me, officer?
Yes, you, and make it snappy.
Here, Rochester, you sit at the wheel.
It's too late now, boss.
What's the idea of blocking the highway? Don't you know it's against the law?
Well, gee, officer.
Let me see your driver's license.
I'm glad you got that guy, officer. He's a menace to safe driving.
I was only kidding, Phil Harris, and you know it. Look, officer, we're friends.
Friends, huh?
I never saw this guy before in my life. I think he's crazy.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say that...
May I go now, officer? I'm a physician, and I'm on a rush call.
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Doctor? He's no more doctor than I am.
By the way, officer, I'd inspect the trunk in the back of his car. I think there's a body in it.
Why, Phil Harris!
So long, officer.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Now, look, officer.
I've had about enough out of you. Let's have that driver's license.
Now, look, officer, you see, I'm taking my little family to Yosemite. I worked hard all year and saved up every penny, and this is to be our vacation up in the snow. You say one word, Mary Livingston. I realize, officer, that I've broken the law, but I'd just hate to have anything upset the vacation plans of my little family.
I see. Well, I'm a family man myself, and I appreciate what this trip means to you, so I'll let you go this time. But in the future, keep to the right.
Oh, I will, officer, I will. Way over to the side. Gee, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that was a close call. All right, relax, fellas, and let's get started.
Can I drive now, Daddy?
I'll drive till we get there. Well, here we are, fellas, coming into Yosemite.
A fine time to be getting in. 10 o'clock at night.
Well, we had mountains to climb. There were a lot of curves. Oh, Rochester, where are you?
Right beside you, boss. It's dark.
Well, either open your eyes or smile.
right, fellas. Yosemite National Park. Boy, what fun we're going to have. We'll check in at the Ahwahnee Hotel, have a nice hot shower, a little supper, and get to bed so we can get up early in the morning and go out and play in the snow.
Oh, boy.
How are we going to get through that gate? It's closed.
Well, naturally it's closed. You got to pay $2 to get into the park. There's the ranger station right there. Here comes the ranger now.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening. We're on our way. We want to go to the Ahwahnee Hotel to spend a few days there. That's $2 to get in, isn't it?
Yes, but you can't get through tonight. The park closes at 10 p.m.
What?
I'm sorry, but we don't open until 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 o'clock in the morning? Well, what are we going to do till then?
There's a lovely auto camp just 40 miles back.
I know. We stayed there last night. Now, look, mister, can't you make an exception just for tonight?
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you out, but rules are rules.
I see.
Good night.
Good night. Well, this is the last straw.
What are we going to do now, Jack?
I don't know. I got a couple of tents in the back of the car. We can put them up.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Oh, everything is fun to you.
Well, Dennis is right. It won't hurt to rough it once in a while. It'll be good for us. Oh, my goodness, don't tell me it's going to rain now.
That's all we need.
Well, might just well spend the night right here in the car. We're all tired anyway, and we'll sleep till morning.
That's right, Jack. It'll only be a few hours.
Doggone, it looks like it's really going to rain. Huh?
My bunion's bouncing, if that means anything.
Here it comes. Well, good night, fellas.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night. Dennis, you don't have to put your pajamas on. Well, good night, Mary. Pleasant dreams.
Keep 'em.
Oh, nuts.
So we leave our little group sleeping peacefully with the rain beating a lullaby on top of the car. What will happen in the morning? Will they finally reach Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite? Will they go skiing? Will Jack fall down and break his crown?
I hope so.
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pretend I'm the postman delivering a Valentine to your home. Just tear open the envelope and you'll find it's a Valentine from all of us to all of you. A brand new Jello recipe for Valentine's Day. It's called Jello Valentine Hearts. Rich crimson hearts made of delicious cherry Jello, strikingly arranged on heart-shaped pieces of white cake. And here's how easy it is to make. In 1 pint of hot water, dissolve 1 package of cherry Jello, or any red Jello flavor you prefer. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then cut into hearts with a heart-shaped cutter and arrange on heart-shaped pieces of cake. Serve plain or garnish with whipped cream, and you'll have a swell dessert for Valentine's Day that's really distinctive. So whether you plan to have a Valentine's party or just a regular family dinner, give the meal a festive touch with Jello Valentine Hearts. And let me tell you, you'll win every heart at the table.
Well, it's still raining. This is the last number of the 19th program in the current Jello series. I will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, while we're sitting out here in the rain, I want to congratulate the Boy Scouts of America, who are this week celebrating their 30th anniversary. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout.
Quiet, I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, that's right. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half-hour Jello entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station.
It's a Blue World is from Music in My Heart. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's All Sing Together. When you were a youngster, did this ever happen to you? The family would sit down to some special dessert, but you weren't allowed to have any. Remember how hurt you felt? Well, that never happens when there's Jello for dessert. For Jello is marvelously light and wholesome, and the whole family can enjoy it, from Grandpop on down to Junior. And believe me, the whole family does enjoy it. For Jello is the perfect ending to any meal. Those 6 delicious flavors are as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And those 6 gay colors, as cheerful as a rainbow, make a radiant success of your dessert course. Make it something truly special every time. So treat the family to some Jello tomorrow. If you haven't enjoyed it recently, you'll find it even better than you remember. More delicious and inviting, more downright swell. Try it and see. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells an all-family treat. Let's All Sing Together, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last installment of our recent journey to Yosemite National Park and Jack Maxwell. The trip will go down in history with the adventures of Marco Polo, the exploits of Admiral Byrd, the voyage of Christopher Columbus.
Don't forget the Rover Boys.
Quiet, Mary.
As you remember, last week's episode ended with Jack skiing down a steep hill and crashing into the ski house, with the result that he suffered a sprained ligament in his leg and several assorted abrasions.
Oh, it's a miracle I'm alive. I must be made of iron. Continue, Don.
It is now several days later, and we take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite, where he is convalescing.
It's my birthday, too, folks.
Jack is propped up in bed, and as the scene opens, we find Rochester reading to him from a magazine.
It was past midnight and the moon was shining brightly through the magnolia trees as Ronald walked into the garden. Carlotta heard his footsteps approaching and looked up like a fighting gazelle.
That's Gazelle. That's frightened Gazelle.
Don't be alarmed, darling, cried the young American engineer. It is I. I have come back for you.
I knew he would.
Carlotta's dark Mexican eyes flashed. Her lips quivered. Kiss me, she said. Kiss me.
All right, never mind the dialect. Go ahead.
The smile on Ronald's face suddenly turned to a sneer. It's no use, Carlotta, he said. I only come back to say goodbye. This is the end.
The darn fool. Doesn't he know she loves him?
But Ronald, cried Carlotta, you can't go. We're married. And what about the baby?
The baby? What baby?
That was last month, boss. We missed that.
Oh. Well, that changes everything. Go ahead.
Ronald turned and started toward the gate. Carlotta clung to him, and the tears came to her eyes. But Ronald laughed bitterly and struck her to the ground.
Brute.
She quickly arose and ran toward him. His back was turned, so she could not see the long, thin dagger flashing in his hand.
A dagger?
She crept closer and closer. Ronald's back was still turned.
Yes, yes.
Please, Ronald, she cried. He did not answer.
Oh.
So she clutched the dagger and raised it higher and higher and higher.
Oh, my goodness, he better run.
No hurry. Continued next month.
What? It's a fine ending. They always leave you in suspense like that.
It's a great story, though.
Yes, and you know, Rochester would make a swell picture. Can't you just see me as a young American engineer that spurns the love of this beautiful senorita?
Uh-huh.
It's no use, Carlotta. I only came back to say goodbye. This is the end. And then when she tries to kiss me, I'd knock her to the ground. Ha ha! What I could do to a part like that.
Uh-huh.
I wonder who the right girl would be to play opposite me. Of course, Hedy Lamarr might be the type. She's dark, and she's got those flashing eyes.
She's too healthy. You'd never knock her down.
Well, I still think we'd make a very romantic couple. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. I'm having a fine birthday this year, flat on my back in bed.
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Your leg hurts a little, that's all.
Is that so? Well, if you want to know something, young lady, I had a pretty bad accident. And it's a serious case.
Oh, everything is serious with you.
It is, eh?
Last month you got a sliver in your finger and you wanted to go to the Mayo Brothers to have it taken out.
Now, wait a minute, Mary Livingston. That sliver wasn't in my finger. It was in my tongue. And it was painful.
Well, I told you not to eat those good humors so close to the stick.
Mary, did you come in here to sympathize with me or aggravate me?
I came in to bring you a birthday present. Here it is.
Ouch, my leg. I got a sore leg. That's why I'm in bed. Didn't have to throw the package.
I'm sorry, Jack. I forgot.
What's the present? I'll open it later.
It's a bottle of rubbing alcohol for your back.
Oh.
Well, you like it, don't you?
Yes, thanks. It's just what I need. Rubbing alcohol, a fine birthday present. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in, Mary. It gets so monotonous lying here in bed.
How about another game of casino, boss?
Okay, how much do I owe you now, Rochester?
Let's see. I got the score right here. 4, carry 2, and 5.
Well, how much is it?
$8,000.
Let's see that. That's $80. You're supposed to put a decimal point in there.
You put in the money, I'll put in the point.
$80, eh?
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say you lost $80 to Rochester playing casino?
Not only that, I was teaching him the game. Oh, well, we were only playing for fun. Hey, Roch?
You ain't gonna rock me out of it.
All right, Mr. Van Jones, I'll add it to your check next week. Wish my nurse would get here. She's supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and it's 11:30.
I saw her a little while ago.
Where?
She was out skiing with Phil Harris.
Oh, fine. I pay a nurse $7 a day so she can slide down a hill with Harris. I'll never find her when I want her.
Well, I think you went too far yesterday when you hung that cowbell around her neck.
Well, I had to do something. See, my leg's throbbing, and I got a fever and everything. Maybe that's her now. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Are you feeling better?
Oh, a little, Dennis, but I'm still not myself. My leg hurts, and I ache all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, anyway, Jack, you're a year older today.
That doesn't help any either.
Now, listen, Mary, I wouldn't say anything if I were you after that birthday present you gave me. You know, fellas, I just received a lovely bottle of rubbing alcohol from Miss Livingston.
No kidding.
Yeah, what a present. Suppose if I had a cold, she'd have bought me Kleenex. If I had a headache, she'd have bought me a box of aspirin.
As long as you stay under $1, you're safe.
Just what I was getting at. I wouldn't mind that so much, Mary, but after the beautiful birthday presents I always give you. Remember that mink jacket 3 years ago?
Some mink jacket. Every spring it comes out to look at a shadow.
Oh, you always have to run and get things to praise. Yeah, I wish my nurse would get here, or my doctor, or somebody. I'm tired of lying here in bed.
You want to teach me some more casino, boss?
No, I lost $80. That's enough. And incidentally, Rochester, inasmuch as I was teaching you the game, I'm charging you $60 per lesson. So I only owe you $20. And if I recall correctly, I recently gave you my old blue suit, which is worth at least $20, so I really don't owe you anything.
I know we'd arrive there, but I didn't know just how.
Well, that's how, and the meeting is closed. I wish the doctor'd show up. I want to get back to Hollywood in time for our broadcast Sunday.
Oh, you'll make it all right, Jack.
Sure, there's nothing the matter with you.
There's plenty the matter with me. I just don't complain, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what song do you want me to sing next Sunday?
Well, Dennis, what's popular right now?
There's a new number out called The Isle of May. It's a ballad type. Would that be all right?
I don't know. Does it fit you, Dennis?
I think so. It goes something like this.
Lovely, I was lonely. It was springtime, and we fell in love. We strolled along through the heather, and it was June on the Isle of May. Was sweet as the hair, when it is June on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its door. Then, like a fool, I fell away. But our love will bring us together when it is June on the Isle of
Well, that was swell, Dennis. That song's going to be all right for the program.
I think I ought to brush up on it, though.
Maybe so.
Oh, Jack, speaking of Sunday's show, I have a problem that's been bothering me.
You have, Don?
Yes, it's been on my mind all day, and I just can't seem to arrive at a definite solution.
My goodness, what is it?
Well, on next Sunday's show, I don't know whether to say, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jello, or run to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jello.
Oh, well, that is a problem there.
I like go.
I like run.
Yes, either one is good, Don.
No, Jack, no, I don't think they convey the idea of enough speed.
Oh, well, how about hasten, Don? Listen to this. Hasten to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jello. How's that for the customers?
Well, I don't know.
How about shooting him out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon?
That's it. Shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jello. Thanks, Mary. That's terrific.
You're welcome.
See you later, Jack.
Oh, God.
Wow, cannon.
Gee.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Me too. Well, if my nurse doesn't get here pretty soon, I'll say, Rochester, give me a spoonful of that iron tonic.
Oh, was there iron in that, boss?
Why, certainly, iron and alcohol.
My, that's the first time I ever had a metallic martini.
You lay off my medicine. Gee, my leg hurts again. I get those shooting pains. Come in.
Oh, Jack, it's Dr. Nelson.
It's about time. So it's you, Doctor.
Yes. Well, quite a little party we're having here. How are you today, Miss Livingston?
I'm just fine, Doctor.
That's good. And you, Mr. Day, how's your health?
I feel marvelous.
Fine, fine. And Rochester, how are you feeling?
Okay, Doc, I'm okay.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the patient here. What about me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Yes. How is your arm today? Still bothering you?
It's my leg, my left leg. My arms are all right. I just lost $80 playing cards with them.
Oh, certainly it's your leg. You fell off a horse.
A horse? Look, Doc, I never fell off a horse on my leg in my life. Now, Doc, here's the whole story. Don't you remember? I hurt my leg skiing. I went down the mountain at Badger Pass and crashed through the ski house. Then we phoned for you and you came to examine me, remember?
Oh, yes, and I'll never forget how you called me Daddy.
Well, I was delirious, that's why. I was delirious.
Well, just the same, it was embarrassing. I'm a bachelor, you know.
I know. Now, look, Doctor, I want to know if I can get out of here today and go home.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Benny's anxious to get up because it's his birthday today.
Well, congratulations, young man. How old are you?
It's none of your business. I'm old enough to vote.
For Lincoln.
Mary. I'm trying to get some information here. Now, Doctor, when am... Oh, come in.
Well, Jack, your nurse finally arrived.
So I see. Awfully glad you dropped in, nurse.
How's my little patient today?
As if you cared. And take off those skis. My goodness.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a minute.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Fine nurse you recommended. Supposed to be taking care of me. She's out skiing with Phil Harris all day.
You're a naughty girl, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, kid.
Later, Miss Kelly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to find out if I can...
Miss Kelly, will you please take Mr. Benny's pulse?
Okay, Doctor. Let me have your wrist, Mr. Benny.
Here. Well, you going to come here? You want me to throw it over? Now, come here.
All right.
Here. Here's my wrist. Nothing but screwballs in this room. I'll bet $10 Olson and Johnson are under the bed. Well, Miss Kelly, what about it?
Oh, Doctor, Mr. Benny has no pulse. I can't feel a thing.
Of course not. You're wearing mittens. No pulse. Why, the blood just leaks through my veins.
It can't be that happy.
That's all. Now, Doctor, for the last time, I want to find out if I can get... Oh, for heaven's sake, come in. Hiya, Jackson. How's your leg? You're certainly worried about that, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, there you are, Miss Kelly. Hiding from me, huh?
Hiding from you? She works here. And incidentally, Phil, when you came in, you might at least have wished me a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Jackson.
Keep it. Happy birthday.
Oh, is this your birthday, Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Well, if I'd have known that, I'd have put a candle on your postage.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
You know, Jackson, I forgot all about this being your birthday, and I feel terrible about not bringing you a gift.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't want you to think I'm a heel.
Believe me, Phil, one little present won't influence me one way or the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You haven't told me if I can leave here today and go home.
Oh, my goodness. You could have gone home 4 days ago.
I could? Then why keep me in bed? Why didn't you tell me then? I'm going to pack and get out of here. What's my bill, Doctor?
$35.
$35?
I'll make it $37.50. I saw a suit I like today.
You'll get $35. Rochester, take care of that, will you?
Okay, boss. Do you play casino, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Follow me.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. What do I owe you, nurse?
$42. That's 6 days at $7 a day.
Now, wait a minute. You only dropped in for lunch. The rest of the time you were skiing with Phil Harris.
Well, I'm the outdoor type.
Well, then get out of here. Here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Philzy.
Right with you, baby. So long, Jackson. See you in Hollywood.
I'm going to get dressed. Hand me my robe, Mary.
Here you are. It's about time you took that emblem off the back of it.
Never mind that.
Look at that. Golden Gloves, 1898.
My father's robe. Now, Mary, call downstairs and have the room clerk make up the bill. Tell him I'm paying for everybody's room but my nurse's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis, help me get my things packed, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Hello, the room clerk, please.
Dennis, take all my shirts and socks out of the top drawer.
Hello, room clerk. Will you please make up Mr. Benny's bill? We're checking out today.
Dennis, hand me that suitcase, the larger one.
Yes, everybody except Phil Harris.
Well, I put the sweaters.
Right in there and keep them together.
How much does that amount to?
And don't forget my skates.
$198?
And put them in my... $198?
Well, have it itemized. Thank you.
$198. I've been in bed since the first day here. Come on, Dennis, get going. Pack, for heaven's sake.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Where do you want these pieces of skis put, Mr. Benny?
Throw them in the fireplace. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say? All right, what does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, as long as you made it, happy birthday.
Well, you can throw that in the fireplace, too. Dennis, not my underwear. I meant the telegram. Give me the poker, quick. Give me the poker. Oh, what a kid.
see. I wonder if I... There, I hope I didn't forget anything. That was quick, Mary. You all packed?
Yeah, how did your leg feel?
Well, I can't put much weight on it yet, but it's all right. Rochester, did you get all the stuff out of the bathroom? My razor and everything?
Yeah. Say, boss, do you want that old tube of shaving cream, too?
Of course I want it.
There isn't enough there to shave the fuzz off a peach.
I have a very light beard, so get it. Now, let's see. The bellboy took the other 4 grips. Rochester, grab those 2. Mary, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Well, how's my little patient today?
You were here already, Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Goodbye.
What a klutz. How'd you make out with him in that casino game, Rochester?
Okay. What can I do with a stethoscope?
You didn't have to go that far. I just wanted to square the bill, that's all.
I got enough pills to last me for the rest of my life.
All right, now grab those 2 bags and let's get moving. Come on, Mary. Is Dennis packed?
Yeah, he's downstairs in the lobby.
Now let's get on our way. You go ahead, Rochester. Come on, Mary. We'll stop at the cashier's desk and take care of the bill. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Help everybody get their things in the car so we can get started.
Okay, and by the way, Jack, I think that cannon idea is going to work out all right.
What cannon idea?
Well, you know, shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood...
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Don. See you in the car. Oh, cashier, give me my bill, please.
Here you are, sir. It's $198.40.
40 cents? Oh, you just told Miss Livingston on the phone that the bill was $198. What's the extra 40 cents for?
There's a towel sticking out of your suitcase.
I brought that with me. It's mine.
Certainly. It says Bluebell Auto Court on it.
Of course. I'll make out a check, young man, for $198. Now, let's see. The Awani Hotel. How do you spell Awani?
Awani? Hey, Eddie, how do you spell Awani?
Awani? Hey, Bill, how do you spell Awani?
Awani?
Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll just take it off the cash. That's good enough.
You know, Awani is an Indian word.
Yes, I heard all about it.
In fact, I'm an Indian myself.
I know. I can see where you were scalped. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir, and a happy birthday.
Fine birthday. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, here comes your doctor.
Oh, yes. I might as well be nice to him and say goodbye. Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
I'm checking out, and I just want to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
Oh, I have. It was very pleasant.
I'd like to walk out to the car with you, but I've got to rush upstairs and see Jack Benny. He hurt his leg.
Well, listen, Doctor, if you knock on Mr. Benny's door and he says, come in, drop the conversation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Jack, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, hurry up, Mr. Benny.
I'm coming. Be right with you.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You're wanted on the telephone. You can take it right here.
Thank you. Who would be calling me here? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your father in Miami Beach. It's a birthday greeting.
Oh, a singing telegram from Dad, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh.
Look, that was
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The car is waiting for me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, really.
What happy day, 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 happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome very well.
Well, I'll be darned.
Come on, Jack, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, when we told you about Jello Orange Vanilla Whip, we really started something. Letters have been coming in every day telling us how much folks have enjoyed this new Jello dessert. In fact, it's proved such a big hit that we've decided to give you this swell, easy recipe again for those of you who may have missed it the first time. Here's how it goes. Take 1 package each of orange Jello and Jello vanilla pudding and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jello and whip it as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jello vanilla pudding and add to the whipped Jello, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and you have a grand, inexpensive treat, simply ideal for parties and special occasions. So, friends, be sure to try this intriguing new combination of golden orange Jello and creamy Jello vanilla pudding. It's really different, really delicious, really top.
Well, folks, we're on our way home now. This is the last number of the 21st program in the current Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time from Hollywood, California. You know, Mary, it was thrilling being up in Yosemite, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was swell.
What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the expression on your face when you crashed into the ski house.
Boy, that was fun.
Quiet, Dennis. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jello entertainment. The famous Jello Ulrich family. See your local paper for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program coming to you from the stage of the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with "Oh Gee, Oh Gosh, Oh Golly, I'm in Love." When you come to the end of a perfect day, there's certainly a grand feeling of peace and contentment about it. And that same feeling of contentment applies to the end of a perfect meal. That is, if you find a bright dish of shimmering Jello there to greet you. Jello, ladies and gentlemen, is really the ideal way to end the meal. It serves as a fitting climax to everything that has gone before, and it leaves you with a mellow mood of true satisfaction. Because Jello is a swell-looking, swell-tasting dessert, gay with glorious colors and rich with a tangy goodness as refreshing as the ripe fruit itself. So make your next meal a bang-up success by serving Jello in any one of its 6 delicious flavors. Incidentally, friends, this is National Restaurant Week, and I hope a great many of you will take the occasion to drop in at your favorite restaurant, where you'll always find Jello, one of the most popular desserts on the menu. Be sure to ask for the Jello flavor you like best. Oh, gee, oh, gosh, oh, golly, I'm in love, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that tonight marks the 9th radio anniversary of our Master of Ceremonies. So without further ado, we bring you a man who for 9 long years in the field of radio has worked, slaved, worried, and looks it, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny, who ain't what he used to be talking. And Don, despite your left-handed approach, I want to thank you for remembering my radio anniversary. It was darn sweet.
Well, you're entitled to it, Jack.
9 years ago, it was quite impressive. Yes, it is, Don, and 6 of them with the same sponsor. It's fun looking back, though.
Well, tell me, Jack, when you made your radio debut, your first sponsor was Canada Dry Ginger Ale, wasn't it?
Well, that was my first big program, Don. But before that, I did an early morning broadcast for Bixby's Bonnie Biscuit Batter. For the lazy housewife. Our slogan was Bixby's Batter as light as a feather. Oh, it was very popular.
Bixby's Biscuit Batter. I don't remember that program, Jackson.
Well, Phil, as I was telling Don, we went on very early in the morning, from 7 to 7:05. It's just a short broadcast.
Oh, well, that explains it. I seldom get up at 7 a.m.
Phil, you seldom get in at 7 a.m. We've been in New York now almost 3 weeks, and I'll bet you haven't been to bed once.
Well, it ain't my fault. I can't find my hotel.
Can't find your hotel? Phil, for your information, you checked in at the St. Moritz the first day we got in town.
The St. Moritz?
Yes.
I better write that down. I got to get some sleep tonight.
That's not a bad idea.
Say, Jack, getting back to Bixby's Biscuit Batter, what sort of a program was it? Did you give them morning exercises and all that?
No, Don. I used to read recipes and poetry. I was known as Happy Jack, your 7 o'clock whistle. And my theme song was so cute. Would you like to hear it, fellas?
Sure. You remember, Jack?
Do I? I wrote it. Get a load of this. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, you little sleepyhead. Get your body out of bed. It's Bixby Batter time. Wake up, wake up. Oh, Mr. Smith and Mrs. Jones, do not be a lazy bones. It's Bixby Batter time. Whether you sleep on your tummy or on your back, wake up with Happy Jack. It's 7-1. There. How's that, fellas?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, that'd be pretty corny nowadays.
Yeah.
Corny nothing. That's class, bub.
Thanks, Hezekiah. Anyway, Don, my listeners liked it. It was a pleasure to start each day off with a smile.
But I can't understand how you could be Happy Jack at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that was nothing, Don. Before I got that job, I was on another program that went on at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.?
Yeah, the only fan letters I got were from 4 roosters and a sleepwalker. Anyway, it was good training.
Say, Jackson, what's the name of my hotel again?
The St. Moritz. Write it down. Anyway, Don.
I wonder if I got a room with a bath.
I hope so. Anyway, Don, it was good training, and it gave me a swell start in radio.
Ah, but I can't get over it. Broadcasting at 5 o'clock in the morning. You didn't have a sponsor then, did you?
I certainly did. I was on the air for Newton's non-roll nightshirts. Their slogan was, your kneesies will never feel the breezies. I was on the air for 13 weeks, and I think I'm the only guy that bought one of those nightshirts.
And you're still wearing it. Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. And you're wrong again. I don't wear a nightshirt. I sleep in pajamas, coat and pants.
And a cap.
All right. I maybe have one outfit like that, and you make an issue out of it. You know, you might at least congratulate me on my 9th radio anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Congratulations on your anniversary. And may you continue to spread joy and sunshine for many years to come.
Well, thanks. You make that up yourself?
No, that was on the telegram. I was too cheap to send you.
Oh, well, it's a thought that counts, I guess. You know, Mary, you ought
Hey, Jackson, what street is the St. Moritz on?
Central Park South, for heaven's sake. It's our last night in town. He's worrying about what hotel he's stopping at.
Our last night in town. Are we going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Yep, first thing in the morning.
Gee whiz, and I promised Mom I'd get over to Plainfield and see her again. I better call her up right away.
Oh, yes, Mary. Your folks do live here in the East. How are they?
Mom is fine, Papa's fine, my sister's married, and Uncle Otto, who came to visit us 8 years ago, is staying for a 3rd term.
Well, there's all the news in a nutshell. Go ahead and call your mother up, Mary, and make it snappy.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me long distance, please.
Hey, Don, have you seen Dennis around anywhere?
Well, yes, Jack. He's there someplace.
Long distance? I want Plainfield, New Jersey, please. The number is 223J.
Hurry it up, Mary. We got. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Congratulations on your radio anniversary.
Well, thanks, Dennis. Say, what's that you're hiding in back of you?
Oh, that's a cake I brought for you. It's got 9 candles on it, one for each year.
A cake? Well, that's just...
Hello? Hello, Peter's Meat Market? Will you please run upstairs and call Mrs. Livingston to the phone?
Peter's Meat Market?
Oh, is that you, Mr. Peters? This is Mary, remember? Oh, I'm fine. Say, Mr. Peters, do you still give away garters with leg of lamb?
Mary, hurry up and get your mother.
Will you call Mama, please? Okay, I'll wait.
How do you like the cake, Mr. Benny?
Oh, it's swell, Dennis, and the candles are all lit, aren't they?
Well, blow 'em out, Jack. It's your anniversary.
Okay. Hold it steady, Dennis. Here goes.
Well, you got one of them.
Yeah, hold it closer, Dennis.
Here you are.
Darn it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. This is Mary. Look, Mama, I won't be able to come over tomorrow because we're leaving for Hollywood. Yes, first thing in the morning.
What's the matter with me?
What's that, Mama? Oh, that's Jack. He's got asthma.
I haven't got asthma. I'm trying to blow out these candles.
Well, I'm ashamed to tell her.
I'll get them. Don't worry.
Listen, Mama, couldn't you come into New York tonight? The only chance I'll get to see you.
See him flicker, fellas?
Well, all right, Mama. I'll expect you the first thing in the morning. Oh, you saw Buck Benny Rides again last night? Well, how do you like Jack as a cowboy? He what?
Well, everybody else likes me. Now hang up.
All right. Goodbye, Mama. See you tomorrow.
We should stop asking your mother what she thinks of me. She's always got those same 2 words.
And what a delivery.
Well, I don't like it. Now, Dennis, it's about time for a song, so go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Benny. Aren't you going to blow out the rest of the candles?
Never mind. Just sing your song. Everybody's so worried about me. There, that got him. Doggone it.
Here's the chair, Jack. You better rest for a while.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks.
Somewhere there's music, how faint the tune. Somewhere there's heaven, how high the moon. There is no moon above when love is far away too. Till it comes true that you love me as I love you. Somewhere there's music, it's where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you will, how still my heart, how high the moon. Somewhere there's music, it's where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you will, how still my heart, how high the
How High the Moon from Two for the Show, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, this is the last number you're going to do from New York. Next week, we'll be back home in California.
Gee, it'll be good to see the sun again, won't it?
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. It might have been raining and cloudy most of the time, but the sun was out all day today.
I think that was just a publicity stunt for the opening of the fair.
That's possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week...
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell St. Moritz?
Never mind, I'll take you there. Heaven. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil, next time, stay at the YMCA. It's already spelled out for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, tonight, the Benny, even our best friends won't tell us players, will present their version of that well-known Wednesday night taffy pull, the Fred Allen Show, The Hour of Smiles. Thank you, Bean Blossom. Now, being a martyr, I will play the most unattractive part, that of Mr. Allen. Don Wilson will be Harry Von Zell, and Phil Harris will be Peter Van Steeten. You think you can handle the part, Phil?
I don't know. I'm a little more blasé than he is.
Well, at rehearsal, folks, he said blazy. You'll handle it all right, Phil. Now, let's see. Who else do we need?
Am I going to be in it, Jack?
Yes, Mary. You're going to play the part of Portland Hoffa.
Well, that's the best half I had today.
Mary, let's not get into Allen's type of material too soon. Now, Dennis?
Yes, please?
In our play tonight, you're going to be a bottle of Salopatica. Well, go over in the medicine chest and sit down.
Okay. Oh, boy, Salopatica.
What a kid. Gee, I wish I could be that happy.
Why don't you empty your swimming pool and dive in?
Thanks. Well, I guess we're just about set now.
But, Jack, how are you going to play the part of Fred Allen? Your voice isn't anything like his.
Don, all I have to do is put a clothespin on my nose. I've got one right here. And now, folks, this little satire will go on immediately after the next number, which will be played by Peter Van Harris and his Deadpanna Troubadour. Hit it, boy. That was Alice Blue Gown from Irene, played by Peter Van Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our tabloid version of that Wednesday night weenie bake, that sand in the spinach of life, the Fred Allen Show. Mary, hand me that clothespin.
Here you are, Jack.
I want to Allenize my nose here. Wait a minute. Just a second. I want to get that on. Good. Let's see now. Me. That's him, all right. Okay, let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harry Von Wilson welcoming you to the Hour of Groans. 60 minutes of eggs and music. Eggs with our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music with Peter Van Harris. And our three songbirds, the Merry Mucks. So duck, everybody. It's the Fred Allen Show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the man you've all been waiting for. The pride of Boston,
that New England-boiled comedian, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Harry, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio tonight. Ho, ho, ho. I was walking down 6th Avenue, and a panhandler asked me for a $1 bill for a cup of coffee.
$1 bill?
Yes, he claimed there was a hole in his pocket, and a coin would slip through. Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, folks, thank you. Well, so much for good, clean fun. And now let us turn to the latest news of the week. Harlem, New York. This dusky community is still carrying on a celebration for Rochester Van Jones, butler to Jack Benny, the radio comedian. Ho, 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 ho. News of the Week interviews Mr. Van Jones. Pardon me, Mr. Van Jones. I'm a reporter, and I'd like to ask you a few questions. Tell me, have you been having a good time up here in Harlem?
Have I? This turban I'm wearing is full of ice cubes.
I see. Now, Mr. Van Jones, I understand you're in the employ of a Mr. Jack Benny. Is that correct?
I work for him, all right.
Now, what sort of a man is Mr. Benny?
He's very pleasant, very pleasant.
I see. Well, is he hard to get along with?
Oh, no, sir. He's the finest man I ever met. Pure gold, pure gold.
Uh-huh. Now, there are rumors, Rochester, that Mr. Benny is rather tight and you have trouble getting your salary from him. Is that true?
Oh, no, sir. He not only pays me handsomely, but frequently.
I see. And you're sure all of this is the truth?
Definitely.
Well.
That clothespin don't fool me none.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Van Jones, and I'll see you later. So long.
So long, boss.
That was Peter Van Harris playing da-da-da-da-da-da. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may be so bold.
Oh, Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Well, look who's here. I'll be darned if it isn't Seattle.
Hello!
Well, that's quite a reception you got, Tacoma. What's on your mind?
Oh, Mr. Allen, the funniest thing happened to me on the way to the studio tonight. I was walking down 6th Avenue, and a panhandler asked me for a nickel.
Only a nickel?
Yes, he said he had his pants fixed with that $1 you gave him.
Well, that's very funny, Spokane, and I wish this eagle would get off my hat. Shoot! Now, what about our guest tonight?
He's right here, Mr. Allen, and his hobby is a most unusual one.
Really?
Yes, this gentleman is an amateur street cleaner.
Well, that's very interesting. How do you do, sir?
Hiya, chum.
Now, young fellow, how did you happen to develop such an unusual hobby?
Well, I tell you, chum, I'm walking down the street one day, and all of a sudden I see some mug in a top hat throw away a longie.
A longie?
Yeah, a cigar. A butt that has possibilities.
I see.
So I picks it up, and I've been doing that ever since.
Oh, you're a bump.
Yeah.
Well, one more won't hurt this show.
Porty, now tell me, my retriever of nicotine. Tell me, what type of men throw away stogies with the greatest possibility of salvage?
Well, bankers mostly. But once in a while, I get some actor.
Yes, actors are notoriously carefree.
Yeah, all but Jack Benny. That guy don't throw him away till his bridge wake is on fire.
Oh. Well, thanks for coming up. Now, get out. Quaint fellow, wasn't he? Now, Harry.
Yes, Fred.
As the farmer said to the horse thief, where's my plug?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to a typical American home. The husband speaks.
Oh, Lulu, where's that tube of Ipana?
It's right there, honey, right behind that bottle of Sal Hepatica.
There's nothing behind me.
Dennis, screw your top on.
Well, Lulu, I gotta brush my teeth.
All right, then run down to the drugstore and get some Ipana.
Young man, as long as you're on your way to the drugstore, don't forget to stop at your neighborhood grocer and buy a package of Jello. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
You tell him, Harry.
And remember, young man, insist on genuine Jello and look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, so much for sponsorial spouting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our own musical madcaps, the Merry Mucks, will render a special arrangement of that popular song entitled, She Was Only a Pipe Maker's Daughter, But Oh, What Stems. Swing it, Mucks.
Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's almost breaking my heart. I'm beside him. He must marry me. Be my honey.
Bust around.
And he gets older now. He's leaning on my shoulder, Ma. He's kissing 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 Ma. He's kissing
All right, for heaven's sake. My goodness.
Well, we gotta break it up tonight.
Ma, he's making eyes at me, sung by the Merry Mucks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, look at that man in the control room waving his finger at me. Our program is running overtime, folks, but that always happens. I ad-lib like mad. But we still have a few minutes left for the question of the week.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed.
Oh, yeah?
Portland. Continue, Harry.
Fred now takes his place at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Ready, Fred?
I'm all set, Harry. Where are the 3 participants tonight, Portland?
Right there, Mr. Allen. The first one is Mr. Abner J. Lum of Inner Zipper, Alabama.
Good evening, Mr. Lum.
Hello, Ma.
Our next guest is Miss Minnie Tonka of Minneapolis, Min.
Minnie Tonka. Well, glad to have you with us, Miss Tonka.
Tonka very much.
Now, who's our third guest, Porty? Oh, there I go, ad-libbing again.
The name is blurred here, Mr. Allen. I can't make it out.
Oh, yes. What's your name, Mr.
Jerkfinkel.
Oh, fine.
Yes, the name is Logan Jerkfinkel.
Well, I might as well make the best of it. Now, Logan, here's the question of the week.
Quiz me, kid.
All right, here it is. Do you think the National Labor Relations Board presents the optimum hope for the... Oh, my goodness, there's that man in the control room again, with all my ad-libbing and everything. I suppose we won't have time for the question. Wait, I'll find out. Have we got time for the question, Tommy?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, have we got time for the question?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, have we got time for the question? I don't know. Hey, Phil! Let it go! Let it go! I forgot what it was anyway. My goodness, play, Peter. I must stop this ad-libbing.
Ladies, do you ever find yourself at a loss when it comes to thinking up something new for dessert? Well, then here's something you'll be mighty glad to know about. A few months ago, we introduced on this program a swell new Jello recipe. It's called Jello Pudding Whip. Perhaps you've already tried it. Judging from the letters that we've been getting, practically everybody has. But just in case you haven't heard about it, let me recommend Jello Pudding Whip as a mighty special treat. and one that's downright easy to prepare. And here's how it goes. Take 1 package of Jello, any flavor, and 1 package of Jello vanilla pudding, and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the Jello and whip as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jello vanilla pudding and add to it whipped Jello, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and get all ready to enjoy something really distinctive, really delicious. It's a treat that's truly out of the ordinary. So the next time some special occasion calls for a special dessert, remember Jello Pudding Whip, a unique combination of creamy Jello vanilla pudding and Jello.
This is the last number of the 31st program, Darn This Clothespin, in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Mary, help me pull this clothespin off.
Oh, leave it there. On you it's becoming.
All right. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with My Wonderful One, Let's Dance. Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, that's just as gay as a morning in May. Yes, you're right. It's Jello. Rich, radiant Jello, a brilliant dessert that brightens up the table like a bowl of gay spring flowers. Jello is truly a delight to the eye and an inspiration to every appetite. Even the simplest meals take on a special attraction, become a real feast of flavor when there's a big dish of shimmering Jello for dessert. No matter which one of Jello's 6 glowing colors you choose, you'll have a dessert that looks like a million. And no matter which one of Jello's 6 delicious flavors you select, you're in for a lot of swell, satisfying refreshment. Jello is simply full of extra rich flavor, as tempting as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So enjoy some real soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello, and be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. That was My Wonderful One, Let's Dance, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our program tonight, we're going to reenact the events which occurred on our recent airplane trip from New York to Los Angeles. The time is last Monday morning, and as the scene opens, a taxicab carrying Jack and Mary is approaching the New York Municipal Airport on Long Island.
Well, Mary, we sure had a lot of fun in New York, didn't we? Shows, nightclubs, and everything.
I'll bet it was pretty expensive, eh, Jack?
All right, so it ran into money. But who cares? And how often do I go to New York? How often do I get on a spree?
How often does Paramount pay your expenses?
I don't care. I still feel like a playboy.
That's you, a nice, on-the-cuff playboy.
Anyway, I had fun. Hey, driver, step on it, will you? I don't want to miss the plane.
Your wish is my command.
Well, polite fellow, isn't he?
Oh, boy, wait till Paramount sees your expense account.
Mary, there's nothing wrong with it. Here it is right here, itemized and everything. Look, meals, room, tips, taxicabs, it's all legitimate.
How you going to explain this item? Blue suit, $85.
I bought that suit to make a personal appearance at the Paramount Theater. I wore it on the stage and everybody saw it.
Underwear, $4.50. What did you do, a striptease?
Mary, let Paramount worry about my underwear, will you? And driver, a little faster, please. We want to get there.
It is yours to request, mine to obey.
Well, thanks. My, isn't he formal?
Say, Jack, what's this on your list? Tips, $18. Gratuities, $37.
Now, what's wrong with that?
They mean the same thing.
They do not. Tips is dimes, and gratuities is from a quarter up. So mind your own business. Gee, look what time it is.
Well, jeepers creepers, this tops everything.
Now what?
Shoelaces, 5 cents.
Give me that list. You're not supposed to see it anyway. Hey, driver, that's the airport right ahead, isn't it?
It's mine to drive, yours to point out.
Oh, stop! Yep, that's the airport, all right.
Wow, look at all those planes.
Yeah. Just think, 18 hours and we'll be in California. You know, Mary, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
Unquote. I read the folder, too.
Well, it's very impressive. Well, here we are. I hope the rest of the gang are here. How much do I owe you, driver?
That'll be $2.
$2. Here you are. And, oh, yes, here's a tip for you.
Couldn't you make that a gratuity?
All right, here's a quarter. Goodbye, driver.
Goodbye. If you like me, tell your friends. If not, tell it to Sweeney.
16,000 cab drivers in New York, and I have to get a philosopher. Come on, Mary. The others are probably inside.
Here comes John Wilson now.
Where? Oh, yes, and Dennis is with him. Hey, fellas.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
All ready for the trip?
Well, Dennis, a few minutes more, and we'll all be flying back to California. Are you thrilled?
I'll say. But you know, Mr. Benny, I've never flown before. Is it scary?
No, there's nothing to it. I love it.
What are you talking about? You've never been up in a plane before in your life.
I've never been up in a plane.
No.
Then how come in Waukegan they used to call me Wings Benny?
That's because your shoulder blade stuck out.
Oh, sister, are you pressing? Now, where's Rochester with the luggage?
Maybe he's in the waiting room.
Yeah, let's go in. Come along, Dennis.
Say, Jack, did you have any trouble persuading Rochester to fly?
Well, he was pretty scared, Don, but I finally convinced him that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world. That sold him. Gee, it's a beautiful station, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, I'm going over to get a magazine.
Okay. Bring me a couple of cigars.
You want those stinkers, or is Paramount paying for them?
Never mind. Get good ones.
Attention, please. TWA Flight 9, the Sky Chief to Los Angeles, now loading at gate number 10. All aboard, please.
You hear that? They're loading the plane, and Rochester isn't even here yet.
You don't have to worry about Phil Harris. There he is over there.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that beautiful girl with him.
Yeah.
That's for me.
Dennis, come back here. Well, I'll go over and get Phil. Be right back, fellas.
Well, we'll be shoving off pretty soon, honey. Gosh, I hate to leave you.
Gee, Philsy, I'll be so lonesome without you.
Sure had a lot of fun these last couple of weeks, huh, Sugar?
It's been heavenly.
Oh, hello, Phil. I didn't see you.
Hiya, Jackson. You all set to leave?
Yep. And, well, who's this gorgeous creature?
Oh, pardon me. Jackson, I'd like you to meet Miss...
Oh, fine. Some romance.
What is your name, honey?
Minnie Jerkfinkle.
Jerkfinkle?
Yes, my brother Logan is one of your
Most ardent fans, I know, I met him. Well, it's a pleasure, Miss Jerkfinkle. Give my regards to your brother. Come on, Phil, we got to get going.
Goodbye, Philsy.
So long. See you next year,
Minnie. Hey, that's a good-looking girl, Phil. Where'd you meet her?
My guitar player introduced her to me.
Oh. Well, how did he meet her?
I pointed her out to him.
Oh, the old one, too, eh? You know, Phil, if you... Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. Have you got the luggage weighed and everything?
Uh-huh.
Well, then come on. Let's get on the plane.
You know, boss, I've been pounding on this, and I think I'll go by train.
What do you mean?
You take the high road, and I'll take the low road. And I'll be in Los Angeles behind you.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a coward. Why, flying today is wonderful. It's just as safe as walking down the street. In fact, it's safer.
Boss, you're talking to a man that comes from a long line of Pullman porters.
I'm not going to argue with you. You want to go back to Hollywood, don't you?
Yes, but I don't want to ride on nothing where there's nothing under it.
Oh, Rochester, you're silly. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. Did you ever see a bird that wasn't happy?
Well, the day I wake up with feathers on, I'll try it.
Listen, Rochester, I've told you 1,000 times that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable...
Okay, let's go.
More like it. Come on.
Here's your cigars, Jack.
Thanks. What's that you got there?
It's a movie magazine. It's got your picture on the cover.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah. In color, too. See, my eyes sure look blue, don't they? Hey, fellas, look at this magazine with my picture on it.
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I'm going over to get a few more copies of this.
Attention, please. TWA Sky Chief Flight 9 leaving immediately. All aboard.
Hurry up, Jack. Never mind the magazine.
Yeah, the heck with them. The heck with them, nothing. It'll only take a second. Hey, young fella, give me a half a dozen copies of that magazine with my picture on it.
Take a dozen. They ain't selling.
All right, give me all of them. Here's your money.
Come on, Jack. The plane's ready to leave.
I'm coming. Here, Rochester, take these magazines.
Are you sure you want me to go with you, boss?
Yes, get going.
Okay. Doggone, if this plane is the eighth wonder, I'm the ninth for getting on it.
And stop talking to yourself.
Come on, Jack.
We're coming. We're coming. Gee, isn't this marvelous up here? Hey, Mary, see the airport way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yep. How do you feel, Dennis?
Oh, boy, this is fun.
It sure is. Hey, Rochester, look at the airport way, way down there.
Describe it to me. I ain't looking.
What a baby.
Jack, we're flying over the East River now. Look at the skyline of New York below us.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that thrilling? Rochester, look at that skyline.
Boss, please.
Well, open your eyes. Hey, Phil,
What do you want, Jackson? Excuse me a minute, honey.
Honey? A fine way to talk to the air hostess. You don't even know her.
I don't, huh? Her name is Miss Rutherford. She's single, comes from Texas, hasn't got a steady boyfriend, and what am I waiting for?
We've only been on this plane 2 minutes. She is pretty, though.
That's for me.
Oh, you and your that's for me.
Say, Jack.
What?
We're up in the air now. Why don't you unstrap your safety belt?
Because you're not supposed to. I'm not taking this belt off until we get to Los Angeles. That's the rule.
Why, Jack, you're only supposed to strap yourself when the plane takes off and when it lands.
Don, you're not talking to a greenhorn. I've been up before.
Go on, you haven't been up in the air since you played Little Eva in Uncle Tom's Cabin.
It wasn't me, that was my sister Florence. I played a bloodhound in that. And I got a blue ribbon, too.
Well, is everybody comfortable up here? How are you, Mr. Benny?
Oh, I'm fine, Miss Rutherford. Just fine.
You know, Mr. Benny, you can unstrap your belt now.
Oh, have they changed the rules? You see, in the old days when I was a test pilot, we used to stay strapped in all the time.
Oh, were you a test pilot?
Yes.
You used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Mary, will you stop dreaming things up? Oh, Miss Rutherford, my ears have been buzzing a little bit. Is that on account of the altitude?
Yes, that's caused by air pressure on the eardrums. Now just swallow real hard and you'll be all right.
Oh, okay. Oh? There, that did it. Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Benny, my ears are buzzing, too.
Well, just swallow, Dennis, like I did. Go ahead, real hard.
Okay. Oh.
Dennis, you ought to have your skull x-rayed sometime. I think there's something wrong there.
Oh, Miss, when are we going to have lunch?
Right after we leave Chicago, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
We just had breakfast. Oh, Miss Rutherford, would you adjust my seat for me, please? I want to sit back and relax.
Why, certainly. There you are.
Thanks. No, we seem to be climbing higher all the time.
Oh.
There I go again.
Me too.
I wonder what does that. Just think. 5 hours ago we were in New York, and now we're pulling out of Chicago.
Say, Jack, look at that little old lady that just got on.
Oh, yes.
She's reading that movie magazine with your picture on the cover.
She is. Well, pardon me, madam. You know, that's my picture there on the cover.
Eh?
I said that's my picture on the cover.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Well, a little, but I think it's a good likeness. Hey, Rochester, you feel better now?
Oh, I feel fine, boss.
Good. How about playing a game of casino?
I left the cards at home.
Well, what of it? We can get a deck of cards from the hostess.
I can't win with them.
Oh-ho! So that's it. Well, Rochester, that $9,000 I owe you is automatically canceled.
Oh, Mr. Benny, if you look out of the window now, you'll notice that we're passing over Waukegan.
Waukegan? Oh, boy! Everybody stop reading and look out the window. Hey, Phil, look at Waukegan.
Don't bother me. I'm doing a crossword puzzle.
Look, Mary, there's the city hall.
Oh, yeah, I see the dome.
Well, I'll be darned. There's Mayor Tallcott sitting on the flagpole. Hey, Bidey!
Hiya, Jack.
Gee, he must have known I was going to pass through.
Do you recognize everything, Mr. Benny?
Sure, there's the Waukegan Hotel, there's Genesee Street, and there's my father's clothing store.
And there's your father out on the sidewalk wrestling with a customer.
He is not. He waits until they get in the store.
What's all the rumpus, young man?
We just passed over my hometown, Waukegan. I was born there.
Eh?
I said I was born there.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Oh, forget it. Gee, that was a thrill.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a three-letter word meaning opposite of woman?
Man. M-A-N.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mary, he's been working that crossword puzzle ever since we left New York.
Miss Rutherford, we're going to have lunch pretty soon?
In just a minute, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you.
Pardon me, young man. Are you John Wilson, the radio announcer?
That's right, madam, and I broadcast for Jello.
Eh?
Jello! Go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jello.
What's that you sell again?
Jello, madam. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, and look for the big red letters on the box.
I sure will.
Don, if I didn't know that lady was a total stranger, I'd swear this was a plug. I really would.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a 9-letter word meaning musical organization?
Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that was a toughie.
And he's a musician.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
Well, Sunday is Mother's Day, so I was wondering if I could sing my song now and dedicate it to Miss Rutherford, our hostess.
Dedicated to Miss Rutherford? What for?
Well, all during this trip, she's been just like a mother to me.
Me too. Drat it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Hey, Jackson, orchestra don't fit. I gotta have a 9-letter word.
Well, how many letters do you get out of orchestra?
A-O-R-K-I-S-T.
Phil, just take your pencil and make the white squares black. That's your speed. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
And stop swallowing. O-R-K-I-S. What a guy.
Sometimes in the hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. A wee little boy with troubled head that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long stalwart in body and strong. You'd hardly know that he was a lad you loved with your slumber song. Ye have altered the form and the life, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he is only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother of mine.
That was very good, Dennis. Ought to go over swell on the program Sunday.
I hope so.
Say, Mary, that fried chicken looks pretty good. Give me a bite, will you?
Why didn't you order some when we did?
I wasn't hungry then. Oh, Miss Rutherford, I'll have a luncheon tray, please.
I'll bring it right in, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. Who took this magazine and drew a mustache on my picture? Did you do it, Mary?
No, I didn't think of it, darn it.
Well, someone did. Did you, Phil?
Not me.
Was it you, Dennis?
No, Mr. Benny.
Well, who did?
I did. You want to make something out of it?
Well, I don't think that's very nice, madam. Hey, Rochester, get an eraser. Get an eraser and remove this mustache from my picture.
Okay, boss. Should I uncross your eyes, too?
Yes, and fix up that tooth she blacked out. Now, go ahead.
Why can't Mr. Harris do this and I'll do the puzzle?
I don't care who does it, but get it done. By the way, Rochester, how do you like flying now?
Just fine. You know, boss, I think I'll buy an airplane when I get to California.
You better wait till your yacht is paid for. You're the down payingest man I ever saw. You buy more things that you can't keep.
You're right, boss. I've had everything repossessed but my first wife.
I'm not surprised.
Here's your soup, Mr. Benny. I'll have your chicken ready in a minute.
And some mashed potatoes, please. Gee, isn't this marvelous? Imagine eating soup while sailing through the air at 200 miles an hour. See, just like we were right at home. Who pushed me?
Nobody pushed you. We just hit an air pocket.
Well, get me a towel. I got clam broth all over my blue suit.
You mean Paramount's blue suit?
I mean, get me a towel. Wish the pilot would watch where he's going. Now cut that out! Oh, Miss Rutherford, tell the pilot to watch what he's doing.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't be a baby.
I'm not a baby.
Whoop!
Now we're pitching.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Fun? Gosh, I'm getting sort of...
Are you dizzy, young man?
No, I'm all right. I'm fine.
What's the trouble, Jack?
No trouble at all, Don. I said I'm all right.
You look kind of pale, Jack. Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
Then what's that you got in your lap? The Davis Cup?
Mary, this is no time to joke. Now stop.
Here's your fried chicken, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Later, please. Open that air vent a little more there, Rochester. And put down my chicken. I'll be all right in a few minutes.
Okay, boss. I'm sorry.
Take the chicken, Rochester. Go ahead.
Thanks, boss.
Can I do something for you, Jack?
Yeah, stop staring at me.
Oh, Mr. Benny, why don't you drink a glass of water and hold your breath?
Dennis, holding your breath is for hiccup.
That's all you need.
Gosh, I can't understand it. I felt so good just a minute ago. And now... Oh.
Everything happens at once. Wish we were in Los Angeles already.
Why, Jack, this is a swell trip. You're the only one that's complaining.
I can't help it. I don't feel good.
But, Jack, an old test pilot once told me that the modern aeroplane, winging its way through the clouds, is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
That's very interesting. Now, let me alone.
Okay, Wings.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell lobster? Lobster? Now cut that out, Bill! The heck with your puzzle.
How do you feel now, Mr. Benny?
Not so good, Miss Rutherford.
Well, I'll sit right by you and hold your hand.
Gee, thanks. You know, you're awfully sweet to me.
Now, just relax, Mr. Benny, and I'll stroke your forehead.
Ah.
Look at the big movie star.
Let me alone, Mary. Gee, Miss Rutherford, your hand is so soothing and so cool. So cool. Yeah, your hand is so cool. So cool.
Thanks, boss.
Rochester! Where's Miss Rutherford? Where's everybody?
They got off the plane. We've landed.
Oh, my goodness. You mean we're in Los Angeles?
Sure, boss. Let's go.
Well, gee, we're here already. And I feel swell. Rochester, wrap up that fried chicken. I'll eat it on the way home.
Okay.
Don't wrap it in my picture. Boy, just think. 18 hours from New York to Los Angeles. You know, Rochester, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
It sure is, boss. It sure is.
And now, let me tell you about one quick, easy way to answer that day-after-day question of what shall we have for dessert. Now, here's the whole trick. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for a box of strawberries and some lemon or orange Jello. Then when dinner time comes, surprise and delight the family with a swell new Jello dessert, Jello cubes with strawberries. Well, the very name tells you here's something that's going to be mighty easy to eat, and it's just as easy to make. All you do is first prepare one package of lemon or orange Jello in the usual way and turn it into a pan to chill. Now, when it's firm, cut into cubes and arrange these cubes in sherbet glasses along with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve it either plain or with cream, and believe me, the smiles around the table will be just as bright as this gay Jello dessert itself. Yes, for full, rich flavor and tempting appearance, Jello cubes with strawberries certainly rates with the best. So, friends, try this new Jello creation tomorrow. Juicy crimson strawberries, sliced and sweetened, and mingled with tiny glistening cubes of bright lemon or orange Jello. It's a grand dessert, quick and easy to make, a joy to look at, and downright delicious.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Before saying goodnight, I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to mothers everywhere. Oh, Mary, did you send your mother a wire?
Yes, I sent her a wire, some flowers, a box of candy, and a check.
How much was the check?
You'll find out.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to listen to the Aldrich Family, heard in most communities every Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper or movie or radio guide magazine for the day and exact time of the Aldrich Family.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Hear Bluebirds. How true, ladies and gentlemen, is that old saying you hear every June about happy the bride the sun shines upon? Well, that's a question we really can't answer, but we do know a saying you can depend on, and it goes like this. Happy the bride who always keeps a plentiful supply of Jello on the pantry shelf. For Jello, friends, is a grand dessert that's wonderfully quick and easy to make, as well as inexpensive to serve, and every bride will appreciate that. Jello's downright pleasure to eat, too, and every husband will go for that. Yes, with a bright, shimmering mold of Jello on the table, contentment reigns supreme. Those 6 brilliant colors are all just as gay and enticing as can be, from the rich glowing crimson that makes you think of fresh ripe raspberries to cool emerald green lime. And those 6 delicious flavors are gloriously good, extra rich, and just as refreshing and beguiling as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So try some Jello real soon. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. Bluebirds played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who had his option picked up last Sunday and now looks 10 years younger, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, the fact that I'm in good spirits today and look younger has nothing to do with my contract being renewed. I'm always this way.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. When our sponsor came to your house for dinner last Sunday, you were a wreck.
Who, me?
Why, I never saw anyone so jittery and nervous.
Me, jittery?
Yes, you. Until Mr. Mortimer picked up your option, you made a darn fool of yourself.
What are you talking about?
All evening long it was, have a cigarette, Mr. Mortimer. Have a cigar, Mr. Mortimer. Here, take this chair, Mr. Mortimer. It's softer.
Oh, I didn't make such a fuss over him.
Go on. He happened to sneeze once, and you sent Rochester out for an oxygen tent.
Well, I just did that for a gag. What's the matter with you two?
And the way you waited on him. You wouldn't let the man do anything for himself.
What do you mean?
When his shoelace came undone, who tied it?
Mary, I happened to be down on the floor at the time. That's the only reason I did it.
Well, let me ask you something. Why were you laying on the floor in the first place?
What? What was that, Phil?
I said, why were you laying on the floor in the first place?
Phil, you should be the last one in the world to ask anybody why they're laying on the floor at a party. Why, I know bearskin rugs that lead less horizontal lives than you do. And incidentally, Phil, you might at least thank me for the good time you had last Sunday.
What good time? All we did was play bingo, and our sponsor won every game. Boy, was that oblivious.
You mean obvious. However, there was nothing obvious about it. Mr. Mortimer is lucky at bingo, that's all. I only called the numbers the way they came up.
And the way they came up shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, forget about it.
Frankly, Jack, I don't know what the rest of us were playing for. You let Mr. Mortimer bingo every time.
All right, so he won the salad bowl. But don't forget, he paid 25 cents a card, the same as everybody else.
And that salad bowl was a Christmas gift from Eddie Cantor.
That's a lie. I got it for my birthday from Olson and Johnson. Boy, are they cheap. Just because they're a team, they give one present. And incidentally, fellas, it seems funny that you can all criticize and complain, yet not one of you has the courtesy to mention the delicious food I served. Why, you guys all ate like it was your last meal.
Well, until he picked up your option, Jackson, we weren't sure.
Maybe you weren't, Phil, but I wasn't the least bit worried. I knew I was going to be signed up for next season 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yes, I had definite information.
Oh, you and that phony fortune teller.
Phony? Mary, there's nothing phony about Madame Zuzu. She clicks like a castanet. Why, she's marvelous.
Oh, yeah? 4 years ago, she told me I was going to marry Robert Taylor. Robert Taylor, she said.
All right, so she misses once in a while.
Why did she have to miss on that one?
It was just fate, that's all. Even a crystal ball has an off day now and then.
Hey, wait a minute. Madame Zuzu?
You know, I went to her place once.
You did, Phil?
Yeah, she told me I was bashful. Ain't that a Lulu?
Bashful? You, of all people.
And she was sitting on my lap at the time. I can't understand her.
Me neither.
I'd like to take that crystal ball and hit her over the head with it.
Mary, will you forget about Robert Taylor? And speaking of Madame Zuzu, fellas, if you knew what she told me about my movie career, you'd all be plenty excited.
What did she tell you, Jack?
Never mind. You'll read it in the paper next winter.
Come on, Jackson, tell us.
No, nothing doing. It's a secret.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Madame Zuzu looked in the crystal, and guess who's going to win the Academy Award next year? Guess who?
She ought to be rated.
All right, just for that, Mary, you're not going with me to the Academy banquet and hear my acceptance speech.
Your acceptance speech?
Yes, I'm preparing it now.
Well, don't write anything that you can't switch to a letter to your father.
We'll see. I wouldn't laugh too soon.
By the way, Jack, not changing the subject, but while Madame Zuzu was giving you the lowdown on your option, did she mention who's going to be your announcer next season?
Well, I imagine you're the lucky man, Don, although there wasn't room for you in the crystal. But, I'm sure you're set, and we'll have the same little comedienne, eh, Mary?
Darn it, and I picked out linen and dishes and everything.
Mary, will you forget about Robert Taylor? Anyway, Don.
Forget, he says.
Mary. Anyway, Don, it looks like we'll have the same old gang again next year. Madame Zuzu saw all of us together in her crystal ball.
She better see a lot more of that green stuff in there, or you can count me out.
What do you mean?
Well, I want a raise. I started to work for you 4 years ago, and I'm still getting the same lousy salary.
Well, you got the same lousy band. I have a motto, Phil. As ye play, so shall I pay.
Now, wait a minute. What's wrong with my band?
What's wrong? You've got 3 violins that no one's ever heard. A guitar player who got his strings from a yo-yo top. Two piano players that have to put a nickel in for every number. And a brass section that must have a sideline. And you ask for more money.
Well, there's no harm trying.
All right, you tried. Incidentally, Phil, I've got your contract here in my pocket. So right after the broadcast, I want you to put your usual X on the dotted line. I understand?
I can print Phil Harris now.
I know. I saw it all over the wall. Stop showing off. Well, I guess that takes care of our contract problems for next season.
You haven't straightened things out with me yet, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I thought I mailed you a contract to sign.
You did, but my mother tore it up.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Dennis. Supposing you and I go in the other room and talk matters over about next season. I guess we can come to an agreement.
Well, my mother says...
Come along, Dennis. Now, Phil, while we're in the other room transacting a deal, how about playing a number?
Okay, you great big businessman.
Come along, Dennis, my boy.
Well, my
Come along now.
Oh, Phil.
What?
Play loud so we can't hear Dennis screaming.
That was Alice Bluegown, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good, Phil. Say, Mary, is Jack in the other room yet?
Yep, he's still talking business with Dennis.
The kid must be holding out.
Yeah, I'm going to open the door and listen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mary. That isn't ethical.
Ethical schmethical. Let's listen in, babe.
I will. Now, quiet.
Sure, Dennis, sure. I know you're worth it, but that's a little too steep.
Well, my mother says that next year I ought to get $500 a week.
500, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dennis.
They're still at it, boys.
How's Dennis making out?
He's in the neighborhood of 500, but I don't think he'll move in there.
You know, that Benny's terrific. You know, he's the guy that started the second cup of coffee is free movement.
Yeah, what a character.
Well, I think we ought to get going on with the program. See how they're coming along, Mary.
Okay.
Absolutely, Dennis. I agree with you, but my budget won't permit it.
Well, my mother says
Look, Dennis, look. Dennis, would you be satisfied with $250 a week?
$250? Oh, sure, that's swell.
I see. Well, now look, Dennis, you're young yet, and you've got your whole future ahead of you. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Well, it's still going on.
What's the latest report?
Ceiling 500, vision 250. It looks bad.
Why don't the kid walk out on him?
He can't. Jack's sitting on his chest. It looks like an all-day session. Now, quiet, everybody.
You're right, Dennis. You're absolutely right, but $85 a week is a lot of money. After all, you're just a kid.
I can't breathe. Move down a little, will you?
I'm sorry, Dennis. Now, let's talk this over carefully. I'm sure we can get together. I'll tell you what.
Well, that beats everything.
What's the figure now, Mary?
85, and they haven't struck bottom.
I never saw a guy as tight as Jack. You remember that Gladys Zabisco he used to go with?
Yeah?
Well, he broke up with her because she took appetite pills.
And he was nuts about her, too. Well, here goes for another peek. Quiet now, fellas.
Okay, Dennis, it's a deal. $37.50 a week. Sign right here on the dotted line.
What's going on here?
Dennis, please. Here's the pen. Sign right here.
Well, I ought to speak to my mother first.
All right. Now, here's what you tell her.
It's the last round, and Dennis is on the ropes.
What was Jack's final offer?
$37.50 a week.
$37.50? Why, the kid's getting $37 now.
Yeah, but I guess Jack feels he ought to have a raise. You know.
Well, let's go ahead with the program, fellas. We're all set, eh, Dennis?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, Dennis, what did Jackson offer you for next season?
Well, I'm going to...
Don't tell him, Dennis. Don't tell him. We don't want the others to be jealous of you.
Holy smoke. Am I making more money than they are?
Could be. Could be.
You know what, Jack?
What?
You save more money by accident than Harry Lauder does on purpose.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mary, I'd be quiet if I were you. Madame Zuzu looked in the crystal the other day, and you were wrapping up a pair of stockings. And now, Dennis, now that everything has been smoothed out to our mutual satisfaction, how about singing a nice song for us?
Okay.
What's it going to be, Dennis?
I'm going to sing...
Hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, it's you. Rochester, if you'd listened to the program, you wouldn't always call up and interrupt in the middle of it. Why don't you tune in once in a while?
Well, frankly, boss, you don't do the kind of stuff that intrigues me.
I know. You won't listen to any program where you don't tear something off, send it in, and get something back. Now, what do you want? What's on your mind?
Well, boss, you know Hollywood Park Racetrack opened last Thursday.
Yes.
And you know how cheap oats are right now.
Oats? What are you driving at?
I bought a racehorse. Can I keep him in the garage?
You bought a racehorse? Rochester, how can you possibly afford to buy a horse on your salary?
Well, I paid $2 down, and I got 30 days to raise the other $1,800.
You mean you have to raise $1,800 in 30 days?
Yeah, ain't that fantastic?
It certainly is. How are you going to get that much money in one lump?
My back pay would do it.
Rochester, if you're referring to your investment in the Benny Protective and Endowment Association, that doesn't mature until you're 40.
I'll be 40 tomorrow.
That's a lie. Now, Rochester, you take that horse back to wherever you got it. There's no room for it in the garage.
There is now. I put the Maxwell out in the street for the summer.
Well, put it right back in again. I don't want my car out in the street. Somebody will come along and steal it.
I'd like to get a picture of that. I could sell it to Pick, Click, or Flick.
Rochester, I'm not going to argue with you. Now, you get rid of that broken-down nag.
He ain't a broken-down nag. He won over 100 races.
Won?
All right, run.
That's more like it. Now, you do as I say. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, boss.
What is it now?
I don't like Section 8, Paragraph D of my new contract.
What's wrong with it? Section 8 says you get $30 a week.
I know, but Paragraph D says a week is 14 days.
I'm trying out something new. Anyway, we'll discuss that when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The idea of buying a racehorse. He'll probably have me out in the morning clocking it. He'll never get up. Well, sing, Dennis. Don't stand there like a dodo.
The night that you surrendered to a sigh, where was I? The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where was I waited long for you. My love was strong for you. I sang love songs, do you recall? One night you learned to care. It wasn't my affair. I wasn't even there at all. The night that you surrendered to a sigh, where was I? The moon was high, the night that you first listened to a lie, where was I? I was right. The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where was I?
Racehorse he has to have. Oh, well. That was Where Was I, sung by Dennis Day, who I'm sure will be with us for many years to come. Yes, sir.
If I ever get smart, watch out.
Now, Dennis, you say one more thing like that, and I'm going to take you in the next room and give you a good talking to.
Boy, will he be flat-chested.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act plays, a hillbilly melodrama entitled The Code of the Hills, or Shoot Me in the Pants, Zeke, the rest is store clothes. Set the scene, Mr. Wilson.
Gladly. The locale, ladies and gentlemen, is the cabin of the Jake Bennies in a remote section of the Ozarks. The Jake Bennies are in the midst of a feud with their longtime enemies and neighbors, the Fudd Allens.
Oh, pardon me, Don. I would like to announce, folks, that any resemblance between the Fudd Allen in our play and the Fred Allen of radio is purely intentional. If he's not a hillbilly, I never saw one. Go ahead, Don.
It is 6 o'clock in the evening, and the shooting has been going on all day. Curtain, music.
Put that gun away, Pa. Supper's a-waiting.
Be right there, Mo.
A shooting and a killing, a shooting and a killing. When is it going to stop?
We ain't going to quit till them Allens are wiped out. There ain't room in these yar hills for the both of us.
You said it, Pappy.
Get away from them doors, Zeb.
Say, Pa, what have you and got again the Fudd Allens?
I'll tell you what I got agin him. One night I asked Fudd how many hairs on a monkey's face. And he said the next time you shave, count 'em.
He knew I couldn't count.
Well, I ain't a-cheering for that kind of city talk, and I ain't forgetting. Hey, son, barricade that double door.
Ooh, Pappy.
Son.
They got me, Pappy. They got me.
What was that, Pa?
They got our boy, Zeb. Shot him right through the doors.
I didn't know he was a-wearing them.
I'll get them Allens for this. Kids don't grow on bushes. No siree.
I'm a-going, Pappy. I'm a-getting weaker and weaker. Goodbye, Pappy. Goodbye, Ma.
Goodbye. Well, what do we got for supper, Ma?
Lunch.
Good. Dish it out.
Howdy, Uncle Jake.
Hello there, Twitch.
Hey, Twitch, you shouldn't be walking around with your left arm shot up like that.
Well, I've been seeking some cords to tie it up with to keep the falling off.
You know, Twitch, I don't like the way that arm of yours keeps the dropping off. It might be ailing. What's that you got under your other arm?
My right leg.
Oh. Well, put it in the umbrella stand and come to supper. Sit down. Doggone, I wish them Allens would hold off till we get through eating.
I'm a-going, Pappy. I'm a-going.
Take your time, son. Pass the coffee, Ma.
Hey, Jake, what happened to Cousin Zeb?
One of the Allens plugged him. Have some coffee, Twitch. Doggone, don't those Allens know it's supper time? By the way, Ma, where's our daughter, Linda Lou, Nettie Mae, Lily Bell, Harvest Moon? Where is she?
She went down to the village to buy a girdle. Had her heart set on it.
A girdle?
Oh, boy, we can have some hot cakes.
That's griddle.
What's a girdle, Ma?
Something them city gals are wearing. It's like a sweater, only it snaps at you.
By gum, what'll they be thinking up next? Here she is now. Hello, Linda Lou, Nettie Mae, Lily Bell, Harvest Moon.
Hello, Pappy. Hello, Ma.
Hello, Lindy Lou, Nettie Bell. Lily Mae. Nettie Mae. Oh, nuts. Hello.
We uns have been a-worrying about you, gal. You shouldn't be out of doors at a time like this.
Why not?
Them Allens couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
No, but they could hit yours. Sit down, gal.
Say, Uncle Jake.
What is it, Tweet?
Look out the window. Ain't that one of them Allens sneaking up on us?
Either that or a polecat. Give me my rifle, Ma.
Watch out, Paul. Watch out.
He missed me.
Oh, yeah? Where's your ear?
Doggone, and I wanted to hear the Fitch bandwagon. Come on, Twitch, grab a gun. That'll teach them varmints.
I wish Zans and we would stop this darn feud.
Not Fud Allen. He's a feuding this man in these hills.
I wonder what makes him so feudy.
I don't know. Hey, Ma, pass me the sugar. Doggone them. Pick up that spoon, Ma.
Never mind, I'll get you another one.
I want that one. My hand's on it. Thanks.
A shooting and a killing, a shooting and a killing. How many more pages to this play?
Can't be many. Here comes Porky Wilson now. Hello, Porky.
Hello, Jake. Say, what happened to Zeb?
Them Allens done plugged him. And none of us ain't safe till this feud is over.
I am. I'm so big they're scared to shoot at me. Why, them Allens is as yellow as
banana.
And speaking of bananas, ladies and gentlemen, do you realize how marvelous they are when sliced over a dish of tempting and appetizing...
Now, hold on now, Wilson. Did you write this play just to get that in?
This gelatin dessert is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Why, you...
So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell...
Hey, sir!
They spell Jello. J-E-L-L...
That got him.
I'm a-going, Jake. I'm a-going.
Me too.
Well, that's all for tonight, folks. Will the Jake Bennies win the feud? Will the Fud Allens be wiped out? Will Porky Wilson recover?
I don't know. Hey, Clem, will Porky Wilson recover? I don't know. Hey, Zeke, will Porky Wilson recover? I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Let it go. It's not important. My goodness, Clayfield.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, your grocer offers you 2 great Jello products. Jello, America's favorite gelatin dessert, and Jello puddings, the country's newest dessert sensation. Ever since Jello puddings came on the market, they've been steadily climbing in popularity. In fact, right in your own neighborhood, any night in the week, I'll bet you'll find a lot of families sitting down to enjoy a tempting Jello pudding dessert for dinner. You've all enjoyed Jello, I know. Now enjoy these new members of the Jello family, Jello butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla puddings. Tomorrow, do what thousands of other folks do, and when you ask your grocer for Jello, ask him also for those delicious new desserts, Jello puddings.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Jello program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Good Night, Moonlight. The sweetest words of tongue or pen are, let's have that same dessert again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are the happy words that every housewife loves to hear. And believe me, those are the words you do hear whenever there's Jello for dessert. Because Jello is a dessert that folks like to see on the table just as often as possible. And no matter how often you serve Jello, it never wears out its welcome. One reason is Jello always looks so wonderfully good, with its bright colors reflecting all the rich beauty of fresh sun-ripened fruit. And Jello always tastes so good, too, no matter which one of Jello's 6 delicious flavors you choose. There are the rich, tempting flavors that recall the season's first strawberries, raspberries, and cherries. Also, Jello's grand citrus flavors, orange, lemon, and lime, all of them just as gloriously refreshing as the dewy, fresh fruit itself. So, friends, order some Jello from your grocer tomorrow, and while you're about it, ask for several packages of those popular new Jello puddings, Jello chocolate pudding, Jello vanilla pudding, and Jello butterscotch pudding. They're really swell. That was Goodnight Moonlight played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week marks our final appearance on the air for this season. So tonight we bring you our Master of Ceremonies who has one more Sunday to greet you.
That's right, Don.
One more broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And one more paycheck.
Yikes!
Jack Benny.
Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, here we are coming to the close of another season. Gosh, the months sure fly by, don't they?
Yes, they do, Jack. They certainly do.
You know, it doesn't seem possible that vacation time is so near. Just think, a couple of more weeks and I'll be on a boat bound for good old Honolulu.
Honolulu, eh? Oh, that ought to be a grand trip. Have you ever been there before, Jack?
Yes, Don, about 10 years ago, but the grass skirts were much longer then. I'll probably never recognize the old place. Gee, I can hardly wait to get on that beach at Waikiki.
Oh, it must be gorgeous with that tropical scenery and everything. And I understand they have a couple of very lovely hotels right there on the ocean.
That's right, the Royal Hawaiian and the Moana. And let me tell you something, Don. Those two hotels are tops. They're the last word in luxury.
So I hear. Which one are you stopping at, Jack?
Neither. You see, I've already made reservations at the Sweet Leilani Auto Court. It's brand new, and it's just a short walk to the bus that takes you to the beach. Oh, it should be swell there.
The Sweet Leilani Auto Court? Jack, now you only take a vacation once a year. Why don't you live at the Royal Hawaiian?
Well, I want to relax, Don. I want a place where I don't have to dress for dinner every night.
But, Jack, the Royal Hawaiian is a perfect place for relaxation. You don't have to dress for dinner unless you want to.
Oh. Well, Don, you see, the Sweet Leilani is American plan. That's the way I like to live when I travel. No fuss or inconvenience.
But, Jack, the Royal Hawaiian is American plan, too.
Oh. Well, Don, as long as I'm going for a rest, I want a place that's small and intimate.
But, Jack...
Oh. Now, forget it, Don. My mind's made up.
Well, it's your vacation, so I guess you can live where you want to. By the way, what are the rates at the Sweet Leilani?
It's $8 a day for the regular tourists and $5 for us beach boys. Oh, you can't beat it, huh?
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, if you're going to Honolulu, you ought to buy a new bathing suit.
Why? What's wrong with the bathing suit I have now?
Well, for one thing, it's got long pants.
Mary, my trunks only go to the knees.
Not when they're wet.
Never mind. Don't make things up.
Well, Jack, if Mary's talking about that suit you wear around your swimming pool, it is a little old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yeah, you ought to rip that Coney Island off the back. You're in the West now.
Mary, I like that suit, and it's not old-fashioned. I got it only a year ago in my father's store in Waukegan.
Well, it must have been under something that wasn't selling.
I'd like to see something in that store that Dad couldn't get rid of. You know, my father has a slogan. If it don't sell in a year, I'll wrap it up and we'll dicker later. He's some salesman.
I know. When we were in Waukegan last June, he told me I had a figure like Dorothy Lamour.
Oh, he was kidding, Don.
He was not. He sold me a sarong.
There you are. That's Dad for you.
You think that's something? He sold me a sailor suit.
A sailor suit?
If I don't find a sailor, it's a total loss.
Well, that's rich. So Dad finally got rid of it, eh? Say, Mary, come to think of it, I'd like to borrow that outfit. I can wear it on the boat to Honolulu.
Are you going by boat? I thought you were going to swim.
Now, cut that out. I'm going on the Luraline, and it's a great big ocean liner.
Oh, you know, Jack, I envy you that trip to Honolulu. Are you going to stay there all summer?
I'd like to, Don, but I have to be back by the end of July to start my new picture.
Oh, that's right. That's the one you're going to make with Fred Allen, isn't it?
That's what Paramount thought, but I straightened that out. I spoke to Mark Sanders, the director, and Mr. Allen has been eliminated from the cast. In the first place, how would he ever photograph that face of his?
What's the matter with his face?
I could talk for an hour on that. Why, do you know, Don, when we were in New York last month, the bags under Allen's eyes looked at Phil Harris's and said, "My son, my son."
Anyway, I put my foot down, and Mr. Allen will not appear in my vehicle.
Well, that's news to me.
Say, Jack, who's going to be your leading lady?
Only lovely, beautiful Mary Martin. That's all.
Mary Martin. Well, isn't that the girl that used to sing My Heart Belongs to Daddy?
Yep, that's her.
Is she going to sing it in your picture?
I don't know. It's a kind of an old song.
Well, you're an old daddy. Revive it.
Mary, just let me worry about my picture and everything will be all right. Oh, hello, Philsy.
Hiya, Jackson. I hear you're getting ready for that big vacation in a couple of weeks.
Yes, sir. Where are you going this summer, Phil?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Why don't you go to Honolulu and see Jack's bathing suit?
Oh, quiet. Have you ever been to Honolulu, Phil?
No, but I sure wish I could go. Oh, boy, how I'd like to sit on the beach in the moonlight with a couple of those cute little papayas in my arms.
Cute little what?
Papayas, you know, girls, dames.
Papayas?
Sure. Don't you speak Honolulian?
Honolulian? Phil, in the Hawaiian language, a papaya is a melon. A girl is called Awani.
Oh, Jack, you're wrong about that. Awani is the name of the hotel we stopped at in Yosemite.
Oh, yes.
A Hawaiian girl is a wahine.
Oh, that's right. That's the word. So you see, Phil, what you really mean is you'd like to be on the beach in the moonlight with a couple of wahinis.
Let it go. I'll get some loco stuff.
That's the idea, Phil, and I know your technique. You drive down the boulevard in that flashy car of yours and da-da-da-da. Can I give you a lift, honey? That's you. By the way, does your guitar player still sit in the rumble seat with a lasso? Does he?
Now, wait a minute. Don't mention that dumbbell. He roped a cop yesterday.
Roped a cop?
Yeah, what a nitwit. I told him 1,000,000 times. Anything in blue, lay off.
Oh, he's nearsighted, eh?
Yeah.
I should have known that. He hasn't hit the strings on his guitar in 8 weeks. Well, Phil, so much for your private life. And now, inasmuch as there are millions of people listening in that are just dying to hear one of your numbers, how about playing something?
I'll be only too happy to acquiesce.
Oh, my goodness, he got it right. Play, Junior, and go to the head of the class.
I ought to get more dough for them big words. Hit it, boys.
That was Your Guess is as Good as Mine, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Oh, say, Phil, before I forget it, when I leave for Honolulu the week after next, I wish you'd bring your entire band down to the boat and play a loa for me. You know, give me a real send-off.
Well, that loa's a pretty tricky number. I don't know if we'll have time to learn it.
All right, play Tiger Rag, but be at the boat. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, Don.
Yes, Jack.
I want you down there to cheer and wave and holler Bon Voyage to me. And Mary, you bring a lot of confetti and throw it at me. You understand?
Yeah. What about Dennis A? What's he going to do?
I got him down for a basket of fruit. You know, an apple and a banana and 3 or 4 bottles of champagne. And this is very important. I want all of you to be there early.
Well, come to think about it, Jack, I may not be able to make it.
You be there, Don. I want everybody on that boat to know how much my gang thinks of me.
I'll bring an onion so I can cry.
It won't be necessary. Now, look, fellas, I want you to remember one thing. On the dock, before I leave, I want you all to cheer and be happy. But as the boat is pulling out, I want those cheers to gradually taper off as you realize that you won't see me again for 4 weeks. So your mood suddenly changes from gaiety to sadness. Do you get it?
Yeah, what time is rehearsal?
There'll be no rehearsal. I want it to be sincere. And, by the way, Don, do you think I ought to take along some Jello with me? You know, I'll be gone for quite a while.
Oh, no, Jack. Jello's an established dessert in the Hawaiian Islands.
It is?
Why, certainly. And that reminds me. Connie's and Wahine's. The next time you're in the mood for a tempting and appetizing nakawakia, why not run down to your neighborhood halakui and ask him for a package of Jelloa?
That must be Jello.
You will find that it's not only economical and easy to huma cow.
Easy to huma cow? That's a pit.
But it comes in 6 delicious flavors, so insist on genuine Jelloa and always look for the big red letters on the huma nuka nuka kuma mawa pow.
Why, Don, does that long word mean box?
Sakua.
Well, that's the best plagola we've had this year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the beautiful Hawaiian Islands and wend our way back across the broad Pacific to Sunset and Vine. Ah, what a trip.
Say, Jackson, I just happened to think of something.
Oh, fine. What is it?
If you're going to take a vacation this summer, how are you going to make that picture with Fred Allen?
Phil, I explained that before you came in. I'm not starting that picture before the end of July, and Mr. Allen is not going to be in it. I had him scuttled.
Well, I heard his program Wednesday night, and he said
I don't care what he said. And incidentally, Phil, you know my rule. That'll cost you $5 for listening to Allen's broadcast. You want to pay me now, or shall I deduct it?
You wouldn't dare dock me, brother.
I wouldn't, eh? Well, if your paycheck isn't $5 light this week, may I be under the shower when the pot of gold calls. And take your fine like a man.
Fines, rules. I never saw a guy like you.
And what's your complaint?
$5 fine if you listen to Alan's program. $2 fine if you're late for our show.
Well?
I got one more laugh than you did last Sunday, and you docked me $7.50.
Well, you got that big laugh at my expense. When I happened to mention that my fortune teller, Madame Zuzu, predicted that I'd win the Academy Award next year, you said she ought to be rated. Nice talk.
Well, they closed her up, didn't they?
That's just a coincidence. Madame Zuzu is no phony.
Well, if she's so good, why didn't she look in her crystal ball and see the police coming?
Phil, go down to the clink and ask her. Don't bother me. And another thing, Harris, for trying to corner me, it's going to cost you another $5. So hand it over.
I think that's awful. Don't you, Phil?
Well, I don't mind paying the fine so much, but I hate to see all that dough go out of circulation.
Oh. So now you're getting wise, eh? Trying to be comical, eh? Well, listen, stupid.
Yes, please?
Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, you're a little late tonight, aren't you?
I'll have to owe it to you. I'm broke.
That's all right, Dennis. Forget it. You're a nice kid, and I won't take advantage of you. I'll tell you what you can do, though. When I sail for Honolulu, you can bring me a big basket of fruit.
A basket of fruit?
Yes. After all, you can't come down to the boat empty-handed.
Why not?
Read your contract.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If Dennis thinks the world of me and wants to bring me a big basket of fruit with a couple of bottles of champagne in it, that's his business.
Champagne? What's going on here?
All right, Dennis, settle down. And now that you're here, may we have our usual delightful tenor solo?
Sure, but isn't Mr. Harris going to play a band number first?
Dennis, if you'd have been here on time, you'd realize that Mr. Harris and his boys have already barbecued a selection. So now it's your turn.
Okay.
Sing, Dennis.
Gee, champagne.
Dennis.
I was better off when I was jerking sodas.
Dennis, sing. For all I've done for that kid, he begrudges me a bottle of champagne.
Don't be so cruel to me. Love, don't make a fool of me. Please give me just a sign. Please say that you'll be mine. Say, over and over again. Over and over again. Never stop saying you're mine. Say ever and ever so sweet. Ever and ever so sweet. Just like an old Valentine. When you say I love you, the same old I love you, they whisper in stories and play. You can think I love you, that same old I love you, oh, such a heavenly phrase. Say softly and gently and then over and over again. Never stop saying you're mine. When you say I love you, the same old I love you, they whisper in stories and play. You can think I love you, the same old I love you, oh, such a heavenly phrase. Oh, say softly and gently and then over and over again. Never stop saying you're
That was Say It, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that's a beautiful number, really lovely. By the way, that's from some picture, isn't it?
Yeah, that's from Buck Benny Rides Again.
Oh, it is. Oh. Well, it's a grand song.
I was going to sing Playmates, but you made me change it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Remember, we were out in the lobby and you told me...
Dennis. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction... Scram, kid. For our feature attraction... The Benny Jokes Like Mother Used to Make players will present their version of the Los Angeles Telephone Directory. A murder mystery entitled Number Please, or It Wasn't the Switchboard That Was Plugged. Now, in this thrilling drama, I will play the part of Oxford 7071, who is madly in love with Hollywood 2734. So she leaves her husband, West Los Angeles 33022 Jr., but her husband doesn't mind because he's secretly in love with a blonde Burbank unlisted number. Catch on? Now, in this drama, who can that be?
Hey, 3,500, open up!
Well, it's Andy Devine. Come on in, Andy. Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, hello, Mary. Good to see you here, Andy. Well, it's nice to see you again, Andy. Hey, you don't get into Hollywood as often as you used to.
Oh, it's getting too cityfied, Buck. When I drive down Vine Street in my horse and buggy, everybody stares at me.
Oh, still driving the old nag, eh? Can you imagine that, Mary? Andy drives into town with a horse and buggy.
He ought to be up to date and get a Maxwell, eh, Sporty?
Hey, Sparty. Gee, you're cute tonight.
And another thing.
Always goes...
And another thing, Buck, when they built this NBC studio, they forgot to put a hitching post out in front. There ain't no place to tie my horse.
Well, just hitch it to a song plugger. There are plenty of them standing around. Say, Andy, how did you happen to drop in today, anyway?
Well, Buck, you only got one more broadcast to do, so I come over to see if I could handle the summer show.
The summer show? Well, Andy, what could you do with this program?
Well, I could take your place as MC.
Uh-huh.
My hired man could be Don Wilson, and Ma could be Mary.
Well, who could you get to be Phil Harris?
Paul, he'll drink anything.
Oh, well, that'll help.
We could curl his hair if we can get the burrs out of it.
I know, Andy, but can he handle the job? I mean, does he know anything about music?
Not a thing, Buck.
That cinches it.
Yep, he's your man.
Why do I do it? Why do I
get a job anywhere else? Now go sit down. Well, I'll tell you, Andy, I'd love to give you and your folks a chance at this program, but everything is pretty well set. You see, the Aldrich family has taken over the show for the summer.
They are?
Yep.
No chance for the Devine family, huh?
No, I'm sorry, Andy.
Well, I better run home and tell Paul before he takes that bath.
Yes, I would. Well, so long, Andy.
So long, Buck. Oh, by the way, there's an old friend of yours in town. Did you see him?
An old friend? Who?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? Fred Allen's in town?
Sure, I just saw him go into the Brown Derby.
Oh, it must have been Bull Montana. It couldn't have been Allen.
Well, Jack, that's what we've been trying to tell you. It's been in all the papers.
Do you mean that...
Certainly. Allen's out here to make that picture with you, and he's going to be in it whether you like it or not.
Oh, he is, eh? Mary, get me Mark Sandrich on the phone. It's Hollywood 2411.
Okay.
I'll straighten this thing out in a hurry.
Well, so long, Buck. I hope I didn't start any trouble.
Don't worry, Andy. I'll handle it. So long. Allen, man, I'm going to have that guy kicked right out of California.
Oh, Jack, stop acting like a kid. Is he going to kill you to make a picture with Allen?
Don, that's a fate worse than death. Believe me.
Be reasonable, Jackson. The guy came all the way out here. What's he going to do all summer?
Let him get a tan over that jaundice of his. What do I care? In the first place, he has no...
Hello? Mr. Mark Sandridge, please.
I'd like to make a picture just once where I don't have to go through a lot of aggravation.
Hello, Mr. Sandridge. Jack Benny is calling. No, Jack Benny. Benny.
Spell it for him. It begins with a B.
B-E-N.
Give me that phone. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sandrich. This is Jack Benny, the star of Man About Town and Buck Benny Rides Again.
Why don't you mention some of those stinkers you made?
Never mind. Now look, Mr. Sandrich, I thought I made it clear that I will not make a picture with Fred Allen. I don't care if he has got a contract, tear it up. No, his. But look, Mr. Sandrich, the guy has no class. He's a low comedian. I can't afford to be in a picture with him.
Tell him you'll quit.
I quit. Married. Now look, Mr. Sandrich, if you think I'm going to... But... I know, but...
Say, Don, are you going home right after the broadcast?
Yes, I was planning to. Why?
I know, but...
Well, I was wondering if you'd give me a lift. You go right by my house.
I'll be glad to, Mary.
I know, but...
Say, Dennis, you coming over to Wilshire Bowl tonight?
Well, I was going to, Mr. Harris, but I haven't got a date.
Come over anyway, kid. I'll get a cute girl for you.
I know, but... Get one for me, too, Phil. I know, but... Well, look, Mr. Sandwich, we might as well get this straightened out right now. I am not going to make a picture with Fred Allen. You can't team a horse with a jackass. Oh, yeah? Just say that again. Oh, yeah? Is that so?
You got your encore. Hang up.
Well, we'll talk this over later, Mr. Sandwich. Goodbye. Well, that's that. Well, there's just one more thing to settle. Say, Don, where did Andy say he saw Fred Allen?
Going into the Brown Derby.
Oh, the Brown Derby, eh? Well, as soon as we're through, I'm going to stroll over there and give that wise guy a good talking to. Say, Phil.
What?
Come along with me and bring your boys. I'll treat them to a sandwich. You come too, Mary.
Here are two things, ladies and gentlemen, that go together just as naturally as a knife and fork. Fresh ripe strawberries and rich, delicious Jello. Yes, sir, and you'll find they blend especially well in the newest Jello creation called Jello Strawberry Tarts. This novel dessert is cram full of delightful goodness, and you can make it in practically no time at all. All you have to do is first take a package of Jello, using any flavor you prefer, and make it up as you usually do. Next, pour it over sweetened fresh strawberries and chill until slightly thickened. Then turn into cold baked tart shells and chill until firm. And there, friends, is something mighty swell, a first-rate treat that looks grand and tastes even grander. So tomorrow, serve the family this new and distinctive dessert, Jello Strawberry Tarts, a gay, tempting combination of plump, juicy, ripe, fresh strawberries and rich, thrilling flavor of Jello. This is the last number of the 36th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make. The destruction in Europe has stricken millions of innocent civilians. In this, their hour of need, the American Red Cross is rushing help at once in your name. Won't you give just as much as you can to the Red Cross Relief Fund? Give immediately through your local Red Cross chapter.
Thank you, Don. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That was just like taking candy from a baby, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our modest, unassuming master of ceremonies, a man who is never too busy to say hello.
Hello.
Jack Benny.
Thank you, Renly. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very sweet introduction. Never too busy to say hello. But I really don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do, Jack.
Do I?
Why, certainly. Whether it's the humble newsboy on the corner or a taxi driver or an urchin with a shoeshine box, Jack Benny always stops. And a smile steals across his face as he says, "Hiya, pal."
How are things going? Oh, pardon me, Don. I was carried away. But let me ask you something, Don. Why shouldn't I go out of my way to be courteous and friendly? We're all human beings. We're all people. Say, after all, what am I?
You know what I said at rehearsal?
Phil. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Don, I'm just the down-to-earth type that gets along with everybody. You know the little old lady that sells flowers right outside the studio?
You mean the one on the corner here?
Yeah. See, I've stopped and talked to her now every Sunday for 3 years. Hello, little lady, I say.
And she says I told you 1,000 times I'm not going out with you.
Phil, if you can't be sentimental, stay out of this. You know, Don, whenever I pass this little flower lady, a tear comes to my eye. And I can't help but think that she's somebody's mother.
Yes, and perhaps that somebody could well afford to take care of her.
You're probably right, Don. Gee, I wonder whose mother she is, anyway.
She's mine.
Now, cut that out! You're lying, Phil, because I happen to know that your mother is Cigarette Girl at the Wilshire Bowl. Cigars, cigarettes, and homemade jelly. So pipe down.
Well, you wouldn't get away with this mushy stuff if Mary was here.
Oh, yes, I would.
By the way, Jack, how is Mary? Is she feeling better?
Well, she had a pretty bad cold, Don, but she's much improved. She'll be with us next Sunday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, glad the kid's feeling better.
Thanks. Of course, it'll be kind of tough doing comedy tonight without her.
Don't worry, Jackson. I'm here, ain't I? I can get them belly laughs.
Well, just be grateful, Phil, that you get good lines.
It ain't the material, Jackson. It's my personality. It's how I stock it over.
Oh, brother. Phil, you really think you're the funniest guy in the whole world, don't you?
What a spot. If I say yes, I'm a ham. If I say no, I'm a liar.
You're both if I ever saw one. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How would you like a great big part tonight with funny gags and everything?
Oh, boy, that'll be swell.
All right, you can read Mary's lines. Tonight, you're going to be the girl on the program.
Nothing doing. I'm no sissy.
Dennis, the program is written, and you've got to take Mary's place. You're the only one in the show with a high voice.
Oh, me?
Dennis. Now, remember, you're Mary, so go outside and come back when you're supposed to.
Okay, but I'll be chewing tobacco.
You better not. That kid's getting too smart.
Well, look, Jackson, why don't you let me play Mary's part? I got beautiful hair and rosy cheeks.
Oh, fine. He's got a few broken veins there, and he calls it rosy cheeks. We'll manage without you, Phyllis. Well, let's get on with the show. Say, Don, Mary seems to be a little bit late today. I wonder where she is.
Mary? I saw her out in the hall just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you know, Don, she's so excited. She's been shopping all week, and she's... Oh, here she comes now. Hello, Mary. I said, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Gee, you look cute in that fall outfit. That's a new dress, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it at Magnum's. Isn't it a dream?
Oh, it's beautiful. But it's cut a little low there in front, isn't it?
On me, it don't make any difference.
Dennis, read the lines that are in the script.
Well, you're not going to make a monkey out of me.
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of you, Dennis. It's just an emergency. You don't want to read Mary's lines? All right.
Well, I don't.
All right. Just puts us in a spot, that's all. It's a fine program without a girl on it. Gee, there must be some way to work this out. I wonder who we can get.
I'll help you, kid.
Well.
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, that's a very sweet offer, Blue Fairy, but I'm afraid you won't do. You're too fat for Miss Livingston.
Oh. Well, if John Wilson ever gets sick, let me know.
We will. We will, yeah.
And now I will fly away, back to my home in the clouds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Give me a push, will you?
Okay. Gee, look at her go. Out the window. Over Vine Street. Over Beverly Boulevard. Over the La Brea Pit. Play, Phil, and get us out of this fantastic mood. That was That's For Me, played by Phil Harris and his Waldorf Astoria Ensemble. Waldorf Astoria meaning they couldn't get in there if they were delivering the meat. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. After that violin solo you played with us a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't say anything derogatory about my band.
Derogatory? Well, I'll be...
What's the matter? Ain't it right?
Sure it's right. But, Phil, where'd you ever learn the word derogatory?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, I don't start working at the Vault till 9 o'clock, so I've been going to night school.
Oh, well, did you hear that, Don? Phil goes to night school.
Well, congratulations, Bill. How are you getting along?
Very good, very good. So you guys don't have to get derogatory.
All right, we heard that already. What else did you learn?
Oh, plenty of stuff. Come on, ask me something. Ask me anything.
Oh, quiet.
Come on, ask me who invented the cotton gin.
All right, Phil. Who invented the cotton gin?
Eli Whitney.
Well.
And with the steamboat, it was Fulton.
Why, Phil, you're terrific.
Hey, Don, here's another one. What does 1492 mean to you?
I don't know, Phil. What does it mean to you?
Columbus.
Gee whiz.
You know, the world's round, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've heard everything. Congratulations, Phil. And now, ladies and
The
gentlemen...
Mississippi is the longest river in the USA.
Phil, will you stop showing off? I knew about the Mississippi when I was in the 5th grade.
Well, I'm only in the 3rd, so I got you beat.
All right, you got me beat.
Hey, Don, ask me something, Don, ask me something about the Revolutionary War. Like, when was it or something?
Phil, please.
All right, Phil, when was the Revolutionary War?
1776.
Well, I'll be darned.
Not bad, eh?
That's very good, Phil. Now, who won the Revolutionary War?
That's coming up Wednesday.
Gee, I'll bet you can hardly wait. Now, look, Phil, we're all very happy to know that you're trying to improve what mentality you have. But there are more important things to talk about, aren't there, Don?
Yes, there are, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, night school is one of the greatest institutions that flourish in this country today.
What?
It gives thousands of people the opportunity to improve themselves in the field of education.
What's that for?
So, if you're one of the many who attend night school, instead of bringing an apple to the teacher, why not bring her a package of tempting and appetizing Jello?
Well, it's about time.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello.
And I'm just the guy that can spell it. Jello.
Phil, you're positively brilliant. If you weren't such a bum, you could become president.
B-U-M, bum.
Phil! And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from night school to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the height of the football season, tonight we are going to offer our annual Gridiron Classic entitled Hold That Line. Or, one moment, please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Coach Flash Benny of Flatfoot College. Now, Phil, you, Don, and Dennis will be the players. And your orchestra boys can be the cheering section.
Well, why don't you use some of my boys on the team? They're all athletes.
Phil, shooting pool and pulling cork are not considered American sports. They'll stay in the cheering section.
Wait till you hear their cheers.
Phil, if I hear one bird that isn't a swallow returning to Capistrano, watch out. Now, let's see. We're still short of actors, so I sent for Rochester. Where is he?
There he is, Jack, talking to Dennis Day.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, please?
Now, Rochester, we're short of actors tonight, so I want you to play a part in our football sketch.
Okay, give me the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to play on the team. You're going to be the water boy.
That's a little bit derogatory, ain't it?
Don't argue. Here's your bucket. You've got a very important part.
Important?
Yes.
Boss, the only man that ever got famous with a bucket was Old Man Mose.
Never mind.
And he had to kick it.
Now, Rochester, look at it this way. Who's one of the most valuable members of a football squad? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
Whenever a player is injured, who rushes out with a cold drink for him? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
And whenever a sensational play is made and the crowd stands up and cheers, who are they cheering?
Okay, give me the bucket.
And now that we're all set, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. What's it going to be, Dennis?
Well, Mr. Benny, this being Navy Day, I'm going to sing a special arrangement of a brand new number called He's My Uncle.
Swell, go ahead.
Hey, Jackson, I just thought of something. We still haven't got enough actors for a football team.
Gee, that's right. Well, we'll just have to get along, Phil. What else can we do?
I'm available, kid.
Now, look, Blue Fairy, I'm afraid you can't help us.
All right, then I'll fly away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ah, there she goes. Out the window. Back to the fleecy clouds. Back to the sky of gossamer blue. Back to the Plaza Hotel. Sing, Dennis. Very good. That was He's My Uncle, written by Lou Pollock and sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was a swell number. I like the thought of it.
Me, too.
There's nothing like a patriotic song. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you know who made the first American flag? Betsy Ross.
I know, Phil.
With a steamboat, it was Fulton.
All right, you told us that. Sit down, genius.
Okay.
Betsy Ross made the first American flag. It certainly is a secret. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our rough and tumble football play entitled Kicked in the Bridgeworks, or I'll Never Smile Again. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Purile, Indiana, which is just 3 miles north of Bano. The first half has just ended in the annual game with meatball test. As the curtain rises, Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. We're in a tough spot. The last half is about to start, and we're behind 98-7. But we still got a chance to beat them. The game isn't over yet. Let's hear some of that Flatfoot spirit. That's the stuff. Now, I want you to go in there this last half and fight. You understand? Fight. What are we, men or mice?
Give me a tail and call me Mickey.
I'll give you a Mickey. Now, listen, men. In the first half, Meatball had things their own way. But in this next half, Flatfoot's going to walk all over Meatball.
Sounds messy, doesn't it?
And you, Harris, you're supposed to be a football player, an All-American. Why, during the first quarter, you played like a dope. D-O-P, dope. You spelled dop, dope. And you, Wilson, you're as bad as the rest of these lugs.
Why, what are you talking about, Coach? I recovered 5 times on fumbles.
Yeah, but every time you fell on the ball, we had to get a new one. Now, take it easy.
Okay. Pass the fudge, Phil.
Lay off the candy, Wilson. Your stomach is over the goal line when you still have 5 yards to go. Now, put down that fudge.
A little fudge won't hurt.
Oh, so you're butting in, you imbecile, the way you play football.
Now, Coach.
You run around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Now, Coach.
Every time you got the ball, you ran the wrong way.
Well, turn my head around and let's get going.
Get out of here. Now, listen, men, in this next half, I want you all to... Hey, water boy, what are you putting in that bucket?
A little lemon juice, that's all.
Lemon juice, eh? Lemon juice in the water.
Yeah, that goes with the sugar.
Oh, lemon juice and sugar. I suppose that's lemonade.
Lemonade, that's it.
I see. You didn't put anything else in the bucket, did you?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have a glass of that lemonade.
Don't take more than one.
I thought so. Lemon juice, sugar, cracked eye. Rochester, are you mixing Tom Collinses in that bucket?
It ain't pancake batter.
Well, throw it away. Pour it out the window.
Okay, that grass is sure going to grow out there.
Never mind about the grass. Now, men, it's almost time for the second half, and we're going to win.
You can count on us, Coach.
I'm not counting on any one of you. I got a new player coming into the game, and he'll show you what football really is. I've heard a lot about this boy, and they tell me he's a sensation.
A new player, huh?
Yeah. Come on in, Butch.
Hello, Slenzer. Well, so you're the sensation, eh? That's me, Butch Slipperman, the beast of Boyle Heights.
Good. Now, we're depending on you, Slep. Do you think you can win for us?
What is the score now?
98-7.
Who's got the 7?
We have. What do you say, Slep?
You're lucky if you can keep that.
Now, wait a minute. We're depending on you to come through, so don't be so pessimistic. Be cheerful. Be happy.
98-7, and he wants smiling Frankie Gordon.
Never mind. Just get in there and fight, that's all. What position do you play?
I'm a tailor.
All right, you can be left Taylor. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play in the game myself this last half. And Flatfoot is going to win, or my name ain't.
All right, folks, the second half of this thrilling gridiron duel is about to begin. The score is Flatfoot 7, Meatball 132.
132? Why, the rat they've been playing during intermission. Come on, men, we'll show them.
Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Hi, Apple.
Flash Benny is going into the game himself. What an ovation he gets from the Flatfoot cheering section.
He's never too busy to say hello, to say hello, to say hello. He's never too busy to say hello. Jello, Jello, Jello.
Now, folks, what a crowd is gathered here today. There's the whistle. They're lining up, and Meatball is about to kick off the Flatfoot. There's the kick. It's a beauty. The ball is coming down on the 15-yard line. There goes Harris for it. No, he's headed for the water bucket. What a business Rochester is doing.
I told him to pour that out.
What's this? But Schlepperman, the sensational new player, gets the ball. He's hit hard, and the ball is on Flatfoot's own 10-yard line.
Schlepperman, are you hurt? Schlep, say something.
With the steamboat, it was Fulton.
He's delirious.
Oh, Schlepperman was knocked out on the first play, and they're carrying him off the field, but that boy is a sensation.
Sensation? Why, he was knocked out in the first play.
He's alive, ain't he?
Never mind. All right, men. We've only got 90 yards to go. I'll carry the ball around left end.
Why don't you run around my end, Flash?
I did that in the last game and wound up in Laguna. Now, come on. Signal. 72. 23. Hey!
The ball is left to Flash Benny, and there he goes. Look at that boy run. Look at him go. No wonder they call him Flash. They finally tackle him, folks, and he's down. Benny lost 8 yards on that play.
Darn it. Well, men, I'm afraid it's hopeless. 98 yards to go, and we can't gain an inch. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, here she is again.
Let me carry the ball, kid.
You? Listen, Blue Fairy. Football is a man's game. And those guys will kick you all over the field.
Well, at my age, I can't be choosy.
All right, then. You take Dennis Day's place. Come on, fellas. Line up.
Flatfoot is lining up, folks, but there's been a substitution. Dennis Day has been replaced by the Goodyear Blimp.
That's the Blue Fairy.
Well, how can I tell from here?
All right. All right, Blue Fairy. I'll take the ball and lateral it. The rest is up to you.
Don't worry. I'll beat him, Daddy. 8 to the bar.
Good. Signal. 33. 45. Hey.
Benny receives the ball. He laterals to the Blue Fairy, and she takes off. And she's flying down the field. Listen to that crowd cheer. The Blue Fairy is landing. She's landing over the goal line. And what's this? She carried 21 footballs, folks, making 21 touchdowns simultaneously. And Flatfoot wins 133 to 132. Hey, Rochester, come here with that bucket.
Oh, no, Mr. Announcer, you've had enough.
You said it. Play, Phil.
October, ladies and gentlemen, is the month of apples. Winesap, Spitzenberg, Baldwin's, McIntosh, and all the rest of those ruddy-cheeked favorites. And just to celebrate the occasion, here we come with a grand Jello and apple dessert. It's really something special, a swell autumn day treat, and you can have it all ready and on the table in no time at all. Simply make up a package of lemon Jello according to the directions on the box. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 medium red apple cubed. Then mold and serve as a bright, tangy dessert or salad. The tempting flavor of this delicious combination is something you just have to taste yourself to appreciate.
So tomorrow for dinner, enjoy this mellow October dessert, crisp, juicy apples embedded in a glistening mold of rich, golden lemon Jello.
Yes? Yes? Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mary. Say, did you hear the program? Uh-huh. Well, how'd you like our football sketch? Yes? Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, well, you've got a cold. Good night, Dow. So long, folks.
Jello.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.